trying to tell me there is hidden land between the sun and the horizon?
There's hidden land between
That is
your
the only
ears.
thing. That is the only thing that would prove flat
It's
Earth. There
called
is hidden land.
density.
What?
What?
Hold on, D3. I know you're trolling him, but I got to make a point. Gamius, you told us that things are disappearing due to a physical obstruction of curvature. I'm now showing you something that's further away than the moon and it's disappearing from the bottom up and it's not touching the horizon. It's still in the sky and it's disappearing, which means it can't be a physical place. You even admitted in the first picture of the sun that it is refracted and distorted because there is a visual limitation. You already acknowledged it in your first rebuttal.
Yeah, I have told. I've been saying that from the beginning. I've been saying that from the, you did not understand the point,
bro.
You have not understood the point.
Gamius,
the point is not that it always touches the horizon. Even if it touches one day without the visual limitations, it proves there is no hidden land there. That's the point.
This is not about hidden land. This is over water. So land has nothing to do with it. Land has nothing to do with
water is land. I mean the same thing.
We have been telling you that the horizon is an apparent place. Chrissy has said that 20 times to you, that it's not a physical
I have agreed
place.
with that.
So why are we even having this talk if you're sitting here
because
saying,
if the Earth is flat,
you didn't listen to my question. Why are we even having this debate when the first thing that we asked you, why is this a globe Earth? And you said, because of the horizon. And we have shown you every example that the horizon does not prove that it's a globe Earth. So if you agree with us, can we get off of this point for globe proof?
So
Can you agree that this is not globe proof since we can demonstrate it without using physical curvature of the Earth?
No. I will
explain why again.
All right, bro.
Even if
say what you understand, and we're gonna get you up out of here, bro. Because I don't know if you have the coherency to have this conversation, or you're just being dishonest. Because I don't know what else to do. We're showing you videos, we're showing you examples, we're acknowledging everything that you're saying.
If the Earth was a globe, it could still happen.
I even heard you say about the moon. I'm like, you know what?
In a globe Earth, this still happens. In a globe Earth, what you're describing still happens. So how is
it's not exclusive evidence for the globe then, right, Gamian? If it can happen on a globe and on a flat plane, then it's not exclusive evidence to a globe.
That is not.
We asked you for your evidence that it was a globe. You said the horizon. So you said, hey, this can also happen on a globe, which is a concession saying that it doesn't only happen on a globe. So that is our whole point. This isn't exclusive to a globe Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. I appreciate your concession. Can we move on now? That you just demonstrated that this is not exclusive to a globe.
It does not have to be exclusive. The point is, if the Earth is flat, then there should be hidden land, which there isn't. You would never see the sun touch the water. You would never.
It doesn't touch the water here.
You never see it.
But sometimes it does. That's the point. So there is nothing beyond there.
Then show it.
This is what goes back to my point. Hey, Sacred, I dropped in the Purple Pill. I dropped a video of a ship that over a 3-hour period goes from being about 60% hidden to being 100% visible over a 3-hour period. Now, clearly, if that ship's being hidden at one point, anything that would be even further would be even more hidden. But then it's completely visible only just 3 hours later. So my whole point is that when you're saying, Yamas, that there would be land beyond that you would see, no, there's not. Because when I say, even though it was not quite right, that the horizon is the highest point, or is the furthest point you can see, everything beyond the horizon will start to drop away from your vision. So it doesn't matter about any land beyond that. That land will drop away from your vision.
Why?
Do you understand that? What do you mean why?
Just
have a look at the video and you will see a ship go from half missing to completely visible, because it's the position of the horizon that's changing. The horizon's going from closer to you, that's when the ship is blocked, to further away from you, is when the ship is more visible.
Yeah, that's proof it's a globe.
No, it's
Bro.
the complete opposite, bro.
Yo, it's the complete opposite, Gami. I don't think that you understand.
Wait, you said you can see it when it's further away?
Yes.
Do you know the dimension?
When the horizon.
Hold on. He just asked a question. Yes, we're saying that when it's going further away, we can see more of it over time. That is a direct refutation that it's globe.
Watch the video and then come back.
Yeah.
So you're talking about an atmospheric phenomenon again?
Right, because it's a visual limitation, not physically.
Yeah, those exist. Yeah, those exist.
Right, which means right. They do exist, Gamius. So when we ask you for exclusive evidence why you believe this is a globe, now you're saying, hey, this also happens on a globe, which you're inferring that it doesn't only happen on a globe. So this cannot be globe evidence.
That is not what I'm inferring.
Gamius, we asked you, why do you think this is a globe? You said the horizon. So we're looking, so based on that question, we're looking for something that can only work on a globe.
False.
Does this phenomenon only work on a globe, yes or no?
Listen.
No, I don't want to listen. I want you to answer the question, then I'll listen.
I already said no a billion times. You have not heard that. I'm not going to repeat myself. Listen.
So, okay, so it's not exclusive to a globe. So it's not proof or evidence for a globe if it's not exclusive to it, correct?
You should be seeing the edge.
That's not a yes or a no.
We ask you for globe
sometimes
evidence.
The atmospheric conditions can cause refractions, but sometimes they don't. You should be able to.
It's not exclusive, bro. All we need, we know this more than you, bro. We know this. We know the globe Earth. We know the flat Earth. We're trying to get you to catch up to us. We know that this is not exclusive. We're not even saying that this only happens on a flat Earth. We're asking you for your globe proof, your globe evidence. You said the horizon. We're showing you this doesn't only happen on a globe. This can also happen in other conditions.
Wait. So you are saying, just a moment.
So this cannot be evidence for a globe if it's not exclusive to a globe. Do you agree?
No.
Oh my goodness, bro. How can you not agree, bro?
The phenomenon you are describing only happens at the edge of the horizon. It cannot happen. It cannot happen when there is a large mass of Earth beyond the horizon being hidden. It doesn't. It can't happen. What I'm telling you is, you should be able to see. You should be able to see in clear atmospheric conditions. In clear atmospheric conditions, you should be able to see the edge of the Earth. At some point.
No. So okay, stop strawmanning flat Earth because you don't understand. Because you don't understand Earth. We're not talking about that, okay? We were asking you why you think it was a globe, right? So if you're saying, hey, this is a globe because this thing that I'm about to talk to you guys about can only work on a globe.
I never said.
So we said, well, that's the whole point of the question. So
the
do you want to answer with
never
a different?
Works.
Do you want to talk about something that is exclusive to a globe? Then
the point is not that. The point is not.
Do you want to talk about something that is exclusive to the globe?
No.
So we can. So if you don't want to talk about that, why are you here?
It doesn't have to be exclusive. I am telling you, it never happens in your case. It never happens.
You don't even know. You don't even know how it works in my case. You don't know anything about flat Earth. Hold on, Plain.
Why does it never happen?
So you're saying that the Earth is always refractive.
I want to get to Matthias and I want to get to Derek and Chrissy got her hand up too, but I'm not gonna get off of this until this man concedes, bro. Because this has been the most circular argument ever. And I cannot believe that we've been wasting this much time just for him to concede that this don't have nothing to do with the globe. I just want him to understand what he's actually saying. We're asking, why is this a globe Earth? Well, I'm going to tell you why this is a globe Earth, because of the horizon, which means whatever is about to come out of my mouth is supposed to be exclusive to the globe. Now, if that's not what you meant to say, Gamius, then let's talk about something else. that is exclusive to the globe. And then we can talk about anything else about flat Earth that you don't understand. That's perfectly fine. I don't mind talking about that. But what we asked you probably over an hour and a half ago now is what is exclusive to the globe? Why do you think that we live on the globe? You said the horizon. We have shown you time and time again that the horizon is not exclusive to the globe, which means it cannot be used as globe evidence. So what we're asking you is, do you concede that this is not globe proof if it's not exclusive to the globe? The correct answer is yes. I concede that this is not exclusive to the globe. Can you find common ground with me, Gami, so we can move forward?
It does not have to be exclusive.
Yes, it does. If you're saying that this is proof for something, it has to be exclusive.
It doesn't.
How can you have proof? How can you have proof for something singularly that doesn't have to be exclusive to that one thing?
If that's like saying if a unicorn exists, it's possible that you haven't seen one, but if it doesn't exist, it's also possible that you haven't seen one. We have never seen the edge of the Earth. In clear atmospheric conditions, you should be able to see beyond that horizon that we see right now. You need to prove it. You need to bring the unicorn.
No, what's happening is you're saying that the globe is curving at a specific rate, which you don't know. You don't know what the rate is. You don't even know the radius. You don't know the circumference. You don't know any of the values or the figures of the globe that you believe in. You have no idea about any of that stuff. So that's point number one. So when we're saying, hey, why do you think that this is a globe? You're not supposed to give me something that applies to everything. That doesn't give you any points. It doesn't give you any arguments. You don't give me an example that applies to everything when you're trying to highlight exclusivity. You can't say this proves this one thing. You can't say that this proves one thing if it applies to multiple things.
Are you saying the Earth is curved but not a globe?
It's not curved, bro.
So it is flat. If it is flat, there shouldn't be a horizon.
No.
Oh my God, we just
has a horizon, bro. The sky still meets the water, bro. The sky still meets the water. There's still a horizon. We're just saying it's not a physical place. It's an apparent position.
Also, the Earth is infinite.
You already conceded that.
Are you saying
so when we're looking at the actual bottom up obstruction, we have to concede that this is not exclusive evidence to a globe.
Is the Earth infinite?
Because it can apply to a flat Earth as well.
Is the Earth infinite?
I don't know. That's a non-sequitur. We're talking about why you think it's a globe. You just told everybody that this phenomenon is not exclusive
this entire
to a globe.
time. I was sure we were agreeing the sun was further away than the edge of the Earth.
No, we're not agreeing that the sun is further away than the edge of the Earth. I was appealing to your globe model that the sun is further away than the moon. So I'm saying, hey, you're not acknowledging any of the other local phenomena. You're not acknowledging boats over the horizon. You're not acknowledging the oil rigs that's 10 miles out when it's supposed to be disappeared 3 miles out. You said, I don't want to talk about nothing local that's disproving my argument. I want to talk about the moon because it's further. So I said, okay, let's get all of those local phenomena away since you don't want to acknowledge that. You want to talk about something in the distance. So let me even give you
the horizon proves that it's
let me give you something even. I know you want to censor me. Let me give you something further than the moon. Let's talk about the sun. Now, if the sun actually touches the horizon, you may have a point. But I just showed you physical evidence that this sun is disappearing bottom up and it's not touching the horizon.
And that part that it doesn't touch also changes.
It's disappearing and it's not touching.
That disappearing part also changes.
It's disappearing. I know you. So this is why you're not retaining any information because you're not listening.
Oh shit!
It's disappearing from the bottom and it's not touching any physical obstruction of any curvature of anything. It's literally disappearing into thin air. You agree with it. You even said
the entire atmosphere.
You even said the reason why it's happening is due to atmospheric conditions.
It is disappearing behind the entire atmosphere.
Yes, that's not the globe Earth curve, bro. That is
The atmosphere is part of the Earth.
The atmosphere is not part of the physical globe Earth. Are you crazy, bro?
The atmosphere.
You think the water? You think the ocean is part of the sky?
When you are looking, listen. When you are looking,
you think the ocean is part of the sky?
That's so idiotic. When you are looking upwards.
So why did you say that then? Why did you say that the water is part? Why did you say that the sky, the atmosphere is part of the Earth?
Atmosphere is not completely transparent, and when you are looking through a thick slice of it, which is what you're doing when you're looking straight in the horizon, you cannot see at the exact edge of it. But you can.
So do you understand? So
hold on.
Now you understand why we were giving you the fog light example, because it's due to atmospheric conditions why you need fog light. So hold on, Plane. So now you're conceding. Now you're conceding. I understand why you were using the example of the fog lights, because the atmospheric conditions will block out visual observations. It doesn't have anything to do with things going over a curve of the Earth.
That is
so. If you can just acknowledge that, bro, you said it, bro. What are you?
Tiny distortion at the edge of the horizon. It does not change anything about the hidden land that we are looking for.
You got it, Gamis. Let's go to Matthias. Then we'll go to. I don't know if we want to go to Derek, because I know Ron Boston want to. I see you, Derek, but let's go to Matthias, and then we'll go to Ron Boston, and then we'll cycle back around to Derek, and then we'll go to Chris. Go ahead, Matthias.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. First time in the space, so a bit nervous perhaps, but I certainly appreciate the work you do, and it's very good to listen to. And I think I discovered you a month.
May I for a second?
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Chrissy, Matthias is talking. I don't know if you can hear him.
Oh, I can.
I'm gonna drop you down and bring you back up. Go ahead, Matthias. Good.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I don't know if anyone else can.
Yeah, you good. You good. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I hear him.
Okay, very good. Well, I have been in the flat Earth community for 2-3 years, and I certainly haven't dived into it as deep as I see you have done. But I have a few questions. I can start with one that I haven't found the answer to. So I'm happy to hear it for you. Hi. With respect to the pressure gradient, is that compatible with a firmament or a dome? I haven't really found good information on that.
Oh, that is a great question. So you said the pressure gradient that we observe is happening on a flat Earth within a closed environment, right? Now think about this, right? Just really quickly. So let's just say you had 5 different types of gases, right?
Yes.
5 different gases with 5 different densities. Gas 1 is the lightest, gas 2 is heavier, gas 3 is more dense, gas 4 is more dense, and gas 5 is the most dense, right? With me so far?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm with you.
Now, if everything seeks equilibrium, you're going to have the most dense gas at the bottom of the surface of the Earth. You're going to have the least dense gas all the way at the top, right?
Yes.
Now, if I'm standing at the surface of the Earth, am I going to have all those gases pressing on top of me?
Sorry, I didn't catch
you. If I'm on the surface of the Earth and there's 5 gases, all different densities,
yes,
and I'm on the surface, are those 5 gases going to be weighing on top of me?
Yeah, they are on top
right,
of each other.
I'm going to get that pressure from all of those gases that are up above me. Now, if I go all the way to the top, is there going to be anything on top of me?
Well, it's vacuum, I guess, on top of the gases. Should be.
You said what? Say it again.
Isn't it a vacuum above all the gases?
Yeah, I'd be at the top. So all the gases would be below me. Would there be anything pressing on top of me?
No, I don't think so.
So you would say that in that scenario within a closed system, that I would have less pressure at the top, and I would have more pressure at the bottom.
Yes, sounds reasonable.
There you go.
Yes.
You got a gradient.
Yeah.
This is my interpretation.
So,
I don't. This is not really demonstrable for real. To be totally honest, I think you would need like a big enough container with the right type of gases, and they wouldn't be able to mix homogeneously. But
so what we're saying here is that one of the laws, Newton laws, one of them, number 2, or I may be wrong here, isn't really applicable.
I think only if it's a homogeneous environment.
Okay.
Right? If everything is the same, which I mean, you could say like we have a homogeneous gas within the environment at specific elevations, right? There's a mixture of oxygen and other things here on the surface of the Earth. But as you go higher, less and less and less of those more dense gases are up there. So you would think that that would create some type of a pressure gradient if we have more of those dense gases down here and less, or more less dense gases up top. Sorry, guys. Been live for a couple hours. That's just my interpretation.
Yeah. I will go back and listen to what you have said. Much appreciate your answer. And if it's okay, I have one more question, and that's with respect to refraction. I wonder how much, say, worst case scenario for a flat earther faced with the argument that okay, you can explain away things with refraction, but how strong is that force, or in the best case scenario? You understand? We have given the Earth diameter, and we have the formula, and we can mathematically calculate how much of our view should be behind the horizon, or the visible horizon. But a globe earther would say, well, you can see further because of refraction, but how far can you really take that argument, if you understand me?
Yes, I do. And on top of that, we have never gotten an answer. So basically, I think what Marius is asking, if they're going to invoke refraction to explain away long distance observations, at what point does that fail? Right? At what point, like how strong does refraction got to be in order for me to see specific distances? Because you would think that if there is refractive effect, I'm just going to mute you real quick, Marius, just a little bit of background noise. You can unmute in a second. You would think that if there is refractive effects that's allowing us to see too far, that there would have to be, again, going back to this topic, a geometric limitation to where refraction no longer can affect observation, right? According to the globe, and I've talked to so many globe earthers, this is what they say. This is their argument, that in the right conditions, there is no limitation to refraction. So essentially, if the globe is 24,901 miles in circumference, under the right conditions due to refractive effects, I should be able to look forward 24,901 miles along a curve and then see the back of my head. This is according to the globe Earth. They never say this is the geometric limitation. At this distance, there is no refraction that can allow you to see past this point. They never say that. They say it just depends. in the right conditions, we could do it with the math. You would be able to see at an infinite distance depending on the environmental conditions. Now, to me, that just sounds like pseudo-scientific, non-demonstrable, unfalsifiable rhetoric, right?
Does the architect agree?
I don't know. What do you think, Chrissy, real quick about that specific topic? I don't know if she has a stance on like refraction. I don't know if that she works with refraction.
Yeah. I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, and
So
then we'll go over to Rumboss.
it's the same principle. In perspective, okay, everything vanishes, right? It can't vanish. It can vanish at an infinite point. So if you had no medium in which you observe, your human eyes would see infinitely. The thing that happens is that we don't live in a vacuum. We live in an atmosphere. That atmosphere, as you've all said, is composed of different types of gases. And those different kinds of gases interact with warmth, heat, and frequency. That's why microwaves work. That's why when you light up a candle, the air moves above it, right? You can see it. You don't see a shadow of a lighter, but you can see the air move. The way light works when it passes through different types of layers is it's one of two ways. It either reflects like a mirror, it reflects back something from above or below. You can see it in the desert or on a highway during the summer when it reflects the sky on the ground and you think it's a puddle, or it's inverse, the way you see it in Scandinavia, where it reflects the water above a ship at the horizon. As I've said, the horizon isn't a physical place, it's an infinite line drawn at an infinite point, but it's observable with your instrument of sight. So if you see with your eyes, you will see it at one distance. If you see it with the telescope, it would be another distance. If you're looking up above, it's imaginary because you don't have a level plane to compare it with. But if we would have like a giant, huge UFO that's parallel to the ground, you would see it up there too. At one point, it would become a line, that quasi imaginary UFO. So, when light bounces through all those layers, it gets filtered. That's what I said earlier, too. It becomes less bright, it hues to the red. It also um, diffuses, so you see objects become bigger if they're bright. And we're talking bright objects like the sun or the moon, not uh, a light bulb or a person. Okay? So that's why we see the way we see. That's how our eyes work. That's how cameras work too, because they read light. That's all they do. And they read light in different ways than we do, because they see infrared light or X ray. We have not yet created something that sees microwaves, but I'm sure they're going to try it.
There's an easier way to prove. There's an easier way to prove the Earth is a globe. That is with time. You can prove it's a globe with time. Talk to someone on the other hemisphere. Tell them to find east, and then ask them what angle the sun has, and if it is not the same, the Earth is a globe.
No, that's incorrect.
Oh Jesus Christ! I said the
I'm going to
other
explain
hemisphere
more.
from you.
Yeah, the other hemisphere from me. Yeah.
How are you an architect?
The other hemisphere from me has east west the same as me.
They are. Oh my God! The
The
sun
east
has
and the
has the
west.
opposite tilt. The sun has the opposite tilt in opposite hemispheres. I use my clock to
Yep.
find the east. My watch.
May I finish without you interrupting me? You said east to west. It moves east to west on the south side too. For Australian, for an Australian, it also rises in the east and goes down in the west, like all around the globe model too. There's no other which way. East is east, west is west, north is north. No matter where you are, whether it's a globe or a plane or a donut or a pear or whatever, north, south, east, west are stable positions due to
Yeah,
magnetism, and that's something
that's my
science,
point.
even the science,
That's what I
backs
said.
up. Well, you said you'd see things differently in the south.
I
No, you
said
don't.
the
You
sun
see
would
the
tilt
sun.
slightly different. Not,
Of course it does. It does in the north too. It's called when it's an equinox, when it's solstice,
oh
or
Jesus. I mean, at the same time, you call someone right now at a different country and ask them where the sun is. It has a different angle.
yes, of course, I'm trying to explain it. When it's in the when it's closer to the north, right? It tilts differently for the south. When it's closer to the south, it tilts differently for the north people. That's why we have shorter days in the winter and they have longer days in the summer. That's it. That's not proof of a globe. That's just an observable fact. Period.
That is proof of a globe. It should be at the same. It should be at the same angle if we are all positioned vertically
No,
to the sun.
actually, if we are on a globe Earth, then it should be constant because the sun is way, 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 way more massive, and the photons from the sun would come at the same time and would reach with like a
Listen, you are insane. I
23
cannot talk to you.
degree
I'm sorry.
with a 23 degree
Yeah, you wasn't supposed to be talking
tilt.
anyway, Gami.
The,
So you should mute up. We're gonna get to the hands. Go ahead, Chris.
guys,
You can finish
it's
up, and then we can
impossible to
continue.
talk to you.
Yeah, sorry, I just had to answer because I was trying to finish. So I was at distortion, right? You can also have fluctuant distortion. That's when air masses move. And as they said, the Coriolis effect is all the time, right? Because the Earth is spinning, right? But we never observe that in real life. We don't see the light from the sun flicker. We don't see it flicker. We see the stars, the quote unquote stars flicker, but we don't see the sun flicker or the moon flicker or even just shimmer. That's another thing that debunks the idea that um, the light sources are far, far away and we see them through our atmosphere. I'm done, Secret.
Appreciate you, Chris. I can't believe this man rage quit. Yo, this guy, I really wasted all this time trying to get through to this man just for him to not listen to anything we saying. My bad, y'all. I be really trying to like hold these guys.
No, it's not a waste. We defined what a horizon is, like in official terms. We define many other things.
Back. Come on, bro. Go ahead, Rum Boss. Thank you, Chrissy. I appreciate that. Y'all go follow Chrissy. She got some real sauce for you guys. Let's go to Rum Boston, then we'll go to Luke, then Derek, then Bob.
Good morning. Good morning. How's my audio?
Pretty good, man. Good morning.
Hey, I wanted to hop on last night and just spread the love, but I got in at 1 a.m. and just had to crash. So I haven't heard anything, not really, but I wanted to say good morning, level heads. I want to say good morning to those on the fence and those that deny. Peace and love and blessings to all y'all. We don't have to get angry about this conversation. It's just a conversation.
Hi, I'm from the southern hemisphere that old mate talks about. And
Excuse me.
Hold on one second, Luke.
Excuse,
been there.
Luke, 1 second. Can you hear Rum Boston, Bear?
Sorry, brother. No,
oh
I
shoot.
can't. Sorry.
I'm gonna drop him down. I'm gonna drop you down, Luke, and then you just come right back up. Everyone else can hear Rum Boston, right?
Getting thumbs up.
Okay, go ahead. We hear you, Jason.
Okay, so got in at 1 a.m., crashed. I needed the rest. I'm in Boston. I'm going to race the marathon on Monday. Y'all know all that.
Oh yeah. Good luck, bro.
Yeah, thanks for that, brother. Yeah. So I can't stay long because I'm going to go do the breakfast. I'm going to go to the expo, get my number. I just wanted to tell y'all, I talked to my friend, running buddy, because obviously I'm going to have some conversations over the weekend that are going to be flat earth related. And I hadn't talked to him about this before. But this last week was pretty packed with drama on X. People attacking like everybody. Nice people like Toby, folks that are just here to speak the truth and seek it, look at the scientific evidence, talk about it, and just getting attacked for asking questions. But what it did, it made me emboldened to y'all saw my video possibly where I just said, hey man, uh, you're not going to be just crossways with me when I'm not bringing any kind of negativity towards you. I'm a man that can make decisions. I have the right to ask questions about science. There's nothing wrong with asking a question about our cosmology, especially when our cosmology or what we all did believe is a theory. So anyway, it made me also emboldened to communicate a little bit easier. Almost, I won't call it flat smack, but just like bring up the topic if the topic is easy to be brought up. So all that stuff that the haters are trying to push us down is actually making me a stronger person and making me more bold to talk to the common man, because the common man's not going to treat us with the kind of disrespect and animosity and anger and vitriol that these folks are doing. So they're actually training warriors for the truth. And I was on the bus. I was on the bus after we landed, and I was talking to a nice young lady. I mean, she was probably like 27, like pretty young, but she's a pilot, not commercial, just private pilot. And we were just talking normal. I wasn't going to say anything about the Earth, but uh, it sounds silly, but she had an Invisalign in her mouth. I was like, "Is that an Invisalign?" Because I was just talking about my teeth. I was like, I wonder what that do." And I can't remember how it went to it, but I think she said, "I'm a pilot," and I said, "Oh man!" And I put my hand up beside my mouth. I was like, "Do you know the Earth's flat?" Just like as like a little joke. That was going to be my little like my way to talk about it. And she goes, oh, yeah, it is. It totally is. And like she was so surprised and so happy that I even said it. I think a lot of people are holding on to this right now, or I think more people know than we think. But I'm gonna keep going because I got a little bit of a list. Um, I was on the flight and the sun actually set. I usually don't do night flights, but the sun actually set while we were on the plane. But what's so crazy about this, mind blowing, you're just gonna have to trust me, it set what looked to me like into the ground. There was plenty of horizon behind it and clouds beyond that, and everything was lit up nice. It reminded me of the solar eclipse because I was in the path of totality. And like when the sun was fully eclipsed in that last second before it went totally dark, and then that moment when the brightness came back in, it kind of had that same fade out effect down into the ground, which was really crazy looking to me. My friend that I had talked, most of the trip to about like how everything works, he was blown away. He's like, I don't know what I just saw. It was very, very optical in nature. And I mean, it was just another confirmation. It was just amazing to see that. um, two or three more things. So, with our Uber driver, it got brought up again just easily. We were just in conversation, and I had no idea this guy that was driving us was a solid believer in the Creator, the Most High, and he had heard things like firmament. And he didn't know what that really meant, and he had heard like God is the Most High, and He's up there, but he didn't know how it worked on the globe. And as we were talking about things in the short car ride, he's like, "Dude, this is fascinating information. Can you please email me some more?" So I'm just telling y'all, there are people in the real world that don't act like just crazy. And if you do get somebody that says, "I don't want to hear it," or they want you to stop, or you kind of get a vibe that they're not cool with it, or they start attacking, or going into this kind of defensive mode or scared mode, don't talk about it anymore. Say, "Oh, it's okay, man. It's just what I believe," and move on about your day. Um, the other reason why I'm hurrying is because good news. I know y'all heard me shout out that I was looking for Cujo, the F-16 pilot that was on Taboo Conspiracies channel with Bob Nodell when they did that big episode about him being a flat Earth retired pilot F-16.
Long live
Well,
Bob Nodell.
yeah. Rest in peace. God bless his family and Cammy. Uh, so Mr. F-15, the pilot guy we've been talking to, they're going to have a talk today. I'm going to set the Zoom up and they're going to get to talk for an hour or two, which is freaking amazing because he's been trying to reach this guy for a month or two. So that's good news. And my final thing, I know I had a lot, uh, is Stone. I got to give Stone a shout out, man. He got wind of the K2 observation that my friend told me about that woke him up, the F-15 guy. he got wind about it. He's like, well, what are the numbers? Or he saw that little paint scale thing that he did, and he goes, oh man, I'd really like to do this to scale. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, I'll just look at the map, I'll pull up Google, check the distances, and I will draw this absolutely to scale if it was a globe, to see kind of what the numbers show. And the conclusion, which I'm going to get all this posted up later because I've just been busy, is those 15,000-foot mountains in between would absolutely block the entirety of K2. And he saw it. So it's flat, people are tripping. And I got a lot of love for everybody in this battle, because half the people think it's stupid. Half the people can't even imagine how the horizon works or how a sunset can happen on a plain Earth. And I'm not mad at them for not being able to envision it, but if it's true, they need to try. So that's what I got. And got a lot of love, but I'm going to see what you have to say back, and then I'll bounce in a few minutes.
And that was awesome, JT. Look, every single time I get a chance, back when I wasn't organic, I'm a cyborg now, I always took the opportunity to talk to the pilots, man. Always, every single time, just like how you did, just slide it in there, just see what type of reaction. Like, they probably just gonna laugh it off or just say, "No, this is ridiculous." And most of the time, like, yeah, like, how you know it's flat Earth, flat Earth is real. I'm like, oh, it's flat for real. Like, it's always like that, bro. And I really do think that there's a lot more people within these professions, within these fields of study, that adopt this idea, that appeal to this, some of the things that we talk about, and they just don't talk about it normally. So that's super dope, and I can't wait for those guys to talk to, because I did see the Cujo, and I'm very interested in seeing how that conversation turns out with the new pilot, bro. That's super solid. This is why this is the flat Earth mayor right here, bro.
Hey, getting stuff done. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to record video or audio. I'm going to ask them each permission, like, what can I tell of the story, or what can I share? I might try to take some notes. I mean, Cujo doesn't care because he's retired. He already showed his face and everything like that. And y'all know my friend, I mean, he's a flat earther, and he's a believer in the creator, and he's a chill guy. He's real. It's so funny that the anti-flat earthers think he's not real. He's just got to be careful, man. It's like they're trying to get him to say something that's restricted information to get him, like to get him in trouble or something. And he's got a job and a family. He can't just be like us and just be open with it. But yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know how it goes. And my last word of kind of encouragement would be: we know some people are actually paid to push back on on our movement. We know that they have an agenda, and sometimes people are scared out of their mind and they want it to be a globe so bad it's like an emotional spiritual war and stuff like that. But I'm always thinking about the people on standby, like listening, looking at chats that aren't the people I'm talking to, and I'm trying to compose myself in a way that is as gentle as possible and loving and patient. Like, I'm trying to go crazy patient with these people, even though they don't deserve it, because the other people, when they come in and read what they're saying and how I'm saying stuff back, they're going to see it's very lopsided on who's being kind and genuine versus like, well, why is he even responding like that? That's crazy. I mean, I've been told recently that basically I'm going to go to hell and that I'm demonically oppressed and I've got cussed at, but I have not done any
Wow,
of those
that's crazy.
actions towards nobody. And so people are going to see that and be like, man, these flat earthers seem tight. They're chill. Like, let me see what they got to say. And I'm dropping links. So I know the flesh wants to get pissed, and I know ego, and we have a right not to be talked to in that way, but the Creator's got our back, and the truth has our back. So try your best to present as if you're talking to the people that are looking from the side. So that's my advice. Love y'all a lot. I'll keep praying over this whole thing, and yeah, I'm going to go do this huge day.
Hey, that's awesome, JT, man. You make a really good point. We talk about that a lot, like some of the behavior on the timeline, and I'm just going to chalk up a lot of that off energy imbalance, just to like maybe some eclipse type stuff or whatever, because that week was really crazy. So, continue to protect your energy, of course. But yeah, your approach. People are watching from the sideline. People on the edge that are saying, "Hey, like, I don't really know. Let's see how this conversation turns out." And most likely, the thing that they're going to do is appeal to the one that they can resonate with. with that calmness, that approach, that level-headedness. That's why we the level heads.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to make the information more digestible as opposed to trying to listen to somebody who's just doing too much. So I definitely agree with that approach. So we definitely got to keep that in mind when we're having such a polarized conversation.
Yeah, bro. And like, last thing is, but if you're not bent that way, if you just can't because you're a warrior and you're going to stand up, like all of us are doing a different part. I still haven't blocked anybody and I haven't untagged myself from nothing. Stuff's flowing in with me tagged on everything. And I'm like, you know what? I've got the endurance for it. I got crazy endurance mentally, physically. I was like, I'm going to hang in there. I'm not going to get mad at these people. And then, so let me be kind of the whipping boy because I get to drop links. I get to bring information. So, you guys, if you got to like hold strong with what you're doing, I'm not trying to make you be me. My comment was just have it in the back of your mind. Other people are watching, but if you got to slay them, man, slay them because this is just crazy. This war they're doing, this battle is it's quite wild. But anyway, love y'all, and I'll catch you the next time around.
Hey, shout out to JT, man. And hey, did the wife do the race?
No, she did it in 2021. She didn't come with me. It's just one of my running buddies. We're gonna hit this thing up.
Something else coming up. Maybe that was.
But
Hey,
appreciate the time, and the race starts Monday, Boston time, Monday, 10 a.m. If you want to send energy.
yes, sir. I go follow my boy JT, man. Appreciate you, bro.
All right, peace out.
I'm glitching right now, so I can't really see. I forgot who I said was next. I think it was oh, what's name not even up here no more.
Oh, vodka. I mean, you want vodka to chop in, or you wanted to get to?
Nah, Vodka came in here last. We're gonna get to Vodka, but it was Luke that was up here. He ain't here. But it's all good. Luke, if you're down there, request back up. Let's go to Jarek, and then we'll slide over to
Go ahead, Derek.
Wait, me? I have a question for the image you showed with the sun setting. Hello? Nobody can hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me
Okay.
too?
I can hear you, yes?
Yeah, I was actually, I'm like from Germany, and I was like asking the dude before, where he was asking question about the horizon.
Hold on, bro.
Right.
Hold on, bro.
Did you just jump? Hold on.
Put me on.
We doing hands, guys. We doing hands. Center. Put your hand up. We get you in a second. Derek gonna go, then we're gonna let Vodka go, and then.
Yeah, I'm still not sure if everybody can hear me. I'm 50 sunsetting images that Sacred showed. I have a few questions for that. And apparently you can't hear me or it's not there.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you. So you have questions for the photos, you said?
Yes, why? Namely, why isn't the sun round?
What do you mean the sun is round?
Why it's unround? It is.
Not in these images where it's disappearing directly over the horizon.
What do you mean?
No, I think Chrissy explained
you
it exactly why the sun is reaching the red spectrum of the eyes. Like it's getting red when it's further away, but it's round. It's always round.
Yeah, but it's not circular. It's flattened.
Because you're only seeing part of it. The rest is already disappeared, bro.
Yeah.
How can it half disappear?
It's because of the perspective of your eyes. Like it doesn't disappear. It just looks like it disappears.
No.
It's just like the horizon disappears, and you see like where you're at the beach, and you see the water at some point. It disappears. Like it not disappears, but it's like ends at some point, but it doesn't end. It's just like your perspective, your eyes cannot see further. So for your eyes, it looks like it ends, but it's not the end of the water. It just keeps going. But for you, it looks like it ends.
It's light attenuation.
Yeah.
Is also what's happening.
It
Why
has
not?
that different shape because of the difference in air pressure, temperature, and movement, coupled with the fact that it's further and further away. The further away it is, the less we observe of it. So that's why
Yeah.
it seems to get bigger, less bright, goes down, disappears, warps, distorts, whatever. It's because of the fluctuation in difference of intensity and temperature of the air, because we observe light in a medium.
Yes, and how far is it?
Not very far, actually, because if it was far away and we would see it crisp like daylight, we should be able to see it at any point in time. If it was far, far away, it wouldn't move away from the observer. The observer would move. So the light would be almost constant. And
Yeah,
that's not
but
something we observe.
but how far is far or not far?
When I'm talking about far, I'm talking millions of miles, like they say in the.
No, I mean on the flat Earth. You say the
It's
Earth is
not
flat,
that
so
far. It's
yeah,
not as far as they claim to be. It
I
must be
know that.
closer.
Yeah, it must be closer, but how close is it?
Yo, Derek, Derek,
can
what are
do
you
that
trying
if
to
I
figure
have.
out? Hold on, let me just clarify, Chrissy, real quick. What are you trying to figure out?
So basically, I'm seeing it almost at eye level, so very, very low. If it's 1,000 kilometers away, it can't be higher than 10 or 20 kilometers.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
And that would look very funny for the people who are underneath the sun at that moment.
I'm sorry.
He's asking for the distance.
Distance to what? Distance to
Distance of the sun.
Distance to the
I feel like
sun.
he's talking about in
But
this
it's an apparent.
refractive photo though, like the photo of the sun merging into the atmosphere.
So you are now invoking refraction.
Of course.
Yeah, we don't have an actual measurement on that.
Yeah, we cannot measure it perfectly, but we have some guesses.
Yeah, we just have approximations at best.
But that's exactly what the other people have, approximations based on the speed of light.
Yeah, but the funny...
Yeah.
It's actually not based on the speed of light, but anyway. The interesting question is why can everybody say exactly where the sun is or where it appears when you don't even know where it is and how?
So basically, Derek, it sounds like you're saying, I mean, I don't even really understand what you're saying, to be totally honest. But
look,
do you agree that in the globe Earth paradigm framework, Center, you gotta mute your mic. It's like you got a hot mic. All right. So you do agree in the globe Earth that the sun's position is apparent, not actual?
No, in the globe model, the sun has an actual position, but it's also that everybody sees the sun in a specific position in the sky at their location.
Okay, so if I don't know whose mic is open. Is it D3? Is it silly question? Is it
Nah, it's not me.
silly question?
No, it's not me either.
Is it silly question? Silly. Just request back up if that's you, because I just hear background noise. That's just getting annoying.
Yeah, the background noise is annoying. I don't know where it comes from.
I got it.
But what I was asking about
Hold
is
on,
like,
Center.
yeah.
You hear me talking?
Yes.
I was
Sinner,
just
sinner,
about
sinner. Mute.
sinner. Yeah, sinner.
Yes. Please mute.
Y'all are so tired this early morning. Go ahead.
Easy. What was I gonna say? Okay, so Derek, you said no. The sun is not in an apparent position, it's in an actual.
I said both. So in the globe model, the sun has an actual position. It's very far away and it's in a specific direction. And the sun also has an apparent position where when I look out of the window, it's somewhere in the west, so in the west and some degrees high. And the globies can compute this position very, very exactly. And I wonder how the flat earthers go on about that.
The calculations don't prove reality. They're just a description. That's number one. Now, what I
Yes.
asked, because it sounds like what you're saying is, where is the sun on a flat earth?
Mhm.
We're saying the sun is in an apparent position,
Yes,
not
but
an actual position. So
how do I compute this apparent position?
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Sorry, continue.
Thank you. So do you also agree that when we go make observations, assuming a globe, that the sun is also in an apparent position, not an actual position?
When you look out of the window, yes. For the
Okay,
sake of the art.
so it is apparent in both paradigms. It's not just apparent in the flat earth, it's also apparent in the globe earth as well. So much so that every sunset and every sunrise, the sun is claimed to not really be visible, although we can see it. Now, I can go post a picture if you want me to go grab one for you. But if I post a picture of an observation seeing direct sunlight and the globe model is claiming that the sun is not really there, how do we compute that?
The usual refraction, I guess.
So why wouldn't it work on a flat earth?
I have never seen this computation.
So let me go ahead and show you this apparent position of the sun. The sunset. I'm going to drop it in the chat over here.
I don't get it. If you acknowledge that the globe Earth acknowledges that the sun is in apparent position already, then why are we held to a different standard? What do you have that makes your sun apparent, but we don't have?
I think we're seeing the same sun. No, the point is that if we take the globe assumption with orbit and everything, then we can very, very exactly compute where the sun should be at the moment at my location, for example.
Except when it fails.
The apparent position.
It fails to a few degrees or to a degree at sunset or sunrise because of refraction. And I wouldn't consider that a failure, especially because there is no computation at all that starts from a flat Earth model and tells me where the sun is.
Is there any specific day where the sun is supposed to be gone and we could, and like when it, okay, let me rephrase this. Because I got to post this picture so you guys can see because I don't want you to like not acknowledge it. Right? So on a regular basis, during every sunset, and I'm not even going to say every, on a regular basis, sunsets and sunrises, there's a point during quote unquote twilight where the sun is visible and the globe claims that it's not supposed to be there. So if you're saying it's only due to refraction, is there any day where the refractive effects is not going to reproduce that phenomenon? Or is every single sunset and sunrise, they're going to claim refraction?
They are not going to claim refraction. There is refraction. And you
So
can compute that.
You're saying it's refraction. So if it is refraction, right, that you're saying, then there should be times where refraction is no longer or not applicable to that observation. It should change. So I'm asking you, is there an observation which says today we can see the sun and it's not supposed to be there, but today it's not supposed to be there and we don't see the sun? Where's that second observation? Because everything, the reason why I'm asking you this, because everything the reason why I'm asking this, just to clarify, because every time that I go to look for this, they always claim that the sunrise and the sunset is visible when it's not supposed to be. So I'm just asking you because I think you're like what a astrophysicist, right?
Yeah, but refraction normally makes the sun look about a half a degree higher than it's actually is at sunset and sunrise.
So
but
you're just
it's not just about sunsets, it's about all the time. So right now the sun is high in the sky, it's probably not for you. And the globe still says it's, when I just look at time and data, and it says it's in that direction and in that elevation, and it is there. And how is that possible if they even don't even know where the sun is?
You don't know where the sun is either. Everything is in apparent position. That's my whole point. So you're just using globular math, and you're saying this is the prediction, and then it fails. And then you're saying, oh, well, because it fails, we're gonna invoke refraction.
No,
because hold on. I know you're interrupting me, bro, but you don't have to do that. Every single time I go to talk to somebody, unless somebody else wants to talk, maybe these guys just don't want to hear from me, even though like it's my space. But I thought you was asking me, so I was trying to give you an answer. And I can't really do that if you interrupt.
Yeah, look, it's basically the same thing, bro. The only difference would be you guys would say it would be 93 million miles away, and Flat Earth would say it would be closer than that. That's really it. I mean, refraction would be the same. We have the same atmosphere, so the same refraction would be happening. It would be, like you said, half a degree or a degree or something like that. Whatever the calculation is for the refraction through specific ranges of atmosphere would still apply because the atmosphere is not changing from flat to globe, so that's the same. The only difference, I guess, would be the calculation for how far it is, right?
Yeah, distance is hard to claim, right? But you can still like calculate the angle that the sun is in the sky. The problem is we could still see the sun. I just tagged you, Derek, and you be popping a lot of shit in the replies too. So I'm glad
I
that you don't.
posted it up on top as well. I'm surprised he don't know this claim.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. But I tagged you anyway. So Derek, you do see this photo, and you see almost half the sun, almost, and the sun is directly hitting our eyes, right from this observation, from this picture, and the globe claims that the sun is not really there. Now, guess what? On a flat Earth, the sun is actually there. On a flat Earth, you have to claim that it's not there because based on the values of the size of the Earth, it's supposed to be hidden. This is why you're saying you need refraction because it doesn't work. So what I'm asking, I'm just going to ask one more time because I've tried to look at some of these things. I haven't looked at every single day. I didn't look at 365 days, but since we have someone who has a hobby physicist in their bio, this is a good question to ask. If you need refraction to explain this phenomenon, is there any day that you can point to where this phenomena doesn't occur?
No, because the air is always there.
Because the Earth's always there?
The air is always there. We have an atmosphere and it doesn't go away. So we always have atmospheric refraction.
So
I'd like to add something.
Hold on. Just so I can get some clarification. In just a second, Alpha, because we're going to stick to the hands because I don't want this to drag. And I'll let you go after Chrissy. We're going to go Vaca, Chrissy, Alpha, and I think David was the last one to join. But the atmospheric conditions changes on a day-to-day basis. Yes. So there would have to be a specific time where the atmospheric effects isn't powerful enough to bend this image up high. There has to be some time out of every single year, out of every single day, that the prediction actually matches. There has to be, right?
No, first of all, there is a standard refraction which is always there. So if you don't include that in your computation, of course you are off. And second, the refraction is not always the same. So it's understood why it's changing. And it depends on the local conditions. You cannot say beforehand when it will change in what way.
Right. So here's the thing. What the way that the globe kind of does this is they have a certain idea in their minds, a presumption of the size of the sun, and from there, when they do their angular calculations and whatever, that determines how far away it is, right? Because it has to be a certain distance away.
Actually, no.
Okay.
Because
are you sure?
To compute the current apparent sun location, I only need a few orbital parameters. I don't need the Earth diameter, and I don't need the actual sun distance. The only thing, no, I don't even need the diameter.
No, you're calculating distance, and I didn't say the Earth's diameter.
I don't calculate the distance. I just calculate the azimuth and the elevation of the sun from my location, for example. And for this for this computation, I only need the orbital parameters of the Earth, basically the eccentricity of the orbit and the inclination of the Earth axis, and that's all.
Yeah, and what does that give you?
The current apparent position of the sun.
The apparent position in the sky, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asking how we know where the sun is, right? So your apparent position in the sky does have something to do with the size of that sun as well, right? Because your sun in your model is 93 million miles away, right? So what we're saying is that we don't claim to know how far that motherfucker is because there's no way to measure that.
Yeah.
So when the reason it has to be so far for you guys is because it's so big. For us, it doesn't have to be so big. Therefore, it could be closer, right?
Yes.
The apparent positions are basically going to be the same. You would calculate the apparent positions the same way, right? Except for it would be on flat rather than round.
Yeah, there's got to be a way to measure that in one way or another. And what better guide to do it for us than Derek here?
Yeah, but I don't know how to do that, because if I do the obvious,
there's I'll tell you what. There's let me see. Is Shane in the group right now? Shane's not in the group. I'll send you a link to Shane's database. Maybe he has it there. I think he has a page where he goes over this, because he does a whole model and everything like that. I'm not sure if it's going to be exactly what you want, but this is one of those things that we don't assume to know.
Yeah, but
right, like.
May I?
Essentially, why? How can you not know? Because there's lots of observation data which you could use to analyze where the sun should be.
Yeah.
Does the medium play a part in the calculation? Like, do you need to know the medium?
Yeah, position in the sky we can know. I just want to
clarify this. Do you need to know the medium? Like, does the position of the sun matter, whether it's a vacuum, whether if it's in a fluid medium or a dense medium? Would that change the calculation?
Depends on how much, and yes, yeah. But basically, yes.
Right.
But
so that's what D3 is saying, is that, like, we don't really know. We can't really confirm anything that's going on up there within that medium. So it's hard for us to sit there and say, this is how it is. Like, that would just be fallacious and biased. It's hard to say that. Now, calculating that angle is probably, but all that other stuff is like, how are we supposed to know without actually going there and verifying what the medium is and all that extra stuff? Say this is the real position of the sun versus an apparent. There's no way to say you can't verify that, I can't verify that. All we could do is appeal to what's being said to us with the current narrative. Like, do you agree that there's no way to really verify that at all, like, personally?
If you insist on it personally, yes. But my question is still, why, if you can't say where the sun is and can't say where the sun should appear, why can the globe?
Please, please, please.
No. You misunderstand. You can say where it appears. Remember, the globe thing didn't. You guys didn't even have a globe model until a couple hundred years ago, right? So that prior to that, everyone was doing this, assuming a flat plane. So there's nothing new about tracking where the sun is in the sky. That's not an issue. I'm sure there's plenty of ways that people have done that, and astronomers have done that for thousands of years on a plane, right? Follow?
Halfway.
Historically?
Halfway, yes, but...
Right. So now, do I know personally how to do that? No, I do not. For thousands of years, however, people have done that. So that's not even a question. Well, the mathematics for showing the positions of things in the sky is completely kinematic, right? It works on both the globe and the plane.
No.
Yes. The only thing that doesn't work is what we're saying with the distances, because we don't claim to know the distances.
No, it doesn't work on the plane because...
Yes, it does. You're sitting there saying that for thousands of years, people didn't assume that this place was a plane. You do know that they assumed that this place was a plane, yes?
No, they didn't, but that's another discussion.
You're telling me ancient people did not assume a plane?
They didn't since 2,000 years ago or something.
Did I not just say ancient, my friend?
It's ancient enough, but anyway.
There's no but anyway. It's either a yes or a no, and you're trying to change history here, and that's not happening. People of ancient times did assume that this was a plane. This is why people in your model call them stupid. Oh, they thought it was flat. Ha 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 ha. Right?
Okay,
No, they were not stupid. They knew about all the positions in the sky. They built pyramids to match positions in the sky. So let's not act like this is something that's brand new and we just came up with this and oh, it's not possible. Again, the positions of things in the sky are kinematic. It works both ways. On a globe, you can model it out, and on a plane, you can model it out. None of us in here right now know how to do that, but there are members of this group who are not here who do know how to do that.
Yeah, but they never reply to me on Twitter.
Next
hey,
question.
you know where to find us every Friday, bro. You know where we at?
Yes, yeah, but you're not here. At least not one who's knowledgeable in that.
Well, the guy he's talking about the guy.
You should know that this is possible from history.
We got to arrange it.
Yeah,
Derek knows where we at. He just pulled up now for some reason. He knows that we've been here every single week. So I don't know.
Sacred, I'm posting Shane's a link to one of Shane's pages here. He might have something on here. It's the one with the sun and the moon. It's on your pinned tweet though. It's on your top tweet.
No doubt. Yeah, Derek, go ahead. You got the last word. Hang around too, because I think some people want to talk to you. After you get the last word, we're gonna go to Vodka. I know Christy want to go, but we haven't heard from Alfie yet, and we'll get to you in just a second. Go ahead, Derek. And I do want to ask you too about the Elias effect, but we can get to that.
Because I don't think you have an actual. You can do the same computations as for the globe, but those are globe computations because you take.
So you don't believe in history?
No, I believe in the computations. I just look at what they do. And what they do is they first find out where the sun is on the celestial sphere, and then they turn the celestial sphere around according A to the current time of day, so how far it has turned, and B to your current location. And this turning doesn't make any sense with a flat Earth.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but you're not hearing what I'm saying, bro. Historically, people thought this was a plane.
Yes, and
historically.
And they did
Okay. They did do astronomy back then, my man. Therefore, they had mathematic equations and calculations that tracked all of these things, my man. Okay. So then your argument is what then? You're saying that, oh, it's not possible, you can't do it. Maybe not with the math that you're using. Maybe you need to change some things to do it on a plane, but it was done for thousands of years,
Yeah,
bro. If you're an astronomer, you should know this because these records in astronomy go back thousands of years.
yes, and
Again, the pyramid, if you ever seen the pyramids of Egypt, you should know that the 3 pyramids are lined and laid out specifically to mimic the stars of Orion. All right, so you're talking about people who knew about this stuff, right? And if you look at the Egyptian depiction of Earth, right, you have what we call in the Hebrew, they say it's like the dome, the tent, right? You have the depiction of the woman over the plane, right, with the stars making up her body. Maybe you don't know about that image, but this is the Egyptian depiction of what the heavens are and the earth are.
Yeah, but
I mean,
still,
so yeah,
you don't.
Look, you can't argue. You can't argue with history. It's not like we didn't have astronomers thousands of years ago. So the argument is moot, right from the jump. Next question, please.
No, but we still agree that the globe Earth can compute apparent sun positions and flat Earth can't.
No, with correction. You need corrections and ad hoc explanations because it doesn't work.
Yeah, but I don't see
when you say standard refraction, right? We all know that there's refractive effect.
Yeah, sorry, but the sun is visible and not visible is a difference of half a degree, because the sun is still visible. Apparently, is still visible when it's already under the horizon if you don't have an atmosphere. But that's only a half a degree off. Half a degree is not a big error. There is no computation for flat Earth.
So you do agree that the sun is apparent, and the sun that we actually do see, you need to correct for that. And you attribute atmospheric refraction. And not only do you attribute atmospheric refraction, allowing us to see further when we know in every single other refractive condition that's supposed to limit our vision, right?
That's flat Earth.
What do you mean that's flat Earth? That's how refraction works, distortion. There's no type of refraction that can help you see further unless you already have distorted eyes, and then you use glasses and that to help you see further. But this is not. No. What do you mean no? You have glasses in your profile right now. It's helping you to see further because your vision is distorted already.
It has me correct.
Right? You have bad vision. You put on glasses to help you see further, but that's only because you have bad vision. There is no other case where you can have refractive effects that is allowing you to see further. That was the point.
Yes.
But on top of that, what I was also saying is that the standard refraction, all you're doing is manipulating the radius of the Earth, correct?
You can formulate it like that, yes.
Right. So what you're doing is you're saying, hey, this is the radius of the Earth, which is supposed to be 3959. And then when things are observed too far, you're saying, it's actually disappeared, but it's because of refraction. So let's take the globe and let's flatten it. And when you flatten it, you extend the radius, 7/6R. So all you're doing is you're flattening the Earth. Funny that this is called Flat Earth Fridays. But you're flattening the Earth to get the desired outcome, bro.
No.
You just agreed to it.
Yes.
It's a bonehead argument from the face of it. We don't even have to get into details. He's saying that that flat Earth has no calculations to track what's in the sky. It's like, bro, they did this for thousands of years, assuming a plane. What the heck are you even talking about?
You have no.
It makes the
you have no calculations.
Zero sense, dude. Go back and study ancient astronomy. What are you talking about? They all assumed a plane.
You are Flat Earth Friday. You're talking.
Those are the calculations.
Please don't interrupt me. You're doing this for 2 years now, and you still have no computation.
Yeah, I'm posting a picture right now that's predicting a solar eclipse.
This dude is a bone. This dude is a bone, bro. He's an educated bonehead.
Nah,
He's
let's not
not
attack.
gonna
Let's not
understand what I'm
attack. Let's
saying.
not attack. Let's not attack. We're not gonna do that because he ain't attacked us. He be like that on the timeline, but until he bring that shit over here, we gotta chill.
All right.
So I do agree that there should be a way to do this, Derek, but you also conceded that we would need to know the parent position or the medium. We need to know the sun's composition in order to say this is the actual whatever the case is. But however, I did post a picture, a tweet from Gene. He had tweeted this last night. It says eclipses predicted on a flat Earth in the 1800s, and apparently there's a log of how to predict these luminaries in the sky and the positions over a flat plane. They got images and everything.
That's just the predictions, and they are mapped onto a Gleason map. That doesn't mean that's flat Earth predictions.
I mean, it's on a flat depicted plane, right?
Yeah, but
and
that doesn't.
And they're predicting all the positions, and you saying that they wasn't able to do that. Now, I'm not saying, look, let me be clear. I'm not saying that this is actually how the flat Earth is depicted, because I'm under the assumption that they took the flat Earth, they they wrapped it around a ball, right? And that's why they have all these different distortions and why they have to use specific coordinate systems and corrections because it doesn't work. And then we got the Gleason map, which is basically taking that ball and is flattening it out. So there's like 2 or 3 transformations going on right here. But what I'm saying is that they're showing that these observations in the sky are predictable, even when you take this globe and you flatten it out. So I wish that we would have a coordinate system that wasn't pushed onto us in the 1700s, but that's just what happened. And all the corrections is built into that. All the calculations are already built into this coordinate system with corrections, coordinate corrections, and atmospheric corrections. You know why? Because it doesn't work. You need to manipulate the radius in order to make it work, bro. I don't think that you should have to do that.
You're misrepresenting that.
No, that is what it is. It's 7 over 6 what? It's 7 over 6 what?
Yeah, but
it's 7 over 6 what? So all the audience can see, because you're saying I'm misrepresenting it. So tell the audience what the standard refraction is. 7 over 6 what?
No, wait.
What is it?
Yeah, you have the radius of the Earth.
So it's 7 over 6 times the radius, right?
Yes.
So why are you telling me I'm misrepresenting if I just said exactly what you said?
Because you're just saying they are flattening it. What's happening here is that you have the radius of the Earth, and you have the radius of the light of your rays of vision. So how far how strongly the light is reflected in the atmosphere, and that's
I hear what you're saying. You're saying this is how refraction works, and we account for this by a standard equation by 7 over 6r. But there's only 2 things that can happen when you manipulate the radius by 7 over 6r. You can either make the globe bigger, or what else?
No, you can. It's just a tool to have an easier measure.
I understand what it's used for, Derek. I understand what it's used for. You're saying there is refractive effects. Not everybody is going to be out every single day taking account for every single refractive effect that's happening, the refractive index, the precipitation, all the moisture. Like there's a bunch of things that you need to account for in order to get the actual refractive effects. So they use a simplified equation as a guesstimate. And they do this by multiplying 7 over 6, not 6 over 6, because 6 over 6 would be a 1-to-1 ratio. That means you would not have to manipulate the radius. But that's not what they do. You
won't have refraction.
Right. Well, you won't be using refraction in that equation. But what they're using in that equation is 7 over 6r, which means you are making the radius bigger. So what I'm asking you, when you make the radius bigger, and maybe I'm not considering something, but it seems like the only way to make the radius of the Earth bigger, for anybody who doesn't know what the radius is from the center of the perceived globe to the surface. The center of the ball to the surface, that's the radius. they multiply that by 7/6, not 6/6.
Yes.
That means they're making the radius larger. When you make the radius larger, it seems there's only two possibilities. Either you are making the globe bigger or you're flattening the globe. When you flatten the globe, that extends the radius while still keeping the actual value of it, so to speak.
No, the only purpose of this formula is to easily compute how far you can see with refraction.
I understand the purpose of it, Derek.
Yes.
Don't ignore my acknowledgement. I understand why you multiply 7/6R. In a real life situation, if I gave you a ball and I said, make this ball radius 7/6R, there's only two ways that you can do a real life manipulation of the radius. One way is to somehow make that ball bigger by 7/6R. The other way would be to flatten it. Therefore, you would be stretching the radius in one direction. Do you agree that in a real life situation, if you're multiplying 7/6R, which is the radius, the only two real life situations that can come out of that is you're making the ball bigger or you're flattening it? Do you agree with that in a real life situation?
Yes, but that's not what you're doing.
Okay, cool. I understand that. But as long as we find common ground, that's what would have to be happening in real life, that you would be manipulating the radius of the Earth, making it bigger or flattening it, then that's cool. You're just saying we're manipulating the radius for simplicity, because if we create a line of sight to the object, then we can keep our globe. That's all you're doing. You're creating a line of sight to something that doesn't have a line of sight as a prediction. So that's it. That's just the simple way of putting it. I'm just explaining it like this so everybody that's listening can understand, because you told me that I was misrepresenting what was actually happening. And I just walked you through this. And you got physicists in your bio, and you agree with everything that I just said. So after you told me that, I misrepresented, you just sat here and agreed with, you just sat here and agree with everything I just said, Mr. Physicist.
Yes, but it sounds like you're making, like you're saying the globe is actually a bit bigger or flat or something, and that's not what anybody is claiming.
I know, but I'm just saying in a real life situation, that's what happens. Okay, cool. I don't know if you want to get the last word. Let's go to Vodka, and I think it was Alfred and Christy. Then we'll go to Stu. You have anything else you want to add there?
No, not really.
Okay, I appreciate
it. Battery is low anyway.
They try to get a charge, because I feel like they want to talk to you, so don't go nowhere, bro. Hold on, Christy. I see. Go get your plug, man. I know you're not a cyborg like me, but go get your charge. Vodka, go ahead before Derek has to dip out of here. Vodka, you there? Vodka soda, going once, going twice, and Alpha, you up?
I was just about to ask him one question. If the water is floating downward, like when water falls, how can this be that the river of
Did you even get a mic?
Does it sound bad?
Go ahead, Derek. Just answer his question real quick, because this man do not know how. Are you on PC or are you on your mobile device?
I'm on mobile device.
So you see everybody with their hands up?
Yeah.
So why don't you?
How do I do?
Okay, so that's what it is. I knew there was a miscommunication. So do you see that there is a heart or some type of a heart emoji or something in the bottom that got a plus or something? You see that?
Yeah.
And do you see where you could put your hand up like this? You see my PFP?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how you do it. So you got to mute up and put your hand up, and we will get directly to you. Let me get my other co-host.
Okay.
All right. So, and I see you, bro. I'm not going to skip you. I see you. All right, let's go to Alpha, then Chrissy, and then we'll double back to you, Center, after that. And I see you, Civil, but Center was waiting before. Go ahead, Alpha, if you're there.
I guess I'll. My previous question is a little bit off topic. This current refraction thing. I guess I'll throw a question at Derek about refraction and how it would act if you. And I guess I'll give this example. If you were to take a stone and throw it over a lake, right? To spin this stone or throw it out in the lake. Normally we can see, of course, the stone will skip off the water, right? Skipping stones. And you can bounce a laser off of the water. And SciComm endlessly screams refraction, refraction when you're seeing this bending, always with a premise, the presupposition and premise that light automatically bends down and curves down with the Earth when it's, particularly when it's coming in from quote unquote space, instead of actually bouncing off the thick and increasingly thicker atmosphere as you go down, which is actually opposite of experiments that we can do. The light would be more apt to bouncing off of the atmosphere, not entering the atmosphere and then hard curving down. And if there was refraction, the refraction would go both ways, not only one way, as what their model claims. So perhaps Derek can speak on that. Thanks.
I don't quite know if I know the actual question. Refraction has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe or not, but the refraction just comes from the pressure gradient in the atmosphere, because the atmosphere is denser further down, and the light gets slightly slower, so the light always bends downwards.
But if you actually made a laboratory experiment, instead of just invoking this ball model, and you actually did an experiment and you're talking about refraction, in an actual lab, refraction goes all ways. It doesn't magically only go the one particular way that you claim it would go, and then let's ignore all of the other different directions that refraction would actually work. And that's exactly what the ball trolls do, is they claim, they always invoke refraction, but it's only for the one particular direction, and that's down, and it continues downward, and conveniently downward with their curve calculations.
I can't hear anyone, I'll drop out.
So conveniently downward with their curve calculations. How convenient is that when actually in lab experiments it's completely different to that? And I haven't yet heard the flat Earth people catch in on this one yet, and that's why I bring it up. So I've seen this endlessly. The ball trolls invoke this, and the flat earthers seem to not have thought of this one yet. So I've just been watching the ball trolls endlessly catch themselves on this. And it's surprising that not everybody is bringing this up, because you can see in laboratory experiments and in real life physics everywhere, refraction does not go only one way, and it certainly does not go only their one convenient model for their convenient a ball model. That's not how refraction works. So they invoke this, but it's completely against scientific experiment in a laboratory environment. And if they're going to claim refraction works the same in every single direction. So you would have this refraction phenomenon seen in every single direction, up, down, left, right, sideways, everywhere, not only in one particular place.
Still human.
Go ahead, Derek. You can respond. You can respond to that, because if you're a physicist familiar with laboratory experiment, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Actually, no, because I don't know what experiments you're talking about. Because refraction, light always bends to the denser medium, and on Earth, the denser medium happens to be on the ground, so it's always bending downwards.
Hey, would you happen to know what angle it bends downwards? For example,
It doesn't.
One.
No specific. The angle depends on the specific conditions. So if you have it, like when we go from air to glass or something, then there's Snell's law or something which you can use to compute the outgoing angle from the incoming angle. But in the air, it's not that the refraction is happening at a specific height, but it's a continuous process while it's traveling through the gradient and the density.
Right. So one thing that to add on to what he was talking about with scientific experiments, one thing that I haven't seen is refraction of light from one end. I've seen a lot of people do refraction through water and they bend it over a little thing in the middle, right? And that's fine. But what I haven't seen is refraction of light going over a surface, bouncing off of an image on the other side of a curve, and then reflecting that image to a viewer on the opposite side.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what globies claim. So for example, if there's something way off in the distance, right, it's supposed to be down compared to where we stand if it's a globe. Let's say it's 100 miles away, but we see it and it's level. They all claim refraction is elevating that thing, but I've never seen that demonstrated in an experiment ever.
I'm sorry, but I cannot really follow that without some picture or something. And also
okay, imagine you're on Earth.
Yes?
You're on Earth. You look out 100 miles in a camera. You can zoom in. You can see something there, level, right? You see the bottom to it, or almost to the bottom to it, right? You see it. It's there. There's a specific curvature that the Earth has over 100-mile distance, right? So that thing should be well down over the curvature, but we're seeing it level in the camera. Now, the claim that I've come across with many people in these spaces is that refraction is hitting that object in the distance. Light is hitting that object in the distance and refracting up over the curve to the camera, to your eye. And it appears level, but it's not actually their level. It's refracting up. The light is refracting up and it's uplifting that image. And what I'm saying is I've never seen that demonstrated in the lab anywhere, where you have light hitting something on one side of a curved surface, right? So let's say we put a curved surface at the bottom of a large tank of water, right? I have never seen someone see that object on one end of that curved surface from the other end of the curved surface due to refraction. I've never seen that.
First of all, you need to put some water in.
Magic beam. It's the magic beam.
Now if you want to do it in a lab in the tank, then you need much more refractions than you have in the air. So you need to do the sugar water trick to get enough
sugar
refraction.
Water, right?
And I think I have seen this been demonstrated somewhere, but I'm quite sure I cannot find that.
I can do that experiment. I can do that experiment in a small experiment, but that does not mean that the Earth is a ball. That is not an exclusion.
No, it's
a thing.
Well,
no, it doesn't.
Well, here's the thing. I've seen it done where they bend light, like they'll fill it with the sugar water, and they'll have a curved surface at the bottom of this tank, and they'll beam light, a little laser light, which is not what we have on Earth, by the way. And they'll put a little laser light, and it'll curve slightly, right, from one end to the other, so it'll make it over that thing. But what I'm saying is, we never see the image from the other side.
Yes, but
from light reflecting off.
Basically, you just need to. You cannot, because it's all on YouTube. But basically, you just need to put something at the laser position on the one side, and look into the tank from the other side. Then you would see that. And I don't know if anybody has done that demonstration.
No. We don't need a laser. I don't know if you're following. We don't need a laser. What we need is something, right? A little object on the let's put a little toy mountain, right? Put a little toy mountain on one side of this curve, and have light focused on that thing, that little object, that little mountain, and then walk to the other end and look from the bottom of the tank and see if that thing is visible over the curve that you have between you and it. That has never happened.
But basically, the laser already shows you that you could see that.
No, not laser.
Yeah,
You're missing
but
the point.
laser.
I understand we can bend lasers. We don't have lasers out in the real
lasers
world,
also
right?
only do light. So the light from the laser takes the same path as any other light from the place where the laser is.
Yeah, again, you're missing the point. We don't need a laser for this experiment. What we need is a little mountain on one side of a tank, separated from the other side by a curvature at the bottom of the tank, mimicking the Earth's curve. You understand? And then we need to have maybe a flashlight or spotlight shining on that object, and we need to be able to see that object over the curvature from the other side of the tank. This does not happen. The light would need to refract. It needs to hit that object, refract over the curve to my eyesight. That's the claim that people are making that is happening on Earth.
That's what's happening in the tank, and the laser shows you that.
No, it's not. I would love for you to show me an experiment where they film something on the other side over curvature with just a spotlight on it, and it's bouncing light over this curvature and producing an image that's level. I would love to see that, because that's what you're claiming.
They might possibly have something like that, and that could be made with the right type of fluid and the right type of laser, but that's a clearly manipulated.
Again, not a laser.
Let me finish.
We're not talking about bending lasers here.
Hear the person out. So that an experiment like that could be made, but that's a fabrication that's not actually relative to the same physics. So what will happen is the ball trolls they'll go and make an experiment like that, and then they're going to shove it in the flat people's faces, saying, see, and that is not actually relative. Even though we could cook that experiment up in a lab, we couldn't actually make that happen. But that is so outside of the actual parameters of the light frequencies that we're using. There's
right,
and the thickness and the features of the gases in the atmosphere that would be used.
This I understand.
So they will use
this I
they'll
understand.
use that to manipulate against the flats, just like they've done with many other experiments. So, but we could actually make something like that happen.
Well, see, they would only be able to throw it at us if it works, right? So what I'm saying is most likely it's not going to work even with sugar water. And let's say it did work with sugar water, well, then they would have to find a way to reproduce it with atmosphere. It's not, it's not. There's no way.
Yeah, you need a lot of atmosphere. That's the problem with that.
Yeah, you can fill tanks with steam and gases and things of that nature. I'm sure they can find a way to mimic atmosphere in a tank.
I'd like to ask Derek another question about if you're, as Neil deGrasse Tyson said, if you're in a plane very high up in the atmosphere, looking out, and he said that stuff is flat. You'll never see any curvature of the Earth, even from the ISS. You're too close to the Earth still, so you'll never see that. And the effects of the pictures are obviously due to fisheye lenses that NASA's using, etc. And but a number of the ball trolls point to what appears like a curvature, a curved line way out in the distance, a quote-unquote horizon, curving what appears to look like it's down and away on the left and right-hand side of the picture, instead of being completely flat across, like many flat earthers say, indicating a conal line of sight at a maximum distance that you would be able to see in all directions in 360 degrees, which would then appear to look like a circle, which would then look like a curve, because you see only a certain distance in every single direction at 360 degrees around you. And looking at that at a faraway distance, that will appear to be a curve in the distance and look like a quote-unquote curved Earth horizon at a distance. I've never seen any flat earthers talk about this, which is a very important thing. And you see the ball trolls go crazy on them over this. I would like to ask Derek why he thinks that what is that phenomenon actually caused by, where we're clearly seeing a delineation of light and the features of light where it's not traveling, it's clearly not traveling at an infinite distance. There's something happening there. Let's hear from Derek, the physicist, what
I'm
he
not
claims is actually happening
sure where you got the infinite distance from, but the horizon, according to the globe, I'm talking to according to the globe, the horizon is some distance away. It's also slightly below eye level. And the horizon actually means a dividing circle. It's a circle around you, because if you're on an island, if the horizon is the same distance all the way around you, and it divides the sky from the water. That's where the name comes from. The horizontal came later, and because it's slightly below you, you're looking on the circle line from slightly above, and which means it's very slightly curved. And the more up you go, the more pronounced the curve will be. And the problem is you cannot see that with the naked eye, at least not while you're on Earth, and still not really from a plane, maybe from the ISS. And Neil
Well, it seems like you haven't done the math that Neil deGrasse Tyson has done and announced all over television everywhere. One of the top physics communicators in the world on all the news. He says you will never see any curvature from the ISS because you're way too close to the Earth, and that stuff is flat, is his quote, and you can see him saying that on television. And the flats have played that a million times for everybody. Yes. So you haven't done the calculations to see that. But actually, if you do go up high enough, you will not see any curvature. But what you will see is a mirage, you could say, an illusion of curvature, which is what I refer to as the conal, like a cone shape. If you're at the peak of the cone, looking down at the Earth, you will see in a particular distance, a maximum distance, 360 degrees away from you. So in a big circle at the bottom of the cone, in every distance. And you will see that as a maximum. Everything beyond that distance will appear completely black. There would be nothing that you can see. And then it will look like a curve when you're looking left to right. It will look like that there's a curve there, but that's actually an illusion, a feature.
Yes.
And that's what the ball trolls refer to as, look, there's curvature. But actually, you're seeing this conal line of sight which is another feature of convergence of line of sight and the termination of the line of sight, and that's what you're seeing, and very important for all the flat earthers to point out this feature.
Yeah.
And then also then how important is it, those physics dynamics of what is actually happening to the light that results in that. And my last thing, Derek said that nobody said in the right SciComm camp that light is infinite. There was just a guy yelling this for like the last hour and a half before Derek came in. That let's say on a flat Earth, that you would be able to see all of the stars and see everything in an unlimited distance, and you would always see the sun in an unlimited distance, that you could see light forever if supposedly there's a flat Earth. But obviously, light fades in the distance, and it's very strange to watch the so-called physicists not be able to figure this out, because the features of what causes that are very simple. Would love to hear Derek talk about why we cannot see light at an infinite distance, since he just said he never said that. So since you never said why is it specifically in traditional physics models, why can we not see light at an infinite distance? What are the dynamics that make that happen? Thank you.
Yeah, after this, we're gonna get to the hands because they've been patient.
Sorry, but the infinite distance thing is a bit complicated. You can see arbitrarily far as long as the light is bright enough. And nothing is in the way, but it's that was a wall of textures, and I cannot formulate a coherent answer to all of that.
Okay. Sacred, it was
Yeah,
vodka
so
next, right?
I'm off now. I will be listening later, but
Yeah.
I'm off for a few minutes.
Well, we appreciate you for coming through, Derek. Is there any way you could possibly refrain from not being toxic on the TL? That would be great. If you can't, I do understand. But at least you don't pop on with your chest in spaces. Enjoy your
Well,
lunch.
yeah, he did at first. That's why I came at him. But he's been calmed, since then. So it's been nice have a conversation.
Okay,
We appreciate you,
goodbye.
bro.
All right, Derek, don't be toxic.
I think they get a kink out of it. Like somebody was telling us. Did Vodka wake up?
I don't,
Vodka, no
I
chaser.
don't think so. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think Vodka's here. You might have to drop him.
Civil.
But I don't know if Christy or Sinner was up. Then we're gonna get to Civil because we have from me and Glow in a minute. I'll be right back, y'all. Y'all got it.
I was gonna say let Center go because Center been trying to get their thought out.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Let's do that.
Chrissy keeps waving. She's like, these dudes ain't speaking. Let me speak. Go ahead, anybody. I guess jump in.
So does everybody understand the conal line of sight and how the ball trolls
Yes, bro.
are?
Dude,
Yeah.
this is something I tried to talk about like 2 hours ago with
Bro,
Alan.
what's happening? Why everybody dropping out? What's going on?
hold on, yeah. Center, go.
Oh, I was just about asking one simple question. I'm right now outside. Maybe my voice sounds a little bit weird. So I'm from Germany, but I'm not German. And I was about asking if the rivers are floating downwards on a globe model. So when the water floats downwards, how can it be that the river of Nile in Africa is floating from south to north?
Nile.
How can this be?
Yeah.
So I know it's not a question that's affect the topic, but it's a really simple question. How can this be that the river is floating from south to north?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what science says about that. Has anybody ever looked that up?
Because the Earth is flat, obviously, man.
Both saying it's not.
Yeah, I remember reading about that like years ago, man.
Yeah, because
I don't. Science says
this
about it
is in
though.
Africa and it's above the equator, so it actually needs to float
Right.
down from north to south, but it floats from south to
Don't
north.
they say it's not?
It's one of the few rivers
Yeah.
on the world that does this. And it's in Africa, it's close to
Mhm.
Alexandria and Egypt. So it's just confusing because when the Earth is a globe, it's impossible from the water to float upwards from the south to north, especially when it's close to equator, above the equator. So it just makes no sense. So it's for me, this is simply the biggest proof that the Earth is flat.
Yo, Chrissy, what up?
So I was trying to get the Derek earlier because he said we don't have the mathematics for a flat Earth. No, you don't know the mathematics for a flat Earth. There actually are engineers that know the mathematics for a flat Earth. They work for Chaos Group, for Autodesk, for Maya and Blender, because the environment in any 3D model rendering software is the same, and it's based on a flat Earth. So they know where to put the sun, how big the sun should be, what the reflection is, what light is, what light pollution is, what are atmospheric conditions, and everything in between. They do know it because they gave us options to manipulate them in real life conditions. So there is mathematics for flat Earth. It's not something you get to know in school. It's something that they researched to create this software. So they are. I use them every day, and it's flat. As to the second, because right now they were talking about this other topic, the one with the sinner said, the question.
Oh, the
Yeah, could you rephrase it so I can use the word, because my English is kind of losing me right now.
Yeah, my English is bad too. I'm trying my best.
Okay,
No, you guys are good. You guys are good.
so you
Yeah.
asked about
I
just
like that. The Globies claim that AutoCAD and Fusion 360 don't exist. Apparently, nobody's using them.
that's a joke. That's a joke.
Yeah, his argument that whole argument had no basis, just based on the fact that they've been doing this for thousands of years and assuming a plane. So
Also,
Yeah,
mapping
that
the sky,
dude Drake, he was
tracking
weird,
that.
right?
also,
It-
the size of the size of the sun dictates the direction in their equation, the distance in their equation. So it's
yeah,
all
I know.
relative to each other. So there's nothing empirically proven any which way in the standard model, the one that has been researched to death since the Greeks, right? In their
Right,
models, they know
right.
shit. Okay, so how could we know in ours when we're a bunch of misfits on a platform?
Also, when you watch closely, the sun goes towards the west, and so does the moon, kind of. So how can this be the moon in the front of the sun by the sun eclipse? That makes no that makes no sense. Sorry.
I wanted to answer your previous question, but I have a log. I can't remember one of the words you used. I hear it in my own native language, and I want to
No,
confirm right.
I say the river of Nile in
Yeah.
Egypt from to Alexandria is floating from south to north.
Oh, okay.
And it's
Yeah,
above
yeah,
the equator, and it's impossible from the water
yeah.
to float upwards.
I know
Can I
what they
expand on that?
say. I know what they say. They say that it's the topographical map, that it's
the
coming
land,
from
yeah,
a higher
sloping.
elevation. But in reality, if you calculate the elevation from Aswan to the Mediterranean Sea, it's not bigger than the radius of the Earth, so it still shouldn't happen. It, the
Yeah,
Nile
So,
shouldn't
that was
work
what
the way
made me
it does.
They
confusing
also
about
say
this
it's due
topic.
to the Earth's rotation.
can I expand on that Nile River for a quick second?
Sure.
Sure.
You'll find in a book authored by a guy named Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma. It's on page 442. And he describes that the ancients used the Nile River as reference to the earth being flat because of the way it ran. And then later on in the book, in page 850, you'll find that they talk about the square and the compass and what they're used for. The square is used to measure the earth and the plane. The compass is used to measure the celestial sphere above their heads. And that's the way it is in that book from 1946. Albert Pike, he was an 18th century who's who, for better words or less. And he's got a monument in Washington, D.C. So it's very interesting that he points out that they held an order, not chaos, but an order to the square and compass and the Nile River presenting Earth being flat.
Interesting. Yeah, that's pretty
Fascinating.
cool.
Very interesting.
Yo, Alpha.
Yeah.
The thing that you were talking about, I was trying to talk about that earlier, and I got cut off, and I just never came back to it. But I'm so with you on that. It's one of the things I've been bringing up lately too. Is when you go straight up from Earth into space, right? Like when you see it on a rocket, right? They film it, they live stream it. The horizon, you're what you're seeing, it doesn't change. Like you just said, it becomes extended, but it's still a horizon. So what you think is a curve is the limit of the vision, and it's not actually the curve, because it's still an apparent horizon.
Right,
Just
that's
because
right.
you go off the Earth doesn't mean it changes,
Right, because you can only see so
right?
far in every direction, and
Exactly.
that's X amount of kilometers. Let's just call it 400. Let's say 400 kilometers at that point. Let's just pick a number, and
Right.
but it's 400 kilometers at 0 degrees at 12 o'clock, and it's 400 kilometers at 6 o'clock, and 400 kilometers at 3 and 9. So any direction you look, it's the
Right.
same, and that will appear to be a giant circle out at your distance, and it'll be black beyond that. You won't be able to see anything past that, and that's very clearly what you can see. And so that's very
Yep.
important for the flat earthers to talk about this and rebuke the globetrotters on this. These globe trolls, ball trolls, I guess I like to call them. These abusive, so many abusive people in that camp, and that's important. And then another thing, I would like to see the flats clean up a little bit. Is they say that the horizon always rises to eye level, but actually there is a difference, and of course there is. If you took, say for an example, a piece of paper, or many pieces of paper, A4, and you put them end to end, all the way across the room, or even just on a low down to a wall, and you drew a line at a little stick man and his eyesight level, and all the way across the entire room, you have that line, and then you walk your stick man up 10 floors up the wall, and then you drew the line all the way out his eye level. The ground, actually, if you go very far, that same point will actually drop in his vision. It'll look down, and there will be a drop of the actual horizon, even if it's incredibly far away. There is an actual drop, and you will actually see this drop if you go up in a building, even like 8 stories, 12, 14 stories. If you try this yourself, you will see a drop. It does drop lower down. There is that effect, and from a plane also there's that effect. So that's important to note as well, just for the point of accuracy. But clearly there's a big discrepancy. If you run this in a Fusion 360 or an AutoCAD program, the ball model, there should be far more significant a drop than what you can see just by sending up an atmospheric balloon to the 0 psi line at 120,000 feet. On the ball model, it should be apparent that there's a radical drop that clearly is not seen. There's some videos that some other
in all directions.
Right.
The horizon
in all
never
directions.
drops.
Yeah, I was going to say
Never
that the horizon
drops.
never drops.
It's relative to your eyesight.
It does drop some.
No.
It's a slight. This is why I was saying approximately eye level when I was talking before, because it's a very super subtle lowering of it.
It's an optical illusion due to your misconception of 3D space. Because you're higher up.
Even in the software, you can see this on an x-axis. You can see that.
Can you please? Because you believe you're at the higher point, you believe the horizon has dropped. The plane, the Earth plane, could be down as a point of reference on X or Y axis from you. But the horizon is at the eye level. It doesn't matter if it's 1,000,000 miles up or 1,000,000 miles down. The horizon is the infinite plane where all parallel lines converge in perspective. That rises with the observer. The observer sees the horizon. The horizon doesn't move, and the ground plane is infinite. In all software, whether it's AutoCAD, 3D Max, Maya, Blender, whatever, it's infinitely flat. That's how we work. That's how we operate. That's how we build. That's how we create 3D. That's how they created everything you see from even the
So it
He
sounds
just
like
broke up.
So we got caught in the matrix.
The voice is
Yeah,
gone.
sounds
Yeah,
like
we
you're
just
right
lost
there.
Yeah, caught.
But also software
Yeah,
is different than reality because software has a limitation. and it's an artificial construct, the computer screen of what it's showing you. So it's going to show you an eye level in the software because it has no other choice unless you program something in. But what we actually observe with the naked physical eye, if you go up in a building, and again, you cannot see an infinite distance, and light does not travel an infinite distance. And as was what was discussed here earlier, there's a number of people discussing subluminal light speeds and these kind of things as well. So light is electromagnetic in nature, and since it's electromagnetic in nature, of course it's not going to travel an infinite distance because that's not how electromagnetic frequency works. It doesn't work that way. It works how electromagnetic energy works. It doesn't work how this fiction of whatever SciComm claims how it works. No, it actually works how it practically works, which is very different to what they claim it works in these astrophysics theoretical models, these religious constructs that they cooked up, and they're drunkenly, just trying to defend their orthodoxy. So a computer is going to show one thing because there's no way for it to show anything else. It's going to build a construct of a center line, infinite horizon to your eye, but software is not reality. So I'd encourage all of the.
But you're actually false there.
So
that's actually false.
Okay, let me finish this sentence. I'd encourage all the flat earthers to just go find a tall building near to you that's like 10 stories or whatnot and look directly out, and you're going to find out, wow, actually it's not exactly at eye level. It is
he's right.
It is a significant drop, and it's important to do these experiments.
You can't discern that with your eyes. You can discern
that with your eyes, and that's why I'm telling you.
You can't discern that with your eyes.
So instead of
you need a measuring device.
And trying to discern it with your narcissism, go up in a building like the person just told you and try it instead of just narcissism.
Can I ask what does that
I've been on over 300 flights.
And you've never looked once in your life.
I've been in over 300 flights. Bro, I've been on over.
This had nothing to do with narcissism, man.
So don't tell me to go 10 stories up. I've flown in a plane more than 300 times. And every time you're in a plane, you look dead straight across. You see the horizon. With your naked eye, you cannot see the drop of the horizon. You need a theodolite or something like that to see a drop. And also a theodolite can sometimes, and actually quite often, show that the crosshairs are below the horizon. Even George Netanyahu, or whatever his name was, who was a surveyor, admitted that the crosshairs will sometimes or quite often be below the horizon, not above the horizon.
Yes.
So it's just false. The horizon is at your eye level. It always is.
No, it's not. It's completely dishonest. And anybody can think about this for a second. If you took a tripod and put it in the center aisle of the plane, and then you have the window at the plane, you have it perfectly level with the window, and you put a second tripod sitting there with a tiny eyesight there that the camera has to focus on and look out, all you're going to be looking at is sky. There's no horizon there. It's a dishonest claim. And these kind of people saying this kind of stuff, I think these are PSYOP operators.
Alpha Omega, can I ask you something?
I think they're PSYOP operators trying to give people
Alpha Omega, can I ask you something?
Just a disagreement. It's no conspiracy.
This is why when people say these kind of things, look, instantly the person is shouted down by 2, 3, 4, 5 voices, making sure to try to drown these people out. What's going on? I mean, there are PSYOP operators trying to control.
Look, Alpha, I watched many military operation videos from the U.S. military where they were flying very, very fucking high, and it's not the way you describe it. It's always rises to the eye level. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah,
I don't want to attack you, but can you maybe describe it a little bit better so I can understand?
I got you, guys. I'm sorry, but Alpha Omega is right on this one. All right. I look at the ocean. I look at the ocean all the time. All right. I live next to the sea. And I live on the 11th floor. Okay, so I have a clear shot of the ocean. When I'm looking straight out, okay, guys, if you keep your eye straight out, the ocean, that horizon is slightly beneath where you're looking. It's very close, but to say that
like you're talking about when you're on a building, right?
That's what he
So
said. He said go up. That's what he said. He said as you go up, it does drop
yeah.
slightly.
And on a
Yeah.
flat Earth, of course, that's what you would see. That's exactly what you would see in a flat Earth. So
Yeah.
why are
But
the
on a globe model, it
why
needs
would the
drop in two different directions,
why would
right
any
and
of the
left.
flat Earth
He said that too.
So why would any of the flat Earth people ever be fighting against that when that's exactly what you would see on a flat Earth? So
It's
there are
not,
controlled opposition people fighting against the real actual information coming out in physics at deeper levels, peeling behind us. They're trying, right?
don't
There
just say
are a
people
number
are
of things.
controlled up because they don't agree with you.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't need to be a conspiracy.
There's much more to it than that. Obviously, I mean, look at the throngs of controlled opposition endlessly trying to attack these poor little flat Earth people. Look at the effort that's gone into it against these people. I mean, it's like nothing else in the world other than fraudvid.
I mean, if you just throw the word hyperbolic eyesight at them, they make claims that it doesn't even exist. It's literally how far out of the way and uneducated they are about their own surroundings. Because see, in your first instant, before you even go to an instrument to take a measurement of an observation, your eyeball is curved. And they've known that since the dawn of time. And what they've done is they measured the eyeball and they reversed engineered the measurements of the eyeball and put it to your perspective out in front of you. That's tangible. They can measure that. And they can know how it works hyperbolically. And you have to admit that your observation where the horizon, which is sky meets ground at your perspective, that's all the horizon is, which means it's very arbitrary and it's subject to change.
Wait, but this gonna argue against that the horizon is rising with your eye level, right?
I mean, by law, it has to.
This is going argue about like against that the eye level, like the horizon is rising with your eye level, because when you're going higher and the horizon is falling down, even if it's not in a globe curvature from left to right, where it looks like a ball, but it's still flat. But when it's falling, but it's against the statement that he said before, and I said it before too, that the horizon is rising with your eye level. Then this goes against it, right?
Well, no,
no. It rises up at approximately your eye level. It's just slightly off. That's
right.
But I mean, for all intents and purposes, when you just glance out, it's right there.
The reason you're going to end up with variances is, okay, the higher you go up, obviously, the further you're going to see outward, right? Once you get out there in that 1,000 yard plus range, right, things are converging. That's your natural eyesight, and it converges to center.
Wait, so you want to tell me that Spanish dude, Giamma, or whatever his name was before, he was actually not right about the curvature, but he was right about the horizon?
I wasn't here, so I didn't get to hear that conversation, but I know that the optical observations that I've been making over the last 9 years, testing my observation in the eyesight, things level out. The bottom of your eye, okay, brings your eyesight up.
Yeah.
The top of your eye brings it down. They meet in the middle of your eyeball.
Exactly, because it's like a half
so
ball,
you
right?
are automatically defaulted to self-center. Your perspective, your observation is automatically self-centered.
Exactly.
With the horizon, automatically. Doesn't matter how high up you go. You go up higher, you're going to see further.
Exactly.
And you're looking out.
So the higher you are, the more further you see, but the horizon is not really rising to your eye level. It's just kind of looks like it's still there, but it's not rising exactly to the eye level as where you were above on the ground.
Okay, I can stand out here on my street, right? And I can look literally about 500 yards down into the lake. The lake is raising up.
Yeah.
And as I start to walk closer towards the lake, I literally watch that lake at the horizon start to dip down below the shoreline. It moves on its own, based off my movement, based off my eyeball. Has nothing to do with a curvature or a bending force downward in front of you. It really
Yeah.
doesn't. You really need to understand hyperbolic eyesight from the eyeball, because we get.
Yeah, it makes sense when you explain it that way.
It's the only.
I think
Somebody's got a hot
everybody
mic.
everybody should just try it. You got to have a building around you somewhere. Please go do this for yourself, for your own experience, to actually see this. Don't only just talk about it on the internet. Just climb up into the local building that's higher than you, 10 floors, whatnot, and just look straight out. Sit behind a table and put your eye level at the table and look out and see if you see any horizon there. When you don't see the horizon there, you're going to be, oh, okay, well, of course it makes sense because I'm higher. Draw a triangle on a piece of paper. Just draw a little stick man on the bottom of the paper, and then
So you want to tell the Earth is a globe?
Draw a building.
Senator, let him finish.
Draw a building and make your little stick man walk up 10 floors and look outside, and you'll have a better angle to be able to see further from being so high up like a bird now. So of course you can see a little bit further out into the distance because now you have that triangular angle, and now that horizon at that point, the same point that you can see the same distance, it's going to look like it's closer to you, right? It's going to be closer along to you in your full distance of what you can see out to the tip of the horizon. But you still cannot see an unlimited distance just because you went up 10 floors or 100 floors. You can't see an unlimited distance. So there's still going to be
that was
a
as I was
horizon line.
saying.
So the horizon line that you can see will extend out more away from you because you're further up, but it is going to be slightly lower. It'll appear lower to you in your visual sight than if you were at the ground, and of course it will. And there's nothing wrong with that. And the flat earthers should embrace that because that's exactly how.
Okay, Alpha, we get it, dog, we get it. Senator,
No, I
what do you
was just asking about it because I was on a high building here in Germany where I am right now, and it kind of looks like the horizon is lower than the eye level. But how do I know how far the eye level can see? Because of course I cannot see infinite with my eyes. So is this the end of the horizon where I see with my eyes from a tall building, the end of the actual horizon, or does it go further away when I look towards a telescope or something like this?
Yes.
Yes,
So
if you have a telescope, you can see further.
Yeah, exactly. The horizon is apparent, right? Your eyesight alone, naked eyesight, has a certain limit. Cameras have a certain limit beyond that if they have zoom, right? So it does go farther. You just can't see it. You can't make it out, right?
But my question is, does it rise or does it go straight to the point where you see it from your stand-up point?
If you increase in altitude, it rises with you, but it's still, even though it's rising with you, it's still slightly lower than perfectly level with your eyesight. You
So
understand?
that means that yeah, I know what you mean. That means that the higher I go, the horizon doesn't rise with my eye level. It still remains flat, but it's going to lower down.
Listen, you didn't. No, you didn't understand. Okay, so look again.
Okay,
listen to what
explain
I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. As you go up, it rises with you. As it rises, it still remains slightly lower than perfect level. So it's not going to drop very much. And what the other guy was saying, I think it was Plain, he was like, you're not going to notice the drop with your eyesight. And he's
something like this,
also right. You're not really gonna notice the drop until like you're way out and like you're approaching space. That's when we see the fake curvature.
Yeah, stratosphere or higher or something.
You can notice it though. If you look for it, if you just go up 10 floors and you look straight out and you look across a table, for example, you notice it. I mean, you just don't think about it in your everyday life. But once
we've
you
been
consider,
over
this. So it's important.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to disturb. I was about just asking because I've seen like military videos from high flying planes, and it looks like the horizon is always like the same level. But I'm not sure. I'm like it might be a fake video.
It looks the same level because you don't notice the change. Like Plain was saying, the change is so subtle you're not gonna notice that it's any lower. It's
And
moving
you don't
very
know the
subtle
angle of the
lower.
plane, right? The plane can tilt any direction,
You
and that's another reason why. It's another reason why I strongly suggest everybody in this room and everyone encourage everyone, just go up 10 floors into a building, guys. It's not that hard, and then you can understand these things a little bit more and how your world works a little bit more. It's not that difficult. Just go up a building and look for
you
yourself,
just need
and you're
to.
going to see this and
Yeah, that's
understand these
interesting to know,
dynamics.
man. Thanks for the
And then
explaining.
and then these lying ball trolls that are so vitriolic towards the flat earth people cannot attack you so much on these kind of things, because you will understand this more from your own personal experience.
No, it's not good. It's not about attacking. I actually like to learn new things, man. That's why I'm here, man.
I've
Yeah, you
actually
just
No,
need
he
to
didn't
have a look at the
said
Red
globe.
Bull jump. When he opened the door, when he was up at his full height, the horizon was still directly in front of him.
Yeah,
Right.
that was the
That's at
point where I was like not
128,000 feet.
sure. But I mean, Red Bull means the Red Bull is coming from Moloch, and Moloch is the old gods from. Yeah, it just literally mean the Red Bull is a Red Bull, half man that like eating the souls of little children. This is like really dark stuff. So, but that's what it's called, Red Bull.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
it is a thing.
And if you're saying that you can see it drop from with your naked eye from just 10 stories, then it would make more sense that from 128,000 feet that it would have dropped significantly, but it was directly right in front, exactly the same level as when he opened the door and stepped in on the ground to when he opened the door and stepped out 128,000 feet. The horizon.
Yeah, that makes sense
Listen,
actually, kind of.
it's not the case. I'll post the image, and you can clearly see that you're looking way down on a way downward angle from the Felix Baumgartner little capsule there. And to look down at the position of the horizon versus where you are on the ground, it's significantly below eye level on a very deep triangle. The fact that you can see the horizon does not mean that it's at eye level. It is not at eye level.
Well,
It's significantly below eye
Okay,
level.
so it's gonna be below you, but it's still gonna be flat, right?
Yes.
Well, it's certainly nowhere near the radical drop that a ball.
Because I heard about it, how
Please,
tall you
can I
gotta
finish?
be.
Every time
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
say this,
Sorry.
I instantly get cut off and interrupted by 2, 3, 4 people. It's like, what's going on? Is this all a psyop? Because this happens every time.
No, I'm just asking you because I was not sure about
And
it.
bro, you're
Okay,
monologuing.
I'll try
You're
again to
monologuing for
finish
minutes.
this.
Yes, you are
Yeah,
monologuing,
dude, you're
man. Like, make
monologuing.
your point quick.
Oh my God, I'm monologuing.
You are
Okay, so
monologuing, bro.
it's ridiculous. Don't be
No, he's
ridiculous.
not. No, keep on talking.
Okay.
Sorry that I disrupt
So
you.
there are videos that the flat earthers have made in 3D visual software showing what the actual ball model drop would be if you rose up to the 0 psi line, which is 120,000 feet, and how much drop off there would be looking in a ball versus what you're seeing out of the Felix Baumgartner shuttle there. And the amount of drop, according to the actual ball model calculations, is radically more pronounced than what you see in the Felix Baumgartner capsule there. So there's no comparison between the two models. So in the Felix Baumgartner video, the world looks like it's from what you can see with the naked eye, it looks consistent with a flat Earth, which is also what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, that stuff is flat. And even when you go higher in the ISS, you still won't see anything about what looks like a flat Earth. However, let's be intellectually honest and learn more and be factually correct. There is a drop, there is a triangular drop there, and that's important to understand that. And unless everybody kind of drops the ideology and really goes after all of these to be totally factually correct things, these ball trolls are just going to continue using every little tiny thing against you guys. And it'd be nice to not see that. Thank you.
I didn't want to disrupt you, but the way you describe it means actually, if the Earth is a globe and you go high enough and the Earth, like the horizon is below you, it could essentially means that if you go high enough, that you could essentially see a curvature. But
Yes.
But if the Earth is flat, I'm not 100% sure, but if the Earth is flat and you go high enough under the horizon is below you, that means that the plane that we're living on is not infinite, but it has an end. Or do I understand it wrong?
It has
Well,
an
you
end
want,
because your vision imposes the end. So what you're going to see is a giant circle.
you won't be able to see that far. The eye has limitations, just like any digital
Right.
camera. There's only so many megapixels in the digital camera.
Yeah.
Before, everything in that last tiny bit of fine resolution will all merge into one pixel, and then you can't merge like 3 or 4 different pixels into one pixel. Your eye is like a digital camera. It only has so much resolution, so you can only fit so much into that image, into those pixels, if you will. So our eye has limits. So SciComm is lying to you, claiming that you can see light at an infinite distance, but that's not how this equipment, the specifications of the equipment of your eyeball actually work. It's impossible. Your eye is not an infinitely magical device that can far outdo its technical specifications for what it can handle or not. There's limitations to this technology, right? You cannot see infinitely everything at an ultimate distance with clarity. That's just, it's ridiculous. There's no camera that can do that.
Right.
So this idea that they claim, oh, you'd be able to see the sun or anything else at tens of thousands of kilometers away from you with pristine quality. I mean, this is just such a joke. I mean, please show us the very first piece of equipment in the world that can perform those kind of specifications. They don't have it. So it'd be nice if the flats can challenge these ball trolls on this absolute garbage. Thank you.
Yo, that makes actually kind of sense, but so from your point of view, when you're high enough, like for example on a military plane, and you have a good camera that can zoom out far away, so you could essentially see more than the eye see, right?
Yes. Especially
So
if
then,
it has infrared.
yeah, I seen videos like this on the internet, but I mean, I didn't make myself, so I don't have the equipment. But how can we trust this? But in today's technology of AI and CGI and everything,
Well,
Also,
that's up to you if you trust it or not.
that's also why we see NASA and these other observatories building these gigantic telescopes with these massive arrays, right? Massive camera arrays and massive interferometers that are spread all over the countryside in Japan so that they can see much further and have all these different angular dimensions that they can collect all this together and be able to quote unquote see much further because they can't see in an infinite distance. That's the issue. They don't even have anything to be able to achieve that technologically comparatively to your eye. Yet then these ball trolls come into these groups and start lying to the flat earth people. Like, oh, if it was flat, you'd be able to see infinitely. Even their $1 billion telescopes can't do that. They can't achieve that. They don't have the technical specifications to do that. So please challenge them on their technical specifications to show that to you guys and bring those materials to show, right, what the angular resolution is of that technology. And it'd be nice if the flats can challenge them to show their the specifications for their signal transmitters and how much electricity they use in these GPS satellites, supposedly that are floating in the sky. How much power draw they're using. What are the specifications of that for them to even send all these signals and wireless internet from those things at this massive distance, at that high fidelity, instantaneously, hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers away through the entire atmosphere, when there's no equipment that you can possibly purchase to even do that on the ground. Thank you. I want to know what that equipment is. You can't buy it. It doesn't exist. Thank you.
That's right. Good points. Those are all good points. In fact, that's basically the silver bullet of the globe. Is they have to explain the radiation, the cosmic rays, how they're taking these observations. They have to bring in radio flux density into consideration, which is how saturated is the atmosphere with light, and it's a measurement. So, their story starts to fall apart when you listen to the narrative as to why you can't make a cell phone call next to a cell phone tower, but you can shoot a signal 25,000 light years away with precision. Just think about that and think about what Alpha said. And it's hyperbolic eyesight. And I know it's an unfamiliar word, and I'll tell you that throws the globe balls out the window. They change the subject, they don't want to talk about it, or they'll just flat out deny it that it even exists. You'll get a nuh-uh. So those are the two things that you challenge.
Yeah, to add on to that, the eyesight with the cameras going up in space. A lot of times, if you watch the live streams, you'll find points in the live streams, especially with SpaceX, because the SpaceX rockets, they go up, they turn, and they come back. So the cameras will actually take different angles on the Earth, and so you'll see the horizon once, when it's facing downwards, the horizon will be curved as a glober would expect it to be. But then as the camera angle changes and it levels out, the horizon becomes flat. And then as it points away from the Earth out towards space, the horizon actually goes concave sometimes. So check out live streams when you can, especially with SpaceX. You'll see that.
Also, I haven't yet seen any of the flats challenge the SpaceX videos. You endlessly see a SpaceX rocket go up, and then all of a sudden you see what looks fairly clear to my eyes. What it looks like appears to be anyway. You can't see very high resolution at that massive distance, but then you see the rocket completely spin out of control as soon as it exits the atmosphere, and then there's no atmosphere to push off on, and there's no gas pressure to keep the rocket stream in one intact little stream that has any PSI on it. So you're in a 0 PSI environment. So then you have the gas splaying out of the exhaust tube of the rocket there. And then it just instantly causes the rocket to absolutely spin out of control. And you see it spinning. And people are like, wow, what's that? And the flat earthers say, oh, look, it hit the dome. Well, that it doesn't look like there's any evidence that it hit anything. But it certainly does look exactly what would occur if you then put a rocket into, zero pressure environment, practically a zero medium environment. Of course, it's going to spin out of control. So it'd be nice to see the flats address that as well, because I haven't seen any of them talk about that, and that is very much in line with their argument that sending rockets to space would quote unquote be impossible. They say because nothing to push against. And here you literally have all these videos of SpaceX rockets going up, and very quickly through their path they spin out of control, and it's a little bit unfortunate to see the flats just completely miss that. That it looks like they're totally spinning out of control because there's nothing for them to push against things.
Actually, to the statement, I gotta say, I'm not sure about this, but the Elon Musk, it kind of looks like he's working for the CIA. So am I thinking maybe he's just simulating?
Whoa, you trying to get the space closed down? Nah, son, don't do that over here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't want to get too much deep into this stuff, but he kind of looks like he's doing this on purpose.
Whoa! You slandering Elon, bro? Come on, we on Elon's platform. We ain't trying to get shut down. We just
I
got the
followed
purple
him
pill.
too. I like him too. He's cool. He's sympathically. But I think he's doing this on purpose, man.
Whoa! How many times I got to stop you before you just stopped? Chill with that.
What would make anybody ever for a second assume that he wasn't involved with them, or certainly part of that, when he's literally running the preeminent ICBM technology and rocket and military missile technology development platform in the United States of America? What would ever make somebody for a second think that his companies weren't absolutely crawling with, and the entire HR departments and so on weren't absolutely crawling with those people? Of course it is. Of course he is. I mean, for anyone to think otherwise is a little bit out of touch with the factors of what's happening in America and with technology internationally, isn't it?
Nobody thinks he's a saint. We don't praise Elon. He's not in someone's shrine. We just can't deduce that he plays the fence in a way. He likes to joke and he likes to play a little too hard for somebody who has these quote unquote space. And on top of our dynamics.
Your voice is cutting out.
Yeah, y'all can hear me. D3,
You're back.
Most people don't go to space. A lot of people don't have space companies. A lot of people don't have that power. So I personally think knows something that he has power set. give him a space. Let him put his satellite somewhere. But yeah, I don't think
Yeah, you're roboting a little bad now. Now we can't really hear you.
Yeah, Prod, I'm not sure if it's on me, but your voice is cutting out. It's like, maybe Alan heard it.
right. My true form is showing. Look, y'all, he got me out my body.
See, that's what. See, you started talking about him, and boom, all of a sudden you cutting out.
Yeah,
Well,
damn, I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna stop with this.
Elon Musk's grandfather was one of the guys running the quote unquote the technocracy, which was a massive political movement, which is completely in line with the Nazi Party prior to World War II, and they were campaigning for and fighting for the total end of democracy, the total end of representative voting, the elimination of voting, and they literally banned all politicians from the technocracy movement. They had over 500,000 paying members in that movement.
Yeah.
All of your prominent leftists, your World Economic Forum type people, all of these social engineers, all of your United Nations and World Economic Forum type people, those were the people who made up the technocracy movement. And there's books written on this. There's massive websites on the technocracy. There's guys that are still going around the independent media and doing presentations and talks about this. And his grandfather was one of the preeminent guys. His father, who has the emerald mine, who he lied that there was no emerald mine, and that now it's been exposed all over both mainstream media and independent media that is the case. His father was deeply in business with the Nazi, elites there, the apartheid regime, the political elites in South Africa. And in the PayPal mafia, you have a number of them collectively together. There's all the kids of these elite politically connected class of the apartheid regime there, sent their kids over and placed a good number of them all collectively in Silicon Valley, in the West Coast, where the Operation Paperclip people in this establishment throughout the west of America were all built up. And Werner von Braun was a very close friend with Elon Musk's grandfather. And Werner von Braun then wrote his book saying that Elon will go to Mars and whatnot. And that's should be no surprise to anybody that Werner von Braun's good buddy, his grandfather, would have known that his father was going to name his son Elon. And then talking about this.
Exactly.
And if, if all of us in this room made a startup together, a company together, we would pass this business down to our kids. Of course we would, and our partners' kids and our best friends' kids. And that's kind of looks like what has been done with Elon Musk, just like what Bill Gates' father did for Bill Gates, and what was done for Klaus Schwab from his parents.
It's called trust, living will trust. Yep, that's what they all do.
This is what they do.
So. LLC, they LLC their names. Everything you see is not really too real. And I'll just give you an example real quick. John Wayne, right? Some of us might have grown up on John Wayne. You might know who John Wayne is, old Westerns, cowboys and Indians. What a narrative.
Hell yeah,
it's
man.
Not even his real name. He's just an actor. So John Wayne's not his real name. We've always been told his name's John Wayne. Well, Ronald Reagan's not his real name either. He was an actor. Donald Trump, he's not a real name. He's an actor. He was an apprentice before he was a president. If you're in front of the mainstream fourth branch of government media, that's state-funded propaganda. Propaganda to the fullest extent.
We got a few new speakers here. We got an Einstein, an Albara, and a CLW.
He wasn't here
Welcome,
earlier
guys.
when
Welcome back.
Einstein was in here.
What'd you
Were
say?
you in here earlier when Einstein was in here?
Yeah, it was funny.
Well,
he's lucky Sacred ain't active right now. Sacred to be on him.
Did he drop down?
Isn't it weird?
I don't know.
To find out.
You know what is funny? The father or the grandfather of the Donald Trump, he was working at the FBI and he was collecting the cases of Nikola Tesla from not only the energy and Tesla coils, but also weaponry that he created.
Right. Isn't it weird that the first globe of Mars was produced in 1837?
Not really, because if you figure that they were following the Copernican principle anyway, then inventing a globe is that's just part of it. So Yeah, I don't think so. They probably had models like that even prior. We just don't have them on record.
Well, it's just interesting that they talk about, going to live on Mars, going to inhabit. We're going to send rockets there. So, I mean, it shows 200 years ago, they're writing scripts back to the Living Will Trust. When America was formed. I mean, it's only 200 years old.
History is a rabbit hole for sure. History is definitely a rabbit hole. What do you think about like Mars and stuff like that? Do you think that's all fake? All of the rover videos and images and stuff?
That's a testing ground for them. I subscribe to the flat earth doctrine of, land on the other side of the ice wall. And I think that their luminaries being reflected off the ground, we can see like a big giant movie screen up in the sky. And those are, like I said, just light refracting points, like hot spots for Wi-Fi coming down off frequency. Because that's why the scientist Tesla said we need to understand frequency. So ancients considered all the luminaries above our heads the original satellite system, meaning they communicate to us. Our body parts, our organs, metals, plants. There is a hidden, visible, invisible spectrum of communication that's taking place that we are unaware of because we are only conscious to 7 spectrum colors. And you guys know that color wheel, the rainbow, etc. But it's also like a dog whistle. You blow the dog whistle, you don't hear that sound, but the dog does. So your kidney doesn't,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's kind of where the planetaries are there. It's related to the light. It's related to the black hole sun doctrine. And if you're not hip to that doctrine, research it. It's a good research.
Yeah, I bet. I've read a couple articles on it, but I haven't dug into that. So so you think that they're not going to Mars?
No, man.
Not the way they're presenting it. No, I definitely agree with the testing grounds. They found an environment where they can set up a camera and be like, this might be what it's like if we ever do get there, right? They fantasize.
Where's
Mickey
Keon at?
Mouse.
Keon, come tell him about the Mars.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Where is Keon? He'd be going crazy right now.
Going to Mars.
You mean there's no
But flat Earth is
So
crazy,
my
so why
question
not?
is, if you can go, and if they could go, then why would they need to recreate the scene here on Earth? Because that's what Keon discovered, that there are actual recreated scenes of Mars here on Earth, and that should be understood.
You mean Devon Island, Canada?
Right.
Devon Island, Mars.
Right. Or how about some places down in Antarctica? Because I mean that's the biggest unexplored territory. The furthest we've ever gone is a place called Dome Fuji, and that's interesting. They call it a dome, and it's interesting that that's as far as we've ever been. But we're going to be able to go somewhere up above through a Van Allen belt. This radiation matter that doesn't exist in a vacuum of space, but we can't go explore a chunk of ice that's 12,000 miles from here.
Well, I'm sure they.
Yeah, because these are natural resources, right?
What's even more interesting, maybe, which people should, I would like to see people's thoughts on this, is you can understand why they would keep us out, but why aren't they going further? Why can't they go further? Right? It doesn't seem like there's evidence that they're going much further. And if that's the case, and there is more, why aren't they? I mean, that is a really interesting question.
Yeah.
If the Earth is infinite,
going on there.
You go ahead.
I'm finished.
Like I was about saying, if the Earth is infinite, the first question is, of course, why would they not show this to us? So maybe there is something there that they don't want to see it. So that's a point where you think even if the Earth is flat, it might have an end, and if not, and if it's infinite, then why didn't anybody in the last 100 years manage to surpass, the Antarctic circle? So it just makes no sense. Of course, there's military people there and they're guarding it, but there would be 1 or 2 people that go past it. So
no, it gets very difficult once you get down towards that level. The seafaring capabilities, it's really treacherous.
See,
Things don't work down there like they do in the rest of the oceans.
Sharon did an interview
Sinner has-
with this guy who was a SpaceX captain, an ex-SpaceX captain, and that guy was saying like that in his opinion and his like what he saw mountains instead of an ice wall. He saw mountains and signs that stated like, hey, once you go past this point, you know, what you see stays between you and God at that point. And I kind of believe that if there were outer lands and there were people and access outside of where we are, if they got a hold of us, they wouldn't want us to come back and tell our people so that we can come over there and destroy it. Like there would have to be some type of rules outside of where we are now, where anybody that goes outside has to stay out there, or they
Yeah, but that makes actually sense.
Oh, hold on real quick. Albert Einstein, you were kind of inebriated when you came in here last time. We didn't kick you or Franco. Franco is a seasoned member of our space here. He comes all the time. We may not agree and we do butt heads, but he does understand, you know, that we enjoy the sciences. So just to clear up any miscommunication you may have had. You guys can continue.
So here's just a little something expansion on Antarctica that's very, very weird. Is Admiral Byrd established the Masonic Order Lodge 777 down there, and it's called the Order of the Penguin. So if you do work down there, you're lucky enough to get into that particular lodge. The square and compass again shows its dirty little grubby fingerprints. So it's very interesting as to what they knows down there. The biggest thing, the biggest resource, there's two resources down there that they enjoy having. The access to helium, because it helps with levitation. And then the access to the electromagnetic field. It's so strong down there. That's what's helping establish the communication system in general. They bounce a signal off the ionic sphere using the electromagnetic field. They repeat it from Australia and spread it out throughout the rest of the world. Your three major continents. It's just a hit, skip, repeat. And then they attach it to the sea cables. And if they control the communication, everybody pays for it but them.
I would say as well that when it comes to the other gentleman saying, oh, why aren't they exploring or why haven't they gone further? Well, I'm sure they probably have. How would we know? Like, there's no way that we would know. I mean, the chances are that they definitely have.
Exactly. What that treaty was how long ago?
Also, you guys
you-
are always thinking about Antarctica and all these places. Me personally, I believe they have not explored the entire land mass. They are not aware of everything that in the places we think they have discovered. They have not even gone to the deepest parts of the ocean and all these other things. They like to claim a lot, but it doesn't mean they know this reality. There's more unknown than known.
You'd assume that there would be some major operation, not just this little kind of peep of what they have going on. Certainly, they are spending, $300 to $500 million a year, and they're sending, several thousand people. But it seems like there would be a lot more going on if that was the case. If there was any significant land masses or something like that anywhere that were habitable, it just feels like there would be more, a lot more, not just a few rockets going up and spinning out when they get out of the atmosphere and kaboom, and that's it. That's all you see.
Well,
yeah, when it comes to Antarctica,
yeah, something I noticed with the Admiral Byrd real quick is when he was giving off his, interview, you hear him mention that he was excited because he was going to what they was calling advanced space in that day and time. That's what they considered exploring Antarctica. They were exploring advanced space. So that took me back to, you always hear science, physics say that space has no direction. So just because we're watching the rocket go up and then start to hook with the dome doesn't necessarily mean that they're trying to go to upper outer space more than they're probably trying to get to the other side of the ice wall. Because you can't just fly any old plane to go research Antarctica and beyond those elements of sunlight. You need a better vehicle per se to travel faster.
Can I ask you something? Do you think behind the ice wall, do you think there's more land, or do you think there is like something we just didn't discover, or do you this was the way I was thinking, because I heard about there's like a huge hole at the Arctic North Pole, and they are trying to hide it from the public. They deleted the Arctic, the North Pole from the maps, and they're hiding this huge hole with the entrance to the other side of the Earth. I'm not sure if this is true. It could be like a biblical story, so I don't know, man, but it just makes sense where you have an entrance to the other side from the North Pole. Why do you need to go to the Antarctica and go behind the ice wall when even I'm not sure if there's an ice wall or not. Of course, it's all speculation, but even if there is an ice wall, when you have entrance to the underworld from the Arctic North Pole, then why do you have to go to Antarctica?
Man, that's like you said, that's all speculation, man. We don't know what's
exactly.
Here's what you have, right? Here's what sparked the curiosity of everybody. You've got from the 15th century for the North, some sea navigators, the merchants, because that's how they moved commercial goods. When they would pull into port, they would have sea stories. And the local pub guys would sit around and listen to the pub stories. So that's where you get your magnetic mountain to the north story from. Now, for Antarctica, down south in the 17th century, I believe the guy's name was Captain Cook. I could be corrected on that, but it was the 17th.
No, Captain Cook, that was right.
Okay, so he mentioned that they were down by Antarctica, seeking refuge in between a crevice of the ice wall, so to speak, and they got sucked into a whirlpool, and then it shot them out to the other side of an unfamiliar territory that was uncharted. And then they were approached by a larger ship with different beings. Now, at that point, it gets into legend, myth, because it's from the 17th century, and it could be a pub story. You really don't know. But that is what initially sparked some of the earlier expeditions with some of these ancient or historical stories, legends. So you have to ask yourself, why would somebody from the 15th century be able to craft such a crazy yet almost tangibly observable story? Because here's what we do know. Antarctica is still yet in the 20th century unexplored. We don't know shit about Antarctica.
Yeah, not really worth.
Oh, come
going
on!
into
They didn't
speculation.
delete it. They didn't delete all of Antarctica off the Google Maps and all of the points where they used to have.
But buckle your seatbelts because we're going to Mars, right?
They wouldn't do that. That's
Yo,
all,
Alpha,
fake
I don't want to.
conspiracy theory. They didn't delete any photos. Come on.
But do we
Oh
really
wait,
know nothing about it?
Wait, guys,
deleted
Franco
all
had
the
his
photos.
hand up. Franco, what's up?
Hello, once again. I would just advise you to look up on Google Ice Cube neutrino detector, please. There are even live cameras from there. It's located at the Amundsen Scott station at exactly the South Pole. There are photographs, there are videos from there, there are data, scientific data. There's a detector. There's a whole collaboration there. And as according to your point of view, these are all, as again, they're all liars, all
You know what? I'm glad you brought up the Ice Cube project, my friend, because you walked into a sticky trap. If you watched Tom Hanks, Saving Private Ryan, and you know them sticky socks that they put on the tanks, you just walked right into one, my friend, because I'm all about that Ice Cube project. And what I've discovered in my investigation is very sneaky and tricky and very dangerous, because for people that know about the HARP-DO weapon for the military, welcome to Ice Cube project. That's HARP on steroids 2.0. And I don't appreciate it. Let me just say that now.
The earthquake in Turkey.
I don't appreciate the Ice Cube project drilling into the ice and installing over 88 strings of digital censored equipment looking for neutrinos, because they're selling that information on the market on Wall Street. It's funded by the University of Wisconsin, and they're giving contracts out to the internet companies, the cable companies, and military contracts. That's stinky diaper shit to me, bud.
Why? What's your problem with that?
Are you kidding me? Did you see what they did to Maui? with your energy frequency weapons called direct energy weapons?
Maui, Turkey, and other countries. Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Yeah,
Let's
you're
see,
talking
man.
about
Franco,
earthquakes that are not natural. You're talking about fires
Yeah,
and heats that are not
exactly.
natural. You know where that's coming from? It's
Exactly.
coming from that shit that's in the ice. Frequency, because
Yeah.
Tesla said so.
Yeah.
It's right there in the science, right? As somebody was mentioning,
It
what kind of
is.
frequencies are you omitting in our environment? They're very dangerous, very dangerous.
Yeah, that's why the grandfather or the father of Donald Trump actually tried to collect all the cases of Nikola Tesla and just hide it because he discovered some really, really dangerous shit,
I
man.
think you guys are really dangerous. Are really, really dangerous. Okay.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you, right?
Okay,
Here's what you find
So
very interesting.
please don't say again that you're interested in science, because this is really bullshit.
Is it bullshit? Okay, well, go ahead and research the University of Wisconsin and its affiliation with the Ice Cube Project. Then go ahead and research where they get their money from. They get their money from Congress, from the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy. That's who funds that Icebox Cube project down there in Antarctica.
Yo, Alpha,
That's got nothing to do with being
Alpha,
crazy,
you don't.
brother.
Nah,
Those are facts.
yo, chill. Alpha, you don't need to call it bullshit, man. Just calm down. It's all good, man.
That wasn't me saying that. That was Franco saying that. And
Oh,
isn't
sorry.
Isn't
Yeah.
it funny that Franco is a scientist at CERN, and he's saying that you guys don't believe in science. You're all bullshit. And this is literally coming from a gay man, right? A guy who thinks he's a woman, because he doesn't believe in science.
Oh, he works already at CERN or what?
Yeah, and he has in his profile, he's the G in LGBTQ, which means gay, right? So
I don't have anything to say gay people, man.
He's right.
I don't care.
Yeah. So right, everybody's choice. But here, you have people who don't believe in.
So I don't care what Franco does in his bedroom. That has nothing to do with me. I don't know why grown men should care. If we wanted to discuss Brenda, we could, because that one makes sense. Why personally attack someone for their view when you have an adverse view of your own self? So that one makes sense, but I don't want to attack Franco for his bedroom wriggles. So let's stay on topic, guys. However, the CERN aspect of it, I do understand that he may not be one of the corrupt ones. He may be misunderstood, misled, woefully ignorant, whatever you choose to say. But we can't acknowledge that corporations who are corrupt and dirty, all the workers aren't. There are people at the higher up positions who do the dirt, and the workers just work that out. Like, they don't know anything about it. They don't know that they're being misled. So when we say, and this is for flat earthers and globe earthers who may be listening, when we say we don't believe in some of the sciences and we don't trust some of the sciences, like, we definitely got to make sure that we're being just specific to the ones who are corrupt. Like, we don't want to chase away the ones who are on the fence and who understand that there is corruption and maybe they could do something by themselves as one person. But yeah, like, we as flat earthers definitely got to be better, just making sure that they know that we're specifically talking about the corrupt ones who know better but don't do better, who are aware of the lies and the misleading, and they don't say anything or stand up to it, and they continue to parrot it. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, agreed. A funny thing about that is, like, dealing with Franco specifically, we saw earlier that people have a belief, and you can see Franco believes in what he's doing and what his peers are doing, and he believes it's good. And they will argue and go at you with things. But for example, Alan hit him up earlier with a question about GPS, because he was they were arguing about, not they were debating about something dealing with light, and then GPS came up, and he defended it. But then Alan asked him a question, and he was like, well, I don't really know about that. So Alan was like, okay, yeah, I got you. You don't know about GPS. And so what Proud said, a little bit misled on some things, yeah, but not necessarily evil.
So I think my point was missed. I think there's certainly an argument to be made in exposing hypocrisy when somebody who's pushing the trans agenda is claiming to be the authority on what constitutes science or not. And he is pushing the trans authority, the denial of biological science. So when someone like
Well,
that is then claiming to be an authority on what constitutes scientific matters, and then claiming people like these in here who really focus on the actual science are supposedly then dangerous. Oh, they're so dangerous to the agenda of this, this totalitarian fascist dictatorship. I can see certainly the truth is absolutely dangerous to these kind of corrupt mentalities like a Franco and his ilk of partners down there at CERN. But what a joke it is for someone like that to come in here, pushing this replacement of women agenda by these really toxic, fascistic males pretending to be women, this transhumanist stuff, and then claiming that they are the arbiters of what constitutes science, and that these flat earthers, how dare they? They're so dangerous to actually have an enthusiasm about physics that those guys don't have in their willingness to cover it all up and lie through their teeth about it.
I agree partially with some of that.
From a scientific
I don't
standpoint,
think Franco was like.
From a scientific standpoint, I do think that there's a little bit of a conflict, right? There's biological science and then there's geographical science. And this seems to be what we're talking about, geographical science. And that's what we're looking for. The absolute most expert opinions from their best educated guess. I don't like to attack anybody's personality either. I prefer to stick to the evidence and absolutely destroy the evidence that comes from the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
Also, what makes you think that there's a difference between biological and physiological science and all these others? I think this compartmentalization of information just makes us more confused. They are related. How can you remove chemistry from biology? How can you remove physics from biology when you require these things to build the muscles that you have, the protein structures of your blood, and all these other things? It's just delusional. I think you can comprehend things better when you see the unity of all of them. How can a physiological scientist disagree with a biological scientist when both fields depends on each other to interpret reality?
That still tries to merge the two. Now you're trying to change the topic from the shape of the earth to, is everything of one consciousness and sound, mind, and frequency? How can we have biology
change a little
without
bit
earth?
too
How
much,
can we have
right?
earth without biology, right? So,
The
the
earth
more
itself,
serious
I
meat of the
believe, is a
subject matter is the shape of
biological
the earth
unit.
here, right?
Wait, you guys just went on like a tangent for like the past hour. You're gonna tell this guy he can't mention that? Come on.
I get what he's saying though, because we reference, all of us as flat earthers, we reference the sciences of COVID and how that was flawed as fuck and people fell for it.
Yeah.
And just to show how it's flawed and everybody can say one thing is fact and then 5 minutes later be like, oh shit, well, my bad. So we do use the biological sciences when it's convenient for us.
Well, you
Wow.
cannot move
Look,
biology from physiological science. Let's say if the pressure of the atmosphere changes just a little bit, it also changes the organisms that live within that atmosphere. The operation of your cells will change. The chemistry of your organism will change. These things are not separate.
Yeah, we know that.
Consciousness is individual, and that's about as good as you get. I was just being politically correct, not trying to be offensive to anybody particularly. I wasn't trying to really pick a side. I just, whatever you do in your bedroom's your business and it's private. That's my opinion. So whatever you want to do with science, biologically and geographically, fine, mix it up. I don't really care.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That's of course, unless you're a OnlyFans person. Then what you do in your bedroom is everyone's business.
Right.
Now, what you forget is when you watch the movie Matrix, right? They explain a lot about how we are in a simulation and what we are living in is not real. They are telling us that this is real. So, and look what happened to the makers of the movie, the Wachowski brothers. Oh, they went transsexuals from a sudden, And oh yes, there are now women. There are Lily and Lana or whatever their name is. So do you think this is just coincidence? Of course not. It's just part of their plan. They want to make people fear. They want to make people fear when you reach for the truth. It might happen that something shitty happened to you, but that's just a lie, man. That's just a fucking lie. They do this shit all over again in Europe. I'm from Germany. They do this shit every day.
Hey, Sacred, I can't pull up this guy, Mr. Hugh. He's got a request in. I can't approve.
I just posted up top in the jumbotron here on Infowars. They're going to have a flat Earth debate in 10 days from now on the 23rd. Infowars is going to host a flat Earth debate with somebody. I don't know who's going to be on their show.
Yeah, that's going to be epic. It's
Witsit gets it. Witsit gets it.
About to body that dude.
I think it's Witsit,
Yeah,
right?
it is.
Yeah, Witsit's about to body that dude. I hope he doesn't get
Hell
too.
yeah.
Amazing.
I just hope he doesn't get too like over aggressive with it, you know, because then he'll look kind of like just like the bad guy. Just take it easy, body him with kindness.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what they want, to let him look bad after he has some confliction with police and officers and everything. Maybe they exactly want this right now. I don't know. Maybe it's just a conspiracy.
It's gonna be great though. It's gonna be a fun
If it's
watch.
live, I don't think that'll be possible. I think people will be able to discern, like, okay, he's being muted, he's being censored, he's being talked over. Like, why are they so triggered if this is a stupid conversation? Let him get his thoughts out.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully it's live.
Yeah, especially
not
after
chopped
Elon.
up and posted later.
Yeah, especially after Elon Musk, basically unblocked Alex Jones. After how many years he was like unblocked on Twitter? 1 year or two? I don't know. So it's gonna be interesting for sure.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Uncle, you got your hand up. What's up, buddy?
Well, hold on, let me kill this.
Whoa, you got that workout jam going on in the background. You have to
You getting buff
turn that
over there,
down.
Mr. Uncle?
I just got to say the inclusiveness caught me by surprise. The fact that you would be aware of
Voice is cutting out.
The fact that you'd be aware of somebody's bedroom habits means that it's not just in their fucking bedroom. If you know it, it's obviously gone wider and farther than that. I don't.
Yeah, we're talking about.
I don't dig that shit
we need
at all.
To bedroom.
I think it's a mental illness, and I see it like this. First, it's hey, we want our rights. Well, you had the same rights as everybody. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And then it's like, hey, you gotta agree with what we're doing is fucking normal. And then, hey, now we have the right.
Anybody can hear him? Because I hear just like some weird noises, man.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Mr.
Sinner,
Uncle, we can
Mr.
hear you, but do you have something to say about Earth? And like, we don't. This is not an LGBTQ bash space.
I get it.
You want to talk about Earth, brother?
I get it. I've been listening for hours. I was just a little shocked with it. Then it went sideways like that. I'm like, I got no problem with anybody and what they
believe
do.
In the globe or the
shit that's not my business ain't my fucking business.
I think you blocked me.
You know what I mean? So
I think he's a better.
So how is it business at all?
Hey, Mr. Uncle, you a flat Earth or a globe Earth guy?
Flatty, basically.
Ah.
I find more interesting than the technical arguments about the shape. I find more interesting the dynamic of the conversation, how quickly volleys run out of data and jump to ad hominem attacks and get frustrated and upset.
You know, there's so many titles that I've heard in this evening, like Globies, the Globes, the Flats,
Flatties and Ballies. Flatties and Ballies.
The Ballies, yeah.
You know what I mean? What it is within each person, there's an internal argument that's going on. And within everyone.
Yeah, I think you blocked me because I cannot hear him.
Everyone.
Hey, sinners, you always jump over somebody.
He
chill
said he
out.
can't hear Mr. Uncle. You don't see the
okay.
orange panda or bear on your screen, Sinner? click on his page. It'll say if he blocked you.
No, well, it's possible. I do block anybody that I look at their profile and it's fucking degenerate.
Good for you.
Levelhead don't
I'll
block.
borrow. You got your hand up? What's up?
Oh, hello, everybody. How are you? Hi,
Good,
from
good.
Japan. Where?
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Genki desu
Oh,
ka?
genki desu. Oh, so what a surprise to hear. All right.
Nice to meet you, bro.
And everybody. Just a quick, well, should I say, question about one topic that I think is related to flat Earth problem. I want, if you are interested, I want you guys to look at the slide that I put up like
Ooh.
10 minutes ago. It's at the third slide from the newest one, from the left.
Acceleration on a rigid
Yes,
body?
yes. Yeah, I wonder if this simply want to ask you guys yes or no to this. What is it? This the physics. It's a it's something that's taught in school. I hear. I'm not professional or expert in physics, but I heard this the problem from a Chris UK. He's I guess from England, and he has put many great videos about flat Earth. And one of the video is he talks about is this rigid body rotation with translation. And according to him, or according to other like professors who teach in colleges and YouTube, when something or like rigid body is rotating while moving, every part of, what can I say, like particle on its surface, should I say, is accelerating and decelerating, should I say, constantly. Yeah, it changes the velocity like every second. So which means acceleration is created in every second, right? So, but the thing is, if this physics is true, and I think it's true, it's going to rise. What is it? The
increase.
Yes. What's the word? Sorry. Anyway, paradoxical issue about the heliocentric model. Sorry. Anyway, I want if you guys are interested, I want you to take a look at this issue, and I want to know if this does not apply to, for some reason, to the current working model of heliocentric model or not. Yes or no? If anybody, yes.
If I can just give you quick, the problem I see with the diagram that you're giving me is you're showing me a geometrical flat plane that all three arrows are pointing to, which is part of your equation. So again, you're using my flat Earth to demonstrate your model of air travel, which is kind of like two different subject jurisdictions.
Dude, how do you get that? This is talking about increasing velocity on a rigid body. How do you get where did you get that jump from?
Okay, if you look at the three arrows in the diagram, right? And they're just trying to describe how to forecast and triangulate, if you will, navigating through the air. Right? But they're bringing you down to a tangent of 180-degree flat plane there. You see the three arrows?
No.
So sorry if I have like made any confusion. Sorry, but what I want to know is this is a known physics called what is it called? Rigid body rotation, or with translation, or in another word, what is it? Rolling without slipping. Yeah, I took I watched like more than 10 videos about this video, and I started looking into the this thing, and it looks quite what do you call it? It's a physics thing, physics topic that's been proven to be true, right? So if this is true, the moving object that's rotating is always constantly feeling the acceleration and deceleration. That's what they're saying. And if that's true, does it apply to us who are living on the surface of the earth, which is rotating and what do you call it? The moving, right? Along
Orbiting,
orbiting. Yes,
accelerating,
orbiting.
orbiting.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir. Yes.
So,
Yes,
Albara,
sir.
I have a question. What is in this particular field of physics? Because I'm not, extremely familiar. What is the kind of the definition of rigid body? Is this just meaning in this context we're talking about like planets or large celestial objects?
Yes. No. A rigid body is not really a real thing. It's like a, what do you call it? It's a as a definition, it is a thing that does not change its form. Well, but in reality, there's no
Okay.
such thing. But as a, what do you call it? This definition. That's what they say.
Got you. Yeah, this looks interesting. Will you come back next week, next
Yes,
Friday?
sir. Yes, I hope. I think so. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, maybe we can take a look at this, guys, and look into it and see.
Yes,
try to figure out what he's talking about here.
yes. I thought if anybody is interested, please look into Mr. Chris UK. I think he's great.
Chris
UK. I think he made a good video with what's his name, Dr. John D, who has been working, who has been examining whether the Earth is flat or not in very scientific way.
Right. And so what you're saying is essentially is this would kind of cause an issue for the heliocentric model.
Exactly.
Yeah. Got you.
Yes.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Thank you, sir.
We're finding a whole bunch of stuff, man.
Yes.
I
Look,
We
misunderstood.
appreciate
I
you.
thought he was saying this supports the heliocentric model. My bad.
No, sir. I am a
No
truth
worries.
seeker, and flat Earth is definitely one of them. One of.
Nice.
Yes, sir. And thank you for listening. That's it. Thank you so much, sir.
Yo, good to see you, Ayo.
Thank you, man. I got though.
Sorry.
Good to see you, Ayo.
All right. Have a nice one, guys. Thank you for letting me in. Bye now.
Yeah, this is a really good point that Ayo brought up because it talks about motion, right? And they say that we can't feel or detect this motion because it's a constant motion. Well, what of the earth, right? But what this is depicting is that if you have a body that's translating, right, moving from one place to another, and it's rotating, then it's a constant acceleration and deceleration. This is how you detect motion. This is the motion that you feel whenever you feel something because it's a increase in velocity and a decrease in velocity. So it's translating, going from one point to another, and it's rotating at the same time. Then it's in a constant flux, which means that this motion should be detectable. So he's saying on a local scale, we could detect this. Why can't we do this on a larger scale, like space, solar, galactic, or whatever you want to call cosmic scale? You know what I'm saying? It's all about how do we detect this motion? Is it really constant? Is the Earth really in a constant motion where we can't detect it? Or is it just like how Ayo was depicting, where it's accelerating and decelerating along its path? So it's really interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's like a translational velocity going on. Yeah.
Facts.
I think Mr. Hugh was next. Hugh,
Yeah,
man.
sorry, I was doing something. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I've had this thing on all night. I even fell asleep and it was still going. I heard all kinds of crazy arguments going on all night. It's still great though. I too got Twitter just so I could be a part of this show because I love this. This is my favorite thing.
Elon, you hear this? That's like the fifth person that said they signing up for X for the Flat Earth Fridays, Elon.
I was listening on Space Audits and I was like, I'm missing out, like being able to participate. So last week was my first week on, and it was really hard because it kept kicking me out. And I know there was a lot of technical difficulties, but
yeah.
In no way do I mean to backpedal whatsoever. But I spoke with Stone and Alan earlier this week. They were doing, I think it was just a Q&A that they were doing for Ether Cosmology and Toby and Shane. And so Stone kind of, we were talking about, I asked them a question about what kind of direction do they see, all this work that they're putting in, like what direction do they see this going in? And Stone said, well, I would challenge, turn that question back around on you. And what do you see? What do you want to do with this? And because I've been a flat earther for a hot minute now, and I'm kind of over the fact that we were lied to. It's kind of like, how long am I going to stay mad at my dad for, At some point I got to take responsibility for my own life. But I also, leave out and don't consider that people are just now waking up to this fact, even though I'm in it every day. I work in mental health and I work in trauma therapy and that kind of stuff. And what was said earlier about like what was being relevant to sexuality in that, and how is that relevant to the earth? That's the key factor here would be the ether. Like, we are ether. And so
Facts.
there is a bit of a misunderstanding because you have masculine and feminine energy. These things are real. But part of mental illness is believing that you were born into a wrong body or that it's incorrect. And I think we as flat earthers, we've really had to embrace loving what is and loving the idea of what reality is presenting itself to be. But that's going to come from the inside out. So like all of these these people that are fighting this flat earth idea, it's coming from within them, and you're never, ever, ever gonna. It's like I was listening to, what was that kid's name last night? He was the first kid that Sacred was talking to, and it was just.
Oh, you talking about Clay? Shout out to Clay.
Clay, yeah. Holy crap, yeah. And it's just, you can hear it in his voice that like there's gonna be no talking to him. You know what I mean? And so I think you actually handled it the best way that you can is by presenting his own cognitive dissonance, rather than trying to hit him with a whole bunch of facts, because he's not going to hear it. He's so hung up on shadows of the moon, that he doesn't, he's hung up on this idea that he's got some sort of gotcha. But it's pretty interesting though, because a lot of the people that I work with that are coming in that are really suffering and needing help, none of them trust their government. And I say, well, why do you think they would tell you the truth about where you come from? Why do you think you have such a hard time getting through your life? I mean, it's pretty obvious that things aren't the way that you were told they were. And you've been making a hard time from it. But I just wanted to say that because I heard, obviously none of us really want to have a hand in the whole transgender and telling someone they're wrong. There is a weird agenda and a push to like do that to children, which is not cool, and I don't think that's right. But the way that it's relative is the fact that project outwards what you are inwards, because that is what ether does. And so my whole gig with what Stone challenged me to do is I've really been trying to meditate on that ether, because I mean, we are what it is, right? If I'm understanding it correctly, and the way that it's been being presented by Witsit and Alan and Shane and all these guys that talk about it, and Tesla, right? Yeah. And
It's well documented. In fact, the ether used to be part of the element table, and then it's been removed, and it's because of its potency.
Right.
It is the absolute most freest energy, abundant resource to living on this planet and inside this reality.
Oh, I'm doing electroculture. I'm learning.
Beautiful.
I'm learning about it now,
Yeah.
dude, and it's crazy.
Yes, and I'll tell you, that's what brought my journey closer and opened it up to realizing the invisible force of life that is literally outside my skin. When I watched what happened to my garden last year, because I garden every year, and last year was the first year I got to do the electroculture. So I actually got to play with it, and I can testify it works, and it is definitely ancient technology. But they want to act like it's brand new discovery with the electromagnetic toroidal field, which is considered the ether. Okay,
Yeah,
they want to say,
so-
oh, no, it's too weak. It doesn't exist. We stick to refrigerators.
What are some, like, just any basic tips you got? Because my garden is just getting started, you know. I mean, I'm in central Utah, so I know, like, about keeping the copper north to south, iron east to west.
Yep, that's all I did. I made a grid. I put a magnet in the middle. I went north to east with east to west with the iron chicken wire, and I attached 12-gauge wire buried about 6 inches under the soil. So I basically made a square cross, 4/4 section. The strongest was by the magnet for sure. Now they do say that you might want to run your south end antenna rod 24 feet up in the air. So I'm going to try that this year.
That's awesome, because I've seen, I got 4 10-foot rods of copper, and they're not super thick, but I wasn't sure if I should be attaching these together, but I definitely will now that I know that. So
yeah, good luck. You'll enjoy it, my friend.
But I just wanted to say that in regards to what was said earlier, because I mean, that's, there is definitely mental health in regards to flat earth. I mean, it is a heliocentric model is not reality, obviously, and so that does affect people's mental health. But I don't know, Stone said that to me, and I've had a lot to think about, and so that's kind of been my focus on it this last week. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, because in mental health, like, I have to, for instance, I'll give you one example. I have to ask people questions, and there's certain questions, and they have to answer if they were born biologically male, biologically female, because the way that the questions are asked are different for males and for females. And so there is definitely something to that, and there is something to honor authenticity, and so learning, I mean, obviously we're going to have more feminine men and more masculine women, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're in the wrong body, and so I would encourage anyone to do more research on that, and also to meditate on the ether, as Stone encouraged me to do, is to find out the answers for myself. And that's what I've come to understand. I really appreciate this space. I really appreciate Proud and Sacred for hosting this space, and all of you, D369, for staying up to the early hours of Saturday. I'm super excited to see what this community does and what we can do together, because I think that this is the kind of thing that's going to really make a big difference in the world. I think it's been a shit show, and it's been kind of lost, and we're finally getting our bearings and our feet grounded, literally. And it's just amazing to watch. It's amazing to listen to you guys, and I'm super grateful. That's all I got to say. So I'll let you guys go on.
On that. if I can, real quick.
Sure.
Okay. Some things that entered into my journey on my path along this way.
Yeah.
If you got a pen and paper for anybody, I would encourage researching this and do the math and crunch the numbers and understand the clocks, because if we don't know what time it is, then we are literally lost in time and space. And that's critical. It is so critical because we are in a mental health crisis. That's why I'm expanding here, right?
Yeah.
And it comes down to the timing of what we have going on in our day-to-day activities. And it turns out they told us that the Mayan calendar stopped working in 2012. Well, when you look at the Mayan calendar, you will discover, and it's called the Codex of Borgia or Borgia. It is spelled Borgia. And it's interesting because it's an old ancient Mayan way of keeping track of time, and they went by the month, our friend, the 13 moon calendar. But
Yeah.
what's different about that particular calendar is they operate on a mathematical sequence of 10 and 20 and start over. Okay. And that's very interesting. To them, there is 72 minutes in an hour, not 60 minutes in an hour. So now you find yourself in a conflict of interest with the solar calendar, right? Because you start to discover the sun is, in fact, by natural law, bipolar. And what do we mean by that? Well, we've got a 28-day, we got a 29-day every 4 years. We got to go forward an hour, we got to go backwards an hour. We got a long day, we got a short day. We've got a lot of inconsistency with the solar bipolar energy. That's the man mescaline energy that affects us mentally because it comes in through our eyeballs and goes straight to our brain. Scientifically proven. Okay. Your moon calendars, going back to that, the codex, that's operating on, again, like I mentioned, a 72 minutes. That's a 4 degree per notch instead of a 6 degree per notch. In between there, you have a step up to like the Lakota, the Cherokee. They have a 28-day moon calendar because they're counting the full moon, 13 full moons. The turtle shell represents the calendar. So now all of a sudden you have 3 clocks within your reality. But wait, one more. You have the Enoch clock. And any of you that are familiar with the book of Enoch, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Equinox. Enoch is short for equinox because that is your yearly clock at the 12:12 when Earth tells us, hey, start over. And then we look to the heavens, to the clock. And then we see a lunar eclipse. Then we see a solar eclipse. Then we see spring, April. It's a new year. Now, you see, that's our real timeline. Or we can celebrate a new year while we're hibernating in the middle of winter, January 1st, set a goal while you're supposed to be sleeping. You're not going to accomplish it. Now you've become mentally ill. Because you're following the wrong time clock. All of us
That makes a lot of sense. So would you say that we as humans, and especially with the evidence of what you said earlier about, say, even surgeries in the blood or women's cycle, are we better off following a lunar clock?
Yes, 100%. And what I point out
so
to you,
crazy. That makes so much sense.
it's more consistent. It doesn't change its shadows. You can count
right.
it. We've never had moon days, Tuesdays for Mars, Wednesdays for Venus, and Fridays for Sunday for Sundays. That's an alchemy because they understand. And when I say they, the powers to be that gave us this solar bipolar, it's bipolar. And we discovered this. I discovered this, I should say. It's well-known science. When you look in the ham radio, you find out that the sun has a 22-year solar cycle. Every 11 years, it's north and south magnetic pole flip. And it uses the eclipse to do that. And that's why they were so concerned. They were very concerned that when this moon just passed in front of the sun like it did, it was going to yank that sun right out of our galaxy. Thank God it didn't happen. But that was the back door. That's why all the National Guards were on high active, be prepared. Oh, it's just for traffic. No, they didn't know what the outcome was going to be. Because that sun is true, in fact, a star, an electrical star. And what happens when you put a magnetic moon in front of an electric charge? You end up with the solar flash. You end up with great quakes. So we're not out of the woods by all means. This has just begun because of the planetary alignment. This
Well,
is
that has
now
happened before in the
decades,
past, right?
centuries of a new journey for all of us, all of Earth.
Sacred, are you there, my brother?
He's out.
What's up, 40?
But if I can, I'll just finish up with that Codex of Borgia.
Dude,
or
it's super
Borgia.
cool. Yeah.
The reason the ancestors looked at that was because they experienced the time we spend in our mother's womb, which is not 365 days. It's actually 260 days, 9 months. Imagine
Well,
that.
it's
There's
10
the 10 and
months.
20. And it's built off that time cycle. And what you find out is that is your gut clock, when you should be eating your food, when you should be going to sleep. 18 minutes times 4 is 72. That's 1 hour per se. Because what is an hour? An hour is just a revolution of 360-degree circle of life, flower of life. Everything is a pattern, geometrically proven by law. And what that means is you can find that pattern in water, air, and land. And it does the same thing, just like love. I can go to China, love's not going to change. I can go to Africa, love's not going to change. I can go underwater in a submarine. Love is always going to be love.
Yeah, but PHL,
That alchemy doesn't
can
change.
I disturb you for a moment? So you say we have 9
Proud,
months, but you
proud,
actually
my
have 13
sister.
months.
Can you
Proud,
explain that, 40? You
my
could go ahead,
sister.
40.
Like we have
When
13 months. We have
the last speaker is done speaking, I need to speak to you, my sister.
Privately?
Nope. In this space, 100%. I will stay quiet, proud. I'm gonna DM Sacred. I'm gonna probably give him a call. What I just listened to and what I heard, 1 second before the next speaker goes, it's mind-boggling and it's beyond words how someone from a European descendant or from a background that is not original to this land. Please do not come at me the wrong way. Please do not get mad. I heard some keywords, very keywords, but please understand 99.9% of society lives their life through a Western lens. Everything that you've been just listened to and everything that you've been taught and learned is not original to this land. That is a very sad fucking truth. That is where a lot of people don't like 40. And that's where a lot of people get mad at 40. I'm no better than nobody. But here is the issue and the problem with society. Okay? What you just listened to, whoever was just speaking, and you talked about ancestral ways, and you talked about the turtle. Do you have any iota or concept of what you just spoke about? And if you're
To
going to
be
speak,
honest with you, I'm Cherokee, born on the land out of Missouri, sir, if that's okay. No
perfect.
disrespect.
I'm not
And
a
my daughter
sir.
sits in sweat lodges with the Lakota and partakes in
Perfect.
plant medicine. No
Okay.
disrespect to you, sir.
Perfect. Absolutely. No disrespect at all. And please, I'm not a sir. Please, not a sir. I'm just a person trying to get by in society.
Right. And it's
But I'm
not my
involved
fault. I was born and woke up
is
in
this
this
Phil?
nightmare.
Who's speaking? Proud, who's speaking? Proud.
CW? Is that CW? Or is that?
It's flat truth,
Oh,
and it's kind of like I'm assuming you're the one addressing me, since I was the one that was just talking about ancient turtle shell and the moon cycles and the codex. So I'm assuming that you're addressing me and telling me I'm not talking about the truth. So yeah, I am engaging with you directly because you've made some accusations against
who
me
is that? Is
for
that
being a mutt.
Phil or Mr.? Oh,
Yeah, flat truth. Yeah, you're coming at
who
me
is
pretty
that?
strong for being a
1
mutt,
second.
and I'm
I
sorry
apologize.
that I'm a mutt,
Who am I
sir.
speaking to?
Brother, I should say. How about that? Or elder, maybe. I don't
No,
know.
I'm not an elder, but I'll
Okay,
tell
so
you what.
brother. You know, I'm sorry I'm a
I'm gonna
mutt,
be.
and I just woke up in this nightmare
No.
like everybody else did. But my descendants are Cherokee
One
out of
second,
Missouri,
please.
slaughtered by the white man, if that makes you feel better. I don't like colonizers. I've been brainwashed. I've been fluorinated. Yep.
A
I'm
proud,
damaged fucking goods, but you know what? I know the fucking truth. Thank you.
proud. May I, sister?
I don't know if you want to wait
40.
till CW goes after you, but I'm not 100% sure what's going on, guys.
Yeah, 40. Make your point and let's move on. Let's clean this up.
Well, I was trying to. I was in here earlier speaking, and I'm trying to speak to my brother Sacred. I hear a lot of different verses, a lot of different things. The saddest part is what a lot of people do not understand, or whether they want to believe it, and this is where it hurts. Where's the common denominator? There's a gentleman earlier speaking about a turtle shell. Please do not call me sir. But you have to understand.
Just make your point, man. Come on.
To make my point, it's not simple to make a point. What I've been listening to for 95 weeks, almost 100 weeks, what I've been listening to, what I've been enjoying and going back and forth with all different walks of life, I hear a lot of people speaking a lot of things. A lot of people will sugarcoat a lot of words to make them sound something that they're not. The common denominator, what a lot of people do not understand or are not ready to understand, the common denominator is that we've all been programmed, we've all been lied to and deceived. And to the person that was just speaking, I'm not the sir. You may be First Nations, you can go whatever you may be. But I was trying to call out to the host and co-host because whoever was speaking about certain things, please be careful what you speak about because you might not understand what you're speaking about. Even though you called yourself a Cherokee or you called yourself a it's beyond comprehension of most of society. Even our own so-called Indians or First Nations people are what we call plastic Indians. A lot of people on this platform hate us grassroots First Nations people. Common denominator. Are you ready, Proud? I wish Sacred was awake. Holy fuck, he loved this one. Common denominator is your teachers, your school board, what you've been led to believe. And to the person that said that he's a mutt, we're all fucking mutts because there hasn't been a fucking purebred on Turtle Island for 531 years. We're all been mixed. We all been watered down. The problem is, hold on, before anybody wants to come at me, and there's only 3 people that have the ability to shut 40 up, and they have the authority when they want to shut me up. Here's the problem. Society doesn't want to believe the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. That is the sad fucking truth. So before anybody wants to think that this is beyond words, please do me one favor, and I will shut up. Look at what society has lived in the last 3 years. Look at what your governments, your rules and regulations, your governments have been doing to society. There was a wise First Nations elder once said, a single bee is ignored, but when millions come together, even the bravest run in fear. And we have another saying, and this is where it's going to hurt. And this is where common denominator comes into play. All of your so-called rules, regulations, society, and all the things that we live by today is not original to this land. So if you want to get mad at somebody, get mad at your own self. Like I've got mad at my own self because I am to blame. We all are to blame. Here's what's going to hurt a lot of people to move forward in society is because our mom and dads lied to us, our grandparents lied to us, and our great grandparents lied to us. And if we keep going in society today and we keep lying to our children, we keep the system keeps going, the games keep playing. How many people are ready to run out and buy Easter presents and buy Valentine gifts and Christmas gifts like I was trying to talk earlier? They are Western colonial beliefs, not from this land. Someone spoke earlier of a turtle shell. If you understand the turtle shell, it's the original calendar of this land. I will say this before I shut up, Proud. It is very strange that when people think that you can take 2 inches off the bottom of a blanket and add it to the top and you have a longer blanket. Proud. We've been to the bottom, we've been to the top, we've been to the middle, Proud. And Sacred, I wish you and D369, I just get to know you, sorry, but I will get to know you. Once again, please step outside of your comfort zone, step out of your sandboxes. Go to a mirror and look yourself deep in the eyes and look what you've lived for the last 3 years. Okay? And you're worried about being lied to. You've been lied to for 531 years. You've been told about the founding fathers that are not the founding fathers. You've been paid taxes. It's unfucking believable. But yet, when someone like myself gets in certain spaces, we get removed. Twitter does not allow people like me to speak the truth. And you want to talk about why they want to hide things. You want to talk about what's going on. Proud, my sister, you know what I'm going to say here now. Sacred knows, and there's a few other people in space. I, 40, should be absolutely pissed off, mad, and hate every one of you. You want to know why? Here comes the truth. You want to know why? Here's the sad part. Whether anyone who Proud's laughing, I always let him drama. She's laughing because she knows what I'm saying. Do you know why she's mad at each and every one of you? Because the truth fucking hurts. I've been trying to help people. I've been trying to explain to people. Let me say, does this sound familiar to society? 1 second, Proud.
All right, wait,
Hold on, no,
40.
hold on,
You've
D3.
talking like 10 minutes. You've been monologuing
Hey,
10
no
minutes, man.
problem.
Land your plane, bro.
No problem. 1 second, D3. Is that D3? I apologize.
Yeah, Ferd, are you drunk or something?
Yes, sir.
Can I finish this? Does this sound familiar to my brothers and sisters?
That's what I'm saying. Land it up.
Okay.
Land it up.
Does this sound familiar to my brothers and sisters? Do you know how they got us First Nations people? They poisoned our food. Then when they poisoned our food, they rounded us up in little cities. And then after the little cities, they came after our children. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? Does that
Yes, sir.
sound familiar? Well, that's still going on in 2024. I mean no harm to anyone, and I get made fun of. 2024, and the truth is forbidden to speak. I have no qualms for none of you. I have no problems with any of you. We all come from all colors and creed. So I will say this before I shut up. If what is written in these books and this Bible and these books, apparently some people say we come from Adam and Eve. Well, if we come from Adam and Eve, that means we're brothers and sisters. Start fucking acting like it. I apologize, Proud. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Appreciate you.
Hey,
Appreciate
D, can I
you.
say something? So
Yeah,
this
go ahead.
goes back. I mean, he just repeated what Flat had said to suggest to look into, which was look into the 13-month calendar. But this also goes back to, like, for those of us who are new to Flat Earth, yeah, we might be scared, upset, mad that we were lied to. But at some point in time, you do have to take responsibility for your own life. And how long are you going to be mad at your dad for? And how long is that going to keep you sick? Because that's going to keep you sick, and it's going to keep you unproductive. And so, and I've had to come to terms with this myself. And so learning how to incorporate that resentment and turn it into love and turn it into productivity and helping other people to wake up to the truth and to try and cushion their fall as much as possible, because it's not always, I know for me, it was pretty scary when I first realized that the whole world was being deceived. And luckily, we do have spaces like this that we can speak truth for the moment. And it's good that we're utilizing it. It's good that we're, coming together as a family And I see nothing wrong with what was spoken before. The guy was telling me to investigate and to look into it to further my own knowledge, and he didn't go against anything what was just said. He did just confirm that the turtle shell is a calendar, and to try to learn how to utilize it so that I could be less bipolar, which I think is a super cool word when you think about this place being a toroid field, and maybe being bipolar isn't always such a bad thing and sometimes necessary. Um, Again, I just want to say I'm grateful for you. Thanks for letting me say that, because I feel like a lot of people are going to carry around resentment because they were lied to and use that as a weapon rather than using it as a tool to learn what not to do. And that is to not lie to your children, to not, to not continue on with the negativity that that our parents unwillingly or willingly put us through. I don't think my mom and dad were liars because they didn't know the earth was flat. I think they believed what they were teaching me, but I'm not mad at them for that. Some of the other stuff that they've done, yeah, sure, I can be mad at, but I'm also a grown man, and it's time for me to learn how to heal myself, because they can't do that for me. So that's what I'll say to that, man. We all have trauma, and it's your responsibility to heal it. So,
and that's the moral of the story. When you hear "forgive them, for they know not what they do." There's some things, man, you just got to let go, man, because hey, listen, we all got duped. So yeah, and it is hard. I struggle with that issue. I do. I find myself sometimes, because honestly, I'll be really honest with you. My dad is retired military, Glober, raised me to be a NASA boy. I went to space camp before I went to Flat Earth. I didn't turn into Flat Earther overnight. I was chasing Comet Ison in 2015, and I seen a silly idea about flat Earth. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Because the last time I had heard about flat Earth was in kindergarten. I was taught that Christopher Columbus set out to prove the Earth wasn't flat. And I thought that was a silly idea as a kid, and I never questioned it again. In fact, I dreamt about going to Mars. In the year 2000, that's what I was told at my space camp in Huntsville, Alabama. That was my experience as a little kid. And here I am now,
Sweet home
Grandpa,
Alabama.
3 grandkids, wondering why I didn't make it to fucking Mars in the year 2000. And it's all because was lied to at a grave. I'm speechless if I start to think about the whole lie, but I've got it all figured out. Flat Earth was my last stop. I've been through the taxes. I've been through 9/11. I've been through elections. I've been through the Constitution. I've been through the Masonic Order. I've been through the right to travel, right to drive. I've been beat up by the police, trying to prove the rights of freedom that they say we have. Everything is a lie. Hell, I'm just now discovering that America used to be ancient Egypt by the mounds that are just right below my feet, Serpent Mound. There's so many ancient mounds. It's crazy. And it's protected by a federal government Masonic Order Air Force Research Laboratory. Here's one for you. Area 51. You think that's in Nevada? Dayton, Ohio. Right between 2 sacred grounds, holy mounds of ancients, first people. Before the Masonic Order came in and wrote this, took it with an executive order of the White House.
Masonic Order come from Germany or British Empire, right?
Well, alrighty. Let's head on over to CLW, who's been waiting.
Proud. He never said Christopher Columbus proud. He never said Christopher Columbus proud. Did he say that's this?
I wanted to address the.
I see you're off speaker, but I can't hear you
wasn't
if you're speaking, CL.
Can you hear me now?
Does anybody else hear him?
CW, you can't hear him?
I hear him. Proud. He never said Christopher Columbus proud. Proud. Did he say Christopher Columbus?
I have no idea.
Okay. But how many people can hear me?
Well, hold on, CW. I want to make sure D3 can hear you.
No, I can't hear him. Is he speaking?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's
I
not
hear
speaking
everybody
right
else.
now,
I
but
just can't hear him.
I heard him speaking, Mr.
I didn't hear Mr. Uncle too, but I don't know what's wrong. Sometimes it's going
We've
like
also
this.
got a request, proud for Nata's
That's
666
Albert Einstein.
again. Albert on acids. He keeps changing his image.
I don't know what he wants.
Do people realize why the space is glitching?
The jumbo's probably full. I'm gonna clean it out in a second.
No, proud. Certain things are not allowed to be said on social media.
Yo, Ferdy,
Certain truths are not allowed
don't
to be
make yourself,
spoken.
don't make yourself and your mind destroyed about this bullshit, man. You know the Earth is flat. You know we have 30 months. You know everything, man. Like, don't get crazy about this shit, man. Just.
I'm gonna share.
Was that D39?
A cool.
I'm not crazy at all,
video.
bud. I'm not crazy.
No, I didn't say you crazy, man. I know you speaking truth all the way, man. I heard you
No,
out,
no
man.
one's
You're
calling you
talking
crazy.
truth.
40.
Can you hear me now, D3?
Yes, sir. Oh, there you are. What's up?
Yeah, I'm good. Hope everyone is okay.
Hey, yo, and by the way,
This
Sacred, man, I didn't try to stop the
You
speaking
had
of
some
the
earth
Mr. Uncle.
sauce to drop here. What's going on?
Spinner, I feel like you can't hear half of us, man.
okay. I hope everyone is doing all right. This evening from my side. I
Proud
wanted
you
to
haven't
address the
changed.
issue
Proud you
on.
haven't changed.
I wanted to address the issue of the female and male. People trying to keep it aside, but if you look around, you'll see it everywhere. Like there's North Pole and South Pole, positive end of positive and negative for circuits and all these other things. The yin and yang in our environment, even a cyclone and all these other things have their own positive and negative. It's just a way of pressure distribution, how nature organizes itself to have something, have an identity in some sort of form, or it can have some sort of capacity to hold itself by its own motion. I don't know how to express it, but I hope it paints a picture. What people calls the vortex and all these other things. It depends on the yin and yang, the positive and negative, and that's the science in everything. So when people are trying to separate, for example, physics from biology, and when they look at the, let's say, the mitosis meiosis process that happens in the cells as they split, it looks similar to how a magnet forms. And the feels like when you throw iron filings on top of a magnet and shake it, it forms a specific pattern. It also forms the same thing in the cellular level. All these things are related, and that's thinking that they're different. That's why we are still thinking of going for chemotherapy and radiating harmful frequencies into our bodies, taking these chemicals for methods of healing, because we don't know how everything is connected. Like they can make you think herbalism is different from chemistry and all these other things, because they don't want you to understand all these things. The only thing you're pulling from them is the vortex energy that they contain. That's what make a specific plant to be healing, another plant to be poisonous. It's all this positive, negative. There's always, if you're looking for contrast in nature, it tend to organize itself in such a manner, female and male. It's just way things work. And even you find in the field of male and female, there's the way the energy flows, there's a slight difference based on the gender. So it's again comes closer to the magnetism thing. And I think that's also the pattern that helps trigger life, when the two energy come together, when people are having sex or whatever you may call. And this also relates to the planets, all these things that are above us. That's why people will say that when you are born during specific window of time, you have these specific characteristics. It's because the energies that come from the stars also come and get ingrained into your process of formation, and you'll reflect it outwards in your own way, because nothing is separate from you. And today they make us think like, when people talk about astrology, they are so far from mathematics, they need to be calculating numbers and all these other things. When you do your research, you come and realize that the first mathematicians, or those who created things like calculus, were really astronomers. And most of them were monks dealing with also what you consider astrology, is how these fields influence each other and interact in the personal life of someone, to the point of predicting illness of someone through the astrological chart, and also providing a frequency that will eliminate that along from their path. This is a science. You are talking about the turtle shell and how it relates to the calendar. Also, in China, there's a king, I don't remember the name. He also discovered that do you know the 3x3, what is it called, magic square? He discovered it from the back of a turtle, and also from that magic square, you also get the is it eight? The eight major distribution of energy in the Chinese Taoism or whatever: air, water, wood, metal, those kind of categorization. And how you mix and match these things, it affects your health. You also find this goes into the minerals of the earth. That's why you find they can tell you take some copper for solution of this. Aluminium might not be good for this and that, because all these things are related on how you can influence the energy that is flowing around us. There's some who even have secrets of mixing specific herbs to create spontaneous combustion from herbs, and people will tell you that herbalism is not the same as chemistry. Maybe we no longer have profound people who have such profound knowledge concerning herbs and many other things like it was before. But whatever was there before, we are only getting a glimpse of what it used to be. And now it has turned into secrets. They discuss these things in so-called secret societies, and whatever was sacred has been made secret because they want people to be like fools, not to understand the reality. They make you say that you have a PhD in whatever. Let me say you have a PhD in astrophysics, so you don't need to consider biochemistry or whatever. And you find whenever you try to understand reality from its all how everything influences each other, you'll tend to remove the blind spot that when you keep yourself focused in a linear direction, you'll never unfold anything. That's why even in our education, we think we're so advanced, but there's no changes. We're just getting deeper into a hole that isn't helping anyone. Like people still think more war can create solution. No war can create any solution. These people just create that propaganda. We now live a lifestyle where they have created jobs which you don't need jobs. They have created jobs for us. You go to job, manufacture things that we never needed, so that you get paid to buy things that you never needed originally, so that they can tax you also at the same time. They've put people in a mental cage in a point that they cannot even have time to think about their reality. That's why many things are not working as they should, because human beings are not having time to comprehend what's happening. They're just stuck in a routine, most of them thinking they're wasting time or they're running out of time because of the ideas these people have sold us. I don't know even if it's people, whatever they are, and their delusions that are selling, it really affects people in a deeper way than you might assume. Us being always separated in thinking is what makes them work. Unity of human beings in terms of comprehending reality and the need for common solution can drive us to create things that can do wonders. That's why you cannot have a slave create the best masterpiece art, you see, other than someone who has passion in that thing. He can create a masterpiece art because his passion is in it. He'll channel the best thing he can based on how much passion he has on that thing. You cannot hit a slave with a whip and tell him, paint this way, paint that, and expect him to be a master of that skill. Most of us are stuck into routines that aren't helping us. It's just a means to get by.
So what is your solution?
Our solution is to understand who we are and how we influence everything. Like
who are we?
We are energy, and whatever we think is energy. It has
You're
electromagnetic
angels,
frequency.
man.
It has electromagnetic
And how
frequency.
do we use us being energy to change things now?
I really was going to land that before I
let
was
me tell you.
interrupted with the Codex of Pretoria. We were so
Wherever
close.
you go, hold on. Wherever you go, don't be engulfed with fear. Always promote light, and your light will change the energy of that place. It will change the magnetic frequency of that place that you seek to send your light. Whenever you see that there's a catastrophe, wherever they're having sun or they're planning a war, whatever, do not go into fear and feel helpless like they try to make you. Use your light and push it there. Don't let them.
How does this change our governments and politics?
We
How does
don't
this
need the
how does this
government
change
and
our
politics.
corporations?
That's just a
Government
deception.
means the mind control, man.
No, but these are here.
Okay.
These are the things that we're dealing with,
No,
right? So we can't just ignore
we're
them.
not telling you to ignore
So these
them.
are the things that we actually need to change, right? So how do we change those with this energy that you're
The
talking
government
about?
will change when people change their mentality and their thinking. It doesn't go the other way around. You cannot expect the government to change when people are
Yes, I
thinking the
agree.
same way.
You cannot
We,
serve two masters. That's what it comes down to, literally.
yeah, so it's either your government is like an idolatry. It's either you serve the creator's
I don't see
order
any masters.
or you do idolatry and worship idols. It comes back to that. Whenever you follow the principles of the creator, you'll find solution. And many of the problems we suffer today is man-made. Animals are not wondering about what corporation will do to them. They're just roaming by in the woods. They're not worried about paying taxes.
What is the first principle of the creator?
Was that Gully speaking? Gully,
There's
was
no
that you, Gully?
the principles are not like something you can list down. They're general truths that you can find through many ancient traditions that speak about this great spirit or how the energy influences you. Some of you have heard about the law of attraction and this thing. These are some of the principles of the creator. The hell you experience, you take part in it.
How do you know these are principles of the creator?
Because I also take part of the creation. We're not separate from the events we experience. We make them too.
Gully, is that you speaking, Gully?
That doesn't prove that is from the creator. So I'm not sure where you're going
In
with
this
that.
reality, we
But
are
how
all
do you want to know who is
creators.
the
We take
creator?
part in co-creation.
Yes, but you said the creator.
You are also part of the
Right, and
creator.
you said
The
that.
creator of all is in everything. Even the negative that's happening.
Yes.
That's the potential that creator of all put it there. And it's happening because most of us are focused into that sort of thing. We're not looking the other way.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts with us changing ourselves. Then our environment will respond to our mentality and how we see ourselves. When we remove all this guilt, born a sinner, remove all this, I have to be in charge of you to feel like I have power, all these things that are necessary, greed, all these fleshly matters that confuse us. Like to the point people kill each other for money. Just a piece of coin that even birds never need to survive.
Was that Gully just speaking? Was that you, Gully?
No, that was CLW.
Yeah, it's me.
CLW with a blue check mark.
Yeah. Well, no, he doesn't. He doesn't have a blue check mark. He's got a blue circle with like a little sun in it. It looks like or something.
Something from Egypt or something.
Yeah, it's me. Did you have a question?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but his call name is Sully. Sully.
Okay.
The saddest part is most of society and most people in this space won't understand what you're speaking of because you come from a First Nations background and you're speaking of your home owned land. Proud. Can I ask you something, Proud?
What's up, 40?
Thank you, my sister. To anyone in the speaker mode, whether you're male or female, and we have a couple open.
What is it with today? Everybody's speaking about male and female all of a sudden.
I'm talking to the co-host, who's my sister that I've known for 95 fucking goddamn episodes. Proud. To anyone that's in the speaker mode or listener mode, or maybe want to come up. Proud, do you have long hair, Proud?
Relative to what? Sure.
Whether you're male or female, here's the problem. Here's the problem. I have very long hair. My ponytail goes to almost to my ass. Because the longer a male's hair or the longer a female's hair is more connected they are to Mother Earth and the Creator. This is what a Western society doesn't understand.
Who told you that?
My elders that I sit with.
Are you like your avatar?
I sit down with elders that are 128 to 130 years old, still living the old way. I'm a men's traditional bear dancer and a sun dancer. I'm a Mi'kmaq First Nations Indian from what you call Mi'kmaq. I can speak my traditional language, but it was forbidden to speak. I was forbidden to speak my language. I was put
How
in.
does long hair down to your butt put you more in touch with the earth? I'm curious.
Because
Hair
the
is your
longer your
fiber
hair
optic
are,
soul to the ether,
yeah,
man. It's kind of like
absolutely. It's
fiber
your
optic light.
antenna to the creator. It's your
Protect your
antenna
Yeah.
to
crown,
the
Bluetooth.
creator.
Protect your crown.
About like Avatar. It's about pretty much, general idea. It's on par. It's hair's where your strength is. It's always been known that in many traditions.
Hair is what?
Where your
Absolutely. Hair
strength's
is your
at.
connection to the creator. It's your
Right.
antenna.
Exactly. It's your antenna. It's your ether.
Hair is our antenna.
Yeah, fiber optic. Like they use in communications today, they communicate with fiber optic cable. That's what the hair is on our skin, our beards, your hair is your external antenna for your sense, your third eye per se, your inward self, your spirit. And that's why you notice
You're pretty correct. And
what's
that's why, and
what's the
anybody in
science
army or
backing that?
military, that's why they
Right.
cut their hair. Police forces,
Yep.
that's why they shave your head to keep fucking society
What's
dumbed
the
down.
science behind
They want
that,
society
please?
stupid.
What's the science behind this hair theory that you guys are talking about?
Yeah, it's just ancient
Can I explain
tradition.
that?
It's more
Can I
attached
explain the
to
hair?
consciousness science. Okay. And when you get to consciousness science, it's, there's too many variables that it's not worth arguing. It's either you
That
accept
doesn't
it or you
explain
don't.
anything. That doesn't explain anything.
Yeah.
Do you guys have an explanation?
An explanation as to what? What explanation are you looking for?
As
Are
to
you looking for like a
what?
formula from Einstein kind of formula?
No, I'm looking for an explanation. You can explain with words
Okay, let
instead
me
of an
try
equation.
Right.
instead of
Okay.
us
Yeah.
bickering.
Maybe somebody can give a better explanation.
Let me try. Your hair is it's connected to how your energetic field projects outward. It has some connection to the nervous system of your body, and that's why you can, whenever you are in a place where you feel the change of charge, you feel like your hair will respond because it kind of interacts with your energetic presence of your being. So all these things, you can have long hair, but that doesn't mean you can automatically see things like Avatar and all that. You have to try it consciously and make a habit out of it for you to continuously. It's just like practicing. You cannot create a road whenever in a jungle when you're just only passing there once. You have to pass there severally.
Yeah. So explain to me. What am I doing with long hair that's putting me more in tune with Earth? I still haven't had.
Honestly,
There's no
you're
explanation.
more open to information, literally. And I'll tell you, just from personal observation, I mean, if you just do a conscious thought experiment to your own self and make observations, have conversations with people who shave their face daily and keep bald head or short hair, their comprehension is a little bit different than somebody who's got a beard, long hair. They don't shave their armpits. Women don't have, they got hair on their legs. And their consciousness is a little bit more free flowing, a little bit more understanding.
But how do you measure
Well,
that?
it's TMI if I need to tell y'all whether I shaved under my arms or not. But I want to see them beards, gentlemen. I want to see if them beards connect. Go ahead.
How do you measure that?
So it's interesting. It's interesting that you say the people with the longer hair have more, it's more flowing or whatever. But all the priests and all the priesthoods from Asia through Europe, they were bald.
Not all of them.
Especially the Egyptians.
It depends on the
Absolutely,
order.
they were bald. And when they came to this land, whoever just said about the priests,
It's not
they
all
were
of
bald.
them.
The
But when they
priests and
came to this land, do you know what they did to
the
us?
Shaolin monks, even to
Do
this
you
day,
know
they are
what they
bald.
did to us?
There are some who are
Do you
bald, but you
understand
can
who's
still
speaking
find
here?
sadhus in India with
Most.
Who
dreadlocks
just
and all these
mentioned
things.
priests? May I speak? You talked about priests. Do you know what they did to us First Nations children when they first
No,
arrived to
this
this
is not
fucking
about. This
land?
is not about First
You're
Nations
not listening.
children.
You're
This is
not
just
listening.
about
You're
in
not
general.
listening to me. You're not. I'm the one who brought up the long
Because
hair.
you keep making it about you, bro.
It's
This
not
is not
about
about you.
me. It's nothing about me. It's not about you. What we're seeing in society is about 7 generations to come. That's 500 fucking years. But I'm the one who brought up about the long hair. I'm a First Nations Mi'kmaq person. So maybe you should ask a First Nations person what it means to have long hair.
I did. You didn't give me an explanation.
Well,
You said somebody else should give
I wasn't allowed to answer because it seems like there's an awful lot of people that want to explain what long hair means. So if you're not First Nations, you have no right to speak about long hair.
Well,
You understand
actually,
that?
again, you mentioned something about Avatar. You did start to explain it, right? And you were stumbling. And so I jumped in to support your narrow-minded, egotistical ass.
mention
First
Avatar.
Nation.
I did not
All right.
mention Avatar.
Your fucking
Not
ego.
one
Why don't you
fucking
go
bit.
cut that down a little bit,
I
Rockefeller?
have
Why don't you
no
go join your
ego.
rock people and your tree people and cut that fucking ego down some, bro?
My rock people and my people has been saving your ass for eternity.
Then shut up, bro.
I
I'm
have no
tired of hearing
ego.
your fucking ego, bro.
Okay. Co-host, what we doing over here? Like, and can we get a little order?
I was letting the dick swinging happen. What
Yeah, yo,
jump in the middle of that? No, thank you.
It just started.
All this friendly fire. That what we doing though?
I ain't shaving or talking about this. I'm gonna let them handle that. They want to talk about the hair on their head or under their arms or under their quavos. Let them do that.
Yo, Proud. I hope you don't got I hope you don't got nobody in a headlock over there, Proud.
No promises, man. No
Y'all
promises.
gonna have them clipping up Flat Earth Fridays. Like, this is what be going on over there in Stationary Saturdays. Sacred and level hairs. I mean, level heads. Hey, bro.
I don't want to cut people off, though.
Listen, I don't know if this is pertinent to the conversation. I don't like the friendly fire. I don't even really like the listener count dropping when people was arguing about something that isn't related to the topic. Okay? So let's try to refocus. I know it's a little fun. It's cool. But this is like dragging on a little bit too much. All right, I'm gonna let y'all go, but like, please, let's get past this, please.
Yeah, Shinko got his hand up. What up, Shink?
Yeah, there we go.
Is Shinko talking?
Nah,
I can't.
Elon
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. What's up, y'all? I just got up here. I was just listening to the conversation in the back. I just wanted to throw something in the jumbo. I ain't trying to keep it going. Just wanted to kind of put a little button on it in case people were confused. I just have something up there so y'all can like read a little thread. Talks about how hair taps in, and like I said, not trying to keep it going, but just wanted to have it up there for people who want to look into it. That's what it was.
Cool.
I want to say something.
Hey, Sacred. What's up?
No, I just want to say what CLW was saying is facts. The revolution starts in the mind of man. That's why the whole war is about your mind. That's why they're trying to control your mind and sedate it. So, yeah, it starts in the mind first. And we can't discount anyone's experience because nothing is more true to a man than his own experience. You feel me? So, yeah, let's stop all the petty beef and that shit lame.
Yeah, let me just say, I start out with peace right off the bat. I really try not to be confrontational, and I really try to be tolerant of other people expressing themselves because expression is important to feeling important in life, period. So, I try to express myself without offending anybody. So peace is always on my first agenda. With that being said, on Flat Earth, which is my new reality for probably about the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years or so, when I absolutely said yes, all things have been answered for me in my journey. There is no room for any kind of special privy. I'm equal with every other one of my brothers and sisters on this planet because I am in the same time as they are, in the same space as they are, and I'm shoulder to shoulder. I'm not in front of, and I'm not behind. I'll be under you to help support, all right? But I'm equal. I'm not going to hear this shit.
Can I ask what set you on flat Earth? What got you to believe it?
Well, for me, like I was mentioning earlier, I was following Comet Ison in 2015 because they were, NASA was telling us we were up for a near Earth collision. So I'm going to their websites and all that. And at that point, I was full NASA boy, Globey, never heard anything about Flat Earth. And here comes on Facebook, some Flat Earth Society. And I was like, what is this? So, I looked at my brother and we went down to the beach and we tried to look for curvature. I couldn't see it. And I live on Lake Erie. And I'm telling you, the horizon was flat. So that sparked my curiosity.
Okay. You've seen a ship go past, though, where it disappears bottom to top, though. That would be curvature, too.
Oh, no, no, no. Not my
Ooh.
observation, my friend, because if you can see in my little picture here that I've got just as my icon, okay, I live 27 miles away from a nuclear power plant that doesn't ever move. But it was really weird with my observations. Some days I couldn't see it, then other days I could see it.
That would be where you are. That would be being closer, farther, higher up, different places.
But my observation
Hey,
point doesn't change, neither does my height. I'm 27 miles. What it is it's an optical illusion due to atmospheric conditions and radio flux density.
But that's
That's
not
what
how
it
it
really
works.
is.
You can't. How would you make it disappear from bottom to top? That's curvature. You can't just make something disappear from bottom to top. It's not how it works.
I don't think you're understanding me, my friend. Like, for example, when fog rolls in, right, you can't see it. Or maybe when it's humid, you can't see it. But when it's wintertime and the atmosphere is colder and the air is crisp and clean, all of a sudden you can see the entire 493 feet with the shoreline from 27 miles, and there's missing 260 feet of curvature according to a ball at 8 inches square mile.
DK, but
It doesn't
see
fit.
that
Hold on, hold on, hold
8
on.
inch.
So welcome to Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturday, LAF Keys, 2 keys in here, so I'm just gonna call you by your ad name, LAF. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you are of a globular belief. Welcome. We do accept the callers. So if I just to pause, you guys can continue for just a second. If I were to show you things disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface, Keys, what would you say to that observation?
What do you mean on a? Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I've seen a certain video. I don't know if you're talking about that video particularly, but there is a video going around where they place a camera on a table and then they move some away and it like disappears top to bottom. That if it was that video, I'm just gonna explain that uses a certain lens that you can see. It's not like a flat earther. They say they use fisheye lens where it's like they could or they couldn't. You can actually see the lens. I can't remember exactly, but I believe it helped.
So
Give
with that, oh, I don't want to interrupt you. But lensing is correct, as is the atmosphere. Do you believe in atmospheric lensing or no?
I've not researched that, to be honest with you.
Thank you. Thank you 100% for being honest. I don't even want to interrupt your build.
Right.
I want to let y'all continue, but I will post
Yeah.
some things in the Jumbotron just so.
Yeah, Keys, there's
Hey,
way
Proud,
better arguments.
Sacred
It's
is
not really the
cracking up.
argument
Sacred
you
is
want to have,
cracking up
though.
and rolling on the floor.
Hey, Keys, I got a quick question. First of all, welcome. Second of all, you sound a little bit young. Do you mind if we get an age check?
I am 14, but I like to share my opinions about it.
Excellent, bro. Props to you for stepping up and coming in here, man. We appreciate you, and we're only here to help. So yeah, any questions you have about flat Earth and anything like that?
I
Just the
I
spot,
just
man.
want to say it's bottom up obstruction has been demonstrated plenty of times on a flat surface. Sacred has the video where they do it over the lake with the RC boats. There's countless videos, but the reason it happens is angular resolution, right? The bottom of the object is closer to the horizon than the top. So it's always going to disappear first. And you can demonstrate that pretty easily.
Yeah. To add on to that, someone posted earlier up top here in the what we call the jumbotron with all the posts up top. If you go back maybe 6 or 7, there's a Sacred posted the sunset. All right, there's 4 images, and you can see clearly the sun disappearing from the bottom up. And this is out over the water. You can check that out,
Yes,
man.
yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So that's out over the water, like you were talking about, disappearing bottom up, but not actually touching the water.
That would be because the sun is farther away than the Earth, I believe. It's not actually touching the Earth.
Yeah, it's still disappearing bottom up, though, right?
Yes, because the
So
Earth is turning,
even
right?
though it's
It isn't on the Earth, but it's turning still, so you still get that obstruction of not seeing it bottom. You don't see the whole thing.
So you're assuming it's turning. What if I told you that there's no evidence of it turning because we've tried to measure that?
Well, it turns once every 24 hours, so it would be hard to measure.
Do you have any proof of that?
Not at the moment. I can try
A
and find some if you
measurement.
want. I didn't bring proof with me though, because I thought this was a known fact. I'll mute real quick.
Right. See that's the thing, right? When we're growing up, we all assume that what we've been taught are known facts. And everyone in here thought the same thing, my man. So check this out. They went and they tried to measure this motion that you're talking about, where we're spinning, right? We're turning. We haven't measured it ever.
Well, bro, they can measure sidereal rotation, because if you're gonna tell him that and then he goes and looks at RLGs, he's gonna be like, oh, they can
That
measure
would be my
sidereal
question to
rotation.
him.
doesn't
That would be my
match.
question to him. How would he deduce the difference between us as Earth turning or the stars and the sky above us turning, the sun and the moon above us turning? How would you deduce the difference between the two keys, LAF keys?
How would you? Well, it depends on what you would use to measure it. But we're all moving. It's not the stars moving, but we are all moving. And I'm not just believing this because of school, because I'll be honest with you, I never went to school. I've had my own opinions since whatever long. I always try and find proof of such things. But I believe that, like they say, we are turning and we're moving throughout, right? We're not just staying in one spot in space. We're moving throughout. So I don't know how you would deduce the difference between it necessarily. I'm sure there's a way.
What she's asking you is, how do you experimentally verify one hypothesis versus the other, right? So one is we're moving and the sky is stationary, and the other is we're stationary and the sky is moving. How do you figure out which one is actually true?
Well, I guess it does depend if you believe that we've been to space. Because if you're in, let's just say,
Wouldn't you need to know that before you went to space?
Need to know what?
Whether the Earth is spinning or whether the sky is spinning. Wouldn't you need to know that before you went to space? Wouldn't you have to prove that first?
Well, we can see it because the
Will you
sun.
test it? Let's see if the Earth is rotating. Shoot a rocket up into the sky to find out. I don't think that's what they did.
The sun, it goes behind the Earth, and so does the moon.
Well, I mean, we see the sun move.
Yeah, so here's the thing. If you see the sun moving, does that mean we're moving? Or does that just mean the sun is moving?
Well, you're true that you couldn't 100% decipher it, but
exactly.
But because of the fact, one sec, let me think of how to explain this. You can see the sky moving, right? But you can see that maybe a star that was right there. You maybe see it like, little bit to the left, right? It's not going to be much because, of course, but that the whole sky can't move. I mean, our atmosphere can, but the whole space. How does all of space move at once?
It's an interesting question, isn't it? What if space is moving and we are stationary?
It's an interesting question. Again.
So now, to add on to that, what I was saying before is we have tried to measure our motion, right, going through this space, and have not measured that. Now, they've measured something, but it's not the prediction that they predicted, right? Because if we're orbiting around the sun, they have a particular speed and distance that we should travel. When they went and they looked for this, they could not find it. To this day, we still cannot find it at that particular prediction. That means we are not moving at that speed and probably not moving at all, but everything else above us is.
but why would everything above us move in one continuous just at the same time? What purpose, first of all?
Electromagnetism.
I want you guys to have your build, and I definitely want to continue this. Keys is asking some really good questions. I do want to know how much of the flat Earth conversation he may have looked into, or things he may have heard about it. Because if we're
I've looked
starting from like a baseline, it's going to be a lot of information. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. What do you know about flat Earth?
I haven't like Googled stuff about it yet. I mean, I have a little bit, but I do join in on a lot of conversations about it. I see what people propose. I have seen numerous accounts talking about it. That's
cool. What do you like about it? Because you're here, so you must be interested about something.
I find it interesting. Why you would believe that the government is paying off every single scientist, right? Every single astronaut, every single person who works at NASA. No, listen. You would have all those
Do you
people.
really believe that? No, I have a question. Do you really?
Whoa! Come
on,
on,
man. Jeez, man.
chill.
What the hell was
Let him
that,
build.
man?
Let him build. Go ahead. Finish your thought, Keys.
Pay
Yeah,
them.
well, hold on. I want to ask him a question. Do you really believe that it would have to be every scientist and every employee and like all these people? Do you really believe it
Not
would take that many
every,
people?
not every, but close to every 100%, because if you study science and then something doesn't add up,
Wait,
you're
Keys,
gonna know.
you ever heard of a game called Werewolf?
It's so funny. We had a CERN physicist in here earlier today. He said the same exact thing, and he's been doing physics for a long time. But the funny thing is, when you believe in a system, and in his case, I'm talking about the scientific community and how they operate. When you believe that everything is good, you kind of miss things that are bad. For example, a lot of money is behind most of this science that is being done. And if you don't chase specific goals that the money is looking for, you don't get the funding, right? You don't get that publishing deal, you don't get the laboratory, you don't get what you need to prove your theory correct or anything like that, right? So do you believe that all of our schools and scientific communities and media companies and corporations are all operating in good faith and it's all just good?
No, of course.
Exactly. So now we need, with that in mind, we need to take an objective approach and we need to look at this with open eyes, right? We need to understand that there are powers that be that push certain things through these corporations, these communities, right? Our schools, our hospitals, and this works internationally, right? So, with that in mind, you mentioned earlier, would we need to pay every scientist? Is every scientist in on it? No. But the people who control these things, who fund these things, who make the rules of who's in and who's not in, they do.
But why? Okay, I'm gonna ask this. Why hide it?
Good.
Hold on, real quick. Let's get to that in a second. What up, Keys? Look like you my twin, real quick. Kind of like I do the Z's, you do the S's.
Hey, thanks for letting me in. I'm gonna drop down here, guys. I appreciate it.
No
Good
doubt,
show.
got you.
Good host. Thank you.
See you next week, bro. Bro, why are you not in school?
Me?
Ooh,
yeah, because
Saturday, man.
You said you didn't go to school, and I'm guessing since you say you were 14, so I'm guessing like this is a decision that was made by your family, and maybe I was just asking like, what, like why did they not send you to school?
there's a lot of things they don't agree with the school system. A lot of things I haven't asked them personally about it, but I've heard conversations where they just don't agree with a lot of the teaching methods and such.
Now that's interesting, right? Because this is what D3 was just asking, right? Because what you had asked D3 was, wouldn't everybody have to be in on it, right? Now, if there is an agenda that they are pushing to the youth, which you would be part of the youth, right? You're the future of all of society. Your parents must know something or must see something that they don't like within that system. Now, they're working within the system. Now, does that mean that your teacher might be doing something? Does that mean that your principal might be doing something? Or is it something that's coming up from the Board of Education, somebody that's, in the higher positions that's pushing the curriculum? Is the lunch lady in on the whole thing? These are different parts in the school system that may not be complicit. Well, let me not say that. They are kind of complicit because they're teaching and they're in that system, but they're not composing that agenda. So it's kind of like that same thing. It's like, okay, well, when we're looking at all of the different fields of science, is the person that's going to work every day the same as the person that's saying, hey, we're going to pay you to do a specific thing within this framework? You have to go research this particular, or else you're not going to get this grant. So just addressing your question, how many people have to be in on it? I mean, clearly your parents say there's something wrong with this schooling system. The same schooling system that is teaching you to go into the world of science, the world of society, just everything that's going when you're growing up. That's the same path. Now, I'm not saying that every school is bad. I'm not saying that every teacher is bad, but there's something within that system, within that curriculum that your parents don't even appreciate. And that's the streamline straight to all the things that you still believe in, because they're still going to teach you those same things about current society, Earth, all different type of things. There's an agenda. So just keep that in mind, that your own parents don't even appreciate some of the things that they're doing in society.
My question again I would like to bring up is why? Why would all these companies do all of this? You'd undoubtedly have to pay people off. Why?
Well, not necessarily, right? Because you ever been to Walmart or Target or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what Proud, my co-host, this is what she likes to always present as an example. Like if there was a CEO of a company and let's say they were money laundering or they were doing something illegal, does that mean the cart pusher was in on it? Was the cashier in on it? Was the janitor that wiped the floors and cleaned the floors, is he in on the whole money laundering scheme? No, not necessarily. Some people might be 4 or 5 years older than you trying to pay off their college tuition, but the CEO of the company did some weird stuff, and now the company is in the headlines because of something illegal. That doesn't mean that the 18-year-old that trying to make a living, going to school, part-time working, is in on the whole conspiracy. So,
That's what we like to call compartmentalization, because there are it is segregated in certain levels of hierarchy when it comes to many things.
Yeah, kind of like the military,
that's
right?
a perfect example. You know that word, Keys, of compartmentalization? Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard of it, yes.
Yeah, so you're just putting things in its own little group and nothing really goes outside of that, right? So it's very easy. As a matter of fact, that's actually how NASA works. And I was just watching an interview from a former NASA employee, and they said that the way that NASA operates is that you have particular badges with a color code or some type of security code. And based off of your security clearance, let's just say I got a blue strip on my badge and you got a blue strip on your badge, but the next person got a green strip. I could talk to the blue strip about everything in the blue strip compartment, but I can't talk to the green strip about what's going on in the blue strip compartment. because there's certain security levels, there's certain compartmentalization, there's certain information that can't leave particular areas within that organization. So it's very easy to like conceal or hide or just manipulate information so that way it doesn't get out to all different places. So that's just like one example.
Yeah,
Why?
Hey, can I bring?
Again,
Can I bring up a very
Keys.
specific example? A very specific one. So there at NASA, during the Apollo program, under the rocket they have an escape hatch, right? That if something went wrong with the rocket, astronauts can bail out, go into like a tunnel, and basically they can hang out there for something like up to 2 weeks. There's couches, beds, all that stuff. Recently, someone went into there and they met the guy at the door, and the guy at the door said that nobody has been through that door in 30 years. And him and whoever worked before him, I mean, basically, that's their job at NASA, is just to guard that door and make sure nobody goes into that emergency section. So,
I'm
what
gonna
does
add on
that
to
guy
that.
know?
I'm gonna add on to that, Keys. I used to.
I want to try to address your main question, which is why, right?
Ether, I don't know if you can hear Chinku, but I think he just dropped. He'll be back.
Oh, my bad, Shinku. I didn't hear you at all, bro.
Yeah, he dropped. We'll bring him back up.
So, Keys, one thing you can look into is something called the Copernican principle, because we're talking about science here. And the Copernican principle is a very specific
No, you good, bro.
outlook and presumption. You back,
Yeah,
Shinku?
no, yeah, you good, bro. I don't know what's on my phone. I just wanted to give Keys a little closer example. You ain't even got to necessarily be NASA. I used to work at the airport, bro, and I had a badge that allowed me to go outside where the planes and stuff was on the dock, but I couldn't go on the runway because my badge wouldn't let me go over there. So I had access to the ground, to the tarmac, but I couldn't go where the planes was.
Yeah, compartmentalizing.
They had me carpet. Yeah.
So yeah, look into the Copernican principle, and then just understand that that is a very important thing in all of science, what led up to where we are today scientifically. So if you believe in the Copernican principle and you happen to be the ones in control of the scientific communities, then anything that goes against your principle is kind of swept under the rug, right? Because you have a system of belief, or you have a way that you view things, and this is put into books, this is taught in schools, this is taught around the world. So just check that out.
Why?
Yeah, you should tell them what it
You
is.
said
real
you were
quick.
addressing my main question. From what I'm reading about it right now, and maybe I just haven't read far enough in, of course, but why would there's undoubtedly more than one person who would know. There would have to be, with how many
There are.
people work at these places, there would have to be probably at least 300 if you want to give it a low number.
Hey, Keys, you ever heard of a game called Werewolf?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Okay. So if you understand that, you understand that the minority with the majority of the information can control the majority with the minority of the information.
Why?
Because in that game Werewolf, they have two werewolves and they have multiple villagers. And how the game goes is every night a werewolf will pick one random villager to kill, and then the next day happens and everybody discusses who the werewolf was. And then at the night, the villagers pick a werewolf to kill. Now the game ends whenever either A, all the villagers kill the two werewolves, or the two werewolves kill all but one villager. So it's kind of like Among Us, essentially. And 9 times out of 10, the werewolves always win, which proves that, again, the minority with the majority of the information can control the majority with the minority. If you ever played Among Us, bro, and you were the imposter, you know what this means.
But why? Again, no
Yeah,
one has
so
answered
to
my
answer
one
why.
question. Why would they do this?
Why? It's a philosophical. I told it. So here's the answer. It's philosophical, right? They have a belief. For example, why do people in Islam have their, why do they do what they do, right? Because they have a belief system. right? And so to them, anyone who does not follow their belief system is considered a certain way, right? And they're not really part of Islam, you see? Do not make the mistake of thinking that this does not happen with communities such as the scientific community.
So
basic
All
answer
right, so
would
the
be like
why. Yep.
money and power. So money, power, and control. If you've ever had a playpen, if you ever had a puppy, if you ever had a sibling, you put the puppy, you put the baby, you put everything in a playpen so you can see, so you can control where they go, what they look at, what they do. We can look at it as if they're trying to protect us by keeping us in this wall. But essentially, they told us, LAF Keys, they told us, hey, this ball has been discovered. You don't have to do anything. All you got to do is go to work, go to school, get a job, get a 401k, get a family, and die and repeat the process. That's all you got to worry about. We discovered everything for you.
but
That's
here's the
like
thing, it doesn't
essentially a
matter if
mental
it's flat or
construct.
not. Either
To
way, you
you,
go to work, you come
to
home and you
you,
eat, flat
to
or
you,
globe. So
to
them
you.
Nah, not really.
no,
Not
because
really.
if
That
they
So
had
if your
originally
because
girlfriend,
stated it
it's
if
a
was
your
different.
flatter,
girlfriend cheated on you, you wouldn't care. It wouldn't matter to you. You would still go home and love her like nothing's changed. Like
if they originally
just because
stated
it
the
may
earth
not
was flat
affect me
100%.
physically right now in this very moment does not mean that everything leading up to this moment won't be affected. I've been paying taxes for no reason. I've been led to believe that this is all I will ever be, a speck of dust in the cosmos. So I get that it doesn't physically affect me right now at this very moment, but that doesn't mean that other people won't see that they've been wronged.
But
That is a major lie to the society.
you're talking about if they just said it was flat now, okay? I'm talking about it doesn't matter if they had originally say it was flat or a globe.
They are in a religion of
Okay, here
materialism.
You
check
might
this
need to
out, Keys,
rephrase
right?
that because they've done
I
both.
got
They've done both. It was
I
flat.
got
They
I
said it
got
was a
him. I
globe. They
got
said
him.
it was flat. They said it was stationary. They said it was spinning. So they've been back and forth for some centuries now.
Right. And Witz had just popped in here, so I'm sure he could help you out with this as well. Just think about this, right? If we're not moving, which is what I was telling you before, and everything is moving around us, that means we are not spinning out of control or spinning in an orbit, flying through a vast emptiness. It means we are in the center and special, right? It's a special position to be in the center of everything we see in the sky. And I don't know if Witz wants to jump in and give a little bit more on that, but I know that's your bag, bro, if you want to help out.
Well, no, I'm just gonna say you proved why they would do it with your answer, with your response. You said, but it doesn't matter. Why does it matter? We still have to work. That's why they did it, bro. It's called nihilism, bro. So based on what he just said, people think nihilism is somehow logical. Do you know what nihilism is?
I've never heard of the word, no.
It's just apathy, meaning nothing matters. Okay, so if you're just some random little rock in this huge universe that's just randomly here, then you can think logically, well, I don't really matter. Like, this is just a random coincidence that I'm here. You can
true.
then be a nihilist. And you know what they used to do to slaves, bro? They used to break down their morale so they would be easy to control. If you don't have something to live for, or they would separate their families, or they would kill their families. They would separate families. Why do they separate families? Because if you had everyone's family together, it's going to be really hard to control them. Like, you're going to have to kill me to do something to my daughter, right? But if you separate my family, well, I'm like, I have no will to live almost. I'm way easier to control. They have a whole world of people being a nihilist, and they're easy to control. That's why people are like, oh, let them flood the border. Oh, who cares? What does it matter?
You know, that's a good point too, right? Because they would do things like emasculate the strongest men of the slaves and say, look, this y'all toughest guy, and he can't do nothing with us, so don't even try nothing. And then be like, damn, we can't do nothing. Like, nothing matters. Let's just go and continue being slaves. Like, that's a really good point. I never thought about it like that.
Yeah, they also take
Yeah.
away
Hey, Witz,
their religion. They also take away they did this to slaves too. So they would take away their religion. They'd have to hide it. So things like Santeria and voodoo, that's like a blend of the African religions where they take the Christian saints and they put them in the place of their deities, right? So it appears on the surface that they're practicing Christianity, but they're still practicing their ancient religion, right? So that's another tactic. So if you replace this nihilistic, materialist worldview, right? If you replace like the metaphysical, spiritual worldview with the materialist, nihilist worldview, where nothing matters and you're not important, you're not special, there's no purpose. That is the purpose, so that you, like Witz has said, so that you do the things that they want you to do. It doesn't matter anyway. I'm going to just go to work because I'm just a bunch of random molecules doing things and thinking, and I don't really matter because the sun's going to blow up in 4.3 billion years anyway. So what's the point? Why fight for anything, right? Why fight for yourself? Why fight for your family? Because we're all just going to die anyway.
Global warming is killing us.
Hey, Witch, just for context, I don't know if you know, Keys is 14 years old, and he popped up in here a little while ago.
Word. Welcome, brother.
Yeah,
Just
congratulations, Witz, on your debate. I can't wait, man.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be dope.
Yeah, it was that like next week or a week or two, something like that.
Yeah, 23rd, I think.
Yes, sir. Going mainstream,
Keys.
let's get
Actually, hey, Keys.
Hold on, Keys. I wanted to.
Keys, the guy you're talking to now, Witzit, you should probably check out his channel. Witzit, what's your thing now? Rumble or Rockfin?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube, Rumble, Rockfin.
Yeah, man, check out his information and he'll show you some stuff, man.
Yeah.
What website did you say? Sorry, I got distracted.
Well, wait, did someone else cover like the really basic part? I think I heard Proud kind of alluding to it, like the idea of a playpen, because there's a circle drawn around us, and it's called the 60th south latitude, and no one's allowed to leave it, bro. Like, I think it was that simple. I think when they were like, let's just kind of push this idea, it's, well, we'll be able to keep, traveling the world. We'll be able to keep exploring the world, and they'll think there's nothing else to explore. So now we get all the land, all the resources. For years, we've been fighting and dying over land and resources and kingdoms. Let's just create a lie where no one thinks there's any more left. Then we just go get it. There's no opposition to getting it. They just drew a circle around you and said, you're not allowed to leave, just like the Hunger Games. So I've never understood the why question. When someone hears that, the why question's done. It's over. It's very obvious.
So let me ask you, Keys, did you know that there is no free and independent travel past a certain point in the quote unquote southern hemisphere?
I didn't particularly know. I mean, like, in the back of my head, I would have assumed, but I didn't, like, know.
Right. So this is what they're talking about. They're saying like, hey, like they say that we're on this ball. There's nothing else to explore. You go in one direction, in a few thousand miles, you're going to end up in the same position again. So don't worry about it. They got everything covered. However, past this specific point where it could show that this is more land and more resources, because on a flat earth, things diverge and expand outwards, not converge to a point, right? Like on a ball. So they say, hey, you can't really go past this circle here. It's all the nations of the world agree that this is a sanctuary. There's a lot of resources, a lot of studying that needs to be done. We're not going to allow you peons, the cattle, the slave race, to go and independently explore past this place. Now, you had said something earlier, which I wanted to let everybody else get their thoughts off. But even at the basic surface level, like Witz was saying, it's like, well, you were saying actually, you say, hey, well, I mean, we're gonna still have to go to work tomorrow. We're still gonna have to go. But why do you have to go to work? To make money. Why do you need money? So you can buy resources. Why do they put a price on those resources? Because they tell you that it's limited. Who would pay for anything that's unlimited, bro? What if
But
it
how do you
was?
have?
Here's the funny
Sorry.
thing. What's he going to buy with the money? Star Wars action figures. Like crazy, man.
Right, but if there was an abundance of resources and they're just making it seem like it's finite and limited, then they can control the market. Then they can control that flow of resources and they could charge you to work for something that is just abundant. So now they got you thinking like, we got to go pay our light bill. We got to go pay for oil. We got to go pay for gas. We got to go pay for electricity. When really some of these things are probably like infinitely abundant. So now, because you don't live on a globe anymore and it's not a finite source of resources, why would you have to go to work? Could you think of, I don't know, 100 different things that you would rather do with your friends and your family other than having to go to work and school and stuff like that? I'm not saying that school's not important, right? You got to go get your education. But your parents working 40 hours a week to pay for something that may be free. Your whole life could change instantly if we found out that there was more land and more resources than what they're telling us. Don't you agree?
Yes, to a certain extent, but it wouldn't be unlimited, because if we are still just this Earth, then there wouldn't be unlimited. It would definitely, it could make
I
prices
mean,
go
it
down.
doesn't have to
100%.
be literally unlimited, just effectively unlimited. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just
Like
enough
abundant.
resources where we never have to worry about.
Right.
Well, and first of all, food, for example, is unlimited, right? Like if you get an apple, you can grab a seed out of the apple and get lots of apples. And oil regenerates. Electricity is actually unlimited. It comes from the background medium. There is no limit to it. The three primary things I just named are technically unlimited and regenerative. I think this is a big part of it too. Okay, what's going on in the world right now? We have like an ethnic cleansing happening basically right in front of everyone in like HD because it's 2024 and everyone's just chilling. And what are they fighting over in Israel? Land. It's a little bitty sliver of land, bro. It is a tiny, itty bitty piece of land, and people are getting wiped out for it. You think that an entire continent that's over 3,500 miles in diameter, allegedly, is just off limits? Everyone agrees we don't want it. They're fighting over like a few miles right now. Like, it would be the first time in history that all of a sudden land doesn't matter. And there's something else more sinister there. Just logically on its face, there has to be something else going on other than people just said, yeah, I agree, we're not going to go there. And just so you understand the visualization, you have a globe. You have the top of a globe, the bottom of a globe. You can draw circles all around the globe, right? They get bigger and bigger and bigger until they get to the middle. It's the biggest, and they start getting smaller, right, on the globe. So on the globe, the 60th south latitude or 60th parallel is a circle on the bottom of the globe. Well, when you flatten out the world, now it's a giant circle around you. It's just a giant circle around you. So if you just go from a bird's eye view and draw a huge circle around all the inhabited countries, that's what we're in. And that's not a movie. That's not like a joke. That's not hyperbole. That's literally what is going on the earth. Every single person alive is stationed inside of a circle like the Hunger Games. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah.
And here's something funny to consider. What the official reason is you can't go to these places, right? And why they don't have militaries here. It's the same as space too, right? They say we can't militarize space. Well, they can't militarize Antarctica either. And the reason they say we can't go below the 66 parallel is to protect the environment. Well, they weren't exactly environmentalists back in 1947 when they started all this stuff. So why they wanted to protect the environment way back then is beyond me. We have to consider about what is the environment that they are protecting, right? There's no animals, there's no plants, there's nothing there. So what exactly are they protecting? They're protecting the harshest environment on Earth from what? How can we make it worse? Think about it.
Come on, India, don't forget about the penguins, bro. Don't forget about the penguins.
Oh, they're actually not even in Antarctica. They're like on the islands outside of, like, parts of Antarctica that are outside the Antarctic Circle. That's where they are. They're not even actually in Antarctica.
Exactly.
They're not even allowed to go beyond the 66 parallel.
But truth hidden in plain sight, they are protecting the environment. Like if someone comes to my crib, like that's my environment. Like they're protecting their environment. You feel what I'm saying?
Facts. Hey, I got one more
what does
thing to
penguin
say to
taste like?
Keys.
I want to know.
Hey, so Keys, when you came in, you were curious about why we would endeavor to believe in a flat Earth, right? So let's flip that around. I'm very curious, and I'm sure everybody else in here would probably like to know what makes you believe that you're on a giant globe where water is sticking to it while it's spinning, while it's flying through space, while it's orbiting the sun. So what do you feel like is the best reason that makes all of that happen, and why do you believe in it?
Evidence. Also, water doesn't necessarily stick to a globe. It's because of gravity. That's a proven fact. You can drop
Okay,
something on the
excellent.
ground. Evidence
Excellent.
is why
What evidence?
science, and you can't way things work. Gravity, I pretty sure that proves we're on a globe. You know how
Which
at
one? Which
suns.
gravity? Wait, which gravity? LAF Keys. Which one?
But I don't know if he knows which
Hold on, D3.
one.
Hold on, D3. Which
Gravity.
gravity do you feel
See?
substantiates? Yeah, hold on. Which one do you feel substantiates that Earth is a spinning, wobbling ball?
The one where things
See?
drop to the ground.
All right, he doesn't know. Let's
Which
be
one
real.
is
He
that,
doesn't.
bro?
He doesn't. He doesn't know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Save this guy. Frow's trying to cook this guy right now. Like there's multiple versions of gravity. They can't get any of them to work. Let's just help this guy. None of them technically work. There's mass attracting mass, that's Newton, that's outdated. There's relativity, that's Einstein's currently accepted but also known to not work. Gravity is a concept needed if the Earth's a sphere. The proof for gravity is if the Earth's a sphere, something like gravity must exist. Therefore, we know it exists. That is the actual reasoning behind it. So, and like, let me just level with you real fast because I'm trying to save you because they're trying to dice you up. I think. I know, like, you're young, right? Let me say this. You said because of the evidence, but we all know that isn't true, brother. Right?
Yeah,
like the no, it's not, bro. The reason you believe in the globe is the same reason I believed in the globe. Because everyone believes in it, and I was taught it's a globe when I was a child. It's like you're not told an alternative. You're said, here are your colors. Here's your letters. Here is your Earth. Here's the solar system. It's just presented to you as a thing you need to learn about the world, right? It's not, you're not told alternatives. You're not told, let's use critical thinking and decide if this is true. Here's the evidence for it. That's not what happened. In fact, when they told us the Earth is a globe, I raised my hand and made the joke, why don't we fall off of it? Which almost every classroom in the United States has a kid say that. And then people laugh and she says, gravity. And what is that? Well, it's just the thing that holds you to the globe. It just circles back to why you were asking it in the first place. And then you're like, oh, okay, new word I must now remember must be true. So if we're going to be honest, everyone in this room thought the Earth was a globe. You think the Earth is a globe, not because we critically assessed it and we're like, look at the evidence. Does it weigh out? It's because we were told that. It's just what we were told. We weren't told an alternative, right? So can we just kind of level with each other in that sense?
No, I believe it's because of evidence. I 100% believe because of evidence.
Right, but which evidence? So you mentioned gravity, right? There's two kinds of gravity. There's Newtonian gravity and there's Einsteinian gravity, which is the one.
There's more than that, D3.
There's
more than that.
However, there's. However, the thing is, you may not know this, but gravity is actually not considered a force. And the equations for gravity are actually mimicked by electromagnetism. So you probably don't know this either. There are thousands of scientists who are against the modern accepted gravity, and it doesn't work on a cosmological scale out in space. Okay.
Okay.
So basically, what he's saying, Keys, is that there's not just one gravity like they're teaching you in school. They're lying. Well, you're not in school.
Yeah.
But whoever you did hear that, that's not true. They had a specific gravity, and then it failed. And they had another one, then it failed. And working on another one, and it's still failing. So that's what they're saying when you say gravity. Like, not even the higher, like, upper class of science even understands what gravity even is, and it doesn't apply everywhere. Like the
We also have
like
alternatives for why things
the
fall.
mechanics to how gravity works. They can't figure that out. But this is what I want to do, because I know this is getting like a little bit dense. Why don't you tell us, if you believe in a globe, what is your number one proof or your number one piece of evidence? Or if you had to say, this is the reason why we're on a globe that's spinning and moving, just like D3 said, what would you say to prove that we're on a ball that's in motion?
I don't know what my number one is, to be honest with you, but a big one to me that recently that I've researched and looked at, is at sunset, right? You see there's still light, and you see it glare from the bottom of a plane to your eye, right? So from what I've seen, this is just from what I've seen, of course, because no one can agree on a flat Earth map, which is also a kind of weird thing. But they have the sun above you, right? It's supposed to be close to you, closer than what we are told, right? It's supposed to be and above us too. It doesn't go down; it just stays above us. How would you get that glare off the bottom of a plane to your eye at sunset if the sun is above you?
Oh, we could demonstrate. So
perspective.
So hold on. Keys.
Yep.
If we could demonstrate that exact same thing on a flat surface, would you agree that that's not exclusive evidence to a globe?
If you could take a light, you could see glare. Like if the light was above something, you see glare from the bottom of it to your eye on a flat surface.
Right. So we have a light source that's above a flat surface, and as it moves away from you, it'll start to illuminate whatever is below it as it moves further away. That sounds like what you were saying. So if we can demonstrate light on something shining on the bottom that's above you over a flat surface, you would agree that that's not exclusive evidence for a globe.
I think it would help, but I 100% would like to see that.
Okay,
100%.
we got you. I'll post it right now. If y'all got any questions, or Keys, you got any questions for us while I post this, and then maybe we could see if Steve want to chime in here. But I kind of like this build, man. Like, the reason why we like engaging with you,
I appreciate.
This is what I'm
Keys
saying. Yo, I
keeping
was
it
just
real,
about to
though.
say that I'm like, bro, we be talking to globe earthers, people that be coming in here and all hot. They don't listen to nothing that we say. And it'd be the 14-year-old that just be the most honest one out of 15 hours we be live. It'd be the 14-year-old coming in here, be the most honest and most transparent out of all the adults, all the physicists, all the anti-flat earth. Yo, it's crazy, bro. This is why we like, having that conversation with you, bro. We really appreciate it, because we don't get like globe earthers that are honest and have the conversation and that actually listen to the things that we say. So just continue this mindset that you have, bro. Like, it's very unique. Don't let the world like damage your view on some of these things that we're talking about, and anything. Like, always keep an open mind and always engage just like this, bro. It's very unique. I'll be right back. Let me go get that up.
I don't know if there's a correlation, but he don't go to school, so there might be something there.
Back. That's a good point, Dio.
Steve, you want to hop in right quick?
I want to ask him a question real quick. Are you homeschooled? You said you don't go to school, so are you homeschooled?
Yeah.
So your parents teach you?
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did your parents teach you it's a globe?
They did. 100%. Yeah.
Are they lying to you? Or do they just believe the Earth's a globe and that's why they're teaching it to you?
They believe the Earth is globe.
Okay.
Wait, you mean your
I was
parents
gonna
not
ask,
in
like,
on
is
it?
everybody in it?
Keys, your parents ain't in on it?
They certainly would know, right?
Who paid them?
Yeah, who paid your parents?
My parents are not scientists who do experiments every day and research and have to do all these calculations. So the correlation there doesn't make sense, to be honest.
I think you have a mistaken view of what these people actually do on a daily basis.
Well,
His
that
point was
100%
this,
test
though.
stuff, that's, you can't deny that.
Well, I mean,
His
they're all
point was that
believers. What I'm saying is, they're like your parents, right? They all believe it, and they just do what they believe, right? So if I can take any phenomenon that we see in nature, and I can say, how does this work on the globe? And I can construct a model or some mathematical artifice which will make it fit into a globe. But I can also say, hey, is this a flat Earth? And make that phenomenon fit into that. Now I can also go, well, the Earth is a pretzel, and let's make it fit into that, right? And that's all they're doing. They're looking at data and they're making it fit into their preconceived notion
I would
without
agree.
any real. Well, I'm just saying they don't have any real knowledge, right? A random scientist at NASA has no real knowledge of the shape of the Earth because they've never been out of space, right?
an astrophysicist can tell you how far away each galaxy is, but they'll never be able to reach it.
Oh, they'll also tell you what it's made
Well,
of, how
yeah,
old it is, how fast it's going, all from looking through a telescope. It's amazing what they can do.
yeah, we can't just give it up to the
Pictures.
scientists just because they're scientists. Because I could show you scientists that believe the opposite. So then what? So then what
Exactly.
we're left with, we have to do. We have to look at our own measurements and do our own experiments and come to our own conclusions. At the end of the day.
Yeah. What they don't tell you when they present to you the globe is like what Sacred was saying earlier. They don't tell you that there's an alternative model to that, and they don't tell you that thousands of scientists disagree with a lot of things in science, right? So that's it, man. Keep like Sacred said though, man. Keep your mind open, man. Good conversation with you.
And keep asking the question why. Hey, what's up, everyone? Wanted to just say hi to everyone. There's a lot of good people in here, and I really appreciate you, Sacred and Proud. This is a good space for these conversations that need to be had. And I wanted to holler at what's up, Shanku. We were going back and forth on some crazy post earlier, and it's all about putting up the information that we're not taught, putting out the information to share with each other, because it's all about asking the question why, which leads you up the ladder to find your higher level of consciousness. Because, see, our world exists in a spiritual realm and the physical realm, they coexist together. And when we find our true selves, then we find that connection and we find out more about why. And we find out just exactly what we are. And we are more than just the material. And it does get deep, it does get philosophical. But a lot of this information was deprived, was kept from us, was omitted. And so, I mean, it's up to us to ask why and find this information. Because if there's one thing that I learned is that every single thing that we have been taught and every single thing that's flashed in front of us in headlines, in the media, it's all the opposite. The opposite is either the opposite is true or the information is omitted. What they've done is completely change the words. They've given us the word gravity, but it's actually the word ether. That's just one simple way that's the most simplistic way to think about it, but it goes a lot deeper than that. They've changed the words on so many things. They've given us the word atom, but there's no such thing. It's actually a toroid field as an energy field. It's energetic. It's an electric universe we live in. And it's not a vast space of universe. It's our Earth. That's the universe of both worlds, the physical and the spiritual. And we have to understand that because our consciousness lives on beyond this physical body that we live in. And so it's up to us to learn this stuff to find out the deeper meaning of who we are. It's not about everything's a lie. And so then we begin to question our reality. Well, what is true? It's up to us to find that truth, who we are, so we can find the next level up that ladder. When we leave this body, our conscience will decide what that next level is. So thank y'all, everybody.
Hey Steve, I appreciate you, man. I see you active too, supporting, the space and the level heads and all that stuff, man. So shout out to you, man. It's good to hear you speak, bro.
Appreciate y'all, everybody. Keep it up. Keep sharing that information. Because one of the topics from earlier was, well, how do we change this? How do we, how do we make a difference? And I mean, some of it it starts with us, but it really starts with the youth. It really starts with the children, because we're just regurgitating that factory school model that's built on lies. When we're teaching the children, it's up to us to know the truth and to know, period. So appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you coming up, Steve. First time hearing you speak, bro. That's what's up.
Steve, what if we also need to learn from the children more?
Sorry, say again.
What if we need to learn from the children more than we can teach them?
I think just that aspect of honesty and truth. I mean, because they're using, of a very young mind, so everything's kind of fresh. So it's a lot easier. Their ego hasn't set in far enough, so it's not deeply rooted yet. They're a little bit more open to information because they know they're still very young on this plane that we're walking on. So
No, I get what he's saying. His point was that as a kid, you're more open to your environment around you before you actually start to get molded to the box they want to put you in. So what he's saying is, if we should be able to learn from the kids, because like if you look at a kid and you ask them what's going on without telling them what's going on, they'll give you their interpretation of it. And if we base our understanding of what they think off their interpretation, since they're new into this environment, we might be able to better understand what they're tapping into.
Right. And it's all about the environment. It's all about the environment. That's what decides whether you live or die ultimately. And just to let you know, Keys, you're going to be alone on this. If you keep this journey up, you're going to be well off, but you're going to be alone unless you uphold that strength and you know how to share it with someone whoever else is ready to receive it.
Right.
Yeah, I should point out they've surveyed children. They've done studies on children on between the ages of 4 and 6 on whether they think the Earth is flat or a globe, and invariably, children that age think the Earth is flat until they're told by adults that it's a globe, and they so cannot accept that. So what the children end up doing is they create what in their mind something called a two Earth model, where if you're on the ground, the Earth is flat, but somehow, because your children, their imagination doesn't limit what can be in reality, so they think that if you go up high, then the Earth becomes round. That it actually has two distinct forms, one form on Earth and one form from space. Right. So this is the way kids think, and eventually we browbeat, peer pressure, socially, humiliate them out of the idea that the Earth is flat, right? By calling them retard, drink bleach, and all those things, right? So eventually, it's just a beating out of you. But initially, on first impression, children think the Earth is flat. So as long as we, listen to the children before we pollute their minds, there is a lot to be learned from children.
Can a 4-year-old play a video game, become a pro without knowing the keybinds?
Kids are like better at video games than most people think.
No, a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
Could a 4-year-old automatically?
yes.
No, listen.
Not without the buttons, y'all. Not without the buttons. They got to know the button.
When my son was 5,
Exactly.
he played. It was Battlefield Desert. It was a Desert Storm mod. He was a pilot in a chopper. He racked up something like 128 frags. Everyone was calling him a cheater. He couldn't even read the text. Okay, so yeah, they can without knowing the keys.
How old was
Yes,
he?
they can. They just see whatever.
He was 5
whatever,
at the time.
Like what happens whenever you play a game, if you don't know what the buttons are, you just button mash until you see stuff that happens that you like, and then you just repeatedly press the same button. So like by that logic, I've had my nephew, who's currently 8, when he was like 4, used to cook me at Smash Bros. I was infinitely better than him, but he's not bad. Now that he's older and actually understands what he's doing, he's actually pretty calm. But back then, ridiculous.
Is a 4-year-old gonna win a tournament for $1,000 without knowing the keybinds?
Well, that's an elite bias right there.
Not really, because you're
99.9%
talking
of
about
people aren't going to win
kids
that
who are
tournament.
4.
But it doesn't matter what their age is, right?
It does. 100%
You're
does.
talking about an elite sample of people, right? But people that win tournaments are an elite sample of people.
Yep.
99.9% of the people aren't going to win there anyway, no matter what their age is.
Yep, a tournament is an enhanced environment, bro. I've been to multiple gaming tournaments too, and I have not won a single one. So it's people be competent.
Well, I would say who would pick it up faster? Take a 5-year-old never played the game, and take a 7-year-old never played the game. Who's gonna become better faster?
7-year-old.
Also,
I would say the 5-year-old.
The
also,
5-year-old.
kids, you need to consider there are cases where a 1-year-old played a piano. A 1-year-old can't read musical sheet and is playing musical keys in a musical way, like he knows the play or something. How can you explain that? How did the child comprehend that? Children usually think. Well, you as an adult, you cannot think without using a language, and we assume children don't have a language when they are young. And you yourself, as an adult, you cannot think anything without a language. How do they usually think? There's a lot mystery to children than what you assume. How they perceive time is not the same way we perceive time. But we train them to assume time to be what we have been trained to time is. So they go on with that assumption. We corrupt their ideologies. But if we use their purity and innocence and curiosity in a good way, they can teach us more. But they always still look up to us to show them what is true.
Well, let me think about this for 1 second. Okay. I'm saying that a 5-year-old who has not been taught facts at all on both sides, the 5-year-old doesn't know, right? They don't know facts. They don't look at evidence. They don't look at ships going across, right?
But kids,
But
they need to know
like
there's
the
a
point.
difference between truth and facts. You can have your facts, but it's limited to a specific environment or to the circumstances that you're observing. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's applying universally. There are many facts, but they're not necessarily true.
Facts is what's true. Your own truths. So there's truths, your truths, and
For
there's one more.
example, in physics, the Newtonian
There's no your truth, there's
principles
the truth.
reached a limitation when they started analyzing things from a different perspective. Now they came up with quantum physics because Newtonian mechanics could not answer everything, you see. But in Newtonian, when you're analyzing things in Newtonian lens, there are facts for Newtonian principles. When you're analyzing things for what they consider quantum mechanics, they have their own facts, but they don't relate with each other. But there's a difference between their facts and true.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're having a hard time merging these different fields of science.
I don't know how true that is, to be honest. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I mean, there's no unified model. But go ahead.
What do you? Not 100% unified, but you take a flat Earth and get me 300 people who think the exact same out of 500.
Why would you want that though? Isn't more?
Because you just talked about not a unison. You just talked about
Right.
not believing the same thing.
Well, no, a unified model, not thinking the same thing. Like something that functions and all parts that work all in unison with each other without having to say, okay, this part works over here, this part works over here, but for some reason we can't put them together.
Like the different gravities we were mentioning earlier, one works on one scale and the other works on the other scale, but they haven't figured out a way to merge them together. That would technically be a problem with science.
From what I've researched,
you
guys said
Hold on,
there's
40.
multiple
Hold on, 40.
gravities.
Hold on, 40. Go ahead, Keith.
From what I've researched, you guys said there was multiple gravities, right? I'm pretty sure there isn't multiple gravities. It's just better explanations for it. They learn more about it, so they add on to it.
No, it's multiple gravities, bro. They can't unify anything. You understand the majority of your model is unprovable because it's dark energy and dark matter.
What do you mean? The flat Earth doesn't
He doesn't know
have
he doesn't know anything
Okay,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah, my bad.
But you're
So
comparing.
for example, Keith, and if you want to write this down, you can write this down. If not, it's cool. I'll send you the link because we're streaming right now. So if you want to watch this back, you can watch it back in your own time. You might even want to watch it with your parents, to be totally honest. But and you can ask them about this. Ask them about general relativity ask them about Newtonian gravity, and then ask them about gravitons. And that's just three, and they're moving into a fourth now. But just those three, why would you need Newton's form of gravity? Then you got Einstein's form of gravity. And then when you go with quantum, which is supposed to be the most precise measurements on the most smallest scale, they can't find these gravitational particles. They can't find them. So go try to look this up in your free time. Ask your parents, have a conversation about it, and look up how they define gravitons, because that is what is supposed to be gravity on the quantum scale. So this is what we say, like, just as one example. Like, this is not even anything else that have to do with the globe, Earth, and its motions and any of its other functionality. This is just gravity. We haven't even talked about anything else.
Let's try to like help them out here, right? So, like, obviously a magnet, right? A magnet's gonna quote unquote attract something like metal. It's gonna pull it into it, right? Okay, that's for sure how you interpret gravity. That's what people think of. It's basically like magnetism, and it pulls everything into the center. It just pulls it like a force, attracts it like magnetism. So everyone that thinks about gravity, they just think about magnetism effectively, and they think that's gravity the same way, okay? That isn't gravity in the globe model anymore, because that idea didn't work. So it did start as that. It started as this force that's pulling everything to the center of a ball, but that didn't work.
Or they learned more about it, and then they added on.
No, they didn't add on. They threw out that belief because it didn't work, right? And that's called Newtonian gravity. And when Newton proposed gravity, he said, I have no idea what the cause is. He actually referred to gravity as God. He described God and said, AKA gravity. He said gravity must be a direct act of God. I can't understand it. There's no way to explain it. Don't ask me what the cause is. I don't know. Okay. But then people kind of took his equations and then made up this idea that mass attracts mass, blah, blah, blah. That was thrown out in the early 20th century because it didn't work. It didn't work for many reasons. What Sacred's trying to point out to you is now we have relativity. That's a different version. But that's also not working because you have the cosmological scale, the big universe scale. You have the earthly scale, like the local scale. And then you have the quantum scale. If gravity is true, it has to exist on all scales. Anywhere there is mass, there has to be gravity. But they're not finding it. It's not working. It's not working on the big scale. It's not even working on the local scale. And it's definitely not working on the quantum scale. They can't even find it at all. Anything that they can claim would be gravity. That's what he's trying to explain to you. This isn't just us saying this. This is top-level academics will tell you, right? Like, we have no idea what gravity is. We can't explain it. Our current theories don't work, etc. But the last thing I'm saying, the average person, like the layman, kind of just hears gravity is a fact. They drop something. They think that's gravity. They think that mass attracts mass because they don't know the actual cutting-edge state of affairs, right, when it comes to what gravity actually is right now. That's what we're trying to explain to you.
Can I ask what your explanation for when you take a cup, you let it go, and it falls to the ground? Can I? This is not me trying to advise on this. This is trying to get an explanation.
Sure.
It's a good question, bro. That's a good question. Go ahead.
So let's take a red Solo cup. Okay. I'm going to drop it to the ground. It's going to fall. And then what if I drop it in my pool? What's it going to do when I drop it over my pool?
It will float.
Okay, so why does the Solo cup float in my pool but fall to the ground in the air?
It is, first of all, very light, and then you have a liquid obstructing it.
Right. Now, if I drop a coffee mug in my pool, what's going to happen?
It's going to sink.
Okay, so the difference is that the coffee mug is more dense than the Solo cup. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when I drop, we can use a golf ball and a ping pong ball, right? Like if I drop the golf ball in the water, it sinks. If I drop the ping pong ball in the water, it floats. If I drop them both in the air, they both fall. That's because the ping pong ball and the golf ball are both more dense than the air, right? Mm-hmm. But the ping pong ball is less dense than the water. So things go up and or down based on density. Like that's just a fact. Everyone agrees on that, right? So that's the first part.
Environment.
Exactly. So technically it would be density relative to its medium, the density of the object relative to the density of the medium. Now, there is more to it, in my opinion, right? Because everything that exists is electric. So that cup, everything, there's not one thing in the world that exists, no matter that's not electrostatic. So we would have to also include that in our explanation because it's just a fact that that's there. And if I rub a balloon on my head, I can stick it to the wall, right? Because there's what's electrostatic attraction is what people
100%.
call it, right?
Mhm.
So we know that that's there. So we can do an experiment to see like, oh, is that kind of what's going on the Earth? And we can take something that's more dense than the air, it'll fall down. We can put it between two metal plates, and then we can use what's called a Van de Graaff generator, and we can manipulate the field that it's in, and it'll start to float. You can change how fast it falls. You can make it weigh more. You can make it go up. You can make it levitate. So we've now proven with an experiment, right, that a direct cause of the effect of things going up or down is electrostatics, right? So those two things are real science. Like you can directly manipulate them and prove that they cause things to go up or down. So that would be the answer, is that the charge of the object relative to the charge of the medium, the density of the object relative to the density of the medium causes it to go up or down. The cup falls down, it's more dense than the medium, right? Now there's another claim on the table that says, well, sure, all of that is true, but I promise there's something else there as well. It's called gravity, and it's space and time is bending and warping and making it fall. Okay, but we can't test that, we can't prove that, and when we assume it's true, it doesn't work, right? So that's the point.
I don't know how true that is, to be honest. You can test gravity, and I know you said, I know your explanation, and I want to thank you first of all for not just dismissing everything you're, actually explaining it to me well. But you 100% can test gravity. That's why something drops. Now you had your own explanation, but that doesn't mean that you can't test gravity. If the idea of gravity is that something will fall to the ground, then that is testing it.
Hey,
It might
so
that's more of a wordplay thing, but we definitely can test gravity.
But what if I say that it's actually little invisible fairies and they breathe on everything and throw it to the ground? When they sprinkle their fairy dust, it makes things fall. And then I say, look, proof of that is, and then I drop something. I say, see, it dropped. So that's proof of my fairy dust theory. Like that doesn't work, right? We have to be able to actually test and find what it is we're claiming is the cause. That's what I'm trying to break down to you is we can test ours, we can prove it. There's another claim on the table that can't be tested because it's claimed to be space and time. You can't find space and time. You can't go bend space and time. You can't actually test it. I promise you it can't be tested. That's why if you go to even NASA's website, they'll have like over 300 published papers of alternative theories of gravity because everyone knows that we don't know what it is. We can't find it. We can't prove it. And people are coming up with different ideas for it.
Right. So what Wizard is saying, LA, is that what they're testing is motion. And they're saying, well, the mechanics behind this motion that we're calculating and testing is because of this thing over here. Just believe us. But what we would ask you, like, how would you directly manipulate gravity? Or how does gravity act upon a helium balloon? These are the things that we want you to start thinking about when we're having these conversations. Does that make sense?
I think so.
What would you say to one of those questions, or either one?
Could you repeat it? Sorry.
Yeah. So
I got distracted. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, no. So basically, they're saying, you're saying we could test gravity, right?
Mhm.
But what it is really testing motion, right? It's just motion, and they're saying, hey, this explanation for this motion called gravity. How do we test that specifically? How do you manipulate gravity to say this is exactly what's happening? Because what Wissett was explaining to you, that we can manipulate the electric field on the object and we can create motion. Like we could directly manipulate the electric field. And they're saying, oh, I know you could do that, but there's this other thing called gravity. So we're saying, how do you test specifically and directly test that gravity? And the other thing that I asked, how does gravity act on a helium balloon? Like, how would you describe gravity acting on a helium balloon that rises?
That was my next thing I was going to ask you, Gustav.
If it's not just density and buoyancy.
I've actually not looked into that. I've actually never looked into how helium works on gravity, if I'm being honest. I'll be honest.
No, that is bro, that is a great answer. Because they don't teach us to think like that.
Yeah, that's an honest answer, man. We appreciate it, for real.
Of course. I'm not in it to just prove globe. I'm trying to learn and explain. That's what I go by evidence and stuff.
Here's
Hey,
another.
y'all go follow my man LAF Keys, man. Follow
Right?
Keys.
Here's another way to think about like something similar to the helium, right? You've got trillions of tons of water being held down, but the lightest bird and butterfly can fly right over it without a problem.
Wings.
Yeah, but are they strong enough? They're strong enough to resist what's holding down trillions of tons of water? Think about that. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, come on. Key, yo, we just showing you all this love. I was about to go tweet you and stuff, and you over here calling for the globe earthers to come help you, bro.
I need listen,
Come
listen,
on, he's
help.
like, yo, I'm in Flat Earth Fridays. It's 15 on 1.
It
Please.
is.
Oh my goodness. Come on, Keys.
Tell me it wouldn't help if I had someone else with me. Tell me it wouldn't.
No, bro. You listen, bro. Let me tell you something. This is what we were trying to get you to understand. You are probably the most intelligent person that we have talked to today, if you're being honest. So you don't need to appeal to another man or another woman unless they're your parent. You don't need help at all in this conversation. Yo, when I was your age, I was not even engaging in this. You couldn't even ask me about no relativity. Are you kidding me? 14 years old? I'm hooping and I'm doing stuff outside. I'm not in the science. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't talking about no science, bro. Like, you are ahead of the quote unquote curve. If you want to talk like that, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need nobody else's help, bro. What we're trying to get you to do is to think for yourself. We're not trying to convince you of anything. What we want you to do is to listen to what we're saying, digest what we're saying, think about what we're saying, and then go research what we're saying. And then come to your own conclusions, bro. Don't call for nobody else's help. Now, if you want to, feel free, but that's gonna do you an injustice. That's gonna train your subconscious to always rely on something and somebody else. That is exactly what the government wants. Don't think you can't do for yourself. Rely on us. We got everything. Go to school, go to work, and die. We got everything else covered. Bro, break free of that. You don't need it. You have a voice here. You always gonna have a mic available over here. We're always gonna answer your questions no matter what it is. And if you feel like challenging it, feel free to do so, bro. We're gonna give you the information and take the info and go look up what we're saying, bro. Seriously, we're not here to attack you either. We're not here to convince you. We just want you to think for yourself.
Sidebar, fabric of space, real world physics. Come grab a mic if you're not at work or anything like that. Come chop it up with us. You got physics in your bio. You seem to really enjoy the sciences. Come help Keys out.
Yeah, and Keys, pay attention to the interaction that we have if any of these other globers come in here.
Let me just ask this. I don't know if I got a little feedback or not. Y'all let me know if I'm good.
You're good.
Okay, cool. He's like, do you feel like you got a chance to express yourself?
Like to express my opinion? Do you feel like I am able to? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
like it did. Like, do you feel like we gave you the opportunity to like?
I would say so. Yeah. I would say that you are being nice. You are definitely on the nicer flat earthers or whatever. There's a lot of people who will just say, "Give me this." You would give it to them, and they're just like, "Nope, sorry, f you."
The naysayers, the nuh-uhs. We get a lot of those too. Nuh-uh.
And my last question to you, before we get to anybody else, I want to ask you something. If you want to say something, is do you feel like we're listening to you?
Yes, I think there's been some times where maybe once or twice where my point has been a little diminished, but for most of the majority of the time, 100%. You guys have been listening, and I appreciate that very much. I would like to say.
All right, just checking in, man. You tagging in the ops. I just want you to be careful, bro. I don't want you to get stuck into, well, those are the globe earthers. Let me go align with them. Nah, bro. Like, you got to be really careful who you align yourself with. This is exactly why your parents took you out of school. I'm telling you. That's exactly the reason why. They said, nah, we don't want you thinking or absorbing anything that they got going on in that institutionalization. We don't want that indoctrination on you. We're going to teach you what we think. We don't want you affected by whatever they're, pushing on to the kids. So just keep that in mind, bro. We're the ones that were probably speaking out in class and saying, yeah, we don't agree with that. What? Agree with that? Go to the principal's office. What? I'm just giving my opinion. Y'all not gonna listen to me? Hey, you come to Flat Earth Fridays, bro. We're gonna listen to you. Just keep that in mind, bro.
Oh, his backup is here.
Well, we don't know. We don't
I
know.
just wanted to say though, so Keys, what they're saying is, there's an observation that we can all make. When you drop something, there's a downward acceleration, right? But they never isolated the cause of that acceleration. We can isolate the cause and we can demonstrate it, but they can't isolate the cause. When we're doing science, you got to isolate the cause and the variables, right? So if I told you I had a magic rubber ball that if I throw it against the brick wall, it's going to destroy the brick wall. And then I go to demonstrate it, but instead of throwing the ball at the brick wall, I put it in a bag with a bunch of other stuff, and I throw the bag at the wall breaks, and I say, see, look, my magic ball, it destroyed the wall. It must be because the magic ball, right?
Right.
You can't claim a cause without isolating it. If I threw the ball by itself and it destroyed the wall, then I could claim it, right?
Mm-hmm. True. Very true.
That's real science. Real science is locally demonstrable and falsifiable.
Wait, his backup just bounced.
What's up?
His backup just bounced. What happened?
No.
Maybe he went to hear somebody. He's been here for a while, chilling. I sent him a mic before.
Wow.
Yo, LA. So I do want to. You had a question about like light shining on an upper surface due to the sun, and I told you we could demonstrate that over a flat surface.
Yeah, I said I'd like to see that.
Yeah. So I got that. I put it in the nest up top. But there's a few hands, so I want to let them chime in. We're gonna go to Sheepdog. I'm gonna go to Ken, and then if you want, we can go over this demonstration.
All right.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Sheepdog. What up, bro?
What up, my brother? What up, y'all? I love coming in here, man. I'm sorry I missed last night. Had a lot of things going on.
Traitor.
It's good to see this space. I know, right? I know. Life, man, life. But Keys, I just want to kind of run a few things by you real quick. So the first thing I wanted to ask you is it in your concept? Like, is this how you understand us as flat earthers? Is that we just stopped following the science? Is that your understanding of what flat earthers do? Or do you feel like the explanations you've heard today make it seem like we're actually paying a lot more attention to the science?
But with the people I've seen, I would say that a lot of them just didn't follow science. They didn't follow any evidence. But you guys, I think you're 100% better than most people that I've talked to about it.
Big ups, big ups.
Appreciate it, man. And then the second thing I was just gonna say, man, what's up, 40? I love you, brother. I just wanted to say one final thing. Like, so flat earthers, like here's something that you'll find crazy about flat earthers. Flat earthers, once you discover that the earth is actually flat, like right, you have to go outside in order to do that. But once you do that, you spend more time outside. Like I've never spent so much time in my life outside than I do as a 42-year-old adult. So You know, like everybody in here, we love going outside. We love going out and looking at the world around us and seeing it, observing it, um, falsifying the globe and everything like that. So I just want you to understand that, man. Like it's important to go outside and experience the world around you. You know, take whatever you can to learn. Go test it in the real world. Go do it yourself. But I don't know. Did y'all run the litmus test by him real quick? I'm sure he'll pass with flying colors because he hasn't been completely sold out to the indoctrination yet. Keys, um, if the surface, let me ask you this question: if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat, I suppose.
Oh,
That's a very honest answer. Very
Oh
honest
man,
answer.
somebody
Believe it
is
or
that
not.
a first, bro? Is that a
oh,
first?
I think it is.
Directly,
No, kids do it all the
yo, you see how
time.
we tweaking right now?
Yeah.
We can't even believe this.
Kids do this all the time because kids answer honestly. This goes back to what India was saying. Like
Bro.
if you ask a kid what their world perspective is, they haven't developed an ego yet to deny what it is that they're seeing. They're going to be honest and open about it. Believe it or not,
Real
Keys.
quick, Keys. The reason why we're like tripping over this is because them same guys that you're asking for help won't answer that question. The same guys that you're asking for help in Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays, they will not even answer that question. And you
Hold
did
on.
it just like, oh yeah, like if it's not
Without
Can,
hesitation.
can somebody ask me that
Like,
question?
oh, let's logically
Can
follow.
somebody ask me that question?
D3, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Well, like, what are you saying?
But it is
Like,
curving though.
it's
But it
curving,
is curving.
but
That's what we get, Keys. Like literally, like grown adults telling us, like, but it is curving. I'm like, dude, this is just a hypothetical
so what
question.
about the moon?
Regardless of what the evidence is. I know, what about the moon?
This is what
But
happens.
what about the moon?
So Keys, here's the thing, right? Like globe believers will point to everything in the sky and never point to the surface of the earth. And so my other logical explanation to this is like if I handed you a disc like a CD or something like that, I don't know if you know what a CD is, but you probably do. If I hand you a disc or a CD and I tell you that it's a basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you look at it, what's going to give it away that it's not a basketball?
It being flat.
Okay. All right. A lack of curvature
Yeah.
otherwise, correct? All right. So that's pretty much like where we stand at as far as being flat earthers. We don't know a whole lot of explanations about what goes on in the world around us. We're all seeing the same thing that you see when we go outside. We're like, oh my gosh, look at the stars and how they move across the sky. Look at the sun and the moon, they move across the sky. We see all those things the same exact way. We just let go of the story that we were told, right? And the reason that we let go of the story was some people have gone out and made their own observations. Everybody has their own personal experience, right? I have made my own observation. I didn't record it, but I had an experience with a friend and we were like, oh my gosh, we can see each other. This is crazy. But with that being said, there are people that have recorded observations, visual tests where you're seeing across the plane, but then they might invoke refraction. So let's go ahead and shoot a laser long distance and see if that laser is going to do anything. If the laser should shoot straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the laser is not shooting straight and it still runs parallel across water all the way across and it hits the target on the other side, then there's a lack of curvature there.
Right.
There's also been Witsit's pretty well versed in this. So are the other co-hosts. The radio wave propagations that are out there, thousands of miles without any interference from a physical Earth curvature. These are things that make us question whether or not the Earth really is a ball. And we were told that it has certain dimensions, and so we tested against those dimensions, and it fails consistently. And that's really where we stand at. So we may not know what's going on in the world around us on every single thing. How do seasons work? How do sunsets work? How does this work? How does that work? How do you explain the moons around Jupiter blah, 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 blah. I don't know, but the surface of the earth is not curving. So whatever's happening in the sky, it only happens on a flat earth. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, interesting.
Any other Globers wanna step up and
help your boy
help us
out?
out?
Bro, they all in his mention. This is the crazy part. Yo, this is the crazy part. You should hear the stuff that's in this man's mentions. He just went over there and said, yo, come help me out, right? You got Dr. Heckle. Dr. Heckle's supposed to be a transformed, cool Globie, right? Transformed from a toxic globe earther into someone like, okay, I just believe in the globe earth. I'm not going to be toxic. He's going to go reply to this 14-year-old guy, not, discredit him because I'm not, into ageism or anything like that. He talking to this 14-year-old kid talking about these guys are a joke. Everything they say is nonsense. Just poison the well. You got doctor in your name. You could just come over here and then just disprove everything that we're saying. There's another guy in this guy's mentions. Oh, if I didn't have a code, I go right in there and give a flirts a piece of my mind for trying to indoctrinate a child. But I'm coughing, I'm sick. They'll make fun of my voice. They'll start pushing back. They'll bring up vaccines, which are safe and effective, by the way. Like, bro, what is going on?
Did you see Joe Beast tweet?
They said we're lying about Antarctica. Keys, you think we're lying about Antarctica?
I'm just saying the behavior, bro, is crazy. We are chill, and these guys are like already ad homing. They're already making excuses. They're already being aggressive. They're pushing, like bringing up what does vaccines got to do with the shape of the earth? Now, you want to talk about control,
Make
like
sure you tell them, Keys, that we ain't attack you. We let you speak, and you had a great time in here. Don't be over there in the mentions laughing and kikiing like we ain't treat you respectfully. Make sure you relay that same message the way you over there asking for help against 1501. I tried to get you help and assistance so you're not up here by yourself. So don't do us right.
Also, what's the harm in like teaching children the full story and letting them make up their own mind? The indoctrination is where you specifically hide information. You don't let them hear the full story. They just know to say words like gravity. They don't know what that means. They don't know the alternative positions. That's literally indoctrination, right? That's by definition indoctrination, omitting the alternative evidence. I mean, so anyway.
That's ridiculous, bro. I just checked out too. Joe B just said we casually lying to him, bro. Are we lying to you, bro?
You did lie when you said the sky can't inform what the shape of the earth is. That was a lie.
So if I look up at the sky and I see a plane go by, is the plane moving or are we moving?
Well, so let's start with the fact that
is the plane moving or are we moving, Keys? If I look at a plane and it goes by me.
Well, I'm not talking about motion, but just the shape of the earth. The fact.
So Ken, you had your hand up. You're up next. Mute up, Clay. I don't even know how you even got a mic. I don't even know why you even back over here. Go ahead, Ken.
The fuck? What? Yeah. All right, bye. Sorry. I'm back.
Yo, real fast. Just at the topic, what's so funny, dude? I want to tell you guys this. You know how like they're all trying to come at him right now? When they hear people have the honest conversation and they can't stop it, they freak out. There are tons of anti-flat earthers reaching out to InfoWars and Harrison, telling them not to do it, saying like McToon, telling him like, "Oh, it's a trap, don't do it. It's a trap, don't do it." Like, how crazy is that? Why would you need to do that? I mean, like, just to make the meta point, if your point's so solid, you would never, ever advocate censorship and suppression, which they do. You would never need to make sure people can't hear their position so you can go around and lie about what they say and straw man it. You'd be like, bro, blast it in front of the world. Let everyone see how wrong they are. But they try to stop it and they try to clamp on people that are asking questions and not let them hear the information and like bring them back into the indoctrination. That's obviously sus.
That's I'm reading this next comment here, bro, and think about everything that Wizard just said. Like, why would they have to do this, Keith? Why would they have to behave like that? There's a guy in your mentions right now that's sitting here saying that we're trying to recruit you into a cult. Bro, first of all, we didn't even know who you were, right? We didn't invite you here, but you're invited back. So don't take that for you. Like, you can come back whenever you want. Like I said, bro, you got a mic whenever you want to come talk to us, ask us questions. We're not telling you what to think. We're inviting any of your questions. We're inviting any of your challenges. And we told you to go research this and go talk to your parents about this. Does that sound like a cult to you?
No, and I
Okay,
never think it was.
cool, man. As long as you keep that open mind, because what they're doing right now is trying to manipulate you emotionally. They're gaslighting you, and they're just saying things without even providing any evidence. And keep in mind, every single one of those guys has the opportunity to come into this space right now and help
Yes,
you.
any Globers, I would like to say you are welcome. Just want to make that
But they get washed every time. That's the like they get absolutely washed. You know, what I want to point out to you is think about this, right? You probably don't know that every observation we make in the sky, literally every astronomical observation with the strongest telescopes in the world, every observatory, all astronomical observations, what it looks like when we look in the sky is that the Earth is in the center. No matter what we look at, everything moves in relation to the Earth as if the Earth is in the center. Everything. And the current model says, sure, you can't really disprove that the Earth is in the center, and all of the evidence is going to make it look like it's in the center, and all observations are going to give you that illusion, but that's really not true. You know, it's just an illusion because space is accelerating and expanding faster than the speed of light in all directions, that it's going to make you look like you're in the center even though you're not. Okay, whatever, you can believe that if you want to, but what I'm making the point of is, well, you would tell the children so that you're not indoctrinating them, right? You'd say, look, here's the situation. All the observations make it look like the Earth is in the center. So we have two options. Either A, it's because the Earth is in the center, or B, it's because it's an illusion and space is accelerating and expanding in all directions, and there has to be some energy that's doing it, but we don't really know what that energy is. We call it dark energy because we know it has to be there, but we can't find it, etc., etc. That would be the opposite of indoctrination, right? The group informing you that you're not being told the full story. Here's the full story. Now do what you want. Go research it yourself. Go test it yourself. Don't believe what we're saying. Go verify it. Just so you know the full picture before you make like major philosophical worldview decisions is the opposite of indoctrination. That's honorable, right? It's dishonor to like tell children these stories without telling them the real situation. So I don't care. These people are like way off the mark, honestly.
I think it would be more honorable though to say that, okay, like the Earth, like from our frame of reference, you know, viewing out,
You hear me now?
viewing out, you know, the you know, we're the center of the universe, right? Like that can be fine, but at the end
Kid,
of the
I
day,
can
like
hear you. Well, Kid.
geocentric isn't going to necessarily be
Oh,
flat.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
of
think
course not.
that's not very honorable to like
No,
misstate
but I
somebody.
didn't
Like,
say. Wait, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Okay, there's two different parts here. Is the Earth moving, and is the Earth flat? You have to discuss them separately. They're separate things. Okay, so I'm not saying if the Earth is in the center of the universe, it must be flat. I'm saying people believe that the Earth is a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun, which the sun is flying through the galaxy 500,000 miles per hour. The galaxy is flying through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and the universe is accelerating and expanding over 8 times faster than the speed of light. It's all in a vacuum, that there are
yeah, and
stars
there's
that we see
problems with
46 billion
redshift,
light
and
years.
we've assumed redshift for over 100 years, and we don't actually know what it is. We've assumed that redshift is Doppler shift when that's not the case. I was like assuming that a curved line is straight. It's completely different. Like that's the thing is like you're assuming that I'm somebody that I'm not, and I'm not really like a heliocentric crazy guy. But at the end of the day, the Earth is spherical. But I do encourage people to go out and seek the truth through the bullshit that does exist in our life. But I did want to just touch on that you're kind of flowing into geocentricity, and that's fine, but I do want to clarify that geocentricity does not necessarily or does not necessitate flat Earth. You know, we can be the center of the universe, and God put us here and created gravity and these things that we don't really know about. Like we don't know about it, and so for like flat Earth to use anything, spirituality or the observable or geocentricity, to say that the Earth is flat, like it's so fallacious. Like it's kind of
No
ridiculous.
one did that. I just corrected you and said that no one did that, and then you just went on a diatribe talking about how I did it again. No one did that. Geocentricity is not exclusive to the shape of the Earth. but it is exclusive to the Earth not moving.
But
and obviously,
you
our
use that to as a way to then logically go to flat Earth, even
Yeah,
though
like that's what I'm saying.
no,
Well, see, that was my
no.
whole issue. That was my whole
If
issue.
you
Is that
interrupt me and
like
tell me what I'm saying, I bet you that somehow you'll be right. Right? Like if you just interrupt me to make up what I said, then somehow that'll be what I said. No, I was making a meta point about how the children aren't told the full story. One example is if the Earth is in the center of the universe, they're not told that all observations make it look like the Earth is in the center. They're told that we know it's not, which is not true. Okay, if we believe the Earth, or we hold the position that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, that's geocentric. Okay, so yeah, that's the first part of the conversation. Is the Earth moving? Is it in the center of the universe? The next part of the conversation is the surface of the Earth curving? Is it spherical or is it a topographical plane? Those are separate portions of the conversation. So flat Earth also has to address the first part, which is that the Earth is not moving, and all the evidence supports us in that sense. Now we go to the curvature of the Earth. You don't get to separate them.
Very simple. So by you guys saying that he did something fallacious, y'all were the ones that were doing something fallacious. So y'all should really take up now. Again, Ken had his hand up, and I'm gonna let you chime in. And if Toaster or Clay want to chime in on something, then they can put their hand up as well. Go ahead, Ken. Mic check, double mute.
All right, you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to say to Keys,
Oh, you breaking up, Ken? Connect to them satellites.
Kid, you lost in the
all right,
ether, Ruggy.
let's not go. Yeah, I'll let somebody else go, and I'll give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
my entire point though? This is Toaster, but my entire point, it was just to like make a more clear to the audience and everyone, just like a when you're switching from like one topic to another, because going to geocentricity, well, that's also different. And I mean, I think it's a valid view. Honestly, geocentricity is valid. It's not invalid. I mean, like what's it said, and everybody said. I mean, we use an Earth-centered reference frame as if we're the center of the universe. So there's validity to that. So I mean, I'm not dismissive. I'm not some closed-minded glober. I don't want you guys to assume my character based off of one thing that I believe, which is the shape of the planet.
But we didn't
But
do that,
that
bro.
was my only thing.
We didn't do that,
Little bit.
man.
Well, I guess I just didn't hear it then. That's my bad.
How long were you here for the conversation, Toaster?
I'll be honest. It was probably not long enough. I'll be honest.
No, it's all good. I'm saying we're not assuming anything about you. You just told us what your position is. Now we know, right? We don't like this is the facts though, right? In this conversation, when we're like, okay, we're misled about the Earth. Almost everyone that defends the globe defends the solar system, defends the gravity making planets move around the sun. Almost all of them claim the Earth is a spinning globe.
Yeah, and
so you may be an exception,
they
and that's cool. You may be an exception, and that's cool. But in order
they
to have
defend dark.
Listen, bro, you can't talk through people. All right, you got to let them finish. You should be able to have enough self control to do that. Please don't force me to continue to use the mute. Have some respect for the other voices. You have a mic here for a reason. Respect the host as he speaks. Go ahead with speaking.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is that in order to have the conversation, we have to discuss all of it. Okay, so we're discussing that because the truth is, 99.9% of people that believe in the globe believe it's also flying through space. Right? That's just a fact. And so I was just making the point that that's a perfect example of how we're being misled. Right? We're being misled as to the actual decision to make. Children are being lied to. They're not told that that's what the evidence shows. They're just told that we know the Earth is spinning and revolving around the sun. That was just the point. No one's claiming that proves the Earth's flat. What it does is it disproves heliocentricity, right? It disproves the idea that we're moving. Okay, the next step would be you can obviously believe it's a stationary sphere or whatever, right? But then you need to get into the curvature of the Earth. They're separate conversations, right? You have motion and you have alleged convexity or sphericity.
When you're arguing for geocentrism, the observations you're making that you say prove the Earth is stationary also prove planets and celestial bodies exist. Like you would observe the moon orbiting around the globe Earth. It's a crazy leap to say because the observations of like the moon orbiting the globe Earth now, it's a crazy leap to go from geocentrism to flat Earth, because flat Earth rejects the idea of celestial bodies altogether. It says they're lights in the sky. You guys can't even say the moon is a solid object. So it's
Keeping the
so like
listeners.
geocentrism is in and of itself still disproves flat Earth, because you're still making observations about celestial bodies and moons. Like Mars has moons. Like that just completely undermines the flat Earth. Flat Earth is
none of that
completely
undermines
ridiculous.
the flat Earth, bro. Like I mean,
Yeah, it does.
okay, how
Like,
much have you researched this?
Wait, let me give you some background. We packed Clay up already all last night. He was respectful, but he just wasn't retaining any information. After
Nada.
like 5-6 hours of cooking him on the moon because he didn't do any research from stone, he then went to the timeline and said that we have a physiological problem if we believe in flat Earth. He meant to say psychological, but he doesn't know the difference. So I'm just giving you a baseline of who you're talking to.
Yeah, but I will say this: I'm super like lenient and forgiving when it comes to people's reaction to this conversation, because what I've learned is like people are kind of coping, and in order to like feel confident in their position, they have to create a caricature of the other side. And I don't even think it's like a conscious thing. I think it's just like a coping mechanism, right? So I'm just saying, like, just throwing that out there. I try to be really like lenient with it.
Can I ask you like a basic question to see your perspective, Winston?
Yeah.
So when we observe whatever Mars is, like Mars has moons or objects that orbit around Mars. Do you think that's real, or do you think that's all fabricated?
So
he's breaking up.
My daughter was crying. I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
Oh,
yeah. So when we observe celestial bodies, or whatever you want to call them, lights in the sky, and we see something like Mars, and we see what I'll call moon. You don't have to call it a moon. We see objects orbiting around Mars. What do you make of that?
Maybe things maybe things move around Mars. what do you mean?
But don't you think like a logical conclusion would be just the way like moons orbit around Mars, the moon that we see would be similar orbiting around us? Isn't that just like doesn't that just make sense?
Well, I mean, like what's the problem with it though? How is that present a problem
we can
for us?
observe the phenomenon of moons orbiting around planets. So when we look at our own moon, we might say it's a similar phenomenon of a moon orbiting around a sphere planet that we exist on. And and it's predictable too. Like, what would we expect if we had a moon orbiting around us? We would see one face of it if it was in a tidal lock, and it wouldn't get bigger or smaller. Generally, it would stay the same size.
That isn't
like,
true. That isn't what you would see. There's a small percentage chance it would do that.
Yeah, no. But it's still logically it's a small percentage chance. But if it's in a tidal lock, that's what we would see. Whereas in the flat Earth model, you would see multiple angles of the moon. You would see the moon.
Is this the same straw man from J Space?
I know, yeah, dude. You're gonna just say the same argument you said the last time I was in here. We know your position. We've directly refuted it. You're assuming an actual position, solidity, sphericity in the medium.
Don't you think that the fact that we can see moons?
Yo, the fact that Winston remembered that, bro, and you didn't just shows.
No, I remember that. But don't you think
he
the
just
fact
repeat?
that we
That's so funny. Winston wasn't even here for that conversation last night, but he remembered the conversation that we had. We asked you, and you told us that you were gonna go do research on our refutations to your position, and Winston just repeated. Winston just repeated back to you what you couldn't repeat back to us. And I guarantee you, if we ask you, since all them hours that passed by since last night, did you do any research on those three positions? How much you want to bet you're gonna say no? Clay, did you do any research on those three topics? Those three.
We already talked about this, host.
No, we talked about it last night. This is a new day. We talked about it during Flat Earth Fridays. This is stationary Saturday. Stationary Saturday.
Only point.
You left, and then you came back.
Let me finish my thought.
You left, and then you came back. So I want to know, since you've been gone, that you're bringing the same argument. Did you look at anything that we asked you to look at from last night?
No, I was sleeping.
Okay, so this is what we're dealing with. Someone who's bringing the same argument.
Let me just finish my thought.
And they still won't acknowledge anything of the reason why your position is flawed. But go ahead, Clay.
Let me just finish my thought. So Winston acknowledged that we observe planets with objects, moons orbiting around it, but he doesn't think what we exist on and the moon that we see is the same phenomenon. That just seems like a crazy leap to make.
My
Because
light
you didn't do
bulbs,
any.
my light bulbs are circular.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let him finish.
It's even crazy that he would acknowledge that that's a real observation that we make, that we observe objects orbiting around other spheres in the sky.
Oh, I didn't say that.
But you don't think you think those
I didn't say
observations are
objects or anything like that. But this is what's so funny, and that I never get a rebuttal to this. It's so funny. Like, I guarantee you won't directly rebut it. It's so simple too. Listen very carefully. Okay. So you're saying that somehow it's insane to think that we wouldn't be the same thing we see in the sky. That's your argument. Of course, the evidence shows that the Earth is in the center of the universe. That means it is a special and unique position, unique in that it's the only one. Literally, there is no other position like that. It is the center of everything. If the Earth is in a special and unique position, why would it be logical to think it would be like everything else when it quite literally isn't like anything else?
Because we can see the same phenomenon. Like we can see moons on Mars, and we can
I
see
told you wouldn't address what I'm saying.
No. Let me. I just explain why. You're saying since we're on a special place in the universe, why wouldn't we be different? I would say even within our special place in the universe, we still observe phenomenon consistent with other planets and galaxies we see. So even though we are let's assume geocentrism is real, even though we are in a special place in the universe, we still observe celestial bodies orbiting around us like we observe celestial bodies orbiting around other planets.
Dude,
Which one of them have life?
everything orbits around us. If the Earth is geocentric, everything is moving around us. So this is what's funny is you're not addressing the point though, which is you're claiming that
geocentrism.
Do you know what Occam's razor is?
Yeah.
Okay, that which requires least amount of assumptions is probably true. Doesn't mean that it is true. It's just more likely to be true. Okay, the Earth is in the center of the universe. In that position, it is distinctly different from anything else. So to then claim, well, logically, it would be just like everything else is illogical. Do you understand?
Well, no. Well, so our observations prove that at least there's some particulars that are similar. Even in geocentrism, we can still there's still moons revolving around planets. Those planets and moons would just be revolving around the Earth. So just the idea that you're gonna throw out the idea that like you'd say planets are lights in the sky and you can't know what anything is in the sky, and then the moon is just like you say the moon is apparent, like you can't really understand the moon in any concrete way other than like abstract, like as it moves in the sky, its apparent location always faces
It's
the
only
observer.
abstract, Clay, because you won't look at the information we provided. So it's easy. It's easy to just repeat the same thing every time you come in here. If you choose not to acknowledge the information that refutes your position, do you agree?
Yeah. Maybe
you
this
do. It is easy when you don't
maybe
look at it.
somebody can provide information on the one hang up I have.
Thank you for conceding that. That it is that it is very easy to dismiss everything that you're saying if you don't look at what we're saying.
Maybe well, this is the one hang up I have. So maybe if somebody could provide information like experimentation for this direct
You're not gonna look at it. We already
observation.
did.
Well, let me explain what I'm doing, and maybe
Clay,
you can explain if you already did.
Hold on, let him finish, and we do got to get to Ken. And
I would love any experimentation that would demonstrate an object in the sky as it moves, its apparent location would always show the exact same side to any particular observer, no matter where they are on Earth, no matter where the object is in the sky. I think that would be a crazy phenomenon.
Rainbow. Next.
But the rainbow is you can observe the rainbow and see it's not a
in
physical
the sky,
object.
And you can't go to the other side.
Not a physical object.
But you can observe light shining on the moon. So when you're talking about a physical object, I would love to see any physical object that has light shining on it, that when you observe it, any observer from any point at different angles on the Earth, that the apparent location would always show the exact same side to
He just
any
keeps saying
observer
it over
on
and
Earth.
over, bro. Like,
But
you
he
know
has
what?
a
Well,
You,
point.
you
He
can't
can't do
he
that
has
Has
a
a
on a
point.
point.
flat Earth.
He
That's the
doesn't
whole
have a point
problem.
because we've directly refuted it. And instead of
Winston,
addressing the
what's the
actual
refutation to that?
response, we're
What's
not
the refutation to that?
again, you're assuming solidity and sphericity and
But we can see
actual.
light shine on the
You
moon.
can't even
With it,
let
we
me
went
You can
over
see the
say it.
sphericity of the moon. Or get real, dude.
with it, we went over this. He did this for an hour in J Space, the exact same straw man, bro. This is all he has. That's why I asked him,
Look at the
What the
what are
picture
your
of
dumbest
the
shit
words?
jumbo
ever is
screen.
that the Earth is flat. Like,
Wait,
can we
this
just
is why
argue
this is
anything
that
else?
you guys' argument is so strong that you can't even let people speak. You know, that's how you know your
You
argument is
speak.
so strong. You all just got so triggered
Because the
over
longer
3
you
words.
speak, the dumber it gets.
There you go. So you're just evolving because you know you have no chance. And you said it was like the longer I speak, it was 3 words. 3 words.
That
So
means that it's longer that you've spoken. Yes,
good one.
that's correct.
Yeah, good one, man. So you're assuming
Good one,
solidity,
man.
sphericity, and an actual position. And the last time this came up, I literally explained I have done a demonstration myself using a polarized lens or a dish. It's a polarized dish. You can make a holographic projection, and we perfectly replicated the moon, the craters, the alleged shadows, right? The actual cycle, the color changes, and you can walk right over there and put your hand through it. Okay, you can put your hand right through it, but it looks like it's a sphere. It looks like it's solid. It looks like you could touch it. And then when you move the camera around, you change your angle of view. It stays the same no matter where you go because it's a holographic projection
Can you
with a
cite that
polarized lens.
experiment?
Are you
Yeah, sure. I
sorry,
have
can
it
I
on
ask
my
you a
phone.
question?
Yeah,
On the
can
eighth
you
day,
post it on the
God made the
jumbotron?
polarized
But
lens and the projector.
wait. But if that's true, then your claim is wrong, right?
Yeah. Okay. No, I'll admit this. If you can show me an experiment of a moon that looks exactly like a solid object and that interacts with light when light's shining on it different, or like the shadows change with like the tide of the moon, and it's a hologram, and no matter how far you get away from it, it will still look perfectly like a circle with its face shining to you, I'll admit I'm wrong.
Okay, perfect. There you go. I'll go grab it in a second.
Oh, here we go.
Sounds good. I look
All
forward
right,
to
let's
it.
hear from Ken and Keys. As you're listening, see how we was all chill and see how their behavior was while we were having this conversation. Just notice the difference. The guys that were mocking with it as he's trying to get his explanation, all these different things, saying like little weird stuff, opening up their mics, interrupting him while he's trying to explain certain things. These are the guys that you call for help. These are the guys that showed up. Okay, so just keep that in mind as we have the conversation. Look at the difference between before they came in here and after they came in here. Let's go to Ken. What's up, Ken?
Hey, no, I don't have much. I just wanted to. Keys sounds like he's looking and he's asking questions, and I don't want you to just believe anybody. I don't want you to believe me. I'm a flat earther. I don't want you to believe a globe earther. I want you to do what I did. I was a globe earther, and I heard, hey, these people think the earth is flat. I was like, man, I can prove that we live on a ball. It's science. I know it's science. I went to school. I know it's science. I can prove it. Here's the thing. If you just go ask somebody, if you just ask me, what is the earth? Oh, well, it's flat. Dude, it's definitely flat. But you can't go argue that. You can't go argue that the earth is flat. You can't hold a conversation on your own. So when you go look for people to ask questions to, don't ask questions as to what their opinion is. Ask questions that inform you so that if you want to defend the globe earth and you want to come in here and you want to talk to me and say, okay, here's my evidence for the globe earth, that you understand how gravity works. You understand how anything that you're going to talk about is. And when we say, well, what about this? You know the answer yourself. You don't have to say, well, gee, they didn't tell me that. And that's where the problem comes in. Because once you start saying, no, I want to understand it. I want to be able to repeat it myself. That's when you start seeing the problems with the globe model, because you're expected to just believe certain things. You're expected to just, hey, just accept this because, there's some guy in a lab coat somewhere, figured it out, and some other guy in a lab coat checked it. Everything's good. Don't worry about it. Just, it's there. Don't worry about it. You can't walk into a conversation and use that unless you think you're going to come in and say, hey, some dude in a lab coat figured it out. Another guy checked it. Everything's good. Don't worry about it, guys. It's, it's a globe. And, when you go in to understand, go in to explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old, like I don't know anything. And when it comes, learn to recognize assumptions whenever they come up, because we all do it. We all make assumptions. We all accept this over here because everybody does. Thing is you want to understand it. And if you do that, you're going to find truth. Because if somebody can't explain something to you, if they can't make you understand it so that you can repeat it yourself in a conversation without any help, then you're not going to understand it. But if you can, you are going to understand it, and you will find the truth. And you don't have to believe me that the earth is flat, and you don't have to believe anybody else that the earth is a globe. You will know for yourself, and you will have the arguments to sustain your belief. That's all you got to do, is just go out there and make someone explain it to you to where you understand it and you can do it yourself. That's all I wanted to say.
I have another question that you guys might appreciate because it's not to do with the moon.
Hold on, Keys, did you want to say anything to what Ken said?
The moon.
Not
No, I
this
said it
moment.
doesn't
No,
have to do
he
with
can
the moon.
speak. That other guy who wanted to speak can speak. I'd like to
So
hear Bruce's.
as we get higher in altitude, the Earth's atmosphere's pressure gets lower. It approaches zero. So that's what I would expect if there was a force pulling the atmosphere in, and then in space, obviously the pressure is zero, right? So as you get higher and the force is not pulling us intensely into the Earth, the pressure would get lower. As far as I understand, pressure in a container equalizes because pressures in a container wants to push out against the wall, so it would be consistent. Doesn't the fact that pressure approaching zero as you get higher, isn't that strong evidence against the atmosphere being in a container or a dome?
And let's walk through this, right? Let's say you
Okay.
have a big container, right, Clay?
Yep.
Let's say you have 5 different gases.
Yep.
All 5 different gases are of different density. With me?
Well,
Hey,
the
Sacred, I have
density.
Hold
I
on.
have a good
I'm talking to
explanation
Clay.
for this one.
I'm talking to
No,
Clay.
from your
I'm talking
side.
to Clay. I'm talking to Clay. I'm talking to Clay. 5 different densities of gases. With me so far?
Except except density isn't a force, so I don't know what density does.
Do you understand what I said thus far?
Yeah. So you have a container with different gases at
How
different
many?
densities.
How many?
Just let me explain this one.
No, Toaster.
Toaster,
You,
stop.
you interrupt one more time, Toaster. I'm taking your mic. Clay, 5 different gases, 5 different densities, all in a container. Are you with me so far?
Yep.
When those densities seek equilibrium, what's going to happen?
I think without a force, because density doesn't tell you anything about any force pulling down or any direction. So I think they would just equalize throughout because density alone doesn't do anything.
Wait, so if you have a heavier gas, some or more dense gas, is somehow going to find its way to the top of the container?
Well, because density is just mass over volume. It doesn't tell you anything about any direction it would be pulling or pushing. So yes.
Sacred, I gave him the same example yesterday in J Space, bro.
No, I'm actually wondering, like what's the because density has a force acting upon it for it to do anything. So like density alone isn't a force. Like it's m over v. That's
No
not a
one
force.
said density is a force. Matter of fact,
Okay,
how about this? How about this? Because it seems like you're having a hard time keeping up. Let's say gravity is real. Now you have direct.
Okay. ability to hold light.
So tilt doesn't matter then.
No, it does.
You just told me it didn't matter. It was about the atmosphere.
Oh, it does.
That's why, I mean, but that's why it gets colder, right? At night.
It
So
doesn't.
host.
It's still hot at nighttime, bro.
Even
If you're
even though
telling
you
me that
can't
when
quite
you're telling me that you're spinning or tilting a ball, demonstration, which you can't reproduce what happens with the globe, and even if you're attempting to reproduce it, there's still a spin every single day, and the temperature doesn't change the way that you guys say it should based on the tilt. So every single point that and this still refutes your position with the moon. Because this is the whole point that we were making with the moon. So on top of me refuting everything with the sun, even with the local demonstration, you not being able to reproduce what's happening with the globe, it refutes your whole entire position, bro.
Okay,
You
can I
can't
respond to
demonstrate
that?
it.
So even though people here can't seem to understand how temperature works with the sun and the earth, I'd still propose to any honest observer that the explanation of the sun shining on one end of the globe and then the other it's not shining on, that's night and day, is much more logical than the sun traveling in a circle above the flat earth.
No, it doesn't.
Let's look at the
It
phases.
doesn't.
Well, let
Because on
me
a
finish my
flat
thought here.
on a
Let me finish my thought.
flat earth, all right, go ahead. But you're just saying
So let's look at
incorrect.
if you look at the jumbo screen, let's look at phases of the moon, right? So we can
We're not
see
talking
light
about the moon right
shine.
now. No.
I'm just
We're
using
not
this as
no.
an
Let's stay.
analogy.
No.
Come on.
No. If you want to talk about the moon, what did I tell you? You're gonna acknowledge the points that refute your position. We're gonna stick to the sun right now. So go ahead. I'm gonna give you a chance to talk about the sun, and then we can move on to something else after that. Well, there's hands too, so I want to get to the hands. Stick to the sun.
So let's imagine you had a vague object in the sky, a spear, and light shine on one side during certain times, and then on another side during other times. You would expect to have night and day. And what would you expect to see if that was the case? You'd expect to see the sun rise above the horizon, staying the same size, and then fall behind the horizon, staying the same size. And that would explain why, like, pretty precisely, that like almost exactly half the surface
What does this
area
have to do with temperature?
of the Earth. Well, no, I'm just saying, like an overall, even though you can't understand how temperature exactly works on the globe, just the
No,
overall
you don't
concept
understand it.
of of the sun shining on the globe, explaining night and day, is much more logical than suggesting the sun travels in a circle above a flat Earth, and then when it gets away, it's just too far to
What does
see.
this have to do with temperature?
I'm just saying, despite your not understanding how temperature works in the globe,
This is why I
the
stopped
premise
you,
of the globe
because you
model
know that you
still
was in a position that
beats.
you couldn't explain something, and now what you want to
No,
do is
you
revert
just
to
don't
another
understand
topic.
it.
Now, no, it's not me not
You
understanding
just
it. You
refuse
can't
to understand
reproduce
it
it.
because
You can't reproduce your position. You
you
can't
can't
argue,
reproduce
and
the
that's why
sun
you want.
traveling in a
This
circle
is
above the
why
Earth, can
this
you?
is what are you talking about? You can't reproduce a ball traveling. What you don't, bro? We literally have magnetic fields that you could do this with. What are you talking about? Let's stick to the topic with temperature. I know that it's uncomfortable, but this is something that you brought up. Let's not talk about your fallacious position about the angular size of the sun, which is incorrect, by the way, because even in your own globe, the sun is supposed to change angular size. So if you're
Yeah, but
claiming
like
that it
super small.
so
The
then
flat
why did
Earth
you say
position is as the sun
then why did you say that it didn't change size if it does?
apparent size. So like the
So
flat
why
Earth
did you
model believes
say
that
that
every
it
time
didn't change size if it does?
I
That was
was
incorrect, right?
comparing the fact that the flat Earth. Let me explain. I was comparing the fact that the
I don't
flat
really
Earth
want to
model
talk about
suggests that
this right
every
now,
time.
bro. I want you to focus on your first claim and not divert to something else because you don't have a
You just asked me a
refutation.
question. You just
No,
asked me a question.
I asked you to be honest about your position, and we caught you
No,
in a
you
lie.
just asked me a direct question. Did you not?
I don't care about
That's
this.
really not a lie.
Man.
It's just he doesn't
I've
know.
already
That's
highlighted
the
that
thing.
you didn't understand how this works on your globe, but I want to stick on
No,
the
I do, and I
topic.
can clarify. And
I
I'll
don't
explain
want you
why
to
I
talk
said what I
about the
said.
angular size of the sun, bro. You already said that it doesn't change size and it's supposed to. So I corrected you on that. Now let's get back to the first topic that you brought up. How can you explain how the sun works in your globe model? If it's closer to the heat source and experiencing winter, you just told us, we walked through the demonstration before I even brought up the globe. And you told us what we
Because
should
winter, I'll explain. Winter is still warm. Anything that
Oh
life
my
can
goodness.
exist in is incredibly warm.
Y'all hear this?
That level of where life can exist in is so precise that winter is cold because we're silly little humans that are small. But just like in this, like the temperature range that life can exist in is so small compared to like the ultimate temperature ranges of the universe that like that's anything that life can exist in is still warm because it's producing light or it's producing life. It's still inhabiting life.
That's why you have a problem with your moon.
What?
That
Hold
is
on.
why you have a problem with your moon.
Because temperature range is super precise for life to exist?
No, because the moon doesn't produce warm light.
You can't produce cold light. Light is energy.
Yes, you can. Because the moon's
Wait,
shade.
who says you can? What?
It reflects
You know
it
who
off.
says? We said to you, Clay. We said it to
No,
you.
wait a
We said it
second.
to
It's
you
Wait.
luminescence.
we said it to you last night. We said it to you last week. We said it to you a couple months ago, the last time you brought it up. So this
You could
is
also
why
say 2 + 2
this is
=
why
5. That doesn't make it true.
this is exactly why it's a waste of time talking to you, because you're just going to keep repeating the same things that we're trying to show you, and by you ignoring it, it makes it easy for you to just repeat it. So when you say,
Okay, let's
hey,
address
light,
that. Let's talk
so
about
when you
that.
say, hey, light produces heat energy and warmth, we said that's funny because that's exactly the opposite of what happens when your moon is out. You should go look at that. Did you? No, I didn't look at that.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk
I
about it.
didn't
No,
look at
I
that.
want to
No, I
talk
didn't
about
look at
this.
it.
I
Huh?
want to talk about it. Let's talk about it. I want to ignore it.
Yes,
I don't
people
want
have
to talk
tested
to
the
you about
temperature.
it, bro. I don't want to talk to you about it until you go look it up. That was the whole point that you were supposed to do.
Well, no, I did look it up, and there's experiments. I saw experiments online saying either one is true.
Bro,
Clay, we already talked about
Stone
it.
gave you a specific link to his own information, his own data, his own replication, not appealing to anybody else. And he said, I wanted you to go look at this and critique it. You said that you would, then you didn't. So I don't want to talk to you about it until you can speak intelligently about it. And I kind of want Stone to be here because it is his experiment. But stop invoking
can
light and
anybody-
heat. Stop invoking light.
maybe somebody else is interested.
Maybe stop invoking light and heat energy until you address.
What do people here think coldness is?
Clay,
What
Alan
do you
already
guys
sent
think
you a link to a
coldness is?
cryo. Bro.
Oh,
Alan already
listen.
sent you a link to a cryo laser. Please stop this.
Yeah,
He already sent you a link to a
Alan sent me a link where he was
He
shining a
sent you a link
laser
last
against
week
like
to a
some
cryo laser
super
and literally said,
specific
bro.
crystal.
He sent you a link to a cryo laser in the space last week in the jumbo. It literally said GG's, bro. I remember it vividly because we were all up late talking about the same thing we're talking about right now.
Let me explain what Alan sent me.
I don't want you to
Alan sent me
explain this, bro, until you go look at it, bro. Until you
I was
go
looking
look
at the
at
thing
the
Alan sent.
information.
So Alan sent me a thing where they were shining a laser at some like super specific crystal under some super specific instant, and the crystal was producing coldness because of some chemical reaction within the crystal. That's not a refutation that a light source can shine on any
cold, right? You
surface
said energy
and
can't
make
be
it
cold,
cold.
right? That was your refutation. Energy can't be cold. So do you understand?
Yeah, and the light isn't
energy?
cold. It was the chemical
Do you
reaction of the light
understand
shining
that
within the crystal that
different
made it cold.
energies? Do you understand that different energies come up as different colors because they have different heat? Do you understand that? And heat is just a vibration.
Yeah, different
something
ranges
moving.
of heat.
Do you understand what heat is? It's just the speed of something is moving, right? We all emit
heat. Is energy, yeah.
Yeah,
energy is just movement.
Energy emits a color, and if you have a different color, that means it's emitting a different form, a different temperature of energy. So energy can be colder than other energy. We already packed you up last week about this. Can you stop?
Clay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cycle some new speakers in. I want you to go do some due diligence. I want you to go look up the information so that way you can come speak intelligently about it instead of just repeating the same things over and over and over again. I think we've given you enough time in Flat Earth Fridays. I think we've given you enough time to speak
Nobody else will
unintelligently
talk to
about
you.
this, and you haven't provided any value. You just repeat the same thing. So I do appreciate you joining. You were the first Globers to pop in here, but until you can bring some value, I think we're just wasting our time, and there's other people that want to speak. All right, so thank you.
Back to the echo chamber. Back to the echo
Yeah,
chamber.
it's not an echo chamber because there's other Globers here. We just want to talk to some that are a little less fallacious and more intelligent than you.
Okay, Cyborg.
That's harsh.
See the ad hom at the end because he's upset. Do you see that, Keys?
That's not an ad hoc. He says he's a cyborg. I'm calling him by what he
I mean, he
identifies
just
as.
insulted him,
nice.
so I mean, you know.
No, he didn't insult him. It's an assessment
A
that
little
we've all
bit,
been
little
able to
bit.
come to. He's
Wait,
very
okay,
dishonest and very
so
disingenuous
calling somebody saying we're going to talk to
Clay,
somebody
we
more
already
intelligent than
went
you
over
isn't
this
an insult.
last week with
But
you.
me
Clay,
calling him a cyborg
Clay,
because he's
Clay,
delusional and that's what he actually thinks he is a
Stone,
insult.
It's a
Stone was
show.
up
I mean,
here.
it's a gimmick, you know.
Bro,
It's
Stone
cool.
was up here. Sacred was up here. Witsu was up here. Alan was up here. Toby was up here. I was up. We were all up here and we discussed this exact same thing that we're talking about right now. We already packed you up. Can you stop doing this? We already packed you up, and then you wasted a time in J Space yesterday for a whole hour talking about the same thing you talk about now with the moon. Keith had to come up there and say, "Stop dragging the anchor." Can you stop dragging the
You're
anchor?
sounding like a female right now.
Oh,
like
no.
a woman, man.
Oh, well, that's
Now
insulting.
he's mad because I told him that yesterday. No, bro, we're just tired of you doing the same thing over and over again with nothing to substantiate any type of intelligence coming out of your mouth. Nothing at all. Just stop. You're wasting everybody's time. We're trying to move on.
Clay, come back next time with a little bit more information and value, and we'll send you a mic. Until then, don't even request. Let's go to Dr. Heckle. Oh, Probably you want to say something?
I wasn't sure if Ken got to speak.
Who?
Keith is still in here, so he's witnessing all of this. He
Oh,
got
did
to
King?
just have
Yeah.
normal conversation without the fuckery. He also got to see why just interacting in
Language.
this conversation with us,
Talking
just
to me.
interacting in this conversation with us, got 55 Globers in his mentions, and none of those same Globers telling him how we're all horrible people are in here advocating with him. So he's acknowledged that, he's noticed that. But yeah, I just want to say, Sigrid, I don't know if Ken got to speak, but yeah, Heckle is next.
No. Ken was waiting. I think he said he had to get his shit right. So go ahead, Ken. Then we'll slide over to Heckle after that.
Yeah, I was just, I don't even know if I want to say it now because it goes right back into his conversation. But I mean, if the angle to the sun is what produces cold weather, then we ought to be freezing every night when the sun's on the horizon. All the way down at the horizon. You can't get no more angle than that. And it just ain't doing it. I mean, to say, oh, if I tilt it a little bit, you can have winter. No, you can't. That angle ain't gonna give you winter. Not in the middle of summer, it won't. And when that sun's directly over in the wintertime, as high in the sky as it's gonna get, it's at a much higher angle than when the sun's setting. And you don't get no warmer in the winter. It's cold.
Right.
That's
No,
all
no
I was
matter
gonna say, but I don't even know if we want to go
no
that
matter
far.
when that sunset, it will not snow in Florida, y'all. Just letting y'all know.
And such drastic different like climates from like Southern America to the north. Like a few thousand miles, you get a whole drastic different season. Like it's crazy. Anyway, yeah, go ahead, Ken. I don't know if you was finishing that.
No, that was it. But that conversation's done. You can you can go on.
Yeah, man, it's just a simple concept. Like I don't expect, I'm not gonna give it no energy, bro. A tilt and a turn, a spin is the same exact thing, bro. Facts. You got to demonstrate that it's not, and you can't. I appreciate that, Ken. Let's slide over to Heckle. Heckle, what you got for us? Because you were saying a lot of stuff. You said that you were actually going to be a lot more tolerable, and you over here talking about us to a 14-year-old. So let's see what you got to offer.
Doctor
Heckle. Paging Dr. Heckle. Dr. Heckle Hughes, Boeing, Northrop, NASA Air Force, DARPA, JPL, Medtronic, Neuralink, Pfizer. Oh, you got Pfizer in your bio? I never read your bio before. And you got Moderna. That's crazy.
You can't hear us calling you, or are you tapping out?
Tell him I won't ask him no questions.
How about Zy Prof?
I just want to make sure I give him a chance because he was like anxious to open his mic before.
Oh, he
Yeah, I'm
has
here.
so
What's
much
up?
to say.
I
No,
have
he's
actually
not here.
three things to say, if you don't mind.
Okay, seemed like he dropped down. I think it was
Yes,
Z.
you're fine.
Oh, Z, I think I remember you. You was from
Yeah.
was you in the break room space?
Which one? The J Space one that I was kicked out of?
I don't know.
Or some other one?
There's
I
like a
feel like
break.
you've been in here before. You ain't never been in here
You
before,
got
Tucker?
kicked too?
Yeah, I got blocked by J Space.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, I ain't get blocked, but I got kicked. I've never been back.
He wanted me to apologize to him. I said, nah, I can't do that.
Yeah. Also,
got
you
kicked from J Space.
Yeah, I got banned from J Space.
Wait, real quick. You guys can hear me now? Sorry, I was real bad.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, here's Dr. Heckle.
Okay.
Let me
Sorry.
know. I don't have a whole lot of time, by the way, but yeah, I'll put my hand back up and let him talk.
Okay. Doctor
Heckle, do you know what the topic of the space was tonight?
Sorry. Wait, sorry, that was my wife. What?
Did you hear the topic of the space? Did you watch Alan's YouTube stream where you in here anonymously listening earlier at any point today to know like what we talked about on Friday?
A little bit. I'm in and out. I mean, I got other things to do. I was talking to Noah's actually last night, so I probably didn't hear most of it. I mean, I just got called up here. Apparently, there's a teenager in here that needs help. I'm trying to be the adult in the room. I'm just here, man. What's up?
Okay, let's do this. Let's start from somewhere because this is a conversation that I want Keys to hear.
Wait. Hold on. To go back to your question, you were arguing about a pressure gradient, and yet you weren't accepting a temperature gradient. How do you think that happens?
I mean, that reflects the globe. Shouldn't there be like, if it's less dense and a pressure gradient, shouldn't it be a proportional temperature gradient as well?
Do you think the atmosphere is the same all around the planet?
I don't know. That's a fallacious question. I don't
No,
believe
that's a fact. I mean, you can look that up.
Well, that wasn't an answer. That was a question. He asked you a question first.
Okay, so the question is, you're denying a pressure. I mean, you're fighting for a pressure gradient, and then you're talking about tilts, but you're not accepting that there could be a temperature gradient based on amount of pressure, what's going on, and how the sun's hitting the Earth. There's a lot of factors
like
why
what?
there's a weather across the planet and why it differs.
Yeah, I'm not talking about weather. You were talking about a pressure gradient and temperature. So I'm assuming you meant the
Yeah, I mean, that's all part of weather. You don't know what weather is, or it's made of a bunch of different things: pressure gradients, how the sun hits the Earth.
Yeah, you
wind,
didn't ask
all kinds of
about
things.
weather. You didn't ask about weather.
No,
Didn't
but
you
we're just
ask me
talking about
Didn't you
tilt
ask
and
me? Didn't
the
you ask
sun.
me about? No, you asked me about temperature and a density gradient.
I didn't ask you anything. I'm just clarifying what we were just talking about. Were you not part of this conversation like 2 minutes
You
ago?
just brought up a density gradient and temperature, and I said
I brought
there
up
should
I brought up a
and I
pressure
said there
gradient.
should be, and I said there should be a proportional relationship. Shouldn't there be? And you didn't answer. I wonder why.
Wait, a proportional relationship with what? Temperature and how it's spread across the Earth, and the pressure gradient and how that's spread across the Earth? That's what you're asking?
There's a pressure and a density gradient, right? Elevation wise.
There is a pressure gradient in atmosphere, yes, as you go up.
And a density gradient.
Yeah.
And there should be a direct heat
great
temperature proportion, right?
Yeah.
Is there?
But there's other things that factor in weather, but yeah, there is. Yeah.
It literally doesn't though. The temperature goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up.
Yeah, because there's a lot of factors for temperature in an area, which is called weather, by the way.
Like
that is
what?
It's called.
Like when there's a density gradient and it's less and less and less medium going out into space.
Going out into space.
Shouldn't there be a proportionate amount of temperature relationship to that density and pressure gradient?
Yeah.
So that means the temperature should get hotter and hotter and hotter the higher you go.
No.
But that's a proportionate relationship. right?
Yeah. But
If
you okay? So
if it's
you
not a
know.
if it's not a
Hold
let
on.
me clarify. If it's not a
Okay.
proportional relationship, that means it wouldn't be a temperature gradient equal to a density and pressure gradient. So you
Okay, I
can't say
think
that there's a
we're confusing some things. So let me ask you this:
you know what
why do you
proportional
think
means?
there's? Wait, go ahead. I'm
You
sorry.
know what proportional means? Like it's a direct
No,
correlation.
no. Well, we'll get to all that. Let's clarify what we're talking about here. So just as an exercise, okay? If I'm like on ground level and I'm on Mount Everest, what place is going to be hotter and colder?
I'm on ground level on
Yep.
Mount Everest.
Yeah, two different positions, ground level, Mount Everest. One is going to be hotter than the other, right? Which one is it going to be?
It's probably going to be more warm towards the surface of the Earth.
Correct. Do you know why?
I'm waiting.
No, I'm asking you. Do you know why? Or
I mean, I'm guessing the medium.
we're just trying to have a
It's more,
conversation here. I'm not trying to debunk you or something, bro.
it's more environment. There's less density at the top of the mountain,
Uh-huh.
so that's why it's
So it's
cold.
so it's colder, right? Yeah, because there's no like air around you, right? It's less air, so the air molecules aren't going to get warm around you, so then it's colder.
Right, but that's only one form of heat transfer.
Well, I mean, it's all right. It's all about photons, right? So whatever's getting hit by photons, that's what's going to heat up, whether it's air or you, a combination of things.
Right, so it doesn't matter really about the environment if I'm in direct contact with the light, and if it's less dense, that means there's less atmosphere protecting me, which means
Yeah,
it
but
should,
you're
which
looking at it from a singular point, though. You're looking at it from a singular point.
I mean,
There's
what you said, you gave me 2 points to look at it from.
no. I'm just saying you're taking a very small point, like to look at something. I mean, air molecules are moving all over the place. There's all kinds of different factors, and then there's wind in the air from weather that's coming into the area,
But doesn't it decrease?
which can cause by the water, the heating, the temperature of the water, and also how it gets hit by the sun. But what I'm saying is when you have a pressure gradient, which is a density gradient, and then you have temperature, like the more molecules are around you, the more there is to heat up. In space, it's a totally different story. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's one form of heat transfer. That's conduction and convection. We're talking about radiation. So if there's less environment and less atmosphere, that means you're going to be more susceptible to that heat.
Yeah.
That's why I call it a proportional relationship. So as the density decreases, the temperature should increase. But that's not what we experience. It goes
no. That's
down,
wrong. You're correct. That's wrong. And the idea of what you're saying is wrong. The relationship is incorrect. I thought we just talked about how temperature works. So we're okay. So now we're in space. Let's talk about space.
What happens?
No atmosphere, hardly, very little. Okay, so that means it's just you. So really, all that's going to get hot is whatever photons are hitting the object, right? So there's nothing in space to stop the sun from radiating in terms of atmosphere. So you're just getting hit by photons. If you absorb them, you get hot. If you don't absorb them, you don't get hot. So parts of you that aren't towards the sun will not be hot. Parts of you towards the sun will get warm and hot, and then you'll be at an equilibrium, but it'll be due to the thing, you or a piece of metal. You see what I'm saying?
You didn't address the point.
Well, we're talking about temperature. I mean, that's all we're talking about. What is it that the issue is?
Why don't we pick a different topic and just start over?
We're gonna stay right here because he said it was a density gradient and it was proportional to temperature. But then he's showing there it isn't proportional at all. And he's explaining
No, I didn't say it's not proportional at all. I didn't say that. I'm just saying your relationship is off. But I'm trying to help you figure out the connections so that we can have an understanding here.
So you said that the sun gets more harsh with less environment.
Well, yeah. So on Earth, the environment is all around you, right? And sun's shining in. It's getting all kinds of it's being interrupted by all kinds of different things: clouds, atmosphere, gases, things, objects in space.
At
When
the
there's
surface
like
of the Earth.
very little, nothing, like not even atmosphere. All it is a surface being shown light.
So when I'm at the surface of the Earth, I'm more protected, right?
From the temperatures of the sun, yes. In terms of a gradient, yes.
And then when I get higher and higher, there's less and less atmosphere, right?
Yes.
So that means I'll be more susceptible to the sun.
Yes, technically,
And
yes.
the higher I get, and I'll get more and more susceptible to the sun.
Yeah.
So that means there's a direct proportional relationship between the density gradient and the temperature. But that's not what we experience, Dr. Heck.
Wait, where are you talking about the experience? Are we talking about it on Earth, or are we talking about in space?
Going from the surface of the Earth, where there's massive atmosphere, and then going out up into space in elevation, it becomes less and less and less. It's a gradient. It goes in one direction. It's not a gradient that gets more dense than less dense, then more dense than less dense, then more dense the higher up you go.
Well, okay, technically that's not true. It does change somewhat in density between the layers of the sphere, but I mean, go ahead.
Hold on, where is it more dense higher up you go?
No, I'm not saying you. I mean, in terms of like the molecules, sometimes weather can create like pockets and things that are high up in the atmosphere, but it's momentary. But anyway, go ahead. You're right. In general, you go up and it gets less atmosphere. Correct. Yes.
So there should be a direct proportional relationship between the density gradient and temperature.
Yes.
Why don't we experience that?
We do.
Okay, let me go ahead and post what the different layers of the atmosphere, and then we'll go ahead and revisit it. Is there anything else that you wanted to chime in on?
Who, me?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you brought up.
No, I just want to make this clear. Okay, I'm in here. Listen, I don't want to offend you guys. Okay, we can have these conversations outside this room. This room does nothing for a lot of people. I have conversations in other places. Keys can have conversations anywhere he wants, and no one's stopping this at all. So I don't quite understand what the offense is with just sharing an opinion. And it is my opinion, by the way. It is whatever you want to believe, Keys. As long as you're having fun and learning. You see what I'm saying, Key? Anyways,
we want to make sure that we're articulating.
Might have been to say, hey, Keys, I see you enjoy talking about flat Earth, maybe even the sciences. We also host a similar spaces on XYZ Day. Feel free to come through and maybe hear our side out as well, instead of slandering us in the process of telling him how we are wrong and he should not talk to us because we are flirfs. So if you wanted to approach the conversation honestly, respectfully, fairly, a better thing to say would have been, hey, we also have this conversation. So just so you know, if you don't know if that's all the right information, feel free to come and check out our heads up. So maybe for future reference. So maybe for future reference, give
no. First of all, I don't like you. That's why I said that. If I liked you, I would have said it nicely. I don't like you, and I don't really like Sacred either. But that's just my opinion. It doesn't really matter.
Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
So I'm just having fun. So he can have fun anytime he wants with wherever he wants. I don't really care. I just want this idea that we're stalking people. I don't care. You understand?
You are.
You definitely are. But let's not obfuscate away from the point though.
Okay.
I got a question
hold on.
before he goes forward.
Hold on.
All right.
1 second. Let me post this up top.
It's not about anyone's personal vendetta or anything like that. It's just the facts. If this conversation is held in multiple places, you didn't hesitate to tell them where we're wrong instead of just even saying, hey, we host a conversation where we're probably right.
Why do I have to have a conversation when you're involved, Proud? I'm in a space and you come in and interrupt things. I don't need to have a conversation with you. I don't like you.
Why
you understand? You need to understand that and get over it, and we can all move on.
That was the conversation between you and Keys. Like I said, I never said you had to talk to me. I'm talking about how you approached Keys. I don't give a fuck if you like me. I don't give a fuck about your opinion, sir. You are not relevant to me. I sleep great at night every night without your existence being known to me. So again, if you're honest, I don't give a fuck if you like me or not. If you were honestly having this conversation with Keys, you could have told him, hey, you can come to where I hold this space. Simple, bro. Get your knickers out of a twist, because nobody gives a fuck if you're friends with us or if you want to hold my hand, bro. It's simple. If you're honest about having this conversation and where people can get all the information, why not just say that? Why not just say? How hard would that be to say? You don't even have to invoke us. You don't like us so bad. Why even invoke us? Yo, our space lit too. Like,
Definitely don't need you. And that, the first
Yeah,
interaction
100
we had,
people. That's a lot of people. Great.
it's more than you got. When I came to your space and you just muted me, and you
It
didn't want to
doesn't
have a
really. We don't
conversation.
really care about.
Yeah, I know you don't
know.
want to talk about what actually happened because you don't have a reason not to like us other than the fact that we do things better than you. But let's talk about this.
No,
right?
Sacred.
Let's
That's
talk
not
about
why.
let's talk about
That's
this.
not why I don't like you.
It has to be because we didn't even know you before you started insulting us. So it
No, you
doesn't matter.
did. You just don't
No, I
remember.
had
It's
no
fine.
idea. So
I'm not that
literally,
important. Honestly.
we already talked about this in Brooks' space, and you conceded that you acted weird, which is why you told everybody, including
No, I didn't concede
that
to
you
acting
yes,
weird.
you
Why
did.
don't you
Oh,
go?
so now
You know,
you
go
don't
ahead
remember.
and listen to the
Now you
conversation,
don't
everybody.
remember.
If you want to go listen to the conversation, it's recorded.
So let's talk about this.
I don't know why we're.
Let's talk about the science. Let's talk about the science. Everybody can see your video. So I tagged you in a post here, and you said that there's a direct proportionate relationship between the density gradient and temperature, and that the temperature should increase at a proportionate rate as the density gradient. When I see here, you see the troposphere, you see the stratosphere, you see the mesosphere, you see the thermosphere, and this line is just zigzagging all over the place. It gets hot, it gets cold again, it gets hot again, it gets
Remember
cold
when
again.
I said there was pockets? You said when you remember I said there's pockets.
There's a whole.
Do you know, is that not what that looks like? Pockets of density based on atmosphere and shifts in atmosphere.
No, there's not a pocket. This
Do you think the atmosphere is not a gas? Do you think the atmosphere is not a gas? Is that what the issue is?
You
gas moves around.
You talking through me is not going to stop what's happening here. The fact that I'm
trying to get the information into
you're
your
just
head.
interrupting me. You're saying that you asked me about a pocket, and I went to
now I'm trying crude methods by just yelling. But I mean,
you asked me about
information's not sinking in. We just had a conversation about that, and I just said
you asked
that's
me
why the atmosphere isn't exactly equal. But then I was just simplifying it so you understand. You get it? Atmosphere's a gas. Gases move around.
Chill. You said that there was pockets, and then you said, but you're right, Sacred. There should be a proportional relationship. So when we look at this chart, when we look at this chart,
I said there was pockets.
When we look at this chart, this is not a pocket. This is a layer. You don't see the stratosphere.
Yeah, that's a layer.
This is the entire layer. This is not a.
Yeah.
It's an entire layer, which means that there's not a proportional relationship. If the density decreases, the temperature is supposed to increase at the same rate. Why doesn't it?
Because it's not all the same. You understand, to try and simplify things, and that's just the way nature is. So this is why I don't come in here, Clay, is because they end up just kind of creating this weird argument that we need to argue the details that they misunderstand. I that's why I don't have conversations in here.
He asked you why and you can't answer. And now you're running around.
What are you talking about? I just answered. There's pockets. There's layers of pockets.
Okay, so what changes of the pockets that changes the temperature?
Gases.
Why does the temperature shift?
Okay, why does the temperature shift? Did we just talk about a density gradient?
But this is not a gradient, Dr. Heckler.
Yeah.
The gradients go up and down, and they flow within pockets in the atmosphere. This is what it is. Do you understand?
Yeah, it's
their
also
gases.
how you get contrails. You know the contrails you guys say are chemtrails?
You're just
also
saying,
like parts of the atmosphere.
It's moisture. It's moisture mixing with different parts.
You're just saying things without actually explaining.
No. These are things you can look up, Sacred. You don't agree with them, that's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm just trying to tell you what it is that you're looking at if you're confused.
I mean, you said that there was a proportional relationship. This looks like a proportional relationship to you?
And there's clearly not.
The fact that density.
Do you think proportionally? This is a generalization that there's a proportion according to it, right? I mean, there are differences.
No.
Yes.
The density.
Do you think everything is perfect in any model or any type of observation? This is nature. You think
Well, what are we
Well,
arguing?
the generalization's inaccurate if you look at the
The
way
generalization
it
is a
started, 'cause
generalization.
it's not one relationship.
Accuracy is not in a generalization, obviously, Reed. You understand?
So then your original
That's why
statement
it's called
is
the
wrong.
generalization.
There's not a proportional relationship then, because your
Oh,
original
yes,
statement's
there
wrong.
is with density. How many times we're just talking about this, dudes? Okay, listen, I'm getting irritated. It's in the morning. I haven't had my coffee.
Your argument is for a static system.
What?
So let me ask you a question. Your argument's for a static thermodynamic system. That's your first problem. So let me ask you this question though. If we went to sea level, can somehow create the same pressure, right, the same density of air at sea level, would it be as cold as the top of Everest?
So you're saying if what I created?
I'm asking you a question.
No.
It's a question.
Yes,
I'm not
yes.
saying anything.
I'm clarifying. So you're saying if you can create a pressurized container, right, of like gas on the surface that matches an atmospheric pressure, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. So on Everest is 80% of sea level pressure. Now let's say we're at sea level and we can create a bubble that's 80% of sea level pressure at sea level. Would it be the same temperature as Everest? Because your argument was it's the temperature on Everest is colder because the air is less dense. And I don't agree with that at all.
No, I didn't say that was
high on Everest
only
because
reason.
I think because the surface of the Earth is where most of the heat comes from, and if you're on top of Everest, you're farther away from the surface of the Earth. Right? You're technically on the surface, but the majority of the surface, like the vast surface area, is 5 miles underneath your feet. You understand that?
No, I understand, and that's why I said it wasn't the only reason why it's cold up in Everest either. But I mean, that is typically why mostly it's cold, because if the ground heats up on Everest or a part of Everest where there's a lot of sun, it'll be warmer in that spot, obviously, because the rock is irradiating. You're correct. Yes.
Well, yeah, but you also have the other problem.
Uh-oh, you got cut off.
You muted.
No,
yeah, no, you
muted.
muted again.
Oh.
Yeah, my headset died. You're gonna have to just take over until they charge.
Oh.
We do got hands. I'm just gonna post exactly.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll comment on the thing. Whatever. See you guys.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about gravity. That was the whole point, and you brought up this, and then you didn't want to answer it, but it's okay. I posted up top what air density and air pressure looks like going into the atmosphere, and how it's a gradient, a nice even curve. And then when you look at the actual temperature, it's all zigzag. You can't call that a proportional relationship if it's not proportional in real life. That's a problem. It should be. I think Z was up, and let's hear from Taylor after that.
Well, yeah, it's proportional to nature. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You get pockets. I don't. Let me first say this real quick for an opening thing. Takees, listen to the flat earthers. If you know the math and science that they deny, you'll get their side and the globe side. Just saying that. Another thing is you guys were touching on the tilt of the Earth and saying that the spinning of the ball is different. Well, if you put your two fingers on a ball and spin them, if anything, put two markers where you marked it and spin it, and then move your fingers to a different location and then spin it that way. Do those two marker spots not like tilt a certain way and look different ways?
A tilt and spin is the same thing. What do you mean that we deny the math?
You deny math all the time. What do you mean?
Explain that.
I heard you guys say that 1 times 1 is what, 2?
When did I say that?
I think it was either you or Shanku. I just wanted just here to clarify that. You guys did say that or not?
No, I never said that.
What happened?
I'm
I'm
someone said something about 1 + 1 = 5 too? Like, I'm trying to figure out what I read here.
So you don't even know what you're talking about.
Nobody said that.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm here to clarify. That's why.
Okay.
Nobody said that, bro.
Please don't do that, bro. Don't do that. If you didn't hear,
I'm giving credence to you guys.
you didn't ask.
These are things I hear on the internet that I want you guys to clarify.
Nobody
just
said
seem
that.
to do that.
But you didn't ask though. You just said
I just did. I asked you to clarify.
No. I made you revisit the statement because you told a 14-year-old something that wasn't true. Why did you just lie to that? Why, Z?
I'm not lying though.
Z, you did.
You guys you do deny a lot of the math.
Z,
that's done on this.
Z.
Okay.
You just told the 14-year-old to listen to us because we deny math.
Which you do.
So I asked you what math.
Those two examples are out of that equation.
Then, I know you want to censor me, bro, but you got to let me finish my question because I know you're going to get exposed right now. So after you told a 14-year-old that we deny math, I didn't even refute it. I just asked you what math did we deny? And then you said, well, I think you said 1 × 1 = 2. So this is what you were referring to. So this is what you were referring to when you told the 14-year-old that we deny math. So then I asked you to highlight when we said that, and then you couldn't do it. So immediately, the first thing that you did when you came off the mic, you created a fallacy, you lied, and then try to double back like that's not what happened. Why would you start that like that, bro?
Let's put it that way. I'm glad you clarified it. I can't say that.
I had to because you just lied to a 14-year-old.
Thank you very much for doing so. I appreciate it.
Can you stop lying to children?
I'm not lying. Are you gonna let me talk? I had my hand raised for like a while now.
Yeah, and you opened up with a lie, and I let you finish. And
well, no, you still don't know math.
And then I asked
you don't know math and science.
Now
So let me ask you
now
science
you're
then.
now
you're saying about the sun.
Now you're ad homing.
Am I gonna let me talk? Sacred, can I talk?
All you got to do is just stop interrupting.
Let me ask the host.
Yo, all you got to do is just
can
stop.
Can I
all you got to do is just stop interrupting when I'm speaking, bro. I'm gonna give you a chance to speak, just like I first did when I gave you the mic, and you opened up with a lie. So I just want to highlight that. Now, if you want to talk about that, I don't know math. That's a different claim. But it's funny that first you lied to the 14-year-old, then I exposed you, and then you attacked me personally. You anti-flat earthers are really strange. But go ahead, Z. Be careful, Keys. These are the guys that you call. Continue, Z. Okay, how about this? Go ahead, Taylor. Let's go to you since Z don't want to talk no more.
Yeah, no, y'all are doing great. I had a question about like the state of the atmosphere, like if it was like a solid or anything to the to anybody in here that'd like to answer. And I wanted to share recently how I heard about this cold plasma layer in the atmosphere and also how there's a sodium layer in the atmosphere, which is really, really strange. Seems pretty solid to me with that, but anyway, with that.
Oh, I remember you brought that up last time. Ain't that interesting? More solid layers in the sky. First, you got the ionosphere, subatomic particles getting through it. Now you got a salt layer. A lot of surfaces going on in the sky. Interesting, Globe Earth.
Hey Taylor, you got a link to that cold plasma?
Yeah, drop that in the purple pill.
Yeah, we need that. Damn, what's all your backup keys?
What?
Got out of here.
Shall we slide to Elizabeth?
Yeah, let's go to Elizabeth and we'll go to Cam. Appreciate that, Taylor. What's up, Elizabeth?
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing?
Stationary Saturdays.
It's 3 p.m.
So I want to say something, and I'm hoping I'm not going to get cut off. But if I do, I'm just going to leave. So Sacred, this is constructive criticism. What is your definition of what a host should be and alive?
Someone that can guide the conversation, keep the conversation on track, and then highlight all the issues throughout the conversation if it's derailing.
Okay. So Thank you for that. I'm just asking honestly. So my idea of a great host, and we're not perfect. All of us have flaws, and we all have emotions. We all get heated in certain conversations because of our own opinions, and we think we're right, and we get caught up in who's right and who's wrong. My idea of a great host is someone who creates a safe space for all people that are on there to allow them to speak their piece, whether you agree or disagree, and then respond when they're done. But this is like people talking over people. I'm reminded of that song, The Sound of Silence. People speaking without people speaking without talking, people hearing without listening. That's what's going on. I'm sorry. So this is exactly how the governments and the powers that be have divided us. This is exactly what they want. They want us to engage in conversations and who's right and who's wrong, so that we're like a hamster spinning around and around on a wheel, going absolutely nowhere. It's, we all have our opinions, we all have our points of view, and even God would allow us to have our points of view before he would respond. I'm not saying you agree with everything. I'm just saying that the space should be safe for everyone equally, I think. And
That's real.
Keys,
What
you don't think
happened?
you were
She cut
safe in
off.
here?
I don't know what happened.
How many
Keys.
spaces did you hear of
Everybody
sacred?
glitching out.
No,
Can y'all
wait,
hear me?
Keys. You don't think you were safe in here? Because Sacred asked you this like 2 hours ago, and you agreed that you felt like you were being heard and everything was all right.
I just said it was real. I was just respecting their opinion. That's all I was doing.
No, it's not about being a safe
She
space.
leave?
No, I think she's coming back, but it's not about being a safe space. It's just the fact that pressure makes people think, and also allowing people to see the spiral as far as like listeners lets them understand what's happening in real time when people don't want to think, and thinking is hard, and they see that pressure, they understand what's happening.
To respond to what she was saying, I think if we all just kind of stick to objective truth, there's a lot less of that opinion that she was mentioning.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you
Yes.
kind of dropped out
Yeah.
in the middle of what you
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, my phone's messing up. Unfortunately, I just got it like a month ago, and I swear it has an alien in it.
Uh-oh.
But anyways, I'm not here to criticize anybody. I mean, I just wanted to put that out there because I think that we all have something to bring to the table, and we're all like a puzzle, each of us being a piece. And if we all stay in our own lanes of what our strengths are and recognize our weaknesses and allow each other to agree to disagree in a respectful way that doesn't put people down, because we're all equal in God's eyes. I think that's really important. And with the whether the earth is flat or anything, I honestly not really concerned with that, because I think that, there's so much going on right now with the powers that be. There are lots of little children dying and being human trafficked, and there are so many immoral laws being made in the governments. It's been going on for decades. It's just more obvious now. They're not hiding it anymore. And so we have to get our priorities straight and find out, do we really want answers? Do we want to move forward, or do we want to engage in conversations that keep us spinning around and around?
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on.
Okay.
Finish your thought, Elizabeth.
Thank you. So I just want to see people come together, and everybody has information. Myself, I come from the spiritual world because I had a spiritual awakening and out of body experience when I was 5 years old. So that changed my viewpoint on everything. So I know God is real, and I'm not here to convince you guys of that, but I believe that everything in the earth is spirituality based and dominated first before everything else. Science and neuroscience and astrology does play a part, but spirituality is the dominating force. And so if my answer would be, if you want results, you find a quiet place. If you believe in God, a little prayer, a couple minutes prayer, meditations, listening for the answers. you will get a lot of results that way. That is the most powerful force in the universe, is love, unconditional love. And we are energy. We're all energy and vibration. We're not actually physical. And like when people go in the ground, for instance, when they pass, their bodies just rot, but their souls don't stay there. They don't stay in the ground. That's what the powers that be want you to believe. That is not accurate. I get my information from source, and it's 1,000% reliable, and I don't question it because I've been getting that since I was 5 years old. And I just wanted to share that with you guys, that if we want to, doesn't matter what the topics are, if we want to evolve higher vibrations of love, to get rid of the, when we turn on the lights, the darkness go away. When we turn on love, the hatred goes away. And there's the Bible's been messed up too, as well. There's been parts left out intentionally to keep information from us, because they don't want us to know how powerful we are as human beings, as spiritual beings having a human experience. There's a verse in the Bible in Mark 7:18-23, and it says, "Food cannot defile us because it only enters the stomach and is not the heart, but it is what we allow to enter our hearts that then comes out through our words and our actions." So this is what's important. And, if we want, like I said, we all want to be right. We all want to be recognized and validated, and we all want to add to something positive to what's going on. I think I don't have to tell you guys that what's going on in government is pretty horrific right now. There are no laws. We used to have a Charter of Rights in Canada, and all over the world, but God is exposing the evil. This is all happening for our good, to show us what's really going on, the truth of everything. And so it's up to us to seek wisdom and knowledge for his purpose, because we're here for his purpose. We're not here for ours. And the earth is temporary. It's really just lessons to learn to take on to the next level. And, I don't know if you guys have heard of Bruce Lipton. I'm sure you guys know him. I just joined a spiritual group of leaders, and he was our first speaker, and he's amazing. Science does play a part, but it's not the dominating factor, is what I want to say. So, if we learn to put our personal feelings aside, open up our hearts and minds, and be receptive to other people's points of view, whether we agree or disagree, that's not the issue. The issue is, can we do it in an adult manner that doesn't offend each other, and that we can work together in unity, because that's where our strength lies. If we come together, it's like trying to make a puzzle fit with only parts of it. If we all come together and add whatever it is that we bring to the table, we're already born with our gifts. And that, if you want proof of that, look at that. I saw a video a couple of years ago of a little Chinese boy, 2 years old, who was playing like piano, like Beethoven. So where did that come from? He had no education. He'd never played piano before. He just sat at it one day and started playing, and his father was like blown away. He's like, how the hell does he know this? So these are spiritual gifts. These are not human gifts. So we are spiritual beings having human experiences. This is really important. And our attitudes and how we handle that information is what really counts in the end. And I think, we like I said, if we all come together towards the same cause, so that we all want the world to be a better place for our children, our grandchildren. We want to be able to work and not have to struggle all the time. So everybody has something to bring to the table. So I just wanted to say that. I'm going to leave it at that. And I God bless all of you. You are all equally important.
All right. Well, thank
Yeah,
you
That
a
was
lot.
great.
I
Okay.
appreciate that. I agree with a lot of what you said. I just gotta mute you guys. There's a little bit of feedback. I agree with a lot of what you said, right? This is why, you kind of have to. Well, first, let me ask you this, Elizabeth, before I continue. Do you host spaces at all?
No, but I'm going to, because I'll tell you what's been happening. People invite me in. They want to hear my story. I spoke yesterday on TikTok. I have quite a few followers on TikTok. I do quite a few videos and stuff. on spirituality, and I'm also a musician, singer-songwriter, and so I try to reach people through my music as well. But I went into a live yesterday. I think it was 100,000 people. It was pretty big, and this doctor, I forget his name, but he's a neuroscientist or something like that. He was so bent on everything is science, science, science. And when I tried to, I wasn't rude. I just put my personal comment in, in the comment section with the other people responding, and he cut me off immediately because he didn't agree with me and became very angry. And I said, "Why are you so angry? You have this space here where you invite people to come in to give their points of view and opinions. And as soon as someone says something that you don't like, you cut them off." So that tells me that I obviously triggered something inside of him. And so, I'm going to start my own lives because, I want to create a safe space where people can voice their opinions while still respecting others and have a healthy debate. Because, you don't want it to be boring either. But when I say healthy, I mean, just allow people their own points of view and we have to open our minds because we don't know everything.
I still got a question. I just wanted to ask.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just asking because just like you said, like you went into that live and then you said something that somebody didn't agree with, and then they immediately cut you off.
Yeah.
Right. And you started out your spiel saying like you wanted to give me constructive criticism. And I do agree, like, there's definitely room for improvement. Like, I know this is episode 95, but I'm new to hosting. Like, I never really done this before. So
Okay.
there's gonna be different things. That's why I asked you to see if you ever hosted a space like this. Just gotta mute you because it's feedback. Especially a space this size with a conversation this polarizing. So when somebody comes in here, like one of the other speakers, and then I give them the mic, and then the first thing that they do is lie to a 14-year-old, and I let them speak. And after they're finished speaking, I confront them and ask them about the things that they lied about. And then as I'm asking, I get interrupted. Now, I have two options at this point. I can continue to speak, or I can mute. If I continue to speak while someone is interrupting me, trying to censor the things that actually happen so they don't get exposed, now I'm talking loud and I'm yelling over people. It's not a good listening experience. If I mute the entire room, then they complain that this is not a safe space. No one can speak. I'm censoring people. So what would you do in that situation, Elizabeth? If you had someone like Keys, who's a 14-year-old, and then someone starts lying to the 14-year-old, and you know that it's a lie, and then you start to explain to the listeners that this isn't what's happening, and in the middle of you explaining that, you start getting interrupted. Which path are you going to take?
Well, first of all, when I do my lives, I'm going to make it clear that there's no abuse allowed, no put downs, and that people need to, whether they agree or disagree, they need to hear the person out and then they can respond. I would allow the person to speak, and then when they're done, I would respond to that I don't agree with that. I find that is a lie, or whatever your personal opinion is. But I would also ask that person not to cut you off. And if he does, then you're the host, so you can mute them. That's your prerogative. You're the one that's hosting the show. And that's what I would do. I think the host has the responsibility.
We have a muter.
Sorry.
And I guess that's where we differ, right? Because I try not to mute. What I try to do is I try to get my point on after someone speaks, and then I demand that same respect and that same courtesy. And I try really, really hard not to mute the entire room, because some people will view that as censorship. And when you're hosting a topic like this, which is flat Earth, and people start complaining that they get censored and start painting narrative, it becomes difficult. But then I get it from the fringe listener who's never been here before, who doesn't know the personalities, who didn't go to the timeline and see these same guys tweeting at the 14-year-old ad hominem insults about the host and the speakers in the space prior to them coming in here. I could see how you made perceive this as chaos. But, you know, it's difficult for me if I don't get the same respect that I give to other people. So I hear your criticism, but it will be interesting to see what happens when you decide to face those type of same polarizing topics with people who don't respect your voice and other speakers in here. Because I gave everybody a chance to speak uninterrupted. All I did was try to refute it. And the moment I did, I got attacked, I got censored, and I got talked over. And then I'm the one that's getting criticism for not creating a safe space. And it's funny because right before all of that happened, it was all of us in here chilling with Keys, the 14-year-old. And I asked him, hey, bro, did you feel like you were being heard? He said, yeah. I said, do you feel like we were attacking you? He said, nah, you guys are just answering my questions. It was pretty cool. I just didn't really have too much answers, so I was just inviting other people to join.
I can vouch as the person who said that.
Yeah, shout out to Keys. So that was the environment prior to the hostile speakers that ended up coming into the space. Keys is not a flat earther. He's a globe earther, and he is young. He's just 14. But we've had other globe earthers in here too that can have a cordial conversation. I don't even know if you're a flat earther for real, but you didn't cut me off one time, and you got to speak for like 7 straight minutes. And then once you were done, now I get to speak. Now nobody's talking over each other. Nobody's saying, hey, host, I want to give you some criticism because this is supposed to be a safe space, because you're showing me the same respect that I'm showing you. So that's going to happen when you become a space host. I just want to be aware. But I do hear your criticism. I am taking that seriously, and I do appreciate that. I just hope that now that you have more context, you would view Flat Earth Fridays and Stationary Saturdays in a different light.
So I just want to respond to that. So again, I'm not asking you to agree with me, but you did ask me what I would do in that situation, and I'm responding by what I would do. And again, before the live even starts, I'm going to tell everybody this is a respectful place where we have a debate. We're not perfect, obviously, we're human. But we're, part of being an adult and being respectful is allowing, again, other people to voice their opinions without talking over them. If people get abusive and start putting people down, well, they've already violated your rules. So that for me, as a host, I'm gonna say, okay, so I'm gonna cut them off automatically. If people don't like that, that's too bad. They don't have to come to my lives. But I know that the right people will find me, so I'm okay with that. I don't care if I lose some people. If they're so disrespectful that I've already put the rules out of being part of my live and they're going to violate that, that tells me that they don't respect themselves or the other people. And so I don't see an issue with cutting them off. I've been kicked out of lives because I said something wrong about the government or whatever. I don't take that personal. Because they on one of Donald Trump's lives, actually, I said something about Joe Biden one night, and the lady cut me off right away. She kicked me out of, and she didn't want to kick me out. She wanted to hear what I had to say, but she also didn't want to get cut off. Like you get banned from the site, because that a lot of people are getting shadow banned and stuff, right? So I don't take that personal. And I don't have an issue with letting certain people go because I know that the right ones will come to me, the ones that want the truth and the correct information and agree to disagree again, that they'll come in a respectful way. And again, it's my job as a host to control that. That's all I wanted to say, but God bless you all. And thank you for letting me talk, Sacred. And again, I wasn't trying to criticize you. For myself, I like constructive criticism.
Right.
They grow. And it helps me learn, and that's the only way. We have to be open to other people's criticism as well in order for us to be better people. That's my opinion. So,
Cool. Well, you're free to come speak. We talk about flat Earth, every single week. Flat Earth, globe Earth, physics, science, history, and all these different things. That's what we talk about.
Okay. Thank you.
It's an all-encompassing conversation. So, just a little bit of feedback. But you did open up your statement by saying that you had constructive criticism. That is what you said.
Yes, I don't want it to be destructive because destructive.
Yeah, I'm just saying that is what you said. So, it's all good. Let's go to Reed. I don't think we heard from Reed yet. And then Sheepdog, then Christy, when we'll slide back to Taylor.
Yeah, so I actually had a question for Elizabeth because it's
Oh snap! Elon hit you with that double mute.
Can I just say real quick for all the people who may have just popped in here? Oh, wait a minute. Is someone talking?
Nah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, we have been up all night, guys. If you're new here, if you just got here, welcome. This is Flat Earth Fridays, stationary motherfucking Saturdays. We have been up all night, so I appreciate you guys rocking with us. If you are new or you are not, yeah, shout out to y'all for just being open and willing to listen in on a conversation. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Well, we've been live since like what? Probably 12, 18 hours or some shit. 16 hours.
Dang, that's a while.
We go crazy, man. We do it for y'all. We don't do this for us. Putting that work. So yeah, we appreciate anybody that popping in today, popped in last night, stayed with us the entire time. I mean, you guys are real soldiers. I appreciate you, and keep on tweeting at us and let us know what you think. You good, Prop?
Yeah.
All right, shout out to the level heads. Let's go, Reed. What up, bro?
all right. So yeah, I think just a general statement. I think Elizabeth's ideas about how things should be done are very idealistic. Not that she's wrong, but I think it's idealistic. Like people don't actually do what you want them to do. They're not actually going to be respectful, and so
Facts.
sometimes that's just the way that the cards fall. But to comment on, because we're talking about the pressure gradient, I think it's interesting that of course people are ignoring that the very definition of pressure is continuous physical force exerted on or against an object by something in contact with it. And for something to be in contact, it has to be it's physical, so that would require by nature a physical container, right? Because
With
context is
a defined value.
right. So you can't have the argument about atmosphere, if there's pressure, would necessitate a container. You can't, like in Instapot, you can't increase the pressure in the air without an actual physical container. And so I think it's interesting that they continue to talk about pressure and atmosphere and just ignore that piece of the puzzle completely.
Yeah, we did skip step one. I ain't gonna lie. We jumped straight to gradient and skipped air pressure. That's a good point, Reed.
Reed, that was incredible. You can demonstrate barometric pressure with just steam in a bathroom and just opening the door and letting it rise to your ceiling and then just letting it accumulate as it gets lower and lower in your environment. That's barometric pressure. It has to have a
Isn't
container.
that a container?
It has to have a container. Yep. Like literally, like if you literally just pressurize your bathroom with a hot shower and just let the steam accumulate, you're pressurizing your bathroom. If you open the door, the second law will immediately invoke itself as the steam rushes out and hits the ceiling, where barometric pressure invokes itself because the steam will accumulate and gradually get closer and closer to the ground. It has to have a container. Anybody can do this. It's a demonstrable local experiment. Anybody can do this right now.
So the reason why, for everybody that's new, the reason why this is an issue, because the globe Earth doesn't have containment. You know what containment they classify in order for this gas pressure to exist? Gravity.
They need
They don't
another
even know
sphere.
which one to use.
They need two spheres.
Crazy.
Well, and gravity doesn't even work for pressure. That's the other thing, because you actually need a physical container. You can't say it's a force because something has to actually be physically in contact with the air. So a force is not in physical contact. It's a push or a pull, not actual physical contact. So that still doesn't work.
Do you guys think whatever is causing the pressurized system, do you think it's also moving in the sky there?
Seems
like
like
yeah, like a lot of us don't like to subscribe to one thing, but my 2 cents, yeah, whatever's up there is moving, and it's just moving too fast for us to see.
Yeah, I think I pretty much think it's got to be moving too, if everything else is. So then, so what kind of thinking about that, right? Even if it's not very like a very firm kind of barrier, let's say, if it's moving, would that motion not create a more firm barrier than it would if it was just stationary, right?
Yes.
Is that another way we could kind of look at it?
Because everything around you is moving right now, but it just appears to be stationary. So that would be the same thing, except you just can't see it. So it would appear to be stationary, but it's just still moving too fast for you to actually pick up on it being there. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, we got hands. Who's next? Who's next?
I just want to make a comment that I posted those at the top with the sodium layer and metallic layer, which is new to me. So there's sodium and other metallic layers in the Earth's upper atmosphere, close quote. So that's really weird. I posted the link to that. I also posted the link to the cold plasma layer that NASA has posted, so you can go check those out.
Nice. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Taylor. Taylor's our resident PhD student. But I just want to say this real quick, and I know Chrissy's been patiently waiting. I'm sorry, Chrissy, to cut in front. I just want to say this real quick, just to kind of go back on what Elizabeth said. Like, so that's the crazy thing about flat Earth, right? It literally led us to the more spiritual, etherical, and esoteric world that we live in. It's not taking away from the reality of what's going on in the world. We all know that there's a lot of evil that goes on in this world everywhere, and the government seems to be the shell corporation that is allowing it all to occur, right? What
I would say governments.
Governments. I think it's all one government to just make it look like it's multiple. But
yeah.
But with that being said, I want to say this. Like, oh, flat Earth's not that important. It doesn't matter if it's flat or round. It's the final lie, Elizabeth. They're lying about where you live and how special this world is and how special you are and every single person in this world is. That's the whole point. They want you so insignificant. They want you to think that you are this insignificant speck of dust in the vastness of an entire universe. You don't matter. Pay your taxes, go on vacation. The world has been explored. Don't worry about anything. Big government is going to take care of you. And then we all know what happens behind the scenes, right? They are literally doing all of their little deviant acts. They're making their sacrifices. They're human trafficking. They're doing whatever they're doing. Certain people have been shown to be doing drugs on their computer and nobody bats an eye, right? Like, come on, we all know what's going on in the world, but just because you know what's going on in the world doesn't mean you know the world you live in. And that's where we're here to try to help.
I'm not even co-host, but Chrissy, what's up?
What's up,
Yeah.
Chrissy?
It's been a while, so I was actually gonna chime in when the lady started her discussion, because I kind of felt that she was gonna go off topic, and I think Sacred makes the safest spaces I've ever been in. He's level-headed, and he always addresses people politely, even when we are insulted. He never mutes people for insulting people, so he's he's one of the best hosts I've ever met or in any space I've ever been. And when she started with that, I kind of saw it coming that she's pushing for her followers and she's a narcissist too, like from the beginning of discussion. But for if there is anyone else here who wants followers, start by not insulting the host if you want followers. Okay? That would be a good start. That's it. I don't know what I was gonna say before her, but I'll remember.
It'll come back to you.
And that's Chrissy, our other resident PhD. Shout out to Chrissy, level head gang in the building.
Okay, educated.
Full of credentials in Flat Earth Fridays. What y'all thought this was?
Come on now, don't appeal. Don't appeal.
Sacred, I wanted to say thanks for providing those videos. I just saw them.
Oh yeah, I forgot to we got off topic with all that toxic stuff. My bad, bro. But yeah, I want to make sure I sent that to you.
Yeah, I saw this. I saw this.
Matter of fact, before we get to Flatless, what do you think about that? So basically, real quick for everyone, I sent keys. There is a demonstration for
the ship disappearing bottom top. It was like a small thing, and then light under or over something.
Yes. So we have bottom up obstruction, ignoring curvature. Well, not ignoring. They sent a boat. And shout out to Indio and Sheepdog. This is Sheepdog's post, and he clipped up Indio speaking about this. He sent like a little toy boat over a body of water.
Yeah.
To a point where the curvature was obsolete, and there was a bottom up obstruction on the water with no curvature in the equation. So this was just a conversation about, okay, what's globe evidence? And one of the things that were brought up was, okay, bottom up obstruction when things go further away into the distance. So I asked Keys, I was like, hey, if we can demonstrate that over something that is devoid of curvature, then would you agree that bottom up obstruction isn't exclusive to the globe? So we have that demonstration, and it just seems like it's just atmospheric interference, some light attenuation. There's just distortion. Whenever there's distortion or refraction, it limits your view. It doesn't increase it. Okay, so that's the demonstration. And then there was the other one. He had asked, "Hey, is there a way where you can have a light source at a higher elevation, and as it moves away from you, it'll shine on the upper surface of something that's at a lower elevation?" Because the claim is that the sun is setting and it's dipping down behind and below the horizon, and it's casting light and shadows up onto the cloud or up onto like what was your example, Keys? It was up onto
a plane. You would see at sunset, you see glare from the very bottom of the plane going to your eyes.
Right. So basically he's saying, well, hey, if the sun is at a higher elevation than the airplane, then obviously if it's setting, well, if it's shining light on the bottom of the airplane, that means it's setting below it. So I said, well, hey, if we could keep the light source at the same elevation and move it away from us, and we could still get that same observation where light is being cast onto an object that's below it over a flat surface, would you agree that that's also not globe exclusivity? And we have that demonstration as well. I posted both up top again. One is Sheepdog's post. It says the earth is not curving, it's something else. I tagged Indio. That was the bottom of obstruction. And then the other one was a post from a long time ago. We talk about this stuff all the time. It says, how about a demonstration instead? It's basically someone was making the same argument, like, hey, how can we cast shadows and light onto clouds if the sun is above the clouds in a flat earth? Well, we can demonstrate that same thing over a flat surface. So those are the two things that I sent to the Keys, because he had questions and he was open to new information. As a 14-year-old, he didn't cut nobody off. He spoke his piece. Some things he didn't agree with, but he was open to looking at it, and he actually looked at it and he acknowledged it. Like, from a 14-year-old, we had more progress than some of these guys who got doctors in front of their name or coming in here acting like they know everything. So I just want to highlight that, because I always like to highlight when you have people that disagree but can still have a productive conversation. And it's just so funny that it's coming from a teenager. Ridiculous, but it's dope.
You sure you ain't older, man?
Right, man? You sure you ain't got no voice changer keys or something? I know you on that Fortnite, bro.
You pulling our chain, man. Oh, hey, Keys. Another thing. Go on my page and scroll down a bit until you find the Google link. I posted for everybody. So anybody who's listening, you go to my page. There's a Google link there, and it might be up at the top too. I'm not sure. It's a download. It's a Google Drive download. There's like 4 gigabytes of all kinds of scientific documents and stuff. So go grab that if you're interested in learning any of this stuff.
Hey, Sacred, you want to see a Fisher around?
Oh, I should DM Fish. Hold on, let me see if I can get Fish in here.
I feel like his account was in here. Didn't he have like a burner? No offense, I ain't trying to out you, Fish.
Yeah, why you doing our guys like that?
He showing out
He's
name.
our other teenage level head. He be popping in here. Again, another globe earther that just cool as hell and just like to come kick it with us and learn some stuff. So.
I would say
Facts.
Hellcat. I think Hellcat tried to come in here earlier, but it was too much going on. But Hellcat's 17. They wouldn't be able to hang out together.
No, I don't think so. I think Hellcat's 15.
You think?
Yeah, I think he said that the other day.
It was 15. Oh, okay. I mean, we'll see.
Hellcat does not like direct refutation to his claims. He don't like that. I've shown this twice. He does not like that.
You know, just real quick before we get to Flatlist, that's what I wanted to talk to Z about, because the last interaction that we had, Z, if you're down there, you know, request back up. You know, they were challenging Whitson. Too bad he had to drop out. I know he had a lot of stuff going on. It was dope that he popped in here, but they were challenging him on the signal propagation of communications. On, was it the Apollo flight? Damn, I don't even remember. I think it was
the first moon landing.
Yeah, the first moon lander. So basically, like the signal propagation time was off. Like whatever it needs to be, it wasn't that. So, you know, all the Globerters were saying, no, it's supposed to be this. And Witsi was like, no, bro, like that's not what it is. Like, this is the actual figures. And like the whole space that's like completely got it wrong. So I remember Witsi said, hey, Z, you was the one that was sitting here saying this. And then Z dropped out. Now, I'm not gonna say like he ran. I'm just gonna say like he didn't have a chance to answer the question when it came time to acknowledge it. So that was funny. But Hellcat did. Hellcat was on the same side as Z, the 15-year-old. He said, okay, you know, I was wrong. He was a little bit upset about it, but
nice.
He acknowledged that he was incorrect. And that's okay, because now he's not gonna make that same mistake again. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. We don't want people to be misled, especially the younger youth, and be like perpetuating a narrative because they heard it from one of these toxic guys on the timeline. We want them to get the correct information so they stop making mistakes like this. So that was the only thing, and I thought that was pretty cool. So Z, if you down there, come pull up, man, because that's what I really wanted to talk to you about.
Pull up.
Yeah, and we do got some requests. I'm gonna rotate. I don't know if I can see everybody, Proud, so you can help me out. I think Flatlist was up, and then we'll go over to Leliana. What's up, Flatlist?
Hey, what's up, Sacred? Can I get a mic check?
Mic check.
1 2 1 2.
Right on. Yeah, I just wanted to say much love to everybody across our stationary level plane, and I wanted to offer just my own anecdotal evidence. It's kind of similar to Orwellian with his bridges, but a little different. So I'm a professional welder. I'm actually currently in aerospace welding, but prior to that, I was doing underground pipeline welding. And I was hired on to this big multi-million-dollar project down here in Utah, where it's pretty flat desert country, and we put in a 15-mile long section of pipe, about 20 miles long. 15 miles long, 20 feet under the ground. And it was at this time.
Proud. We was talking about this. Wasn't we talking about pipe in and underground? If they got,
temperature, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Go ahead, Flatlist.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, I was on this job when I first started hearing about the flat Earth theory, and I thought, hey, like I might have a chance here to kind of figure out what's going on. And so I talked to my boss, and I wanted to look at the blueprints, and he didn't have a problem with that. There was no accounting for Earth curve in any of those blueprints, but I was like, all right, maybe it just ain't in the prints. Maybe the engineers, maybe the surveyors, maybe it's still happening somewhere. So I talked to the engineers. They looked at me. Yeah, I mean, dude, I brought up, hey, are we accounting for Earth curve? And I mean, I just got like a blank 1,000-yard stare out of them. And then they started getting real defensive. and they told me I needed to go talk to the surveyors, that they're the ones that deal with that. So I go talk to the surveyors, and they told me, nah, man, it's got to be level. Like, we're basing this off plane surveying. We got a horizontal datum. And I mean, we had all the equipment, man. Like I said, this was a big multi-million-dollar project. Like, we had theodolites, we had all the story poles, we had all the stuff out there. All one horizontal datum. And again, if it's 15 miles long, that's 96 feet of curve that should be there. Like, that pipe should have been sticking out of the ground by about, mile 6. Should have been way sticking out of the ground. But yeah, I just wanted to offer that up to y'all. That was, kind of the only thing I had. But other than that, earlier we were talking about, gas pressure requiring containment. And I try to explain this to people. And, I can, they just bring up gravity and the fact that it's a gradient. And it seems like, the refutation I bring of like, oh, well, if it's a gradient, eventually it's got to go from 0.001 to 0. And up there, gravity is going to be pretty negligible. So, like, that doesn't really work. But seems like that doesn't really do it for them. I was wondering, if anyone has, like, a real nice, concise refutation or, rebuttal to that.
For in the container.
Yeah.
Honestly, bro, I don't know, because I had a dude try to invoke a fusion reactor as a way to say that we don't need a container, even though the plasma was being contained by an electromagnetic field. So I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Wait, do you say like gradient as like a color gradient, or you say gradient?
Well, it's like how if you hike up a mountain, you get less and less oxygen. The atmosphere does get thin as you
Okay,
go
so
up.
it's
So
like the
what they
levels
say,
you're saying.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I'll make a research.
Cool avatar, Momoshi.
Oh, thank you guys. Hi guys. Hi.
What's going on?
It's really intriguing conversation. It's really interesting conversation. I love astronomy, so I am here all the way. I am here
Okay.
all the way.
Well, I'm gonna hop off quick. I do got one more thing I want to say before I leave y'all to it. I'm gonna keep listening, but I got stuff I'm doing. I am having a baby, a daughter. She should be coming here any day now. And thank y'all. So if anyone is the praying type, feel free to offer me up some prayers. Me and my wife and my baby girl. She should be here any day, and it's gonna be all natural,
God bless her.
birthing center, injection free.
Oh my God, there's gonna be a serious dictatorship in your house because there's gonna be 2 women now, and you're 1 man. You're fucked. You're fucked. Congratulations.
Hey, I'm here for it. Thanks, guys. But anyway, I'm gonna hop
Take
off.
care of
God
them.
bless y'all.
Yo, good to see you, Flatless. Appreciate you, bro. Y'all go follow my man. Yeah, that was some sauce. Yo. I wish we can get them schematics for that piping. Oh, it's be over for the globe, bro. Shout out to Flatless. I think it is Liliana and Chrissy.
Oh, hey, hi guys. Thank you so much. Your space is so fantastic. I look forward every single Friday to this space. And I've been promoting the crap out of it too. But these globies, they don't show up. Jerks. Anyways, I wonder where Taylor went, because what she posted, I haven't actually totally read the whole thing yet, but just her headline caught my eye: sodium and other metallic layers in the Earth's upper atmosphere. And for the longest time, the moon has been associated with silver. And according to my research, most of the ancient cultures also associated different metals with different wandering stars, the planets, quote unquote. So I'm kind of wondering, like, the antique photographs with, I think it's silver nitrate. I think it's silver something. I forget what it was. But, they used to process the old fashioned photographs with that, whatever that silver nitrate thing or whatever that silver something was. And so it kind of makes me wonder, because if you have ever seen pictures of photographs that were ruined, quote unquote, it looks just like the moon's craters. That silver nitrate or whatever the silver something it was, it has the shape and the texture exactly like moon craters. So I'm kind of wondering that the fact that the moon is associated with silver, and now we're finding out that there's sodium and other metallic layers in the upper atmosphere. I kind of wonder if, because according to the Vedic paradigm, stars, various stars, they are the quote unquote mothers and fathers of the different planets, you know? So basically their theory is that they're sending out beams of, I don't know, electromagnetic something. Like I honestly don't know all the physics behind it, but I'm just giving you I'm just trying to sort of translate or interpret the mythology into some kind of physics concept, even though I don't have the details. But basically what the theory, the way that that goes is that when there's various beams that converge, and by the way, modern astronomy, supposedly with their X-ray telescopes and whatnot, have found, um, certain stars will put out very, very powerful X-rays and whatnot. So that's not a completely foreign concept, according to the heliocentric model. So there could be some truth to that there's some kind of beams being sent out by these stars. And so perhaps it's possible that where the stars converge, and they converge in different layers, because definitely all the most of the ancient cultures, they did talk about planets being at different altitudes. So even if they're just plasmic formations that are a result of some kind of, reflected or otherwise beams, electromagnetic type of beams that converge and then sort of ignite into these planets. So if they're doing it at different levels of the atmosphere, the high up, whatever those atmospheres are called, and if there's some metallic or other kind of minerals in those layers, in the plasmic form or whatever, it just makes me wonder. Yeah, because the different planets are all at different altitudes apparently. So moon is the highest according to Vedic and also Chaldean. And so basically the days of the week are set up that way. So Mars is the lowest one closest to Earth in altitude, although they may not be that far apart from each other, maybe just 100 miles, a couple hundred miles apart from each
Lately,
other. But
Lately, I got it. I just understood what you're trying to. So the bodies are in here with us. The sun and the moon are in here with us, but everything else is on the outside as far as we observe. So as far as the altitudes, it would be their altitude relative to their position on the outside of where we currently are, rotating around us.
yeah, so what we're seeing is not necessarily, exactly where they really are. We might just be seeing a projection on whatever layer that we see all these things, right? Because they all appear to be on the same layer. But in fact, so it's the way that the ancients set it up was Mars is the lowest. Then after that, this is just altitude, and then Mercury, and then is let's see, is Jupiter, and then Venus, and then Saturn, and then the sun, and the highest in altitude, apparently according to them, is Moon. And it's also the most central one. So anyways, long story short, but I was just inspired by what Taylor said, because it does reinforce what I had been guessing from the Vedic mythologies, that there's some metals involved up there.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Great cook.
Chrissy, I think, was next. What's going on, Chrissy?
Okay, so now I remember what I.
Can anyone hear Chrissy?
No, like I
Can you
don't.
hear me?
Yeah,
There you go.
man.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
I can keep going.
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
So I had two things to say. One is from earlier on before my iPhone broke. Uh, we were discussing the sun. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the type of image that records lighting conditions, the HDRI. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
So there are these images created by a specialized camera that record. Let me put it in a way that's gonna sound perfect for flat Earth. They record the dome light of the world in a real world environment. It's used in movies. You know, you film something on location in New York and you need, I don't know, the Hulk to smash stuff. You will have to render the Hulk with the same lighting settings as in normal conditions. So that's what the HDRI records. It records the natural dome effect of light on reality. And that's what we import in 3D models to render them in real life setting. So if you've ever seen an HDRI at sunset, you would see that the sun is the same dimension as it is at noon, just the brightness is lower. So the sun doesn't change its size. Never in an HDRI. Not one. Its size is always the same. It moves away. That's the only thing
Through
that's difference. That's
through
the
what
only
time
difference.
period, Chrissy? Because they do say it does change throughout the year.
Yes, it does change around the year. That's true. But
Okay.
relative to normal, you know, the most HDR images are recorded in the northern hemisphere, and most of them are recorded during the summer. There are very few in the winter. So your average would be the same, whether it is sunrise or sunset or noon. The sun's dimension is the same. The camera doesn't pick up on the distortion we pick up with our eyes or with our camera phones. That's one. And the other, we were discussing light that's cold, right? Like from the moon. Um, there
Mm-hmm.
are two types of energy, right? There's kinetic energy and there's absence of energy. So you can have a light that doesn't that doesn't emit energy, that doesn't emit uh, radiation. The moon does the opposite. So it's definitely not uh, um, a spherical object emitting light or reflecting light. It's something that's emitting a light frequency, but it's not the source. It's more like a hologram because you can only find that effect in real life lighting situations with reflective light, a cold reflective light, and also wavelengths make it feel warm or hot. If you have a light bulb that's at 5,000 Kelvin, it's gonna get hotter faster than a light bulb that you have at 6,800, which is the light level for base light, white light.
So I take it you don't believe in the moon landings.
No, I can poke holes in those for days. I've been studying Photoshop since I was 10.
Real talk, have you told your friends this?
Yes, I did. Some of my
Oh, wow,
friends.
you're brave.
I told some of my friends. I told my mom, my dad. That was an idiotic thing to do. Got me committed for a week. But I
Nice.
told my friends, and some of my friends who are critical thinkers actually agreed with me at the end of the day.
Mm.
I'm sorry to say that most of them are too indoctrinated. I don't know. They can't imagine reality. I mean, I
A
asked
different, yeah,
another
different reality. Yeah.
architect to draw the same thing I did using the same knowledge I did, and he made a, a mistake that not even a first year would have made, just because his brain wasn't seeing the solution. If I was talking about apples and pears, he would have uh, drawn it perfectly. But since I told him it was the earth, he didn't do it properly. So I don't know. It's something in the brain. I'm telling you.
That's so interesting.
They don't. He messed up something I know he's perfectly good at. Like he
Right.
could teach geometry, 3D geometry, but then he didn't. He
Yeah.
did a rookie mistake, a mistake that would have cost him entry into the university. It's an entry level mistake, and he did it. It's something about cognitive dissonance, I'm sure. They can't fathom the fact that they were lied, and they pride themselves in the knowledge that they know more than the others and that everyone else is dumb.
Mm.
Something like that. It goes like that. And it's a safe space for their mind. They go there and defend it at all costs because it's related to primordial memory. You know, one of their first core memories are asking their grandma, "Why is the sky blue?" The answer is blah blah blah. This is the blue planet. Blah 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 blah. Okay, that's what it was with me. It took me 3 days of, well, 7 days in the institution because I was institutionalized for telling my parents I live on the flat Earth. And another 3 days after I got out of nightmares with the globe Earth because my mind was telling me I already know this. I know it's flat. I know the programs. I know lighting. I know everything. I knew everything you guys were talking about perspective and everything. So everything was clicking in my head. But I still had nightmares with a globe. I'd go to sleep and see a globe. It haunted me for a week and 3 days. So I guess people don't want to have that question. They are so used to authority figures telling them what to do. And since I'm doing my PhD and I have to be the authority figure, which is kind of weird for me, I kind of changed my mindset. But most people need the authority person to give them credentials, so they keep waiting on authority. So until CNN will make I don't know, a statement with three astrophysicists telling them that it's flat, they're not going to believe their eyes, period. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that Mark Twain quote. It's easier to fool people, right, than convince them that they've been fooled, right?
Yeah, because
Big
there's
facts.
also that ego. You know, how can I have been fooled? Oh, darling, I've been a fool all my life, every day, in relationships, at work, in everything. Humans can be fooled quite easily. But some people don't want to acknowledge that they were foolish.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact the education system teaches obedience, right? This is the point of things like homework that are silly, right? Because to test obedience, you have to give somebody a task that's meaningless. Because if the task has meaning, then they could independently motivate themselves and you wouldn't know if they're obedient or not. And so most people are taught from very young age to be obedient and not to actually think. And that's why you have so many of these people that even when you ask them an elementary thing that they should be able to think about, they revert to being obedient and just repeating what they've been told rather than actually thinking about anything.
One more thing. Nowadays, since I teach at the university, right, it's getting dumber. I'm telling you, it's not. Well, the generations are getting dumber by default because they have less attention span. But the teaching methods and what we teach them has been skimmed through. For instance, we used to study perspective for a year, like constructing it, knowing it, living it. They don't anymore. We used to learn materials. They don't anymore. We used to learn finishings. We don't anymore. We used to teach them 3D geometry, like using drawing instead of math. Now we only do that for a semester. That's not enough. We used to do it for 2 years. I don't know what's gonna happen, but if AI is gonna start building buildings, people are gonna start dying, and in a rate you would have no idea. And I'm not talking about your little house because you can build that yourself, but infrastructure, big things, buildings, bridges, stuff like that. But I digress. Yes, they're dumbing it down. It's less than university architecture school taught me how to think. They never teach me methods. My teachers, they taught me how to think. So that's what my architecture education gave me. But in the West, I have friends who are architects. They don't know how to think. They know how to make a house or how to make a bridge. They don't know how to make anything else. We teach them how to make everything from like a house to a building to a gas station to an office building to everything because we teach them how to think. That's even disappearing too. I'm sorry to say.
Alrighty, slide on over to Momo.
Hi guys. It's a really nice conversation. Hold on, let me just turn down my music on. It's a really nice conversation. I appreciate that. I'm from Turkey, Istanbul, and I want to share a story about the researching about like flat Earth. Like I'm into astronomy and chemistry a lot. I'm not. I'm basically a data analyst, but I love astronomy personally. And so there was an experimentation went on in some year. It's called high altitude balloon. They put a little camera, into a balloon, and then they put helium in it, and they put like just right amount of helium, so it doesn't pop. It's a right amount of material. It's plastic. Uh, and it floats around, and you can see naked eye everywhere around the world after a while. It's the cheapest way of you know shooting up a rocket, space rocket.
Yeah,
So
there's a lot of videos
what
like
they
this.
yeah, so I watched one the other day, and I saw like the stars are changing, and if the stars are changing, that implies that the earth is round. So
Good point.
uh I mean, as Aristotle said in 4th century, it's there's an orbit. Like there's something orbiting around the earth.
Let me ask you a question. How long
Yes.
was this balloon floating around?
I don't know. Uh my video is 39 minutes and 41 seconds.
And 39 minutes is enough time for you to witness stars changing around the earth?
I don't know, but as far as I saw it,
Was it a time lapse?
I think
If it was a
was.
time lapse, that would make more sense. A 31-minute time lapse is pretty long.
But it's
Yeah, it's pretty.
orbiting still. It's orbiting.
Yeah, if you have the link though, that would be cool. If you could share the link, we could check it out.
It's called Big Think. And let me just airdrop it to my phone. Where do I drop it? And tweet it?
You can share it in the share, and you could share it to the space using, I think, the share icon, or you can just post it in Sacred's pinned tweet on his profile, and everybody can check it out.
Okay.
Or you could drop it in the pill too over here. Sorry, I forgot about that. The chat.
Definitely. Thank you for letting me speak. And also, if the earth was flat, can we go to the edge together and then just like hang around?
Yeah.
No, that's not the stance of this community. There may be some flat Earth communities who believe that, but this isn't one of them.
Why couldn't you? Just bringing up a question. Why couldn't you go to the edge and just,
So you think
Just
so let's
Well,
hanging out.
the way that this the more I should say the latest, I guess, model is laid out is the North Pole is in the center and the South Pole is actually a boundary around the outside. But we're not allowed to go to the South Pole because of the treaty, and we're not allowed to transverse the South Pole independently.
So airplanes cannot go there?
Correct. You'd be
60th
shot down.
60th South Parallel, you can't go past there. And even if you get anywhere close to there, as far as 500 miles off, they will have ships turn you around. You're not getting
Yeah,
down.
there's an international treaty. What year would that treaty come out, guys? Was it like 60s or something? 50s? Anyway, I forgot what year, but yeah, there's an international treaty that keeps us away from hitting
1959. I'm sorry.
59. Thank you, brother.
I find it interesting because a lot of people claim that was Antarctica. They
independently, and
Yeah,
that's
I
the
can.
key.
Bro,
I've seen videos of it and stuff. You definitely can.
Keys. Listen, taking a cruise ship to the peninsula to see some penguins is not going to Antarctica. When we say Antarctica, we mean we want to be dropped in the middle of the continent by ourselves and allowed to explore. You cannot do that. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Well,
and if you try to go there independently on your own ship,
It's not a touristic place.
Well, think about this.
If you try to go there independently on your own ship, people have videos of it, that they took a fishing ship from Australia and they went south, and a U.S. destroyer showed up and told them if they didn't turn around within like a couple minutes that they were going to blow their ship up. So
I've also seen videos of people going there independently. So you could say they're both for same sides. It could be just
okay,
a
send that. If you've seen someone going independently, I've never seen that. So go ahead, send it.
It's a complete
I do not
treaty with over 100 countries on it.
Also, it's very dangerous, so you can't go anywhere in it by yourself because you will most likely.
Well, you got here's the thing, Keys. So this is what you got to understand. There's an international treaty. So there's multiple nations who have agreed that this place is basically off limits. Now there are some places where you can get. You first of all you have to request permission. You're not allowed to just float your ass on down there. So that's out of the question. You do have to get a clearance, and when you get that clearance, you're allowed to go to specific places. It's not like you can get a clearance and say, "Hey, I'm an explorer. I'm gonna come down here and I just want to go explore," and try to make your way like across it and go out on the other side. That's not how it works.
It's like it's like North Korea. You can go to the country, but you can't independently explore. You see the fake markets. You can only go specific places in North Korea.
Well, here's the thing. If you go off far away from where there is any main offices that can help you, if you get frozen, or not frozen, you don't get frozen, but if some bad happens, then you are dead. You are dead.
Yeah.
There's been times where people have died, so they have to take that precaution that you have to let them know.
That's not a good argument.
Yes, that's not a legit argument, and here's why. Explorers die all the time. It's part of exploring. So anyone who were to embark on that is not asking for help. They're going prepared to explore.
You understand that,
Yes,
right?
but
Easy.
nobody wants
People
anyone to
people die
die.
on Everest every
Right,
year,
all the
right?
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to let them know though. You have to
Wait,
let people
Keys.
know
Not
about
even,
that every
Exactly.
not
You
year.
have
No,
even
to
you
there.
let
don't.
them
Dead
know.
bodies
Exactly. So you just prove my
on the
point,
trip.
you know?
I said that though. You have to get clearance before you even go down there.
Exactly, with both things.
You have to have the you have to have the equipment required.
Mhm.
There's required equipment,
Yep. You would have
and
to
you
have
have the
equipment.
required training too, because like you have to have the physical energy and physical strength
Well, yeah, if you're
to really.
exploring, if you're an explorer, then you would have all that. The point is you're not allowed to just go explore. That's the point.
The point is, there are
No,
plenty of other more
not
dangerous.
Antarctica at
Yeah, there's
least,
plenty of
but like
other places that are more dangerous that
Exactly.
aren't
places like in Turkey. Like I'm from Turkey. There's like really dangerous antique places. It's not snow. It's nothing, but it's stone. But there is nothing to climb on, and it is really fragile
What's the
because
point here?
there's
Yeah, what is it? Because the
things.
Amazon is the most dangerous place on the planet, and people go there all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
I'm
no
not.
international law denying you from going there.
Yeah, you're
It's
exactly. There's no international
not
treaty blocking people from
like
going there.
yeah, like it's really dangerous. I agree with D369. I love 369 numbers too. Oh, Tesla,
Tesla,
my love.
magic numbers.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, it's really dangerous. Don't go to Antarctica, guys.
Yeah, don't go to the Amazon either. You'll get ate by 100-foot anaconda. Don't
Yeah,
go there.
you won't get to Antarctica. If you think you're going to independently go there, you're not getting there. So there's no concern about dying there. You're going to get shot on the way there.
I don't know if you'll get shot, but you'll definitely get stopped, arrested. Like
I mean, the
you're
video
not,
I've seen of that fishing boat, the destroyer explicitly says that they would blow their ship up if they didn't
Yeah,
turn
bro.
around.
And the destroyer
that's
was
crazy.
right there. They kept trying to go past.
Can you imagine being on a boat and then there's like a destroyer that pulls up on you?
Bro, it was
It's a crazy
huge.
video.
It was
Yeah.
huge. Loudspeaker
Yo,
and
I would
everything.
crap my pants, bro.
They almost didn't turn around. Like he dead ass told them, "Hey, turn around or we're going to boom you." And they're like, "Nah, he bullshitting." And they kept going. And he got in front of us and said, "Turn around or we're going to boom you."
That's crazy. So hey, so Momo, what do you think what is your best evidence of a globe? What is your best evidence that you know of?
My best evidence. Oh my God, such a great question.
Please don't say a ship over the horizon. We did that like 3 times tonight.
No.
I mean, it is still evidence. I got sent that video, and there was still some things I found about it that could still be used as evidence. Obviously, that video helps.
I'm gonna say carbon chain too.
We
I'm
could
gonna
double
say
back on
carbon
that.
balls. Every our eyes are
Wait, what?
eyeball, eyeballs, 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 and iris.
That's your proof of the globe?
Yes,
Irrefutable.
and the iris of our eyes are the universe. That's
True.
the
You can see that.
yeah. When you look at like so closely to your eyes, it looks like there's like supernovas going in like in your eyes.
So
I don't know. Maybe I took
looking at silk and seeing and believing you see supernovas is proof that we live on a spinning ball of water and land held together by a force that we can't measure called gravity.
teach me. Teach me.
What did you
That was
mean
a
when you
question.
said?
That was
What
literally a
did you
question.
mean?
I just wanted a yes or no.
What do you mean when you say silk? Are you implying that?
Me.
Are you
Well, that's
just?
what she said.
No, she said the galaxy. She didn't say that. She didn't say silk. She said the galaxy. There's difference.
Oh, so I misunderstood then. I thought she said when she looks at silk or something like that, then she sees the galaxy or something like that. My
No,
bad.
iris. My iris, like my eyes are green.
Yeah, that's the
My
color.
eyes are
Yeah.
hazel, actually.
Irises are the color part of your eyes.
So
That's what she's talking about.
it's when I look at my eyes in the mirror, the iris is like it's going from yellow to green to blue to like brown, and that
I
it
misunderstood
reminds
too.
me
And that
of
means you're on a
I
spinning ball.
Sound does this
well,
too.
they're
Sound also manipulates
orbiting,
shapes and colors. You can do the same thing with sound.
but I have astigmat, so I don't see 3D. So I believe in flat Earth.
You have a stigma?
Yeah,
Astigmatism?
yeah, yeah. Astigmatism. I have. I cannot see depth. I cannot see Z
Oh,
points.
Is that like exclusive to something your optometrist told you? Because I have astigmatism as well, and I don't think he ever told me that.
I always
Proud. You
I
can't
always
see 3D,
hit,
Proud.
I
You
don't know.
man, come
corner.
on.
3D movies, what y'all mean? Don't do me like that.
Nah, bruh.
I never see the corners of tables. Like I hit my hip. Like my hips
Never
are
see the
always like
corners of tables. Should I look
see
at
the
a
corner.
Yeah,
corner right now?
yeah. My mother's an optometrist, so I
Oh,
understand.
I
It depends on
have
how
that
your
kind
eyes
of
work
a
together, and yeah,
disability. Yes,
astigmatism would make
that
it
is
so your
true.
eyes are sometimes are very hard for them to work
What was I
together.
saying?
So
I'm
if
over here kind
I'm too
of
high.
look with
if
my
you have
glasses on.
Oh,
if you have very bad astigmatism,
eyeballs, and
yeah, well, if you have
Reed,
very bad
I don't think she
astigmatism,
could hear you, Reed,
oh,
because you two are
oh,
always
yeah,
talking
yeah,
over each other. I think one of you guys can't
oh,
hear the other.
what
I can hear her.
the fuck up? 6'9".
Hmm.
Yeah. So astigmatism, if you have very bad astigmatism, your eyes can't work together.
I was saying because we love each other so much. That's why.
I'm a little
Momo,
confused on what she's saying.
I think we need you to drop down and come back up because you can't hear Reed, but he can
Yeah.
hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, but as I was saying about astigmatism, if you have very bad astigmatism, your eyes can't work together well, so your brain will only use the input from one eye most of the time.
Did he just get
Just
muffled
wait.
for everybody
Yeah.
else too?
Move
Yeah.
your
He
pinky off
did.
your thumb. Move your pinky off your phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. So astigmatism, if you have very bad astigmatism, your eyes will not work together well. And so your eyes working together is what creates the 3D, the two images working together in your brain. And if you have bad astigmatism, your brain will only use the data from one eye. And so then you will have an issue because you're seeing only with one eye. Your brain can't produce the 3D, and will have an issue with depth perception.
That is correct.
That's interesting because like I'm looking out of one eye right now and I have no problem with depth perception.
I same. I just can't see. I don't know. I don't know. I never tried to distinguish how I can't see.
You just say you
I
can't
have to
see.
actually
I'm telling you,
Who knew 3D was Proud's nerd?
that bad.
if you want a little experiment about perspective and how you see the environment, take a pen, close your eyes, then open just one and try to touch the tip of the pen.
Tip
You
of the.
won't be able to touch it. You can
Hold on,
close one
you
eye
said
I
and
can't. I don't know where I'm going. I
depth.
fucking don't know where
I just did it first
I
try.
see. This is my disability.
You need to keep your eyes closed for longer than that. Like, oh, you won't be able to touch the cap on your first try.
I have to literally wear glasses while I'm
Yo, I
driving
just
her.
did it again because I had my eyes closed the whole time you were
I
talking.
feel like I'm like, is there
Ask your
left?
wife to
Like,
put a pen in
like,
front of you, and you won't be
am I
able
gonna
to touch it.
I don't know.
glasses?
Maybe I'm a freak of nature, man. That's what it is.
It's probably because you're holding it and you physically you can tell where the pen is based on your
Yeah,
hand.
yeah. Maybe.
So put
But
it
if
down.
somebody else held it, yeah,
I really
she's correct. It would be difficult. I mean, you can still see kind of, but the two eyes is what gives you the exact spatial awareness of where everything is. It's not that you can't see in 3D with one eye. It's just when you
It's
have
just
two eyes,
my
you can tell exactly where things are spatially.
Exactly.
yeah,
They
Because the
I
visual
use
agree.
convergence into a singular
shadows.
point.
They use shadows. The people who have one
that's my
eye, they use shadows
only
and cues to get their spatial awareness cues.
Uh-huh.
Kind of like babies. You see babies trying to come downstairs, they're scared, shitless, because they can't uh, differentiate. Their eyes don't work properly yet. So they don't differentiate. For them, 15
Yo,
centimeters is like a mile.
yo, I'm telling you, I'm a freak of nature, man. My mom tells me stories of how I used to jump down the stairs when I saw like my buddy coming, like he's an older guy. I would just jump. I was not scared of stairs, bro.
My mom told me that I was running before I was like literally walking. Like I literally learned how to run before I walked, and I walked, and then I actually was on the floor afterwards. But I was like running towards like literally walls. Like I was like boom, boom. Like that's how I learned how to walk, by running.
Elizabeth,
You
hey,
know,
it's
That's
you know
crazy.
what's funny about that?
I was always told the ground gonna catch you. That's all I was always
There you
told.
go. There you go.
it's true. Like I was just like literally. I know I was smashing myself on the wall a lot of times. Maybe that's why I'm fucking like this. Never mind.
You know what's funny about that? Like when you look at kids before school, they barely walk at all. Like no matter what they're doing, they're pretty like 80% of the time they're going to where they're going and they're running to get there. Like kids don't really,
Oh yeah,
right?
they're like. I'm
As soon as we get to school, that gets
yeah.
trained right out of us. We be walking.
Yeah, my mother, the eye doctor, just said that the two are separate. They're not. You may have both astigmatism and depth perception issues, but astigmatism doesn't have anything to do with the depth perception issues. So that makes sense why Proud is saying she doesn't have depth perception issues, but she has astigmatism. You'd have to have a medical,
Ah,
like an eye
yeah.
Yeah.
doctor, say that
I
you have depth perception
glasses.
issues separately from astigmatism.
Well, I just have to wear glasses while I'm driving or while I'm doing something that is related to some distance according to my focal points. So when I look into my focal points, I know it's there, but I don't know where the distance is. Like I'm trying to calculate it through its own what is it called? Shadows. If there's where the shadow is going to. Like it was that bad, but since I'm wearing glasses, it's not going it's actually healing me. And apparently there's some laser surgery for it, but I'm really scared, so I don't want to do it. So
I'll tell you
maybe
what.
I'll do it.
I've heard from a number of people that LASIK was the best thing they did. They were like, I'm so happy I did it. Just like 15, 20-minute procedure. And within a few days, they had excellent vision compared to what they had before.
Really?
Yeah,
Do,
I wouldn't lie.
do you have it again? Like is it like a permanent procedure or like
Yeah, yeah, they've got it done. It's done once and you're
Bro,
done. But that's for people with
bro,
normal eyes. I don't know if you have, if I don't even know if they could do it on yours. So it might be a different procedure. I'm
I
talking about
agree.
specifically LASIK.
I had to ask. I asked them. They told me no. They denied my request. I was too young. But it lasts like
Uh,
20 years type. You should go like it's recommended that you go back and have them like redo something to your irises so they can make sure everything's still clear. And I was
mm,
thinking like what's the point of doing it if it's not gonna last for the rest of my life? But yeah,
mm.
I only have to wear glasses to breathe and survive.
yeah, exactly. But like it's
You got the
really
space
scary.
goggles.
Bottles, man.
Bruh.
Yo, let's do a glasses check. I got glasses too. How many of us got glasses?
Well, I need to be wearing glasses, but I don't. But I can see
That's
without.
3. That's 4. We got 5
If you
over
gotta
here.
squint, you can't see. If you gotta squint, you can't. Hey, attention, attention. I don't know who needs to hear this. If you have to squint, you cannot see.
I don't have to squint. Don't attack me.
I I have to squint all the time, man. Like it's crazy. I'm like an old grandmother. Like it's crazy. My eyes are.
Sacred, Sacred. You was rocking the sports goggles playing ball, son.
No, 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 no. Only when I try to find the curve of the earth.
Oh, sports goggles. Lord. What more?
uh,
Oh.
I just got back from the cyborg supply store and the body bag store. You guys,
Yo!
I have your guys' rechargeable cyborg parts, and I got body bags for all the people that got zipped or that need to be zipped up for a while I was gone.
Nice. Big A in his house. What's good?
I hope you got
What's good?
I hope you got the bundle package, Alan.
So there's like a Sam's Club subscription thing where when I run out, they just deliver them to my house. So I actually didn't have to go anywhere for that. I came back and they were already there. That's what's up.
Convenience at its finest.
Yeah. Yo, Liliana, do you happen to have those moon pictures, the silver moon pictures that you were talking about earlier? If you have them, can you post them or DM them to me?
I see we got a new speaker, Strickland. What's up, player?
Yo, Sacred, they got a discount right now on laser eyes. Now, normally they like, lasers heat things up, but they actually have some cold lasers now. So like you can make shit cold. So like, you know how you get in that awkward position where you're hanging out with your girl and it's hot outside, you don't have any ice and her Coke's hot. You could cool it with your eyes now, dude. Your laser eyes.
Yeah. I heard it's got like a moon rock core.
Yeah, it's an inner rotating moon core. Yeah, they had to
moon core.
They had to make it special from moon rocks that were brought back from what's that guy? Buzz Aldrin. He put the moon rocks in his pocket. They're called pocket rocks. That's like the street name for them. they're pretty rare, but yeah, you get a hold of a couple pocket rocks, put them in a laser and a collimator, and it will make the beam cold. You can make drinks cold and stuff. Awesome.
And pocket rocks are not pocket meteors. Don't get confused, guys. A lot of people make that misconception.
Yeah, those would be micro pocket meteors. They're really small.
They leave craters in your pocket. Craters.
So they're actually so small that they go through the material fabric of your pocket and they don't even interact with you at all. They're actually you can actually consider them imaginary. Like I don't want to like it sounds kind of like what imaginary. Now I know what you're thinking. Well, if it's imaginary, how does it have any physical effect? Well, it doesn't, but you can conceptualize it going through the fabric of you, right? That'd be cool.
Yeah, there's an equation.
Oh, it's abstract. It's abstract. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's more of like a religious belief doctrine that you can't deviate from. But like, if you're into it, like, hop aboard, bro. I got you.
Oh, shit.
Now, nobody really knows what produces micro pocket meteors, but some say that about 38 billion zillion years ago, stars exploded. And these are first generation stars, of course, because if you look at the sun in the sky, that star's a little piece of shit. It can't produce any heavy elements or any cool metals or anything like that. But it's got some remnant. It must have some remnants in it from these first Jennies that I'm making up on the spot to explain the thing in the sky for my model. So anyway, you can use those materials from the first gen sun to know that the second gen sun is 93
What about the ones
away.
that are like going the wrong way?
You're talking about the micro pocket meteors?
Motion. Relativistic motion.
I was thinking more so like the spaces that they're not. You know what I'm saying? Like they're there, but they're not there. Like what do we do about those? Those empty, but not empty spaces.
Oh, you're talking about like a superposition?
Yeah.
Bet. So as long as you never try to measure it, you never have to think about it. So it's never really going to apply to you. So it's never really going to apply to you. So I can just kind of like dazzle you with the conceptualization of that. Like imagine you're playing pool, right? You're about to break. You fucking smack that cue ball and it just goes straight through the whatever you call the configuration that you're breaking, and it doesn't hit any of them, dude. How crazy is that? But if you close your eyes, it bam smacks into him and you sink the 9-ball or whatever it is.
Oh, so Schrodinger's cat.
Well, Schrodinger's pool ball table, billiard ball.
Yes, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Right.
That's so funny.
Pool ball table. Shit, man. I can't play pool for shit. That's true.
So Momo, you believe in the Moon landings?
Moon landings. I personally don't give a single gram of fuck, but I mean,
You ever try moon
so
dust?
moon dust.
Yeah, like when you're in the club and your girl goes to the bathroom and she's like, "Yo, girl, you want to try some moon dust?" Pulls out a little
Oh,
mirror. You know what I'm talking about?
we here. Call it Antarctica here.
I mean,
Alan got that heat today.
it comes from Colombia, not Antarctica, but
I know it comes from actually Peru. That's why I want to go to Peru.
oh, that's what's up.
Peruvians tried to do me in. I ain't paid
You
them
got
yet.
that Peruvian connect?
Oh, dude, I'm from Turkey.
Have you ever seen that movie American Gangster with Denzel Washington?
I will definitely see it today. Did you see Blow?
I have.
Yeah.
Good
Well,
movie too.
it's shit. Peru is where it's coming from.
What's up,
I'm
big
a
boy?
Antarctica explorer.
Hey, can anyone hear me?
Well, do you know what my government's famous for? Trafficking a bunch
What?
of drugs from Peru and other South American countries.
Kidding,
Putting them on the streets and
Elon.
stuff.
Kidding.
Allegedly. That may, anyway, shout out to your boy Oliver North, who may or may not know anything about that.
Heavy on the alleged. Heavy.
We can hear you, Strickland.
I can't
Oh,
hear
you can?
Strickland.
Say some more words.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Can you hear me?
Can anyone else hear him?
Yeah, I can.
How y'all doing? Just wondering why a lot more people don't like talk about antipodes and how it's impossible
Time for me to drop down.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you. Could you hear us?
Yeah, yeah, I can. I just see a thing on the computer showing my microphone has got a red mark, a red slash through it, so it's making me think no one can hear me. But regardless, if you can hear me, great. I'd like to see the point about antipodes being made a lot more, because that in itself is like an instant globe destroyer. How two people can be, at opposite positions at the exact same time and have alternate realities of what up and down is.
You mean like Stranger Things?
Yeah, the antipodal thing is pretty crazy, man. There's actually, I was in a live stream one time with a globularist, and I'm like, okay, bro, so you know how there's people that are antipodal, and like there were, obviously there was a bunch of globularists in the chat, and they were all like, wow, this flat earther's so stupid. He actually believes people are upside down, and like, I'm like, yo, bro, let's take a minute.
Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, I'm like, bro, let's take a minute and look at the chat real quick, because there's globularists in here that are adhering to globular doctrine and don't realize that the actual globularist position is that there are people that are upside down relative to other, on the other side of the
It has to be. Unless it's not.
They literally thought that it was stupid, and they thought that I was like straw manning them because it sounds so ridiculous. And as soon as the guy, confirmed that is the actual doctrine, none of them were like, "Oh man, my bad," everyone just got real quiet. You could hear crickets chirping. It was just crazy.
The thing is, you can make a total scaled down model of it using any size ball and use some little army figures to show exactly how it can't be possible. Because if you were to, even though it's not possible or ever could be possible to make a hole, through the center of the bullshit globe, and you could come out to the other side instantly, you'd come out the other side upside down every single time. Well, where does one magically turn upside down? And they'll try to use, if you were to go into the center, they try using
either gravity, the old center, huh? The old center of the thing we can't go to trick.
Yeah, that doesn't even matter. If you could, though, and you can surely scale it down on a little ball to show, okay, this is what happened. You come out upside down every single time. There's no other way it can happen. And it's an instant globe destroyer. I mean, you don't even need to get into all these like complicated, things like my man Witzik gets into to prove it. You can just take a simple thing like that, and in my opinion, it annihilates it. I don't know how they can. I don't know one single argument that could come up against it at all that makes sense, unless you're just living in a believing bullshit and don't want to deal with the reality. It's impossible.
That does seem to be the big selling point of the globe, right? Like we've had like a continuous 3-week conversation now with a reoccurring guest who can't even entertain our position because, like, he's to quote him, to give validity to it would undermine his own position. And it's like, if that's people's line of if that's how you're like stuck in thinking, then like good luck, so.
And they just they're just anti-flat earthers, and it doesn't matter even if they do have the proof, they still won't believe it because their egos are too big to be found wrong, and they can't deal with it. And it's weird, but I don't know what else to say. I mean, the subject of it is so simple with that one point. If they claim that the thing is a spherical or whatever they want to call it, the other
it's
shape,
oblate spheroid.
It's
a geoid.
Who cares? It doesn't matter. Any three-dimensional object, whatever it is, if you can put someone at an antipodal position of it, which not every place is on Earth, of course, you can do that because it's not land on every. But there are certain antipodal points where there's land on both sides, and if it was possible to make a direct connection through Earth, when would you turn upside down magically to come out the other side, right side up? And it's just the only way it works is on a flat plane, because you'd have to go down then up. And I've heard them try to give explanations of, well, actually once you hit the core, then it's when you're going up, you're really going down again, or vice versa. They just try to talk about all that confusing yes to make you think you're stupid. Only scientists can understand that. I remember thinking about this when I was a little kid. I mean, I used to think China was upside down from us, right? And then I'd ask my mom, like, how are people upside down from us? And well, whatever. And I was just always led to be like, that's for scientists to know, and me to just
oh yeah, dude, she didn't have time for that stuff. She had big things to worry about, dog, bills to pay. You're over here like, Mom, they're telling me people are upside down. You're like, yeah, honey, just it's fine. you'll figure it out.
I'm just saying, even as a little kid, that thought came to mind. Like, why? How can that be? How can that be? It doesn't make sense. How can, and it's like, at what point, even if like you try, like when you just start gradually going sideways and sideways and sideways and sideways until you're finally at the 180-degree mark? I don't get it. It's just ridiculous nonsense. And to me, that one simple proof right there destroys everything else. And it doesn't matter about planetary or moons or eclipses or how far you can see or not see. Even
can I ask you something, Strickland? And this is kind of highlights why stuff like Alan and Witsit are important. I'm going to pretend to be a rational glober and not give you crap and call you an idiot, and just ask and straight out explain that. All right, so your misunderstanding as a flat earther is that there's a down in space. Down is towards the center of the spherical Earth. Up is everywhere away from that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
So without saying that doesn't make sense, what do you say that down is the result of gravity pulling you towards the Earth because the curvature of space down is bending due to the mass of Earth? What would you say in response to that?
I would say, first of all, show me what you mean in real life, because you can't. It doesn't make any sense. And we have a reference point. Just the Earth being itself, we have a reference point of where we're at, of what up and down is from where we're at. Okay? So where I'm at right now and where someone else is at, on the opposite side, at the antipodal side, their up is not going to be my down, and vice versa. It's just not happening. It's impossible.
Right. So I would agree with you
have to have an
that
alternate reality.
the down is still relative to the Earth, which would still be the same thing on the Earth towards the center of the mass. So
because simultaneously, you can't have the two that exist simultaneously.
Why not?
Because just like I said, if you had a direct connection to go right through the center and come out the other side, you'd be upside down every time.
So
that means there's one way up and one way down. All that other stuff is just nonsense. Oh, as long as you have a reference point of what's up and what you're looking at and knowing where you are, then you know what up and down is, and it's the same for everyone.
Well, the reason I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but the reason what Alan and Whitsitt do that's important. So it's not just a matter of disagreement or that's silly or doesn't make sense or not having an answer for it. You can actually dive into their pseudoscience and show why it's a contradiction. So I get it. We can just keep it simple, but not everybody can keep it simple. If I say to someone, down is everywhere towards the center of the Earth and up is away from the surface of Earth, there's a lot of people who buy into it. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I don't know what this guy's talking about.
But you can't demonstrate that, and it's just meant to confuse people and make them think that they're too dumb to get on that level.
Right, but then they could turn around and say, hey, show me the ether independently of anything else. Don't show me how it interacts, just show me ether. So that can be turned around. So just keep in mind.
Different.
Right. There's a reason why they go into it, because Alan has a great job of showing how their science contradicts itself. If they're trying to synchronize.
That's why I love Whitsitt. That guy is just an unbelievable genius.
Right.
His memory retention and the stuff that he can just whip out on a cue, it just blows my mind.
Right. And I'm just kind of comment on you earlier. You say you don't need to go into that, but we kind of do need.
No, you don't. But some people do.
Hold on, bro. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish real quick. Let me just finish one sentence. So it's good to have it in the back pocket in case you need to use it. Most of the time you don't need to use it. You don't need to use it. But it's good to have it just in case somebody asks you a question of why can that work on a heliocentric model. It's just. You don't have nothing to say about it. It doesn't make sense. So it's really good to know their pseudoscience is my main point.
I agree 1,000,000% with you, man. 100%.
Yo, I just joined this thing like a few minutes ago because one of my friends is in here. And if you guys are talking about that, if you dig down, you're going to be upside down. So what happens if we dig down then, essentially? What do you think happens if you just dig straight down? What happens?
So this is Keys homie. This is Benju. That's how you say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Benju. So this is Keys homie. He told him to pop in here. Shout out to him for sharing the space. And I guess you would just have questions about like flat Earth globe, or you just want.
I'm just trying to understand like what your guys' place is, like what you guys like, why you guys think what you think. Honestly, I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair enough. Anybody want to answer what happens when we dig down into the Earth's surface?
So regardless of flat or globe, they've only been able to dig about 8 miles down.
Exactly.
So for us, that kind of is not exclusive to a globe Earth. You guys have this magnetic core iron that's supposed to be spinning and oscillating different ways at a high temperature, which doesn't really work because the core of iron can't be magnetized at that temperature. It's called the Curie point. But yeah, like our just flat land structured stationary Earth is a lot more substantiated by us only being 8 miles deep than your hot core iron molten rock ball thing. So, or maybe not yours, but like just in general, the idea that that's what we are on, and it hasn't been substantiated to say like we've been 25 miles down, we've been 150, we've been able to dig up until we find molten lava. Like, so yeah, that's just to answer your question. 8 miles down is as far as we can get.
So the Mariana Trench is 1 mile away from hitting rock bottom.
Yeah, bro, that's the deepest we've ever been.
Like, but what is the bottom then?
No one knows, bro. We just like what we're seeing is they're trying to get there, right? They're
You're gonna get
trying to go down to
easier for
verify. They're trying to go down to verify what's actually there. And they've only been able to get to about 8 miles. And then they hit this like surface that they can't penetrate. There's not a drill bit, there's not a machine, there's nothing that they have designed yet in today's age that could penetrate this barrier 8 miles down. And also the interesting thing about this is every time they made a prediction in the crust of the earth, like every layer that they was able to dig down deep, they were wrong about the components of that layer. They said, "Oh, if you get down this layer, it'll be this," and they were wrong. So okay, well, let's dig a little deeper. We predict it's going to be this. They were wrong. They went down a little bit deeper. So okay, we predict it's going to be this. They were wrong. Yet they tell you exactly what's at the center of this core of this earth. So,
hey, can I ask this question to Strickland real quick, man? So you're asking us why do we think
she thought it was Keys and Benju, because I wasn't really here for Strickland, but I want to make sure that the young guys get their answers, question answered. And we'll double
Benju, my apologies, it's Benju.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Benju, I was trying to address Benju because he was asking what's at the center of the earth, right? Or what's underneath Earth, right? Like how far down? Like if we dig straight down, what's going to happen? Like, so you want to know what we think of as far as flat earthers, right? So if I handed you a sphere, right? Do you need to go inside of the sphere in order to figure out whether or not it's a sphere?
No, you just need to look at it.
You just need to look at the surface of it, right?
Essentially, yes.
Right. So if I handed you a disc, right, like a CD, and I told you it was a basketball, how would you know whether or not I'm telling the truth?
Because I can look at the CD and see that it's not a basketball.
Right, but I mean, like, what would indicate that? Would you say maybe like a lack of curvature?
You realize a curvature, it shows when it's a smaller object to us. The Earth is huge. If it's true, I'm not gonna like choose either side. I'm just trying to understand your guys' side.
Right.
Okay?
So are you saying that the Earth is too big to measure curvature?
So yeah, and if we have pictures showing the curvature of the Earth and showing all this, then what is there to refute that?
So here's the thing. All right, we're calling space fake, bro. Like, it's all CGI. They get billions of dollars every year to sit there and fake cartoons to us. So we're not even going to invoke that. What we want to know is what the surface of the Earth measures to be. Now, you yourself are saying that the surface of the Earth is too big to measure for curvature. So right there, you are already invoking that from your experience, you only know the Earth to be flat, and that's it. To say that there's curvature, you have to believe somebody else's story and deny your own senses.
Yeah.
Have you seen the experiment? There's an experiment on YouTube of flat earthers trying to prove that there is no curvature in the Earth, where they shine two lights. Have you seen that?
Yes, Benju.
So then
explain that. Yeah. So they lied in that video, right? Like, it's not. So they say it's a documentary, but they edited it to fit the narrative that they wanted to create.
He's a
I have the actual person having a conversation. Alan actually provided it for us, so thank you, Alan, for that. But Bob Nodell, literally, him and Jaronism, they literally had a full-on email conversation with the producers of the company that made the movie Behind the Curve, and they were like, dude, why are you lying about this? Why aren't you gonna tell the truth?
Well, hold on.
Go ahead, Alan.
Let's back up. It's like, yeah, long story short. So the globular prediction was like, what was it, 23 feet or 21 feet, something like that. And the flat earth prediction was like 18 feet, something like that. And they measured somewhere in between that. And the way the documentary was edited such that it appeared that it was in favor of the globe, and they just kind of
though.
What's that? No, it was not.
Yes,
Yeah.
because how did they measure it, if you don't mind me asking?
Light beam through a little, like a slit or whatever.
No, I
And
know
there was
that. I've
there
seen
was
the
a
video.
guy, and there, yeah, the
But
other
how
guy,
did they
there was
measure the amount of curvature? What did they use to measure the amount of curvature there would be, that they expected would be if it was curved?
Well, if it was curved, then the light beam wouldn't have been, or you wouldn't have seen it through the.
No. But I'm saying, how did they measure what their predicted certain curve there would
So
be?
they
predicted there
so
was a curve.
they didn't measure it. They calculated the
Yeah, that's what I
prediction.
mean. Sorry.
Yeah, they just
How did they
did a
do that?
calculation. They
What
used the
calculation?
figures. Yeah, they used the figures based on the values that they give of the Earth, and they said, okay, over this distance, over water, it should curve this much.
What calculations did they use to calculate that?
What calculations?
Yes.
I don't know.
What?
I don't have the like exact formulas, but there's
Yeah, I don't
like
have their
a
exact, but it's
number.
probably 8 inches per
So
mile squared.
Yeah, it's
It's
so
all
it
like
the
is
same
a
stuff.
mile
it's like
squares if you were at bottom level. That doesn't account for observer height, your
Oh my
eyes.
god!
It also
Listen,
doesn't.
dog. Listen.
hold on. I got it.
Listen.
Okay, yeah, take that one, dog. I can't.
So
It's
Keith,
true.
look. So 8 inches per mile squares is just the convexity of the surface, but there are many calculators that you could use that account for observer height. You could literally just Google Earth curve calculator. Right now, I don't know what calculation they actually used, but it was a handful of flat earthers and globe earthers that agreed on the methodology. Now, what happened was, and I can post this. Matter of fact, I don't know, Proud, if you could do that
I
post,
threw it up
post.
there.
Oh, you do it up there?
Yeah.
I don't see it yet. So we did a space on this, and we talked to Jaren. That's who you guys are referring to. This was a Netflix Hollywood quote unquote documentary, which really was a hit piece. And what we found out was they excluded certain results from the experiment.
What
And
results?
they said that there were supposed to be specific.
I sent it to you in DM.
There's supposed to be specific values based off of a globe Earth and based off of a flat Earth. I think hold on, let me get the values for you right now. Hold on one second. And what happened was the producer said, hey, there were certain values that aligned with the globe Earth. There were certain values that aligned with a flat Earth. However, we only included some of them. We didn't include all of them. I don't see you send me the DM.
No, not you. I sent it to Keys for him to watch on his own. I can send it to you if you want.
No, I'm waiting for Proud to send me this so I could just read off this the emails because I already got the email.
So I just want to say this. I want to say this.
Hold on, let me just finish this because I don't want them
Okay.
to. Okay, so Proud, you could post it up there, but I'm just going to read it right quick. So it says, this is from the Behind the Curve Netflix doc, and this is from Caroline Clark. Caroline at deltavproductions.com. And in the email, she says, hi, Jaren. Sincerely apologize for the delay in responding to your email. It's been a very busy week, and I needed time to review the footage from the experiment before responding to you because he was asking, like, hey, like, what's going on with this? So she's saying, my bad, I was ignoring you. I had a lot of different things to do, but I'm finally getting back. Then she says, there were alignment attempts where the light was visible at both heights. And then she says 17 feet and 23 feet. And then there was some alignment where there was at neither height, 17 feet nor 23 feet. There was only one moment where the light appears to be visible at only one height, which was 23 feet, which is the clip used in the film. So she said, hey, you guys did an experiment and you tried to reproduce it multiple times. As you went to go reproduce to make sure that you got consistent results, the results were inconsistent. So when we produced this film, we only used the value that aligned with the globe. That's literally what's in the email. So if Proud put that up there, y'all can go see. Did you put it up? Because I really can't see it.
It's up there.
Yep,
it's
she
up there.
did. Thank you, Proud.
So
okay,
what
and
you're
it's
saying is
highlighted.
it's unproven. Both sides are unproven.
No, hold on, Keys, real quick. Before you go, I want to explain something to you real quick.
Okay.
That 8 inches per mile squared is like what Sacred said. It's at the surface of the Earth. Now, if you want observer height, you can go 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon. Once you hit the horizon, you now then do 8 inches per mile squared, and that'll give you a perfect calculation of the obstructed height of the object for up to 1,000 miles. I can do that all day long with you. You can take any Earth curve calculator, give me an observer height, and give me a distance to the object, and I will give you within feet, if not inches, to what you should be seeing.
Okay.
So Key, so what would you say to that, right? And Sheepdog is right. You could do this calculation yourself. But Keys and Benju, what would you say if I said, hey, I proved that it was a flat Earth as sacred and the representative of Flat Earth Friday? Here is my experiment. And then I show you my value. And then all of my values show flat Earth. And then somebody says, wait a minute, I was there. Those weren't the only values. There were other values that aligned with a globe Earth. And Sacred, when he put his experiment together and his presentation together, he didn't include the other values that align with the globe. What would you think of me?
I would think that both things were unproved. Neither one is proved more. Yeah, that's what I would think of that.
But what would you think of me? The fact that I said, hey, I proved there was a flat Earth. Here's all the values that align with a flat Earth. And then somebody came to you and said, hey, I was there too. Those weren't the only values. Sacred didn't provide the other values. He only showed you the ones that aligned with his belief. Would you feel that that was honest of me, or would you feel that that was dishonest of me?
Dishonest, of course.
And that's exactly what happened. And in this email, you could read the literal producer says exactly that.
Can you
That
link me that email, please? I would like to see that for myself.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. But it's up top. So anybody that's in the space that's new, we share the tweets up top in the nest, in the top of the space, and they populate on the left-hand side. So they said it's up there. I can't see it, but I'll go ahead and send it to you, Keys. And I'll send it to you too,
I'm
Benji.
printing it out. So
Benju, do you
some things in the comment section as well, guys?
Benju, do you have any more points for
Well, Benji, let me ask you. So Keith said that was dishonest, right? Now, Benji, you believed in that Netflix documentary. You said, "Hey guys, I watched this, and they proved that the Earth was a globe." Now, do you feel that they were being dishonest now that you know that they didn't include all the information?
I would need proof that they put did all that information. That's all that they did not include all the information. I would need concrete evidence of that to fully know that they are dishonest. But yes, if they did, that is dishonest in a way.
Okay, now if that were true, right? Now, if that were true, does that mean that you were manipulated?
Not.
It's okay to, bro. It's not. It's okay to say like it's like I was manipulated too when I first heard about it. I'm like, damn, like what the hell? Like they proved the globe Earth until I got the emails and I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't true. So I feel like I was manipulated. Do you feel like you were manipulated? That you believe that they proved the globe without getting all the information?
That's not technically like proof about the globe. It was pretty much about disproving flat Earth.
Right, and they left out the flat Earth value. So you said that that was dishonest. If that's what they really did, you believed it because they put it on TV. Because you're like, wait a minute, this is a Netflix documentary. There's no way that they would put this out and lie to everybody. Because that's why you brought it up. So I'm asking. I sent it to Keys. Now I can't DM you. You got your DMs closed, so Keys can send it to
I sent the DM to him. I sent the DM to him.
So if that were true, that they were dishonest with producing their values in a Netflix documentary, doesn't that mean that they purposely manipulated their entire audience into believing that the globe was proven?
I think that I misworded something when I said dishonest. It was nothing was dishonest about it because it happened. Now, the fact that they didn't show the other results, that's a little,
misleading.
Yes, but it's not dishonest. No one, I don't think they claimed that was the only test, but that's just my opinion. I just want to make sure I cleared up my word.
Yeah, so
Well,
everyone that was there, they all walked away. The globe earthers and the flat earthers all walked away from the experiment, said that it was inconclusive. Because if I have two values and I'm not getting consistent results for one of the values, and I say, okay, I did it 3 times, I got this value. I did another 2 times, I got this value. I did another 4 times, I got the other value. That means it's inconsistent. That means I don't have any evidence for either one. So at the end of the experiment, everybody, the globe earthers and the flat earthers, concluded that the experiment was faulty. They didn't execute it right. So instead of just saying that and putting that out there in the documentary, they only provided the values for the globe. And then they misrepresented the entire ordeal. And then they put it out to the public. And people like you, the kids that are watching Netflix, watched it and believed it. And they didn't give you guys all the information on purpose. Now, if the earth was truly a globe and they have all the facts, all the evidence behind them, why would they have to do that? Would you trust anybody that lied to you? Y'all ever had a girlfriend in high school or elementary school and they lied to your
I
face?
cheated on.
And you gonna take her back? Please don't take her back, Keys. Don't take her back, bro.
Don't do it. She misled you, just like
But
they
this is what
did.
we're saying. If they're lying, they shouldn't have to do that. So
Okay.
if
So
they
where
lied,
would
do you feel that you were misled and manipulated?
so where's the actual there's the actual experiment then? If that experiment was flawed in the ways that you're saying it is and everything there, then where's the actual one? Yeah,
So
there has to have been somebody who did it.
here's what happened, Benju. Here's what happened. So in order to get the funding for the experiment, they signed away the artistic rights to the producers. They own everything. They are keeping it in hiding. They said, no, we are not going to release this information. Bye. And that was the end of the conversation.
I would like to
But
see one of us do that same experiment independently. Because it didn't look very expensive. You had a camera, you had a light, and then some boards. Maybe a couple $100. But if you really want to prove flat Earth, that would be a really good experiment to do.
Yo,
Well, those weren't all the experiments that they did. But yeah, that one's cheap. But they did other experiments too. They spent thousands of dollars on this documentary movie thing that they did.
I'm just focusing on that one experiment, and I'm just trying to understand if there's any other proof of where. No, I understand that they probably lied there. Okay, I'll give you that.
Do you see the
But
tweet? Can you see the tweet?
yes.
Okay, so you see the tweet where it has 4 pictures. It says Flat Earth Fridays, episode 39. Now, this is episode 95. Okay, we talked about this episode 39, bro. So you see that, right? Benji, you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, do you see this, the 3rd and the 4th screenshot where it has emails and a contract?
See, one thing that's weird is how do you get
Hold on, real quick. Before you add it, I just want to make sure that we conclude this, bro, because I need y'all to understand what's happening.
No. I think we've both agreed that they definitely.
So I agree that it's probably misleading. It's misleading. My bad.
Right.
I'm just trying to is there any other experiments where they did the exact same thing but without like all the camera crews and shit, and like just somebody on YouTube randomly uploaded a video of them doing it?
Bro, I could send you. Matter of fact, I might have Indio up here, Sheepdog is up here. We could probably send you 20 different experiments where they shot a laser across 10, 15, 20, almost 30 miles. And this laser was predicted to be blocked by the physical obstruction of the Earth's curve. Yet that laser was able to reach its receiver.
That's interesting.
So, right now, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. What happens is the globe earthers say, This is due to refraction. So even though this laser is line of sight, what happens is it follows the curve of the Earth and it bends at the exact rate that it needs to bend, around 20 to 30 miles. I mean, we're talking about dozens, if not hundreds of feet of curvature. So they acknowledge that this isn't supposed to happen, that it's a failed prediction. And if you guys got the laser test, please tweet it at me or throw it up top for me. That
So
way
we
we can
both have
show my God.
failed experiments then. So
No,
right
no,
now,
no, 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 no. This
because
was a
because you said we were talking about the old one, which was misleading. If they had different experiences each time, that would mean that one proved globe Earth, one proved flat Earth, one proved whatever. So we both have two experiments that were done that disproved both. So we're
no.
unequal.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, I understand what you're saying.
So when I said that they got multiple values, they were doing the same experiment. Right? I haven't seen any experiment that proves the Earth is curving or that proves the Earth is in motion. There's nothing. I mean, if you guys have something, please show it. But there's a reason why the globe earthers don't show up over here. There's a reason why I don't say, "Hey, Sacred, here is the Earth orbiting the sun." Hey, Sacred, here is the detected curvature. All they say is, "I know curvature is supposed to be there, but it just looks like it's not there because that light is refracted and bending over the curve of the Earth at the same rate, and it just looks like the Earth is flat. It's an illusion." This is the
Really?
this is the globe's position to laser test that falsified a curve. So I want to send that to you guys. I don't know, like I said, if y'all got the laser test, I think India or Cabal tweeted it. Send it
I
to me.
accepted your message. So whenever you find that, just send that or
Can I
somebody.
ask why, or no, not why, how you could see a sun go over, like you can see it like slowly appear and slowly go down? I wonder how that would work. So I'm not saying that necessarily disproves anything, but I would like to know how that would work on a flat Earth model.
What, the sun doing what?
The sun, when it sets, if you're at the right place,
Oh, yo, look at the first video that I sent you. The same video where they have the light source that's above and it starts to they push it to the back. You were saying,
No,
hey, like
I think I think you're not understanding. I'm not talking about light hitting anything. I'm talking about how you can see the sun go slowly disappear bottom top or come up top to bottom.
you
How
gotta
would you
listen.
see that on a flat Earth?
You gotta listen to me, man. You gotta let me finish.
Okay.
Okay, in that same video that I sent you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'll see that which one is it? I think it was the second one. It says how about a demonstration instead? If you skip to 50 seconds, that light source isn't visible because it's above whatever camera the box is in. Right? As the light source stays at the same elevation and moves away from the camera, all of a sudden it looks like the light comes into view by dropping. You got to skip to 50 seconds though. So at first, at 50 seconds, you can't see the light because it's right up on the camera and it's above it. And as it moves away, it doesn't stay hidden. It doesn't stay obscured by the box that the camera is in. It slowly begins to show itself, which means it has to look like it apparently drops. Although we have footage from a different angle showing that the light source is at the same height. Right? They're just moving the light source on this, I don't know, something with wheels or some shit like that. And they move it backwards. It's still at the same elevation. They're not pushing it down. However, the further back it moves, the light source drops, apparently, because that's how we see. We see in curved visual space. All parallel lines converge to a specific point. So it looks like it's dropping, yet when you're outside of the frame of reference and you're looking at it from a different angle, you can see that the light source stays at the same elevation the entire time. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I do see what you are talking about. One thing that I will say is the light, while the sun does change size, it does not change size as drastically as it did in that video, which is a little, I don't know how that would work. The light in the video, it is really big at the start, and you would see this, you would see similar in real life, but not to the same, what's the word? You wouldn't see it go down as much as it does in the video. If we put that sun in the sky, let's imagine it's a big sun, right? It's a big sky, whatever. It would not go down that much in real life. While in the video, it gets pretty small. Like you can see it slowly getting smaller.
Okay, so this, I see what you're saying, and I'm acknowledging what you're saying, but this video isn't demonstrating the angular size of the light source.
Well, how do you demonstrate? So you have a video proving one thing, right? And then you say that, oh, that video proving one thing doesn't work with the other, but that's just because it's not testing that. If those two things cannot work at the same time, that disproves that that can happen.
What about refraction and lensing magnification?
Yeah, I was just about to get to it. You gotta let me finish though, bro.
What does that have to do with anything?
You gotta let me finish.
Refraction.
That's the second time that I was trying to explain something, and then you jumped in front. Can I let you finish?
Because you said something that wasn't necessarily correct. I'm sorry that I interrupted you. I just felt like if I let you talk, you would have maybe. A lot of times when I've seen people respond to something, the other person who made the point doesn't even remember what they said. So I'm sorry, that's my bad. That was my assumption. I'll let you talk now. Speak freely. Tell me when you're done. My bad.
So again, that demonstration wasn't demonstrating that. It was supposed to demonstrate, the light shining on the surface. It also has the added benefit of showing the light source appearing to drop, although at the same height, the same elevation. However, we do have other demonstrations using lenses, which is what Sheepdog was bringing up, where if you have lensing effects, and I'm not saying this is exactly what's happening, but we're just talking about reproducibility. Can we reproduce an object that's moving away, but due to atmospheric lensing, it appears to remain the same size? Now, if I can demonstrate that over a flat surface, will that be acceptable? Where something's moving away from me, and I can see that it's moving away from me, but the object doesn't change angular size if we put lensing in front. Right? All y'all say is that atmosphere has lensing and stuff like that, right?
Yes, but you wait. Let me ask this question. This is a big question. Do you believe that the sun is local? That's a question I need to know before I respond.
Yeah, it's way more local than 93 millimeters.
Okay, so that would mean that it's inside of our atmosphere.
No, don't straw man. Do not straw man this.
How's that a straw man? If the sun
do
is
not straw
local,
man this.
how is that a?
You're trying to invoke. You're trying to invoke.
Invoke?
Right.
No. Listen, if it's inside, if it's a.
You don't know, dude.
What do you mean I don't know? What do I not know?
You gotta let him finish, you dog.
Go ahead, finish, Keys. You just don't know, dude.
How do you think that the sun is outside the atmosphere?
There's no way to know that.
But no. Do you think so? Because that test that you provided, you said that there was a test with a lens that
I don't know.
Okay, so that test is inconclusive.
I don't know where the sun is. I just know the sun's in the sky, bro.
If you don't think, listen, you have a test. You add something on it to say that it's outside the atmosphere, right? That would be if the sun was far away. If it's a local sun, and from the many flat earth maps I've seen, they're all different, but they usually have one similar thing with the sun that's local. It is not that far up. I mean, it's far up compared to us, but not enough to get outside of the atmosphere. So if the sun is not outside of the atmosphere, you cannot add a camera lens that mimics atmosphere to prove something.
All I'm doing is demonstrating refraction, brother. That's all I'm doing. What you're lacking in understanding is that everybody agrees that there is something called atmospheric lensing, and whenever a lens is involved, there is refraction, and one of the properties of refraction is magnification. That's just a fact of light and lensing.
Okay, so that would say that the sun is outside the atmosphere. So you're saying it's outside the atmosphere.
Is there a density gradient as you go higher in altitude?
Yes.
So is there refraction that occurs as the weather swirls around and you get high pressures and low pressures and heat and cold?
Are you saying does it get colder or
Just
warmer
answer
the
yes or
higher you go
no.
up? Well, I'm trying to clarify the question. That's what I'm trying to do. I can't answer a question if I don't understand the question. I'm trying to make sure I fully know the ranges so I can answer it properly and
That's fair.
without
That's fair.
nonsense.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So are you asking if I think that when you go up it gets hotter or colder, whichever
No,
one you point out? No? Okay. Can
no.
you re-explain the question in a more simple way?
Okay, so I'll just kind of explain it to you in
Okay.
a way that we all agree together on the same thing. So when we experience the world that we live in, right?
Mhm.
The air moves about the earth and it swirls around and you get high pressures and low pressures that intertwine together, and this creates weather and atmospheric conditions, correct?
Sure.
All right. And so another thing that you can say is like, oh, when you get high pressure systems and low pressure systems, you get things like tornadoes and hurricanes and things like that, right?
Okay.
Right. So something else that occurs when it's not so violently intertwined is like you'll get like a mirroring effect almost, and there'll be like a lensing effect involved. That's what's called atmospheric lensing. And this can happen at any point between you and the object. And it doesn't matter how far away the object is. It could be extremely humid, and then boom, you've got atmospheric lensing.
So basically, what Sheepdog is saying, and I try to post it up top. I don't know if you can see it. It's a tweet that we were talking about back in wow, September 2022.
Oh my gosh.
Science defining atmospheric lensing. This was during, and we don't even have an episode back on this one. This is funny as hell. And what episode was this? I don't even got an episode. Anyway.
Episode -3, man.
Episode no. So anyway, I put it up top and I sent it to you, Keith. I don't know if you can see it. Do y'all see it?
I have it pulled up.
Okay, so basically what this is showing, right? They're showing an observation along a flat table. They put a lens to mimic or reproduce the atmosphere. Then the distant city on the paper, like on the wall in the distance, it ends up enlarging and the bottom is obstructed. And there's more lensing effects in that same thread as well. So again, this is not even flat earthers, which is the funniest part. These guys are the globe earth scientists who said, hey, the reason why we can see across, what's the body of water over there? The skyline, the Chicago skyline.
Chicago.
So they made
Chicago.
Right. So you can go see what's called the Chicago skyline. I guess it's across the Great Lakes, something like that.
It's like Indiana and you're across Lake Michigan.
Lake Michigan, that's what it was. Yes. So it's across Lake Michigan. And it's an observation that fails the globe because according to the globe, this skyline where you can see the city should be completely obscured by the physical obstruction of curvature. So then the weatherman got up there and said, oh, this is a mirage. But then what happened was flat earthers called him out on it and spammed him up and said, yo, there ain't no way that this is a mirage. Mirage don't act like this. So then the same weatherman had to go tap in with somebody else and they had to go introduce a new explanation, which they're calling atmospheric lensing. So this is the second time that they're acknowledging the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan because it's a failed prediction. And they're saying the reason why you could see it is because of atmospheric lensing. So they tried to reproduce the Chicago skyline and they made the observation across a flat table, and they used the lens, and it made the Chicago skyline larger and obscured from the bottom. This is across a flat surface. So again, the same thing is happening across a flat surface. So why are they saying that this is globular exclusivity? What does this have to do with the globe if they're demonstrating it over a flat table?
Okay. So okay.
These aren't flat earthers, by the way. Did I mention that already? My bad.
Okay.
But there was no flat Earth before 2023.
It's a psyop. It's a psyop, Sacred. No, it ain't. It's reality. Hey, bro, look, we gonna have answers for almost everything. Anything that we could demonstrate, anything that we could reproduce, we gonna have an answer for it because we the one looking into the details. We the ones putting in the work, right?
That's what
It's the other guys that are making claims that they can't substantiate. A globe in a space, bending and warping space-time, like all this weird stuff that they want you to believe is actually happening that they can't demonstrate. Oh yeah, of course you could have air, gas, pressure without containment. How? How can you have that, bro? Show me where that's reproducible. Show me where that's even plausible.
Hey, I got to interject real quick though, and then I know Nicolas Cage got his hand up, so I just want to say this real quick, Keys.
Can't see that. My bad.
There, so you were asking about like sunsets, right? Like, even though we see sunsets, sunsetting on the ground at ground level, right? Like, if we went higher, shouldn't we be able to see the sun lose angular size or even fade out, right? And oddly enough, right, Flat Earth Dave, shout out to Dave Weiss, Mr. Deep in the Rabbit Hole. He explained, huh?
Sorry, never mind. Sorry, you keep going. And I'll explain.
I'm almost done. He explained a video that I didn't have full context of, but now it makes complete sense. So he watched the sunset one day, right? And he saw the sunset, and then he decided to fly his drone up really high in the air. I don't have the actual height, so I'm taking on good faith that that's where he went with it. He can explain it to you sometime. I can give you his screen name. You can talk with him if you'd like. But when he went up to a certain altitude, he kept filming the sun, and the sun didn't go down. And what's oddly enough is eventually the sun did fade away into the atmos. Like literally, like there was no earth obstruction. It just literally like was consumed by the air in front of it. So what do you think about that? What if I show you that?
One thing I will say before I get into my complete thoughts about what happened, Flat Earth Dave, he is not a very reliable person. No, listen. I'm not saying that he necessarily truly lies about things to prove something, but he does not understand science almost.
He does experiments. He does observations and experiments all the time.
Yeah, but he doesn't understand science. That's the point. You have to understand science to. If you're going to claim something so big, I've never done an experiment because I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest science guy, right? Because
give it a shot, bro. You might like it.
But please tell me what is it that you observed that made you take that position?
Was it a Dave McKeegan video?
No, he's very.
Was it a Simon Dan video?
Sheepdogs, let him talk, bro.
It was not a Dave McKeegan video. I do watch a lot of his videos. I've learned a lot from him, but I don't remember the name of the guy, but he had a full-on conversation with him. They both did a bunch of segments on things, right? And almost every
Are you talking
point,
about Professor Dave?
I might be. I'm not sure. I'd have to check, but every point, almost like every point that brought in science, Flat Earth Dave was wrong about. And I researched some of them, and he was wrong about them, which is already suspicious, to say the least.
Give me one example.
Can you give us? Yeah, exactly.
I'd have to look into it because I watched it probably a month ago.
Well, you looked it up. You don't remember what you looked up?
I didn't look it up. No, I found it. I just found it.
It's all good. How about this, Keith? I
So
want to
hold,
know.
hold on. I want to
I don't know
this
if we
part.
can hear you,
You
Indio.
said that you looked up, but
I can't hear you,
yeah,
India.
sorry, it's kind of windy. So you can you hear me now?
Eh.
How
A
about now? Can you
little
hear me?
better.
We can hear you, but it's like very, I don't know.
His
Okay,
microphone
all I was
did
gonna
go
say
down. I
I
think
is
he
can't.
lost a
you
I
chunk.
said
can't
that
hear
you
him at
looked
all.
up what Dave
I can't
said
hear him at all.
and
And I
you
got a
verified that
Bluetooth.
he was wrong. So what did you look up?
I didn't look up anything. It showed up on my timeline, you know? And I watched the video. It was like
No, you said
conversation
that you
with.
looked up some of the things though to like verify
Oh
that
yes,
you.
I don't know which points. Like I
Oh,
said, I
you don't
watched the
remember what
video
you
like a
looked up?
month ago.
Okay. So
I just, I just didn't take it into memory.
gotcha.
But I'm pretty sure I did look up. I'm trying to find the video right now.
It's okay. That's what I was saying. You don't really have to get everything right now, bro. Like we hear every single week. So, feel free to take time and get some information together. You could pull up next week with it. Unless you want to go look it up right now. Like I definitely want to know. But I don't want you to feel like we're pressuring
I
you
will.
to
I'll
give me
look up.
everything tonight.
I'll look up stuff this week, and then I'll come back next week, and I can see if I could find anything.
All right. Just to be clear though, that's why they were asking who it was that he was talking to. Because if it was Professor Dave, he's not a professor, right?
Yes, but if that's the guy I'm thinking of, I'm pretty sure he does know a lot of science. He has
You know,
studied a lot, and
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that, Keys?
what?
We probably got a clip of him. He says, "Yo, I hire people to write my videos, write my scripts, things that I don't even barely understand. They tell me what to say. Like he literally says he goes into all of this. He says
I
that
would
he
like to
don't
see
write
that.
anything, he doesn't understand the things, and he hires people outside to write the things for him. Then he puts
Yeah.
out the videos that gets fed to your algorithm, and he gets paid probably hundreds of thousands of dollars for those same videos that they keep on pushing. So you're thinking like this guy is so smart, and we got a clip of him saying, "Bro, I don't understand none of this stuff. I hire people just to tell me what to say. I'm just a sock puppet."
Yeah, I've
I'm
seen that
posting it
video.
right now. I'm gonna put it up there.
Bro, you got to be careful where y'all get y'all information. All them globe earthers, they gonna sit there and tell you, "Yo, stay with no flat earthers. They trying to sit there and lie to you." Da, da, da. Bro, we is gonna give you
It's up top.
we gonna give you the truth for real, bro. And watch.
It's up top.
Oh, you got it, sheep?
Let me see.
Yeah, I put it up there. It's labeled Professor Dave, and it's up top now. I just
All
posted
right,
it for
let
everybody.
me watch this real quick. 1 second.
Real time credentials, real time evidence. We don't slack on any of this stuff. Like you ask for the sauce, we're gonna bring it to you. We're not gonna say, "Oh, I need to go do a little research." No, we already got it, bro. It's all on hand, on deck, ready to go.
We've been doing it, man. Episode
He
95
says
for a reason.
including, which he has talked about many different topics. To be fair, so you could say that it was about any of his topics. I will say, good point. That's a good point. But he talks about evolution. He talks about medical stuff. He talks about space. He talks about ancient stuff. He talks about everything you could really think of. So for someone,
I'm not saying that it's wrong for him to do that, right? I just don't want y'all to think he's smarter than what he actually is. If
okay,
he's saying,
fair
"I
enough.
don't know this stuff," you know what I'm saying? So it's pretty, when you say, "Hey, Flat Earth Dave is this, is that, and the third, and Professor Dave is super smart," we're like, "Well, we got a clip of him saying, yeah, I don't know none of this stuff." Now, if he doesn't know, you should do that. You should outsource. The things that I be learning from Indio every day, Alan, D3, Hey, Sheepdog, all the level heads down there. I don't know everything either. So it is good to reference other things, but to sit there and act like he know everything and he's this genius, like, bro, it's just not that. He
Okay.
outsources everything that he don't know, and we don't even know which videos is applicable. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'll put something in the jumbo real quick. So Professor Dave does touch on a lot of subjects, right? And he has like an air of authority about him, right? So he's obviously very influenceable. So anyway, he gets into detail on the sun and spectroscopy and stuff like that because he's a chemist and whatnot. So he tries to use his experience with it to explain the heliocentric model and the sun and all that. And he gets into a back and forth with a guy named Marie Robitaille, who is also a chemist, spectroscopist, and gets into all that. And if you want to see a really interesting back and forth, like, because he's not a flat earther, right? Like, so these are high level academics having a back and forth. If you would like to see like an exchange of ideas, rebutting the things that Dave puts forward and kind of see what that looks like and how he does it, and he gives you the sources and stuff to look into, I think it would be an awesome line of research for you to kind of jump into, explore that. So it's in the Jumbotron if you want to check it out.
Yeah, I'll keep it saved and then I'll watch it sometime this week for sure.
That video is actually pretty hilarious.
It's a banger.
One thing that I was thinking about, I was just wondering, I thought I heard someone say something about this earlier. Do you believe that we've been to space? Because Benju was talking about pictures of the Earth, right? Do you believe that there's the ISS and then we've been to space? Do you believe that? That's just what I know, and then I can get into a next point depending on the answer.
I do.
You believe
100%.
we've been to space?
You can see it.
Do you, Sheepdog? I don't remember if it was you talking about it, but someone was saying that we haven't gone there or something. I was wondering if everyone here believes we've been there and the ISS is like a real thing in space.
Depends what you call space.
Space outside of
Yeah, I think we can go 62 miles up.
Moon landing.
I think we can go 62 miles up. I don't think. Yeah.
Hey,
I'm not talking about the moon landing. I'm saying, do you believe that the ISS is over the Earth looking like? Do you believe?
Can I questions before we get into the ISS?
Sure. Yeah.
So to touch base on some of that, you're talking about that behind the curve stuff. I think, a few people posted up there in the nest talking with the Bob guy, telling how he was hijacked on that. Do you understand the Earth curve calculator?
What do you mean understand it?
Do you understand how it works? So on that Earth curve calculator, it works up to 1,000 miles just fine, and that's at an average observer height of 6 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that, do you know what kind of curvature you get at 100 miles?
No, inform me, please.
You get 6.
Wait, is someone talking right now? I cannot hear anyone.
Yeah.
Yes, me and someone else are talking back and forth. Just leave the thing, join back, and then request, and Secret can let you.
Just request back. I got you. So before I tell you what kind of curvature you get at 100 miles, you said we're too big to see the curve. So there's this guy. He found out what the curvature is. If we're too big to see the curve, why would he even look for the curve? But at 100 miles, you'd have 6,666 feet of curvature. That's like 1.2 miles. You understand that?
1 point. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm listening.
At 100 miles, you have 1.2 miles of curvature drop right there. Can you fathom that? Can you see that in your head?
I think so. Yeah.
So as you go up higher up into elevation, your horizon should actually drop, because that's what your ball is doing. It's falling down. So your horizon should drop. Do you understand that?
It could, but at the same time, because of how big the Earth is, I don't know exactly how. Were you slapping your hand like you got me or something?
No, I didn't stop. I lit my cigarette, man.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were like doing a thing where like you go, ha, type thing, because people have done that.
No, I'm not gotchas, man. Either you're going to see it or you don't. I can only show you the door. These are things that you can go out there and check for yourself, man. But do you know who?
This is a safe space, Keys. This is a safe space.
Yeah, we're cool here, man. I used to jump on people, but Sacred and Proud and the Level Heads, they calm me down. They got me chill.
All right. Well, okay. So continue about your point about if you went up, you would see curvature or whatever.
But as you go up higher, a ball, its horizon is going to go down with the ball. You understand that?
Sure. Depending on how high you are, 100%.
Do you know how high you have to get to see the curvature?
No, I have not looked at that.
You pretty much have to be out in space.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So anyone that told you they see the curvature from a plane, they're absolutely But
Oh yeah, I don't think you could see curvature from a plane. I not since you do have to go to space to see it. I would agree there. I'm pretty sure you can't see it from a plane.
Bro, this is why I like this kid, bro. This
what's
is
that?
why I like this kid because he still got like rationale, bro. Like this is, I don't know, man. I don't know how y'all feel, but I really like engaging with somebody who's honest like that. My bad. Go ahead.
But
Um,
anyway,
oh
do you know who gave us do you know what the circumference of the Earth is and who gave it to us?
no.
Man, that's yeah. See, we know that's the thing is we know how big the Earth is. So when we go up, say the Earth is that big. It's only 24,901 miles, which in all reality isn't that big because you know up here.
Rephrase, just to rephrase. We don't know this. These are the given
Yeah,
values.
yeah. This is
Yeah,
what
this is like
this is what they tell us. This is what they tell us. So anyway, some dude named Eratosthenes came up with some stick and shadow test and presumed a ball. But as you said, we're too small to see that we're a ball. Why would he think we're a ball? Why would he even do this test?
I don't remember how that test worked. I thought that
Well,
it wasn't a thing that you saw that the earth necessarily curved. It was like
well,
something was shorter or something.
what he did was in one city he took I think it was in a whale. He took a measurement of a shadow, and then he went to another city 1 year later and took a measurement off a shadow off a measurement of a shadow off an obelisk.
Hmm.
And then off of that came up with the presumption that it was a ball and came up with some crazy circumference and gave us a radius, which to this day is what we use.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So he was able to find in nowhere in his findings and scribbles and whatever did he talk about lensing or refraction.
Real quick, my bad. Not Brian Sweet. Hey, D3 Proud. If there's any requests, please fill the mic up. Thank you. Go ahead.
But so he didn't talk about refraction and everything. So he found out about this, and off of this radius that he came up with in the circumference, we got an Earth curvature calculator of 8 inches per square mile.
Hmm. And
And
that's at ground level.
And that's exactly well. That's what I'm saying, man. That Earth curve calculator. That's why I wanted to specifically ask you if you understood it. It is basically generalized at an observation height of 6 feet, and it's good up to 1,000 miles.
Right.
And I don't even go up to 1,000 miles. I just go up to 100 miles because honestly, I don't even go that far. But up to 100 miles, man, it's dead nuts. Can you see that?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, all right. I don't get too many people agreeing to that because all of a sudden I don't understand scale again. But yeah. So here's how it goes, bro. This is how crazy this stuff is, and but a lot of people as they graduate high school, they don't even know the basics of what we live on, man. I think somebody had said that we've only dug down 7.8 miles.
7.6, I believe it is. 7.6 or 7.7.
Yeah, it's not even that deep, but we got a radius of 3,959 miles. Man, we got to go another 3,951 miles just to get to the core. But somehow they told us we got a molten fireball down there with an iron core that somehow 10,000 degrees surpassing the Curry point. So there's some craziness.
Do you guys know what a Curie point is?
People upside down.
Well, the Curie point is where metals lose magnet. All right. And,
Okay, can I go back to my original question? I was just wondering.
Oh, hold on. I'm not done with this Earth curve calculator.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was just
when you're talking about this stuff, it's good to know what you're looking at. So when these things get brought up to you, you can understand because what it goes with is, and I'm only going to go up to like 5 miles on it, and kind of give you some reference on this. At 1 mile, you got 8 inches. Okay, at 2 miles, you got 32 inches. At 3 miles, you should have 6 feet of curvature drop, man. That's a full grown man. That's me. I'm 6'2". You can barely see the top of my head. All right. At 4 miles, you got 10.7 feet. Now, 5 miles, you got 16.7 feet of curvature. All right, that's a single-story house for reference. You should not be able to see anything, but yet you can take a pair of binoculars and see well past that. You can take a telescope, see well past that. You can take a P1000 and see one well past that. And if you want to claim that that's refraction coming up and putting that
I don't claim that.
back, well, I'm just saying a lot of people claim that's refract. This is the thing is they claim it's refraction, bringing it back up so we see it exactly where it's at with zero distortion, and that's coming up from that angle of the ball. But if I turn around, I got the same thing going the other way. They're saying it's also coming up from that angle. So we got refraction coming up at two different angles to a perfect. You understand what they're talking here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand.
Yo, I'm sorry, but I gotta go, guys. I'm just letting you guys know that I do respect you guys for being so nice and not just being like rude and just to anyone who just thinks about that. But it was nice talking to you guys. I'll catch you guys later.
Yo, no doubt, Benju. Hey, look, bro, pull up next week. And look, don't trust or believe anything that we say. Anything that we do show you, go check it. Go do your own research. Go talk to your parents. See what they say about it. Tap in with your homie Keys, because I couldn't send you any DMs for like some of the content that we've been talking about. So maybe he could forward it to you.
Yeah.
And pull back up next week so that we can have a more of a discussion about it if you want. I appreciate you, bro.
Most Globers forget we used to be Globers too.
So I got one more thing for you, brother. One more thing, Keys. I don't know if Benju down there can hear me. I hope you can, but I can't remember what the lake is. It's losing off the top of my tongue right here, but we got a lake here that it's a test, a mirror test. What they're doing is they're going over this lake at 21 miles, man. That's like 295 feet of curvature drop at 21 miles. All right, they got a camera set up like 8-9 inches off the ground, and they're able to see a person on the other side flashing a mirror on that at an observer height of like 8-9 inches off the ground, 21 miles away across the lake. They can see a guy flashing a mirror.
That's interesting. Did you link it anywhere?
There's a lot of flat Earth proofs out there, man. But I do find it funny that all the guys will be able to find this one documentary Behind the Curve that says, "Oh, a flat earther proved the globe," but no one can find any of these long laser tests or anything like that. But
Right.
yeah, a lot of good stuff out there, man. You should check a look at it, man. It's you're definitely being lied to, bro.
All right, I'll look into it. I mean, I still think that I believe there's a globe, and I have a few reasons why, but I'll definitely look into it. One thing about me is I'm always open to see things. I'm not someone who just believes anything with, like, if they taught me that there is this flat or a globe and there was no evidence of it, I would not believe that. I simply wouldn't.
Well, I get that, man. The illusion is working good. That's why it fooled us all, man. If it wasn't a good trick, we all wouldn't have been fooled in the first place. So we feel you that you believe that. When you start actually looking at the craziness, you know why they say you can see all the stars and the sun and the moon in space? You know why they say that?
Why?
Because there's no medium in space, bro.
Right.
That's a big problem, man. They said that the sun formed because a bunch of helium and hydrogen collected together in a vacuum of space with no medium, and then imploded on itself and created a fireball with a surface temperature of 10,000 degrees that's going to last for 10 billion years with no oxygen.
Well, one thing I would say to that is, how do you think everything started? Do you believe that it just happened, or do you believe there was nothing and then somehow, we don't know how, because we're still learning about that, and then it turned into something? Because before, realistically, no matter if you believe in God, not, you believe in whatever, there was always nothing at one point, and then something had to be created, right? So that could possibly be an explanation for how the sun was created from things that weren't there. We don't know necessarily yet, but we know there had to be nothing at some point, and then something was created. You know what I mean? Because even if it was like a thing
Genesis.
where time existed, there had to be nothing before time existed. Nothing was first, no matter what you believe in. It doesn't make sense, honestly, but it had to happen no matter what you believe. You know what I mean?
Hey Keys, I'm
Mhm.
gonna have to completely disagree with you there, brother.
What about it?
Here's why. Here's why.
Mhm.
Who are we to say that there had to be nothing? Open your mind and try to understand that there was always something.
How does
There
that
was
work?
never nothing. And today, what they tell you in general relativity is they say that space is essentially empty and there's nothing out there. Light travels through emptiness. Okay.
Yeah, because
But
it's empty.
but the people in the highest physics know that this is actually not true. Okay. There's something called impedance of the vacuum, which means there is always a minute charge in the vacuum. So we're talking about the vacuum of space, which means it is full of electromagnetism and always has been. See, so you can say that there's nothing and it all started from something, but who was there to say that? Who are we to say that? It's actually more likely that there has always been something.
So,
And
sorry, you keep.
oh, go ahead. You got a question?
Um, so his point was that the sun couldn't be created because there was none of that stuff. Wouldn't that also explain his idea that, or your, I don't, sorry, your voices are all very similar. It's some, and the speaker thing isn't working. I can't
Let-
see you speaking. So, wouldn't that explain it? If there was always something like you propose, then
Mhm.
wouldn't that explain that the sun was made because there is something?
Can I jump in? I'm a
Well,
real
there
old
you
man.
go. If it was made, so then we have to think about, okay, well, what is doing the making, right? Now, some people call it God,
Mhm.
some people call it something else, right? However, here's the truth. If you go into quantum physics, right, and this is the highest physics we have in today's world, right? You go into quantum physics, and what you're going to find out is that there's subatomic structures, all right? And you don't get structures, you don't get energetic structures without order, right? So now the thing is that the mainstream will tell you, oh, there it's all just, random. But order is not random, my friend. These oscillations that are working on a quantum level are creating everything that we have to experience in this existence. And there's order to it. And the only place we see life is here. So we had somebody earlier talking about, oh, well, we can see Mars and it has a moon. That means, well, we have a moon. We must be exactly like
Yeah,
Mars. Well,
yeah, I was in.
not necessarily, because there's no life on Mars. Right? And everything rotates around us. So that line of thinking, and that line of thinking where you're saying there's nothing and then everything had to happen, not necessarily true, brother.
Okay. I think that you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, maybe, or maybe I'm misunderstanding you. But
Okay.
I just pointed out that I said, let's say what you're saying is right, right? There was always something, whatever reason, that would explain the sun being created. Would it
Well,
not?
you do
It would
understand.
explain everything being created. Yeah.
Do you
Exactly.
understand the importance of a medium and missing one in space?
Sorry, what? You started off mid sentence and it cut off the first part of your sentence.
Do you understand when I said that there's no medium in space and why that's such a bad thing?
I think so.
Here, I'll expand on that. So it's like there could be nothing,
and light is a tiny particle that hurls through space, which is nothing, and then it reaches us. Or there could be what is more likely, because light is magnetic waves, right? It's just one part of a full spectrum of magnetic waves, electromagnetic waves. So these things exist everywhere, all through space. As I mentioned before, there's electromagnetism everywhere, right? So that's the medium he's talking about. There's something that is out there everywhere.
Yeah, you need that to make stuff move, man. Otherwise, these particles of helium and hydrogen, they can't even get together, man. No medium to move.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big problem.
I can tell you a decent hypothesis that you can find super easy, and that's
Not
open
to
a
mention,
Bible.
you can't turn a rocket ship in there or make anything turn on an orbit and blah blah blah.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, I can hear.
What's up, Mr. Uncle?
Yeah, a super simple hypothesis. If you'd like to find it, it's real easy. Open a King James version of the Bible. And it starts at the very beginning about, that's just one hypothesis. It's one that I believe in. In the beginning, God spoke everything into being.
And is someone speaking?
Yes.
Yes, there's someone speaking.
And you can find that right in the very beginning of any Bible.
Yo, care if I chime in with this? What's your name,
good?
brother? The guy who's asking these questions, because the mic.
I have to go for a little bit. I will be back though. I just have to go for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Is that okay?
Oh, okay,
Yeah, man.
No, it's not okay, bro. Get trapped. You're trapped in the flat Earth cult.
You're in the cult. You're in the cult.
Dang it.
You can never leave.
All right, I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
All right, bro. We're going to be here.
All right, bye.
That's funny as hell. Hey, yo, y'all did really good with that, man. Give y'all a round of applause.
Woohoo! Pizzo, how do we get Pizzo a mic? I can't.
I'm on now, bro.
Oh, you're on now? Oh.
Yeah, he right there.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, Flat Earth Dave. What up, Dave?
Oh, shenanigans.
Uh-oh, we can't hear him. Mic check.
Yes.
FED in the building.
Let me bring Ken up. Chrissy, I see you. Let me bring you up. Dave, I can't hear you.
Hello?
Yo, who's doing that?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, is that
I don't know
you?
who's doing that. Nah, that ain't me. You know I don't do that, bro.
Hey, what the hell?
Dave, drop down and come back up. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if you're talking, bro. I'm going to drop you and just request back up. Let's see if we can get you.
Yeah, I only see like 7 of us as speakers. Everyone else is listening.
Yo, did y'all see apparently World War III started like 45 minutes ago?
Nice. Who's winning?
I don't
What's
know,
the
bro.
score?
I don't know.
What do we got?
I don't know, bro. I just see.
Who's starting, bro?
You guys are still doing this shit?
I just see
I
some like multi-million Twitter accounts like posting stuff of like air raid sirens and like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of like
Oh, that's
stuff
just
going
the
off in the
internet,
air.
bro.
Yeah.
Yo,
There's this.
Al, you took the funny pill today, son.
Yeah.
You've been on fire.
Does anybody know anything about this? I was just curious.
Yeah,
There's like a.
Yeah, I saw it on the news. I listened to it right like 5 minutes ago. They declared that if any airship goes into their airspace, they're gonna retaliate.
Who?
All the Arabian, all of them.
Where?
They
Who?
agreed on that.
Damn, I'm in UAE right now. I got the bounce.
Wait. Who is doing this? Like, I don't understand.
They collectively decided this. The representative talked about it live.
Who's they?
Half an hour. I wasn't paying much attention because I was listening to you guys more. The UAE, the Emirates,
I think it's Iran.
Arabia, Iran, they all agreed on that. If anyone violates their airspace of the Arabian countries, it's gonna be
It's gonna be problems.
it's gonna be with retaliation.
Bro, there's a space going right now. Not to promote anybody else, but shout out to them because they kind of follow us over here. Yo, they got 50,000 listeners talking about.
Whoa, who's pulling that?
50,000, bro. That dude Mario talking about this.
Ridiculous.
And what's funny because that dude came in earlier, the incoherent guy. He popped in here, was like, "Yo, y'all not ready for the war? The war's coming." Remember?
Yeah.
I don't understand nothing about any with the horizon. You don't want to talk about the moon. But he might have called that one. If that's what's happening. Hey, Durf, can we get a mic check?
I actually hit request by accident. I'm in my car and I'm going out to dinner. So.
Oh.
But
hey, flat plates of food only, Dave.
Yeah, of course, flat. Everything's gonna be flat on plates. If it has too much curvature, I'm sending it back.
That's what's up.
But I might get some soup, but I need it contained, so I'm going to ask for something with sides on it.
Yeah.
Hey, soup finds its letter. Soup finds its level too, bro.
It certainly does. I'm going to start wrapping. You guys have to be getting ready to wrap it up at this point, right? What time did you guys start last night?
I think we have been going for about 21 hours.
Wow. Now you got to go 24. You got to go 3 more.
Damn, they say we got to go 24 level heads. What we doing? Y'all still up with us?
Hey, yo, it's
That's
an
like
easy
doing a marathon.
24.
That's like doing a marathon and stopping at 22 miles. But what are you going to do? That's stupid. Continue.
Yep. Mandatory 24 at this point, dude. Anything less would be an embarrassment.
I was listening for a while before. It was you guys were. It was an interesting conversation. So I'm here lurking in the background quite often.
That's what's up, man. It's good to see you, bro.
I jumped on a TikTok live. They were talking. There was a Glober on there. They were talking about gravity and they're asking about helium balloons. And the Glober was doing a horrible job at explaining his position. So I was on a long drive. So I jumped in. And they're like, Dave, what do you think about this? And I said, I'm going to take over for the Glober. And I steelmanned his position way better than he did. But the live was awful. It was just like Glober. It's everyone talking on top of each other. So I plugged you guys and somebody else second in the motion. They're like, yeah, learn how to run, listen to Flat Earth Fridays and learn how to run, learn how to run a chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it is a crazy place over there, TikTok. It's a whole different animal, Derp. I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, you guys do a great job, and it's good conversations, and I'll join when I can. But I am at my location right now, looking forward to my level soup and my flat food.
Enjoy, brother.
All right, man. Thanks. See ya.
Good night,
bro. That's what's up. TikTok know what's up. Hey, TikTok, y'all know what's up.
Dude, honestly, I just came back on and was shocked to see all of you still here. Like 20. I was like, what? Then all right, I'm gonna get up there.
Hey, level heads, they can't do nothing with us. I'm telling you.
Oh, what have y'all been doing? Globers? Circle jerking? What?
Hey, we gotta go find them these days. They making us go look for them. The anti-flat earthers, the flat earth debunkers. We looking for them.
But yeah, they know where we are. They comment on everything I do. I think every time I eat, I get 40 flat earthers letting me know or whatever. But never here.
Oh, it's Gene in the building. Speaking of TikTok.
I just wanted to come on real quick and say you already know that was me shouting out level heads to Dave.
Yes, sir.
He name dropped you guys on the live on TikTok, and when he went down, I just had to co-sign it. You know, level heads in the building. You guys got it tight.
Representing my man. We appreciate you. We all level heads. Well, not all of us. Some of y'all a little on the edge. I don't know what's going on with y'all your globular approach, but y'all know how
salute to you guys. I'm trying to get some of the TikTok heads in order. You know, like you said, Sacred, TikTok's an entire different animal. You know, there's pros and cons, but it's an entire ultimate beast, to be honest. You know, I wish there was a little bit from TikTok that we could bring on over to X and vice versa. But, you know, I think the cross-platforming is starting to begin. So, we had Flat Truth from TikTok over in the live here last night. You know, he was putting some things down about frequency, and you know, I think the motion that you guys have going on here is definitely going to be monumental this 2024. So salute to you.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that, bro. We just getting started too. You know, we was pressing them for a little bit, but you know, we got to stay true to our home base. Shout out to Level Heads, Twitter Spaces. But yeah, man, like we're gonna have to start looking for them on all these different platforms. Like people need to have a different idea of what flat Earth or flat Earth is all about, and it's gonna be up to us to dictate that narrative, right? It's all gonna be through whether we got the actual facts, the behavior, how we conduct ourselves, the type of people that join the space and want to talk. Like that, all that is due to you guys, right? Like we wouldn't be where we at if it wasn't for y'all. So, man, I appreciate you guys for real. I think I seen a flat Earth geographer over here last week.
Yeah, he's great, man. He's dedicated. He's a self-teacher, and he digs, man. I love contrasting with him, man. He's awesome.
Josh, Shardock, no curve. They all like exposed to me that they came over here in secret, listening in the shadows. Like I know, like they told us.
On they burners. Like, whoa. You coming over here lurking?
We trying to get Jorge to slide over here.
Oh, Jorge coming.
You know, they're fans. You know, they're fans. They're just anti-hero fans. You know, they're just they're on the outskirts, but they're clearly recording us. You know, they're intrigued in the conversation. So I always thank them for hanging around.
Yo, have you guys seen this Harrison H. Smith tweet 2 hours ago?
You better watch his mouth. What he popping off? What he saying? What's going on?
He's not really popping off, but he says it's hilarious the amount of unsolicited advice I'm getting for my upcoming flat Earth debate with people flying in from all sides with charts and data and shit. I can tell you right now, there is literally nothing that I have not seen. I know everything.
Yeah, I keep that same energy, gang. Keep that same energy. Yo, brush up on your Mickelson morally, Harrison. Brush up on your relativity, Harrison. Brush up on your fallacies, Harrison. Head ass.
Globers don't want to look bad.
We on your head, Harrison. No Diddy.
Oh boy.
All right. Hey, I found while we in this little kind of floating mode while we waiting, I found the info on what's happening. So Iran decided to launch an actual not all out, but like a big scale air campaign against Israel. The missiles and the drones are in the skies right now. They're on their way there. Israel said it'd take a couple hours to get there, but this was like 2 hours ago that they launched it. So it's probably why these air defenses are going off, because these videos are showing just like Israel's Iron Dome going crazy. Just the skies are red, smoke everywhere, explosions are going off everywhere.
Everyone knows that's fake, right?
And then Yeah, I mean, it could be, but I mean, it said that
It's
this
fireworks.
this is the
It's the
first.
same footage they used in Ukraine.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I turned on the TV, watched it for
It's
10
100%
minutes, saw
fireworks.
that it's
In case
sheer
you were curious.
porn, shut it down.
Okay. But the what they're saying is this is like the first ever like direct Iranian attack on Israel, and then they're like the axis of like the Middle Eastern countries is like saying our airspace is completely closed,
Yeah.
nobody better come in it, or it's an act of war.
I bet it was Mossad or CIA without knowing anything else about it. Just saying.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely man-made.
It's always
that
them,
made.
but
It's always made by them with KGB too. Don't get it twisted. They're all involved.
Yep, I like this person. Who is
But
this?
I mean, if Iran is doing this, then you know that Russia and China are like at their back with them on this. Like they're not just doing it alone because Russia was just testing. Russia just tested the ICBM like a day or two ago.
But you know, countries
Come
are
on,
just
I'm
like
from
the
Romania.
pseudonyms with which the
I
same
know
people
they're
use
all
as
in.
puppets, right? So
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. I'm just saying that wars happen. You know, like that's a real.
wars are planned, right? Always. It's not like oops, a war. It's like, hey, that war we planned for 60 years and got everything ready for.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, right? Everyone knows that, right? It's not just like whoopsie, war. Oh my god. We need a central bank, get some petrodollars, boys. That's how wars work.
No. You need some gold, like real life gold. That's the only thing that's gonna matter at the end of the whatever agenda they have.
What if we just print coupons that mean nothing, bonds of debt, and we give it to the fake government, and then they loan it back to each other, and then we make money that way? Or is that already taken or whatever?
It's already done. They're doing it now.
So all the governments are controlled by, I hate to use the word, it's a cliche, the cabal. So you just have a bunch of rich people that are controlling everything.
Like they own everything. Like they own Vanguard and BlackRock, and those two things own literally every industry in the whole world. So beyond that,
They
like,
own us.
who runs them? Nobody knows. They're not going to tell you. Who's the
Yeah.
richest people in the world? They're not on the list that you'll be able to find, right? Like that's how it works. So when they're like, oh, governments, nah, it's just corporatism. Oh, you know how like all the companies seem to work together? It's because all the same people who have all the money, who bought all the companies, also bought the governments, are also running the show. That's how it works.
Yeah, all the corporations are actually like when you start to do a trace on like the ownership, they're all owned by each other. Like all the corporations own each other in this big web that goes around in a circle, and the same thing with like the investment firms like BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and all that stuff. And it's pretty much impossible to actually track who owns them like for real though. You can't really find that out. But that was the whole point of World War I, right? Like World War I, they had to topple the old guard, the old world order, the autocracies and the monarchies that had been in power for like forever. That was the big purpose. They had the Bolshevik Revolution, toppled the one in Russia, and then via war they toppled the ones in the Middle East. And then after that, they went round two, World War II. You had Germany and a couple other countries align and try to strike back, Empire Strikes Back type scenario, right? And then that ended up failing ultimately, and then now we are where we are. The power structures have kind of been cemented in place over the 80 years since then. And
well, the biggest tell for me is Antarctica. You have all these countries that are warring with each other probably over the decades and killing each other's populations, but yet the Antarctic Treaty has never been broken.
I'll say it if nobody else wants to say it.
I'll say more.
Oh no, not the JQ, Uncle. We got it. You're gonna get this spot banned.
How come nobody gets taught what money is ever? And then like, oh, the whole world's about money. You got to get it. It's how you get your job. It's how you get to work for. But hey, does anybody get taught what it is? Where does it come from? Oh, we print it out of nothing, out of debt and bond that we pass on to your kids. Welcome to capitalism or whatever.
Yeah, bro. Hey, by the way, I don't know if that guy that was talking is going to come back or not. But I mean, did you guys? I was a little late to the party today. Had some stuff going on. What topics have you guys covered mostly today? Like interferometry. What have y'all been talking about? I heard you talking about like the sun.
Well, we started with the LA effect.
Making like a list of things. I mean, we be covering everything. Go ahead, DP, my bad.
Everything.
No, that was
really.
it. Go ahead, you got it from there. We started with a lay, and then this to that to this to that.
Horizon.
Yeah, I'm still calling him Elias. I don't know, man. I'm sorry. It's in my head. It's Elias. So.
So what are your
Talking
bets
to
that we?
Franco about like neutrinos and leptons and.
Oh yeah,
Did
particle
you?
physics.
Yeah, that was last night. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh yeah, Shane. There was a part where we kind of needed you, I think, because somebody was asking about what were they pressing us for, Sacred? This
I
one
think that
person,
was
this physicist was really arrogant and claiming that
Derek.
Derek. He was
there's
asking
no mathematics that we can use to track the motion of the sky on a flat Earth.
No, I think he was asking for a calculation on how to
how to calculate it, right.
Yeah, how to compute the angle of the sun in the sky over a flat Earth.
How to use the apparent angle for the apparent sight to get an apparent distance? We do it all the time. So do they.
Well, that's what I was telling him. But I don't know, man. He wasn't getting it at all.
Yeah, physicists tend to talk a lot and not listen, so could have been that. Honestly, if you get like I was watching that three body problem show, but like the way that we're taught to like revere theoretical physicists and what it should be is so ridiculous. Like, oh wow, you're at the top of the echelon, you're so smart, you did so well, and really it should be like, you're an expert in fucking nonsense. That's terrible. Why the fuck did you waste your life doing that? What's wrong with you? Why don't you do real science? Where's the scientific method? Right? Nobody says that. It's like, oh, well, how great you are to pseudoscientifically mind meld nonsense and do fucking theoretical bullshit with gravitational space time. Yeah.
So do we think that we're going to settle this issue into 2024? Is it going to be settled by the end of the year, you think?
Nah.
Well, hey, can I address the sun thing real quick?
Go ahead.
Can I
Go
address
ahead. Yeah, go ahead, India, and
Yeah,
Xavier
okay.
jump in.
Yeah, so the position of the sun, we determine that using something called the equation of time. Has nothing to do with flat Earth or globe. It's based upon the so-called celestial equator, and that's designated by when the sun is in a its position is in what's called the first point of Aries. So when the sun is there, we call that the equinox. So if we draw a line in the sky, that's the celestial equator, and we stick that value into the equation of time plus local hour angle, and that will tell you the sun's position and how long the day is going to be anywhere on Earth. There's no globe; has nothing to do with a globe. It's just nonsense. They all think that, just like eclipses. They think the globe predicts eclipses. So there's no globe in any of this math.
There's
didn't
no
hear the
globe in
question,
any
but I'm sure
math.
India gave the right answer.
Well, I mean, it's this thing where they like believe these. They're like myths. You know what I mean?
It's like
That
lore. It's like
people
you're
just
playing a
believe.
game. Yeah, everyone just tells you
Yeah,
stuff,
it
and you're
is.
like,
But
oh
nobody
yeah,
ever
yeah.
told them that though. But no one ever told them. Yeah, we predict where the sun is using a globe. No one ever told them that. They've been using the equation of time for like hundreds of years.
No, they have no idea. Nothing to do with
So
me.
they just make it up in their head, basically.
The same way they're like, oh, they predict eclipses using Newtonian physics and mass attracting mass. You're like, oh, couldn't be wronger. No, absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly. They think that
everyone just tells you
model
stuff, and you're
where
like,
they're
oh
modeling
yeah.
a bunch of space balls, right? And then that's how they're figuring out eclipses.
It's like the thing that doesn't work. You're gonna use to manipulate perfectly in perpetuity a plan. Like what? Okay. Man, it's good stuff. So what else was going on?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask something real quick. I kind of like whenever you guys lay down the sauce, I prepare for the week of spiraling that's going to happen in the comments section. So I've kind of fell asleep earlier when you guys were going over the Elias effect. So I kind of try to anticipate the global apologetics that's going to happen, right? So Flat Earth WS says it's a instrumental error, but Proud had something she shared. When I read it, at first thing I'm like, oh no, not another dark matter. They say the
Dark flow. Yeah.
dark
Let
flow
me get
and
my notes together. I'm gonna get my notes.
look, yo, get those proud kinematic measure analysis of and anisotropic dark flow. Anybody on the panel, feel free to jump in. Have an idea what the hell that means? Let me know.
Okay, so I want to say
This is
something
like the
about the
fourth
Elias
time I've
effect.
heard of
Actually,
it. What is this?
It's the Glober answer for the Elias effect. It's a pseudoscientific nonsense word salad equivalent of well, what happened was some light reflected off some swamp gas, and you saw like a firework or whatever. Military training exercise.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
NASA has on their website. There's a link. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I don't even know if it still exists. But in 2010, during an eclipse, they were supposed to at 14 locations test to the Elias effect. Now, they either never did it or they never released the data because there's just that web page on NASA's site that says yes, in the 2000 during this eclipse, we're going to test the Elias effect at these locations. Yada yada yada. Here's the media officer. That person don't work there no more. So they were supposed to test this, but what the result was, or whether they actually did the test, I don't know. So it's not instrument error because it's been replicated many times and failed to replicate many times.
I don't know. Sound like the ether to me. No.
There's a whole bunch of papers on it where they did a lot like extenuated circumstance testing Elias himself, and I think the other guy Foucault did one, and there's a whole bunch of analysis on what it could be, what it is, and how they measure the periodicity. I think I put it out there.
Here's my theory: a Foucault's pendulum is trash. That's my theory.
Yeah. I don't even know how, when the sun, which isn't eclipsed by the thing that we can't see, has an electromagnetic interference ripple that affects a fucking pendulum in the first place. I just think it's neat. And I just want to equate it to that fractal shadow thing that we see at an eclipse. I feel like that has to be related with no evidence or whatever.
And think about it. How would that be indistinguishable from a dark flow? How would that be indistinguishable?
Right.
Yeah, dark flow. It doesn't look.
Don't lie. I'm kind of rocking with the pendulum, man. You know, it's the original,
like a bad meal at Chipotle.
Yo, the original position that it don't move.
Well, it like wobbles or whatever. I don't even actually know. like bobbles or wobbles.
Pendulum do not move, bro.
There's an undulation.
Like that for flat Earth.
That paper that Proud posted, I skimmed through it. I read portions of it, and they say that dark flow has an axis, and it's whether the Earth, where you're doing the pendulum, the Earth is going up or going down. I couldn't understand how the Earth is going up or going down on that axis, but that's their explanation.
It's just another wobble, man.
It'd be really weird if just something completely random like this proposed dark flow, which is the same essence as dark matter and dark energy. They call it dark because they don't know what it is and it's not observed, and it's just a theoretical construct of distant galaxy clusters. Somehow they just so happen to always line up perfectly only at the specific moment that an eclipse is happening on Earth billions of light years away, and thereby somehow cause an effect on the gravitational constants here. Weird, right? What a non-explanation.
Totally makes sense, bro. Totally makes sense.
Yo, Sacred, do you really want to get the word out about flat Earth?
Yeah, I would say so. I guess.
Check it out, right? This is what we do. Go up to the title, right? And we change the title right now to like Iran invading Israel, breaking. And then just let everybody come in here and listen to us talk about flat Earth.
Menace to
No
society.
trolling.
You are a menace to Twitter streets, D3. All hell. Hey, it would be so many people coming up. It would be too many people coming up mad about why we're not talking about the topic of the space.
Facts. I just saw another space though. They got over 700. So now we got one with 50K. There's one with 700. Like these spaces are lit right now. Everybody's tuning in.
Another hot topic.
Yeah.
That's all. Hopefully it ain't that serious. I don't like it.
That's another reason flat Earth matters. When you know that nuke science is fraudulent, you're not worried about Iran making nukes. And you know that there's an international cabal there. You're not fooled. So this is all theater. We're the cattle.
Yo, so so when you destroy the idea of there not being a medium and you destroy relativity through, the invariance of the speed of light, you got to think about all the things that are built on that. If the speed of light's not constant, we can measurably observe it with first order measurements not to be constant. That also means that relativity is not true. If relativity is not true, then this whole mass energy equivalence is not true, which means that this wave particle duality is not true, which means that everything built on that is not true in the way that they tell us. We can do some kinematic equivalences and make some math that works to produce certain magnitudes of energy in a lab, but it doesn't mean that the dynamic cause is actually there. It would mean that what they're talking about in terms of a nuclear explosion, right, that like a little hockey puck sized piece of uranium can blow up a city is not true, and that you're worried about nothing when you think about, nuclear war. Now, they do have bombs that are really big and really powerful, but not to the extent that they say, you could walk into New York with a suitcase and blow up New York City. That's more like magic than science.
Pizzo, why did you take my fallout fear mongering away from me as a glober? Why would you do that?
Yeah, man. If anybody's ever looked into World War II and the bombs that they dropped on Japan, they have like these multi-thousand-pound bombs, like couple 3,000, 4,000 pounds that they dropped. Fat man and little boy, right? But then when you look more deeply into it, you think, okay, but they didn't have that much uranium, right? You start looking at how much uranium was in there. They actually officially claim, I think it's around 7 pounds or so of fissile nuclear material actually reacted. So if you think about that, think about the density, think about how dense uranium is. It's like way more dense than like iron and most metals you've ever handled in your life. A 7 pound piece of uranium would fit in your hand the size of like a hockey puck. Okay. So they're telling you that that's all that reacted. A hockey puck sized piece of metal reacted and destroyed cities of millions of people. Okay.
Yet the reactor in Chernobyl didn't.
What was that?
And the reactor at Chernobyl didn't.
Oh,
It
it didn't
exploded,
explode.
and it did explode, but it didn't destroy everything around it.
Right. It was a localized effect, right? And then there was
But
radiated
those
fallout.
were kilograms, like many kilograms of uranium.
Right, right. You had an entire reactor core that went critical and melted out of the containment chamber.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
didn't melt out. It exploded. Then it melted down when they dropped borium and sand on it. So it didn't melt out. It exploded. The cap exploded. 20 tons of steel exploded up in the air.
So what about the radiation half-life? I mean, there's people living around there and stuff now, right?
They moved in like days later, bro. It was like that week that everybody just went back to life as normal. I mean, there was
In
never like
Romania,
a.
they never announced it. Many people had radiation poisoning, but it's still not really. The science isn't there,
I'm talking
really.
about Japan. Sorry, not Chernobyl. Chernobyl got raided. I was. I don't want to. I don't want to say false facts.
Hey,
Japan, they moved in.
hey, real quick, I put a video in the jumbotron of Galen Windsor who eats uranium all day, every day, and he's completely
Yeah, I
fine.
saw that.
And then I'm gonna follow up while Pizio is talking about Chernobyl and the and stuff. I'm gonna follow up with a beach in Brazil that's more radioactive than Chernobyl, and all the locals go there and chill and have a good time, and they say that it cures their ailments. It makes them feel better. So like how when people get old and they're thick and brittle and whatnot, yeah, they go to the beach. They go to the radioactive beach, roll around in it, and play in the water. Spend a day at the old radioactive beach. It makes them feel good. So that's cool. Anyway, continue, Pizia.
Word, bro. Yeah. I was just saying that in Japan they moved back into the area like immediately. Now in Chernobyl there was some radiation fallout in the immediate area. That is a thing. But you know, it's not necessarily exactly how they narrated it to us. And yeah, like what you're saying brings to mind the early 1900s. So after Pierre and Marie Curie discovered radioactivity, right? Soon after that, people started delving into the world of radium technology, and I have like most of this is on my phone, but I have all kinds of pictures and stuff of advertisements and old papers and snippets from like journal headings, article headings, hospitals, stuff like that. They used to actually have these water filters that used radium in the hospitals, and they would infuse their water in the hospitals with radium to treat people for their general health maladies and make general improvements to their health. They also used it to heat their homes. Um, Now, the most stable form of radium has a half life of a little over 1,000 years. And there were these radium heaters that people would put in their fireplaces, and they'd have fireplaces with no chimneys. And they basically would work based on just like the radioactivity and the effect that they had going on in there. And if you think about it and think about why that would have been taken away, we can only theorize. But in my mind, I'm like, okay, man, well, if this, if they found a way to capture this radiation and use it in some meaningful way with some other material that's relatively affordable and cheap, and the half life of this radium is like 1,000 years, that would mean that I can perpetually heat my home for cents on the dollar. I wonder why the energy cartels wouldn't want me having that. And then when you actually look into what happened with radium, with the radium girls, when they finally outlawed it, there were some production factories that were producing radioactive paint that would glow, and they used radium for it. And these women got these horrible disfigurements to their faces and had some of their like jaws fall off and stuff. But even if you look on the Wikipedia article links Fossey jaw because it's pretty much what they had. It's so similar. And Fossey jaw is an ailment that a person gets when exposed to high levels of phosphorus-based chemicals. And basically, the ingestion of these chemicals will cause like gradual poisoning over time that will eventually end up to horrible deformities. And in these factories, they were making this paint, and they would actually lick it off their paintbrushes because it was quicker to just lick the paint off the paintbrushes to like to shape the tips of it than it was to like use some paper towels and some water and all that stuff. They were told it was perfectly safe. But it begs the question, right? Like, was it actually the radium that was hurting these people, or was it the other things that were mixed in with it and they just blamed it on the radium? Because they were using radium for like 20 plus years before that in all kinds of things. They're putting it in butter, literally, they're radium butter, bro. Putting it in food, infusing it in water in hospitals. They had these things that they could sell to people at their houses, to use it in their homes, in their kitchens. If all these people, with thousands and thousands of people all over the place, all over the world, probably were using this stuff for a couple decades, and then they never had any problems like that. And then all of a sudden, in like these couple handful of factories, people are eating some radioactive paint and then they get sick. It really makes you wonder if it was the radium that did it or the other stuff.
Same thing with the lead paint, right? So there's some people that think that if you have lead paint and you have your house painted with lead paint, it stops the rays, like the 5G rays, from affecting you as bad.
Not just 5G rays. Not just 5. It's used in construction of churches, lead grounding. It has many specific functionalities in architecture, but it stops all kinds of rays. So radio waves, telephone waves, not just 5G. And also, it's only toxic if you inhale fumes or ingest the substance. So, not even little children would lick walls or chew on metal bars. So, I don't understand. It's not like asbestos. It's not a porous substance. It doesn't get into your lungs. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Think about children's toys. That argument makes sense. Like, yeah, you don't want to eat lead. So I don't want my little kid's toys that we're importing from China to be coated with lead because when my little baby kid sticks it in its mouth, I don't want him eating the lead. Sure, I get it. Totally fine. But nobody's eating the paint off the walls in their house. Like I'm not just walking around hungry at night like, "Oh, I need a snack. Let me like, you know, peel the paint off my walls and eat some paint chips." Like that's kind of ignorant, right? So it doesn't really make sense as to why they would have banned it in like housing code for homes and buildings and stuff. There's not really any precedent for doing that because simply lead just being in a wall doesn't make me sick. It doesn't make any sense. But yes, we do know that lead is very good at blocking radiation. That's why they give you those little lead aprons when you go get X-rays done in the hospital and things like
Makes a good
that.
good Faraday cage, right?
Yeah, and even when you think about, back when they did this, um, that was in that era where we were really getting into more wireless technology, and they were starting to realize the implications of some of this stuff. A lot of people don't know that you can actually use wireless radiation as a form of sonar, the same way as you do in the water, right? They've developed. If anyone has seen that one Batman movie, where there's the scene where Batman brings his butler into like that room, and he has all those screens hooked up all over the walls, and looking it's like he tapped into all the cell phones of everyone throughout the whole city and he was using it as like a giant spy network to find this guy. And the butler's like, "I'll never help you again. This one time, this is it. This is wrong." Well, that's a real thing. Like there's no difference between the fluid of the water and sonar in that water and the fluid of the atmosphere and wireless EMF radiation in the atmosphere. Both can be used. They can use Wi-Fi to map out your rooms. They can use the Bluetooth signals, the NFC signals, the Wi-Fi signals from your phones to map out a room. They have the capability to create mesh networks, not just with the little mesh routers that they sell you on Amazon, but with just any kind of wireless device that's internet networked at all through the ISPs. And if you have lead paint all over the walls of all these buildings, it's going to block that radiation. It's going to eliminate their ability to do surveillance. When
I'll
Edward
give you
Snowden, go ahead.
that and raise you what they used to do in the Soviet era. They used to use the cables in your house, the electrical wiring. So even if you would paint your house with lead, they would still have access to everything you do. Are you awake?
Yeah, that's a very sophisticated form of attack right there, though. Like,
Oh, they had it in the 50s. Do you think they lost that technology? No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Only the moon technology.
You think they just forgot it? Yeah, dude, I love that.
no, I agree. I'm just saying more along the lines of it's much more effective to bathe a room in wireless signals than it is to take a wire and measure the vibrations that are hitting that wire
True,
and
true.
filter out the noise.
True. And now they can monitor us outside too, which
Yeah, I
they
think that
couldn't back
there's
then. You could have walked to a remote, I don't know, area in a wood and you would talk freely. Now you need to really, really search for a no signal area.
I think there's many technologies that they've hidden from us. I mean, what comes to mind is Tartaria, and that there are lots and lots of technology that we're kind of like cavemen about from what has happened to us in the past and what the technologies were, in my opinion.
Co-host, swords are flat, right? They have edge, right?